The end of the world is coming. Zombies are coming. 95% of the world's human population has been infected with the zombie virus. The air of the apocalypse was filled with the smell of corruption, and dust and dark clouds rolled in the sky. Half a month ago, this once prosperous city was engulfed by disaster. Human civilization collapsed in an instant, and hunger, fear, and violence became the main themes here. However, I don't have to worry about my own survival at all. All this happened just because I accidentally opened the infinite store system, and I can get unlimited supplies of all the materials necessary for survival. Of course, this will also be the starting point for me to make a fortune in the end times. I stood at the door of the store, and before me was a world in ruins. I looked down at the system interface on my wrist, and the words, Apocalypse Survival Store, flashed on the screen. My mission is simple, to open a shop in this hopeless world. As my shop gradually became famous in the apocalypse, people began to realize that zombies were no longer their most terrifying enemy, but a valuable resource. After killing zombies, they can obtain crystal cores from their bodies, and these crystal cores can be exchanged for almost everything in my store. Food, weapons, supernatural cards, and even strange plants and cards. Some people are lucky enough to even exchange for a mini Ultraman, who becomes their powerful guardian. As long as someone is willing to exchange crystal cores, I can provide them with everything they need. So, the people who had been hiding in the ruins and living in fear suddenly became brave. They were no longer afraid of zombies, but instead chased them in groups, competing for the crystal cores. Whenever zombies appear in a certain area, a fierce battle for crystal cores will always be triggered. Gradually, the existence of zombies made people's lives begin to become richer. The zombies apparently began to realize that humans had become scary. They originally only attacked humans mechanically, but now, facing these crazy humans, they have become prey and are being hunted down madly. The zombies don't even dare to approach places where humans gather, because once they get close, what awaits them is rapid decomposition. However, just when people thought that the danger of the end of the world had passed and life was gradually settling down, a more terrifying existence quietly approached. Fortunately, my store was still there, and I was still around, so people started flocking to my store again, looking for ways to combat these new threats. Some people couldn't help but ask me, "Shopkeeper, you are so strong. Why don't you just help us kill zombies, and even ghosts?" I smiled and said calmly, "I'm just a businessman." As I said this, I was too lazy to even glance at the crisis outside. People began to wonder if I was so powerful that I didn't even bother to fight these enemies, or if there was a bigger secret hidden behind this. Sure enough, not long after, several ragged and alert survivors appeared at the door. Their faces were full of confusion and greed. They obviously couldn't believe that a store would open in such a doomsday context. "Do you really have food here?" a man with a dirty face asked me tentatively. I smiled and nodded, raised my hand and waved, and the next second, a plate of fragrant barbecue appeared on the counter, with hot steam and tempting aroma filling the air. The eyes of several survivors widened instantly, as if they couldn't believe what they saw. "Crystal cores, Tin," I said lightly. They were obviously shocked by the scene before them. Although they were a little hesitant, they still took out a few crystal cores that were glowing faintly. I took the crystal cores, and with a thought, the crystal cores instantly disappeared from my hands. At the same time, the plate of delicious food was pushed in front of them. As they devoured their food, my eyes casually glanced towards the back corner of the store. There, a plant that looks like Ultraman is slowly sprouting. Obviously, this will be the next hot-selling product. A system prompt also rang in my mind. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining a level 1 seed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a level 1 accelerated growth water. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a self-selected ability package." A series of reward information rolled in my mind. Just as I was about to take a closer look, a puzzled voice suddenly interrupted me. "Huh? Host, did you scold me just now?" I was stunned for a moment and responded expressionlessly, "No." The system's reflexes? No wonder I think its IQ is worrying. There were a few bean-sized seeds and a few bottles of accelerated growth water on the table, as well as a small black dog with a palm-sized body, rubbing against my feet, wagging its tail happily. I picked it up and put it on the ground. Dowdu was a little fellow I had picked up in another world before. He followed me everywhere. It was a familiar comfort to have him accompany me. I picked up the seeds and growing water and walked out of the bamboo house, with Dowdu following closely behind me. As soon as I went out, I saw large tracts of open space on both sides of the bamboo house. The land had been renovated long ago, and it seemed that this was a planting area. I casually stepped on a few small holes on the edge and buried the seeds one by one. As soon as the seeds were planted, I could see their information through the system interface. Level 1 seeds, random plants, growth time 24 hours. I shook my head. Random? I guess I'll have to wait until tomorrow to find out what I'll grow. Woof woof. Dowdu barked twice beside me, as if reminding me of something. I smiled and patted its head. Don't worry, even if it's random, it won't produce any monsters. Then, I picked up the growing water, opened the bottle, and poured it on the land. The germination time of this seed has been shortened by 1/3, and the growth time shows that there are still 15 hours left. It looks like it will be mature by tomorrow morning. After the seeds were buried, I looked back at the land. Although the system said that this place was protected and no one could enter, I was still a little excited. What if something special was grown this time? Back in the bamboo building, the system's voice sounded again. Host has successfully planted. Do you want to name the store? Without thinking, I blurted out, Universal Shop. I'm used to this name. It's simple and direct, and it fits the style of the system. Then the system's cold voice came, naming successful. Outside the bamboo building, there was a stone tablet at the edge of the planting area, with the words Universal Shop engraved on it. Then, task prompts followed. Main task activated. Become a God-level store manager. Current world novice task. Receive the number 1 customer. Reward. Automatic cooking machine. Listening to these tips, I couldn't help but touch my chin, but I was thinking that the 10 consecutive draws were not used yet, and as for the task, I could take my time, and enjoying the process was the most important thing. So, as soon as I thought about it, a roulette wheel appeared on the system interface with a dazzling array of items listed on it. I clicked the button for 10 consecutive draws, and the wheel started spinning rapidly, stopping after a few seconds. Get a level 1 sports suit, a level 1 dagger, a level 1 broadsword. I couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, they were all first-level items. Just when I thought this lottery was in vain, the system suddenly popped up a second-level item. Got a wind-type hug bear. My eyebrows raised. It seems that I am lucky. At this time, the system introduction appeared. Wind-type hug bear, a second-level toy, soft and fluffy, can complete simple commands, a caring baby, worth having. But it is afraid of fire. Looking at the system introduction, I smiled and said, what a thoughtful little guy. The moment I took out the wind-type tinder, I was a little stunned. It turned out to be a plush bear as tall as a person. It was green in color, had a round body, and had 2 furry ears on its head. A pair of big black eyes were rolling around, looking quite lively. From now on you will be called Number 1, and go guard the door. I patted its head. Naming something is too troublesome for me. Using serial numbers is simpler and more direct. Number 1 seemed to understand, blinked his big black eyes, folded his hands in front of his chest, bent slightly, and made a standard salute. Then, it ran towards the door happily, with its tail, ears, and hair shaking with its movements, which made me want to laugh. I turned and went out, ready to plant the secondary seeds I got from the lottery. The growth time of the randomly generated plants from the seeds this time is 3 days. I don't have fast-growing water, so I can only let it grow slowly. After planting, I opened the system mall. The mall is divided into 2 parts. One is the ordinary mall, which sells daily necessities, and the other is the special mall, which sells a wide variety of goods, covering everything from heaven to earth. I only have 1,000 points on hand. I just arrived in this apocalypse and don't know much about special products. It's not cost-effective to unlock them rashly. My eyes scanned the general mall and stopped on one item, fireworks. The introduction says that this thing was used for celebrations before the end of the world, but it doesn't seem to be a good choice to use it now. However, it may bring miraculous effects if used properly. The corner of my mouth raised. Since we can't rely on geographical location to attract customers, then we can rely on fireworks. I spent 30 points to unlock and purchase 9 100-round fireworks and set the system to fire them every hour. These fireworks may attract some attention to my shop. After all, the sound of fireworks in this doomsday will definitely attract interested guys. After making the arrangements, I finally opened the ability selection pack. Countless supernatural power options instantly appeared before my eyes. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, lightning, even space, telekinesis, mental control, etc., each with countless branches. I looked around and finally chose telekinesis. Telekinesis, this invisible force, should be quite useful in combat or dealing with emergencies. Everything being ready, I sat down to eat some bread and water. Although the food provided by the system is simple, it is enough to maintain my physical strength. I ate leisurely, glancing at the time from time to time. It was almost 8 o'clock, and it was time to go and see if there were any changes in the crops I planted. When we walked outside, Dowdu immediately followed me like a little follower, while number 1 stood loyally at the door without even closing his eyes for a moment. Master! I raised my eyebrows and smiled slightly when I heard number 1 speak. Open the door. Yes. It nodded respectfully, then slowly opened the door. As soon as the door opened, my eyes were suddenly filled with zombies with bared fangs and claws. These zombies, with purple faces and stiff movements, crowded outside the door. It seemed that the fireworks last night attracted quite a few guests. Without hesitation, I stretched out my hand and waved it gently, and Dowdu rushed out. Woof! Dowdu shouted, and a dark red ball of fire came out of his mouth and smashed straight into the group of zombies. In an instant, there was a loud boom, and the ground shook several times. The flames swept across the entire area, and all the zombies were instantly reduced to ashes. At the same time, I noticed that the plants I had planted were reaching maturity. When I got closer, I saw a small sunflower standing in front of me. It was shaking its round head back and forth, showing a human-like smile, as if welcoming me. In addition, there is a huge nut. Its brown body is like a solid wall, and its 2 white eyes are wide open. There is also a pea shooter next to him, with a flat round head and a slightly open mouth, ready to shoot peas at any time. I couldn't help but laugh. This scene was simply a real-life version of Plants vs. Zombies. I clicked on the system's special mall, and sure enough, these 3 plants had been unlocked in the mall. Among them, sunflower requires 200 sunlight points, pea shooter 100, and nuts 50. Although a bit pricey, I think the price is reasonable considering what they do. I opened the system interface and asked, System, how much do you sell these plants for? The system responded, Host, don't worry. Just remove them from the ground and they will automatically shrink to the size of a palm, making them easy to carry. When in a critical moment, you can put them on the ground and fight. After listening to the system's explanation, I nodded with satisfaction, put away the nuts and pea shooter, and put them in the display cabinet in the store. After everything was ready, I sat behind the cashier counter, quietly waiting for the first customer. However, from morning till night, until I had dinner, no one came. When it got dark, I spent another 40 points to buy more fireworks and decided to set them off for 3 more nights. If no one comes this time, I will have to think of other ways. Setting off fireworks is not only to attract customers, but also to send a message to the outside world. It is safe here and zombies cannot hurt people here. The continuous sound of fireworks may give potential guests more peace of mind. After arranging everything, I went upstairs and fell lazily on the bed. If no one comes to the place chosen by the system, it's not my problem. At most, I will lose some points for setting off fireworks. I looked at the balance of points in my hand and couldn't help muttering to myself. I had spent 80 points on fireworks these days alone, and the remaining points were running low. If this continued, I might have to set off the fireworks myself next time. When I woke up, the sky was slightly bright, and I turned over, ready to sleep for a while. Anyway, there is no need to rush in this end of the world. What is supposed to come will come, and what is not supposed to come, just wait and see. On the other side, on the road to the mountain stream, Li Xiaoyu and other 2 were struggling forward. She panted lightly, pointed at the bamboo building not far ahead, and whispered excitedly, Is this the place? The young man Subai in front nodded. That should be it. Chun Xiong couldn't help but complain. This place is so hard to find. What a hell of a place. Although Li Xiaoyu was exhausted, he could not help but feel curious and expectant about this mysterious bamboo building. I wonder where this place is. Could it be that someone from the government is here? If so, we are saved. The 3 men's clothes were stained with the smelly zombie blood, and it was obvious that the journey was not easy. Subai didn't say anything. In fact, he didn't hold much hope in his heart. He just felt that since he had come here, he would be unwilling to leave without taking a look. Let's go over there. Li Xiaoyu couldn't wait and looked at Subai eagerly, but Subai just stepped forward silently, and Li Xiaoyu and Chen Xiong followed closely behind him. Universal shop? Li Xiaoyu approached the bamboo building and whispered the words on the plaque. His heart was full of doubts, but at the same time he couldn't help but look forward to it. Is it really omnipotent? If so, they may really be saved. Subai's gaze wandered around. He felt that everything here was incompatible with the end of the world. The clean and tidy bluestone road leading to the gate of the bamboo building, everything around seemed so unreal. Let's go in and take a look. Li Xiaoyu was only thinking about going in and ignored other details. Wait, look there. Chen Xiong suddenly pointed at a few sunflowers swaying in the ground, with a hint of surprise in his voice. Li Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then moved closer to take a look. Huh? There are sunflowers? Are there such things in this apocalypse? She was overjoyed and prepared to get closer to take a look. However, just as she took 2 steps, an invisible force pushed her body away. Li Xiaoyu fell heavily to the ground and screamed in pain. Ah! Chen Xiong hurried over to help her up and asked anxiously, Xiaoyu, how are you? Are you okay? Li Xiaoyu glanced at Su Bai with some grievance and said softly, It's okay. I was just startled. Chen Xiong looked back at the sunflowers angrily. Is it necessary to use supernatural powers to hurt people just to take a look? That's too much. In Chen Xiong's opinion, although the end of the world is chaotic, the truth still needs to be told. Li Xiaoyu was just curious. Why did he attack her? Li Xiaoyu brushed off the dust on his body and looked at Chen Xiong with gratitude. Brother Chun, you are so nice. Chen Xiong felt a little embarrassed by her look and scratched his head honestly. It's my duty. With me here, no one can bully you. Su Bai listened to the conversation between the two, shook his head coldly, and continued walking forward. At this time, I was sitting behind the cash register, dozing off out of habit. I was used to the crowds of people in my previous world, so I felt a little uncomfortable with the sudden quietness. Just as I was about to fall asleep, the system suddenly issued a warning. Warning! Someone is trying to steal goods. I immediately opened my eyes, looked outside, and something occurred to me. A guest was finally here. Although the system used the word stealing, I knew in my heart that the sunflowers outside must have aroused their curiosity, and it was understandable that they wanted to get closer to take a look. There were 3 people standing outside, a young man who looked to be in his early 20s, another was a girl of 18 or 19, and the other was a sturdy man in his 30s. I asked lazily, What do you need? When Chen Xiong saw me, he immediately strode forward with a fierce look on his face. Did you make those things outside? I narrowed my eyes slightly and replied calmly, It's me. Chen Xiong looked back at Li Xiaoyu, his face full of anger. Xiaoyu just wanted to see those sunflowers. Why did you hit her? She didn't mean any harm. You see her hands are all broken. Why don't you apologize? I sneered in my heart. Apologize? In this apocalypse, what is impossible? Curiosity killed the cat. If she hurt herself, she can only blame herself. I didn't care about their accusations at all and looked at Chen Xiong coldly. Seeing that I didn't respond, Chen Xiong continued to yell in dissatisfaction. It's just an apology. Is it necessary to be so cold-blooded? At this time, Li Xiaoyu's attention was no longer on the dispute. She looked at me with sparkling eyes, full of surprise and curiosity. The man in front of him was only about 20 years old, but he had an intimidating face. He has a pair of almond-shaped eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips, and every part seems to be carefully carved. His whole body exudes a noble and arrogant temperament. Li Xiaoyu had never seen such a good-looking person. She was even a little shaken in her heart. She had always thought that Su Bai was her ideal type, but when she looked at me at this moment, she couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster. Seeing Chen Xiong still arguing, Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but walk up to me, his eyes full of admiration and expectation. She leaned down, almost lying on the cashier counter, and smiled sweetly. Little brother, don't be angry. Brother Chen just cares about me too much. I'm actually fine. Can you introduce this universal store? I'm really curious. She deliberately moved closer to me, trying to close the distance, but I leaned back slightly, my eyes full of disgust. Get lost. Li Xiaoyu was stunned. She was caught off guard by my undisguised disgust. The smell of zombie blood mixed with perfume on her body made me feel nauseous. After being coldly rejected by me, Li Xiaoyu froze in place. The cold gaze made her feel like a thorn in her back, and even breathing seemed difficult. She took a few steps back and whispered aggrievedly, wow. Before she finished her words, tears were already welling up in her eyes. Seeing Li Xiaoyu crying, Chen Xiong could no longer suppress his anger. He has always had a good impression of her, and now seeing her being wronged, how could he bear it? Chen Xiong yelled at me. What do you mean? She didn't do anything wrong. Why do you treat her like this? Why don't you apologize? He walked towards me angrily, completely disregarding the situation. Li Xiaoyu cried and tried to dissuade him. Brother Chen, don't be angry. I'm fine. I lazily raised my hand and pressed my brow, thinking that the quarrel between these 2 people was really annoying. I originally didn't want to take action, but now it seems that they are not worth wasting any more time. I waved my hand gently, and Chen Xiong and Li Xiaoyu suddenly felt like their throats were strangled. They opened their mouths wide, Their faces turned red, and they struggled but could not make a sound. With a gentle pinch of my hands, there were two crisp, crackling sounds, and their necks twisted at the same time. Their eyes widened, and they lost their breath instantly. In my shop, I have absolute control, and no matter how powerful a person is, he or she must obey the rules. Anyone who challenges the rules will die. At this moment, a startled voice came from outside the door. I looked up and saw another group of people coming, a team of 5 people, who seemed to be traveling together. I didn't pay much attention to this sudden witness and just asked calmly, "Do you want to come in and take a look?" The leading woman in the team was obviously hesitant. She pointed at the bodies of Li Xiaoyu and Chen Xiong and said, "These 2 people." I calmly replied, "They are here to cause trouble. Don't worry, as long as you follow the store's rules, the store is very safe." After that, I ordered, "Number 1, clean up the floor." The first one, who had been sticking to the wall, took action immediately, quickly picked up the 2 bodies, ran out of the door, and threw them far away. Then, it took out a mop from somewhere and carefully cleaned the floor. This furry bear-like creature stunned the newcomers. They obviously didn't expect it to be a living thing, especially the little girl with pigtails in the team, staring at number 1 with shining eyes, full of curiosity. Is this your special ability?" First, its furry ears and tail kept shaking with its movements, and she simply couldn't let it go. "No," I answered briefly. The cute girl came over expectantly and asked eagerly, "Can I touch it?" I glanced at number 1, and it obviously took a step back. Its refusal was obvious. So I said calmly, "No." The girl was stunned for a moment, looking very disappointed. She lowered her head dejectedly. "Is it really impossible?" Her expression was full of disappointment. But I didn't say anything more, turned around and ignored her. At this time, Subai came out of the store with a few items in his hands. He walked up to me, hesitated for a moment and said, "You? What should I call you?" I smiled and said, "Just call me Manager Chin." Subai nodded and placed the items in his hand on the cashier counter. "You can buy all of these, right?" He took 2 bottles of mineral water, 5 steamed buns, 3 plates of pickles, and a serving of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, all food. I glanced at them and nodded, "Yes, I can buy them all." Subai looked at the first one in the corner and asked, "Then is this bear for sale?" He obviously saw the strength of number 1 and thought that having him around would be a good guarantee. Upon hearing this question, the young girl's face was filled with frustration. She obviously also wanted to get number 1, but was obviously one step too late. I looked at the first one, and it moved back again. I didn't plan to sell it for the time being, so I calmly replied, "Not for the time being. Number 1 is the guard of my store and also the cleaning worker. Now I have no spare ones, so of course I can't sell it casually." Subai didn't seem surprised either. He just nodded. "What do you need to pay for these things?" "Crystal cores." I pointed to the pure white machine on the counter. "Put the crystal core in, and after confirming the purchase, the payment will be automatically settled." At this time, the leading woman finally came in. She seemed to observe the environment in the store for a while and finally let down her guard. A few people followed into the store, and my attention returned to Subai again. Subai was silent for a while, and finally took out a few crystal cores from his pocket and put them into the settlement machine. With a slight beep, the checkout was complete. His items were packed and I handed them to him. Among these people, only Subai showed enough calmness and caution, which made me admire him a little. As for other people, whether they can survive in this doomsday depends on their own luck. Subai did not hesitate and took out all the crystal cores on his body, leaving only 2 for use in improving his superpowers, and put the rest into the machine. The machine opened its mouth wide and swallowed the crystal core. When it closed its mouth again, a pure white card popped out from it. The golden number 01 on the card was particularly eye-catching, and there were the words "Chosen by Heaven" in the lower right corner. At the same time, a number appeared on the machine's display, 1284. Subai stared at the card in his hand for a moment. I glanced at it and smiled faintly. "Congratulations." Subai was obviously confused. "Congratulations on what?" I handed him the card and explained calmly, "There are only 10 gold cards in the store. You can get one by being the first customer to come in and make a purchase and deposit more than 1,000 points for the first time. From now on, you can enjoy a 20% discount on all items in the store." Subai took the card. It felt cold and metallic and looked very special. I continued, "A first-order crystal core is worth 100 points, and a second-order crystal core is worth 200 points. You just invested 9 first-order crystal cores and 2 second-order crystal cores, so the total is 1,300 points. After deducting the 16 points for these foods, you still have 1,284 points. After listening to this, Su Bai's calmness finally showed a crack, and his usually calm expression began to become unstable. All that stuff for only 16 points? That's unbelievably cheap compared to the sky-high prices of food elsewhere. At this time, several people outside the door could no longer hold back and ran in. The discussions of the crowd interrupted Su Bai's thoughts, and they couldn't wait to ask the price, as if they were afraid of missing a good opportunity. I frowned slightly, and before I could answer the first question, the following questions came one after another. Fang Yuanyuan obviously saw my impatience and quickly scolded them, "Stop making noise." Then she turned around and gave me an apologetic smile, whispering to me, "Manager Qin, I'm sorry, everyone is a little too excited." I nodded slightly and replied calmly, "It's okay. Gold cards cannot be applied for on your own initiative. Except for the first one, the rest are issued by me or will be used as rewards for store activities." Hearing this, several people showed disappointment on their faces. I continued, "Steamed buns, water, and pickles are 2 points each, and spicy and sour potato shreds are 4 points. As for the pea shooter, it's 100 points, and nuts are 50 points." When they heard the prices of the pea shooters and nuts, several people were obviously hesitant, apparently thinking that these two items were a bit expensive. However, they also know that cheap things are not necessarily useful, and expensive things are not necessarily bad. One of them couldn't help but ask tentatively, "Manager Qin, can we also get a gold card? Can we deposit 1,000 points?" I glanced at him indifferently and refused without hesitation, "No." The man asked unwillingly, "We can't even deposit 1,000 points? Can Manager Qin make some concessions?" I didn't even have the interest to answer. I just gave him a cold look to indicate that there was no room for negotiation. Su Bai listened to the arguments, stood up, picked up the pea shooter and nuts, and went to the counter again. He put the two items down, skillfully paid the bill with 120 points, and then asked me, "Manager Qin, what are these two items specifically used for?" I explained, "The pea shooter is a first-level plant that can attack enemies within 100 meters in a straight line, and the peanut can form a 2-meter-wide protective shield to prevent enemies from approaching. To use it, just place them on the ground." Su Bai nodded, put away the items thoughtfully, and said softly, "Thank you, Manager Qin." I nodded slightly and said calmly, "You're welcome." Su Bai didn't bother me anymore. He walked to the sofa and sat down. He placed the food he bought one by one and prepared to eat. I saw him unwrap the steamed bun, the soft hot steam coming out, and take a bite. His expression finally showed a hint of enjoyment. In the past half-month, in order to survive, he has been running around every day looking for food. It seemed that the steamed buns like this have been away from him for a long time. Now that Su Bai tasted the hot food again, a hint of satisfaction finally appeared on his face. He then opened the spicy and sour potato shreds and, using disposable chopsticks, slowly picked up a piece and put it into his mouth. Although he ate slowly and elegantly, it was obvious that he ate very happily. The aroma of the food wafted around, causing the people around him to sniff. Seeing this, Fang Yuanyuan winked at Zhang Miao. Zhang Miao immediately understood what she meant and immediately trotted over to me, blinking her big eyes and saying sweetly, "Big brother, we want to buy something too." Obviously, Fang Yuanyuan realized that her request for leniency might make me unhappy, so she let this young and seemingly likable girl speak. But I didn't buy it. I glanced at her and said coldly, "I don't have a sister. Besides, I deliver the goods and you pay for it. No credit." Zhang Miao's smile froze on her face. She pouted and said in a low voice with some grievance, "I know." At this time, Fang Yuanyuan hurried over, carefully covered Zhang Miao's mouth, hushed her, and then pulled others to discuss what to buy. I was too lazy to care about them anymore, so I sat back in my chair and started checking the system rewards. Successfully received the first guest. The automatic cooking machine has been issued. Current task, sell 10 plants, reward, 5 level 1 seeds, 100 experience points. I glanced at the system interface and saw that over 100 points had been credited to my account. I was finally one step closer to completing the task. My journey to becoming a god-level store manager is long, but I am in no rush. This is just the beginning. I continued to look at my store information. Store manager, Qin Mo, points, 1066, current store level, 1, store manager level, 6, experience, 16,000. I only had 920 points left, and the 120 points Su Bai just spent have been credited to my account. For the development of the store, the points earned from selling items can unlock more resources and items for me. As time goes by, my store will become more and more powerful. As for the store manager level, it can only be improved through experience points, and this is the key to my becoming a god-level store manager. I closed my eyes slightly and began to think about how to continue expanding my shop. The system has painted a grand blueprint for me, but that is ultimately a matter of the future. Now I enjoy the process of upgrading this store from level 1 to the maximum level. Watching all kinds of weird and wonderful products being sold in my store is like playing a real game. The only difference is that this time I am in complete control and can influence the fate of the entire world. During this period, my strength will continue to increase, and the pursuit of this sense of accomplishment is the source of my motivation today. Who doesn't want to be a strong person who can make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand? Moreover, this process is relaxing and enjoyable, and you can completely mess things up as you please, so why not do it? When I finished checking the system interface, the newly rewarded automatic cooking machine had already appeared in my system space. The system displays name, automatic cooking machine, grade, first grade, function, can make simple dishes. You can order dishes yourself. I casually opened the menu and found that although there were not many dishes, they were enough for the current customers. Manager Chin. A soft call interrupted my thoughts. I opened my eyes and saw that Fong Yuan and her group had already selected the items and were walking carefully to the cashier counter, obviously not wanting to disturb me. I still maintained a calm attitude, confirmed the purchase and put the crystal core into the machine. Fong Yuan nodded immediately and put the 4 first-level crystal cores that the others had gathered into the machine. The machine opened its mouth wide and swallowed the crystal core, then spit out a white card. Unlike Subai's gold card, the serial number in the center of this card is 0000000001. The number is copper-colored and small, looking a bit shabby. Several people were obviously disappointed, but they had no choice but to accept it. After all, the chance to become the first customer was not in their hands. They bought some steamed buns, pickles, and spicy and sour potato shreds, and took the last nut. The total points they paid were 370, and there were 30 points left in the account. Although several people successfully purchased the items they needed, they still couldn't help feeling sad. After all, if they had a gold card, they could save 74 points, which is a considerable amount of money. Subai, who was standing by, saw their predicament but did not say anything. After he finished eating, he didn't stay for long. He quietly packed up the garbage and took it out, appearing exceptionally calm. Fong Yuan and the others also quickly packed their belongings into their backpacks, leaving some shredded potatoes and steamed buns, and ate them on the sofa before leaving the bamboo house. When leaving, Zhang Miao jumped up and down happily. Now that we have so much stuff, we don't need to starve for a while. Sun Peng also nodded with a smile. Yes, if we can bring more people to buy things, we can bring more back. Chun Kuei frowned and added, that's right, but even though there are a lot of these things, there won't be much left after we divide them up. Zhao Hongtao hesitated for a moment and suggested in a low voice, actually, we can hide the things, no? Before he could finish his words, Fong Yuan interrupted him sharply. What are you talking about? Our families and friends are there. In the end times, if we don't unite as one, how can humans survive? Zhang Miao also nodded and glared at Zhao Hongtao. Yes, as long as we work hard, we can all survive. Isn't there the universal shop? When we buy the pea shooter, everyone can help, and life will get better and better. Zhao Hongtao retorted unwillingly. But we can bring our family members out. Who can guarantee that Manager Qin will not recruit more and more people? We can't support everyone. Fong Yuan's face darkened. All right. Stop talking. After being interrupted, Zhao Hongtao held his breath, but finally chose to remain silent. The atmosphere suddenly became dull, and the few people were silent all the way. On the other hand, Subai had already left the foot of the mountain. Not far away, he saw a zombie wandering not far away. Over the past 2 days, the sound of fireworks here has attracted many zombies. Although the city walls have blocked most of them, there are always some that slip through the net. Thinking of this, Subai took out the pea shooter he had just bought from the space. Manager Qin said that it could launch a straight-line attack on enemies within 100 meters, so he decided to take this opportunity to test its power. He found an angle and gently placed the pea shooter on the ground. As soon as the pea seeds fell to the ground, the palm-sized pea shooter grew rapidly and became the same size as a human. Then, with a puff sound, a green pea flew out and hit the zombie's head. The zombie was attacked and immediately rushed towards the pea shooter, but before it could run a few steps, 2 peas hit its head again. With a bang, the zombie's head fell to the ground. Subai was thoughtful. Although the role of the pea shooter was limited for him personally, what if it was an army of pea shooters? What a spectacular scene it would be if 5, 10, or even 50 pea shooters fired peas at the same time. This would definitely become a powerful fighting force. Thinking about this, he had more trust in Manager Chin's all-purpose store and was full of expectations for the future. After putting away the pea shooter, Subai stood beside the zombie's body, lowered his head to dig out the crystal core, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This little gadget is not only easy to carry, but also very powerful. I will accumulate more crystal cores in the future. Maybe I can get more good things from Manager Chin in the future. As he thought about it, his heart was filled with anticipation and his steps became lighter. At the same time, Fang Yuan and her group of 5 had already spent most of the day rushing back to Shurcheng. As it gradually darkened, they did not dare to stay outside any longer. As night fell, the zombies' actions became more frantic, especially the number of zombies wandering around Stone City increased significantly. They walked carefully between the buildings outside the city, each carrying a bag full of supplies, and the weight on their bodies made every step seem particularly heavy. Especially when the zombies were only a few meters away, they held their breath, not even daring to breathe, for fear of alerting those dangerous monsters. But the more nervous you are, the more likely accidents are to happen. When Zhang Miao was passing by a zombie, his foot slipped and he stepped on a sticky substance. She screamed, "Ah!" Before she finished her words, she realized that she had made a big mistake and quickly covered her mouth, but it was too late. The zombie roared instantly and pounced towards Zhang Miao. Then more zombies also rioted and began to run towards them. "Run!" Fang Yuan suddenly grabbed Zhang Miao's hand and rushed with her into the Stone City. The others did not dare to hesitate and immediately ran away. There were too many zombies, and they knew that if they paused for a moment, they would be overwhelmed by the zombie swarm. However, the burdens they carried made escape more difficult. Especially Sun Pong, who had limited physical strength and gradually fell behind. His face turned pale, and he felt weak all over. As he watched the zombies getting closer and closer, his heart was filled with fear. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. She let go of Zhang Miao's hand, turned around and rushed back. She quickly took out a nut from the space and threw it hard on the ground. The nut instantly turned into a 2-meter-high protective wall. The zombies ran into it head-on, making loud bang-bang-bang noises, and were completely unable to bypass the wall. Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find that this little gadget actually blocked the zombies. Sun Peng's life was almost saved. He looked back at the nut wall panting, with lingering fear. He didn't dare to think too much and continued to run forward desperately. They ran all the way until they had completely gotten rid of the zombies. Then they finally stopped and gasped for breath. They all collapsed on the ground, exhausted. "Fortunately, we have this nut wall, otherwise we would be finished." Sun Peng patted his chest and said with lingering fear. Zhang Miao lowered his head, his eyes reddened. "I'm sorry. It's all because of me." Fang Yuanyu and patted her on the shoulder and consoled her. "Don't blame yourself. Aren't we all fine? Besides, the nut wall only used up 1 crystal core. We can just buy it back later." Although Fang Yuan said it lightly, everyone knew in their hearts that crystal cores were not so easy to obtain. Especially if they wanted to buy things at the universal shop, it would be difficult. Just when they were taking a short break, a little gray mouse quietly appeared where they had just been, with its small black eyes rolling around, as if observing something. At the same time, on the other side of Shurcheng, in a spacious office, a man sat at his desk, listening to his subordinates' reports, thoughtfully. "Mustache, are you sure they found something outside the city?" The rat-faced man standing next to him nodded, with a bit of excitement in his eyes. "Captain, I saw with my own eyes that they used a 2-meter-high nut wall to block a large group of zombies. It must be a good thing brought back from outside the city." The man nodded slightly, a smile on his face. "It seems that there is something interesting outside the city. Tomorrow morning, take your men out of the city to explore and see if you can find the store." The mustache nodded excitedly. "Yes, Captain." The man leaned back in his chair, folded his hands, and looked deep. "In troubled times, opportunities will always come. As long as we seize them, we will be invincible in this apocalypse." On the other side of Shurcheng, in a dilapidated, unfinished building, several people sat in a dim corner and talked in low voices. "Did you see that? That nut wall is a lifesaver. It's really amazing that it can stop so many zombies. It seems that the people who set off fireworks every night must be no simple people. We have to find them. If they can get the good stuff, so can we." "That's right, let's go now." Several shadows stood up from the darkness and quickly moved towards the outside of the city. It was obvious that they had decided to find Qin Mo's Universal Store and prepare to get a piece of the pie. Chapter 8. Danger in front of the store. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Qin and Mo yawned and planted 4 sunflowers. Looking at the remaining 50 sunlight points, he smiled. There are already 20 sunflowers. By tomorrow morning, I will be able to obtain 4,000 sunlight points. Then I can plant 20 more, which will be enough for the time being. Thinking about it, he ordered everyone to close the shop, went upstairs to wash up, and then lay on the bed to count today's gains. His points went from 920 to 1436, and because there was an automatic cooking robot that could be used to order food, he didn't go to unlock new food, but instead went shopping in the special mall. Name: Sword Shadow card. Level: 2nd level. Introduction: good at assassination and breakout. A sword shadow is at your service. Price: 500 points. Name: Dolly Teddy Bear. Level: 2nd level. Introduction: a teddy bear known for his strength, who can kill any kid with one punch. Price: 350 points. Name: Flame Sword. Level: 2nd level. Introduction: every swing will be accompanied by a flash of fire, making you more powerful than superpowers even if you don't have any. Price: 600 points. Name: Ability Awakening Agent. Level: none. Special item. Introduction: awaken a special ability 100% randomly. Price: 5,000 inch. Name: White Robe Sword Immortal card. Level: 7th level. Introduction: kill one person every 10 steps and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. Price: 10 million points. Seeing this, Chinamo spent 500 points to unlock the Sword Shadow card. Level 7 is the highest level he has been able to unlock so far. Similarly, there is only one level 7 and above. The level description of the Superpower Awakening Agent says, none, which means it is not unlocked but exchanged. After unlocking other items, you can pick them up directly next time without any points, but points are required every time you redeem them. Although the item was expensive, he could guess how many people would go crazy for it. After all, superpowers were the only thing that could save lives here. However, he couldn't afford it for the time being, so he didn't observe it any further. After that, he spent another 36 points to unlock a level 1 dagger, knife, and clothes, and then took a rest. After he fell asleep, fireworks outside rang again. Outside, a few people who had already walked to the bamboo building heard the voice, and their originally calm faces suddenly turned pale. They turned their heads and found that several fireworks appeared in the originally empty place without them noticing. This? Someone's lips trembled and he was speechless. They came here under the cover of night in the hope of getting things earlier, but who would have thought that the people here would actually set off fireworks? Could they be deliberately making fun of them? You can't blame them for thinking this way, because they really didn't see any fireworks over there when they arrived. The young man in the lead strode towards the door of the bamboo building. After stopping, he stretched out his hand and knocked on the door. Dong, dong, dong. The others tried to stay calm and followed behind. They cannot panic at this time. When the zombies are lured over, they must remain calm. Otherwise, if they make a sound and are surrounded, they will surely die. As the knock on the door came, there was no movement from inside. The person guarding the door was the first to hear the sound and looked out through the crack in the door with some curiosity. His leathery eyeballs rolled around a few times, and then he stood straight obediently. The store manager only told it to guard the door, and it was not responsible for anything else. People outside don't know all this. They now look very unhappy because zombies have appeared not far away. Brother Lin, what should we do now? Brother Lin Jianan. He is also their current leader. Lin Jianan looked back and saw that the zombies had already reached the side of the fireworks, but no matter how they hit them, the fireworks did not move at all. Every firework that exploded in the sky was beautiful, but no one was in the mood to appreciate them. Lin Jianan said, "Don't panic. The people here must be very strong. Look at the fireworks." Everyone looked towards the fireworks box and found that the zombies didn't knock down the fireworks at all. And now there are dozens of zombies, but they still can't do anything to that ordinary box. It's incredible. Then let's go in quickly. We'll be safe once we get in, someone said. Then they started knocking on the door again. They tried their best to suppress the noise. Compared with the sound of fireworks, the knocking was nothing, so it did not attract the attention of the zombies. In just a short while, there were countless zombies over there, and many of them had been squeezed into the road in the middle of the plantation. Although they didn't understand why the zombies that were squeezed over were trapped in the middle of the road, and there was not a single zombie in the originally empty planting area, their current position was extremely dangerous. At this rate, they will be discovered by the zombies in no more than 10 minutes. However, the fireworks were still going off and there were zombies everywhere, so they were actually safer here. It's over, we're dead this time. Someone whispered in fear. He has never encountered so many zombies in his life. Not to mention them, even if a god came, it would be impossible for him to escape from the horde of zombies all over the mountains, right? We shouldn't have come here at night. Now we're done? Lin Jianan glanced at everyone and sighed softly. This is my fault. He also didn't expect that people here would set off fireworks tonight. If everyone was killed because of his wrong decision, he would never be able to forgive himself. How can you be blamed for this? You are doing this for the good of all of us. It's for all of our own good. He's about to kill us. What's the point of talking about this now? We might as well spend this time thinking about how to escape from here. What the hell are you talking about? You still want to escape at this time? What can you use to escape? Just wait to die. A few people quarreled for a few words, and then became discouraged. What's the point of arguing about who is right and who is wrong? Looking at everyone, Lin Jianan took a deep breath and said, let's break in. At this point, there is no other way. He didn't care to think about whether he would end up upsetting the people here. As he said that, he turned around, raised his hand, and his right hand turned into a giant claw in the blink of an eye. It was 2 meters long and covered with hair, but it was hard to tell what kind of animal it was. After that, he slapped the wooden door with his palm. There was a loud bang, but the wooden door did not move at all. Instead, he himself was shaken back by the recoil force. Fortunately, the 2 people next to him were quick to grab him and prevent him from being directly pushed back into the zombie group. How so? The short man next to him exclaimed. After transforming into a beast, Brother Lin became the strongest among the 7 of them. Even those who possessed real powers were not as powerful as him. What kind of wooden door is this? Why is there nothing wrong with it? However, they had no time to think, because the loud noise had attracted the attention of the zombies that were not far away from them, and they rushed over one by one, howling. It's over. The zombies are coming. Chapter 9. Where did the zombies come from? The danger came in a flash. The 7 of them were armed, but now everyone was crowded around this small door. So how could they use their weapons? It would be more trouble than gain if we attack our own people. However, they were well trained. In front was Zhang Kaiguang, who was very dark and strong, Lin Jianan, who had the beast ability and thunder ability, and Chen Diyang, who was also strong and tall. Behind them were Sun Xuechong, who had the fire ability, Bai Fong, who had the speed ability, Lin Jialan, who had the water ability, and the woman in white dress who had not yet awakened and was huddled by the door. She had her long hair braided into 2 pigtails, and she squatted on the ground, curled up against the gate, watching the battle ahead, her eyes red. That is to say, they were attracted by the sound of the fireworks, so only a few zombies came towards them. But what would happen after the fireworks ended? By then, they will be completely finished. Xin Hui felt regretful and afraid. If she had known earlier, she would not have joined them. Now, my life is almost gone. Sparks and water streams, accompanied by the use of weapons by the 3 people in front, did indeed eliminate a lot of zombies. However, as she looked at the huge crowds of zombies ahead of her, she felt her vision begin to darken. Fortunately, the people in front were still able to hold on. Just as she was feeling relieved, the number of zombies in front of her increased again. Lin Jianan and the others were powerless because there were too many zombies rushing towards them, and they almost subconsciously retreated. After all, if you are caught, you might be infected. Who dares to hold on? They thought they were dead, but the next second they found that the zombies that were about to pounce on them were blocked outside as if by a transparent wall. They rushed forward frantically, hitting the transparent wall, but could not move forward even a single step. Lin Jianan's expression suddenly brightened up. They were very safe in the corridor and the zombies couldn't get in at all, but they were able to extend their weapons. As long as they are used properly, they may be able to completely eliminate these zombies. This is simply a huge opportunity. The others were not fools, so they naturally thought of this problem and showed ecstasy on their faces. Zhang Kaiguang was even more delighted. We really came to the right place this time. We've made a fortune. Bai Fong chuckled. I don't know who just said that Brother Lin is going to kill us. A fence-sitter. Zhang Kaiguang looked a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say for a moment. It was Lin Jianan who raised his hand and said, Okay, let's divide into groups and kill the zombies now. Everyone must be careful. If you are caught by zombies in this situation, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. Sun Xuechong smiled and nodded. Brother Lin is right, then I will be in a group with Wei Wei. Hearing this, Bai Fong curled his lips slightly and said nothing. Zhang Kaiguang immediately said, Brother Sun, can I join you in the group? Sun Xuechong glanced at him, and the latter had a flattering smile on his face. He was very proud in his heart. It was a great feeling to be powerful, but he did not show it. Instead, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Okay." Although Zhang Kaiguang has not awakened any special powers, he is big and much stronger than ordinary people, so he can be of help. And if we can win him over, he will have more say in the team in the future. So he agreed. Bai Fong looked at Zhang Kaiguang's smiling face and felt a little regretful. He shouldn't have confronted him just now. Wasn't this just pushing him away? Lin Jialin snorted in her heart. She couldn't stand Xinhui anyway. Then I will be in a group with Bai Fong. The only ones left are Lin Jianan and Chen Diao. They were divided into 3 groups. Sun Xuechong and Zhang Kaiguang took the lead and stepped forward. Let's go first. Then a fireball hit the zombie group. Xinhui also picked up the wooden stick that was thrown aside and came to the front. But before she could do anything, Sun Xuechong smiled at her and said, "Wei Wei, you are weak. Go to the side and rest. Leave this to us." Xinhui nodded slightly and smiled shyly. "Thank you, Brother Sunday. The purpose of grouping is to maximize the killing of zombies, and also to allow others to have time to rest and not be too tired. The crystal core obtained from killing zombies naturally belongs to whoever kills them." Sun Xuechong grinned. "You're welcome." Then he started killing zombies seriously. These were all first-level zombies, and they were unable to cross the corridor in front of the door, so it was not difficult for the 2 of them to kill the zombies. The others were resting. Lin Jialin glanced at Xinhui with some displeasure and snorted silently. Their team is quite strong, except for the fact that Xinhui is a burden. Every time she kills zombies, she hides at the back, doing nothing but crying. She is also a girl. Why is she not like this? Sometimes when there is danger, you have to protect her first, but Sun Xuechong is willing to support her. They would get as many crystal cores as they killed zombies, and the food was shared every day, but Xinhui was the only one who just ate and didn't work. Before this, except Sun Xuechong, who was willing to support Xinhui, everyone else was somewhat dissatisfied with Xinhui. She looked at her elder brother who was resting nearby. However, this dissatisfaction was suppressed by Lin Jianan. Because the fire-type Sun Xuechong's lethality is indeed not low, they want to keep him. There is strength in numbers. These are the eldest brother's original words. She sighed inwardly. There is no way. It is the end of the world now, and the zombies are getting stronger and stronger. Something is wrong. Her eyes suddenly changed. Zombies have been growing stronger these days, and there are quite a few level 2 zombies nowadays. But how come they didn't see a single level 2 zombie after killing for so long just now? It is impossible that the sound of fireworks is so loud that it only attracts one level and leaves a stronger one behind, right? So why didn't they see a second-level zombie? She was a little worried and couldn't help but use her arm to nudge Lin Jianan, who was resting with his eyes closed, and called softly, "Brother." Lin Jianan opened his eyes and looked at her. "What's wrong?" Lin Jialin expressed her thoughts. Lin Jianan glanced at the people around him with a serious expression. He stood up slightly, leaned close to her ear, and lowered his voice. "The absence of second-level zombies means they have been killed. But according to the sound of the fireworks, the zombies around should have been attracted here long ago. Now these zombies, for example, when they came, except for some zombies blocked by the houses on both sides of the road, they didn't encounter a single zombie along the way. This means that at least the zombies attracted by the sound of fireworks were either killed or lured away. But after seeing that all the zombies here were first-level zombies, he was sure that the previous zombies had been killed, because with so many zombies it was impossible to kill all the second-level zombies and only leave the first-level ones. So, if there were no zombies originally, where did these zombies come from now? It's really terrifying when you think about it. But he didn't say it directly because he was afraid of causing panic. When Lin Jialin heard this, she was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. If this is the case, then where did these zombies come from? They couldn't just appear out of thin air, right? Chapter 10. A righteous and noble person. If that's true, isn't it too scary? She was worried, but she also knew that this matter could not be made public, because once it was revealed, it would cause great panic. Fortunately, everyone else was also very tired. Except for Sun Xuechong and 2 others who were still killing zombies, everyone else was taking the time to rest. In this way, the group was divided into 3 teams, taking turns killing the zombies until the sound of fireworks completely disappeared and a hint of paleness appeared in the sky. After a whole night, although they killed many zombies, the surrounding area was still full of zombies, which was daunting. Just when everyone was exhausted and no longer moving, the door behind them made a slight creaking sound. In an instant, everyone turned around and looked over. When they saw a young man in a black t-shirt and casual pants walking out, several people subconsciously stepped back. "Lin Jianan, you are?" Chinamo looked at them and said, "The store manager here. Just call me store manager Chin. He really didn't expect that someone would be stupid enough to come over when he was setting off fireworks. No wonder when I woke up this morning I found that the system reminded me that someone attacked the store in the middle of the night. It's no wonder that they didn't know that zombies couldn't get close to the store, so they were forced to try to break in. It's understandable, not intentional. So he didn't care. Lin Jianan, Manager Chin, you? Chin Mo raised his hand and interrupted him. Wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Daodu ran out very tactfully, opened his little mouth and spit out a large ball of fire, which directly devoured all the zombies. In the blink of an eye, the zombies that were a disaster to them all disappeared. There wasn't even a blood stain left. The group of people swallowed their saliva, looked at Daodu on the ground, stepped back one after another, and subconsciously glanced at Chin Mo. Is this a small pet? If pets are so powerful, how powerful must store manager Chin be? It's only been half a month since the end of the world. Why is there such a big difference? No wonder the other party dared to open a store in such a place and dared to set off fireworks one after another. If they were left there to kill these zombies, they wouldn't be able to finish killing them in a day. However, that harmless-looking, extremely cute puppy killed these countless zombies in a flash. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Chin, Manager Chin. Where are the crystal cores? It won't just burn up like that, right? Bai Feng's face was filled with heartache. Chin Mo glanced at Daodu on the ground and asked instead of answering, are you here to buy something? His supernatural powers can indeed be enhanced with crystal cores, but the crystal cores obtained from killing zombies cannot be converted into points. The improvement rate is too slow using crystal cores, so Daodu has collected all the crystal cores himself as snacks over the past few days. But he won't talk about this. Several people looked at each other, and Lin Jianan nodded, yes. Although everyone was heartbroken to see so many crystal cores lost, there was no point in asking further questions since the other party didn't want to answer. Chin Mo nodded slightly and turned around. Come in. Several people nodded repeatedly, and after entering, they found that the store was really large, with all kinds of mouth-watering foods placed in the display cabinets. Steamed buns, bread, water, pickles, hot and sour potato shreds. In addition to these, there are also knives, swords, and clean and tidy clothes. Several people looked at each other, looking extremely envious. These things are relatively scarce among them. But that's not the point. Lin Jianan resisted the urge to buy food and walked to the counter. Manager Chin, may I ask if anyone bought something that looked like nuts here yesterday? Chin Mo looked at Lin Jianan after hearing this. He wondered how anyone could be stupid enough to come to this remote place in the middle of the night. It turned out that he had seen the previous group of people using nuts. But when a guest asked about these plants, he was naturally happy to answer, yes. The current task is to sell 10 plants, and he is still serious about it. Lin Jianan, then? Chin Mo pointed to a display case not far away. Isn't that it? Lin Jianan looked in the direction he pointed, and saw a palm-sized nut in the originally empty display case. It was not there just now. How come it suddenly? What kind of strength does it take to achieve this? At this moment, Lin Jianan admired Chin Mo even more, and at the same time, he made up his mind not to make enemies with him. How can I buy this? Are there any others? After seeing its magic, I naturally don't want to buy just one. Chin Mo, the crystal core is available for purchase. As for the others, they will be available in 3 hours. He had just planted 20 sunflowers, and now only had 50 sunlight points left, which could only be exchanged for one nut. Lin Jianan nodded with a smile on his face. I wonder how many crystal cores this nut requires? They really came to the right place this time. If he hadn't just obtained a batch of crystal cores, he really couldn't guarantee whether they could each get one. After all, it is something that can save lives at critical moments. How can it be cheap? A first-level crystal core costs 100 points, and a nut only costs 50 points. Lin Jianan's smile froze, and he was a little bit unbelieving. Why, what? Only 50 points required? But a first-level crystal core can be exchanged for 100 points? Could he have heard it wrong? How is this possible? The others behind him were also surprised. Chin Mo glanced at him strangely. How come he, at such a young age, has such poor hearing? It seems necessary to let the system post the price tags and introductions next to each item, and also write down the steps for exchanging crystal cores and gold for points. Fortunately, Lin Jianan quickly came to his senses. Sorry, I was too excited. This store manager must be here to help them, otherwise how could he sell it so cheaply? It was just because I didn't want to be surrounded by them and feel grateful to them that I deliberately got the identity of a businessman. There are such selfless and righteous people in this world who do not ask for anything in return. Why should they worry about not being able to survive this disaster? At this moment, Qin Mo's image in his mind was infinitely elevated. How much are those foods for? Since the other party regarded himself as a store manager, he naturally could not expose him. Just keep the gratitude in your heart. Qin Mo explained the prices one by one. Lin Jianan, who had originally only been guessing, immediately confirmed his idea. Of course, others couldn't believe it, and some were even completely puzzled. But before they could ask, Lin Jianan turned around and said, "Pick whatever you want. Everyone has a crystal core in their hands, and they can buy whatever they want. Of course, he will not restrict them." Of course, he himself was also very hungry. He ate instant noodles every day and biscuits with water for breakfast. How could they compare with the soft steamed buns? Not to mention the pickles and spicy and sour potato shreds. Of course, it would be perfect if there was a bowl of rice porridge. He quickly picked out the food, then took out the crystal core and went to the counter to pay. Chapter 11, Why don't you go and save people? The others were not to be outdone. They picked out what they wanted to eat and exchanged crystal cores for points at the machine according to the payment method Qin Mo had specified. They also received their own in-store points cards. Bai Feng and Lin Jialan sat down with Lin Jianan to eat together. Bai Feng asked curiously, "I think the card brother Lin used just now seems to be different from ours?" Lin Jianan paused in eating and took out his card. It was a white card, but there were only 3 numbers on it. 001, and it was silver. At first glance, the difference is indeed quite significant. Why is this? Shouldn't we all be the same? Lin Jialan looked puzzled. Lin Jianan didn't know either, so he could only shake his head. But I just bought something and got a 10% discount. The 2 people who were walking behind also happened to hear this, and they couldn't help but come over. Zhang Kaiguang was even more dissatisfied. Why? Why do you get a 10% discount, but we don't? Chen Diang, who was standing next to him, quickly covered his mouth with his hand and lowered his voice. Shoo! Don't you want to live anymore? Manager Qin is such a strong person. If he gets angry, he can kill all of them with one slap. This guy is so good. He even dares to express his dissatisfaction openly. Zhang Kaiguang was also frightened when he reacted. He subconsciously looked back and found that Sun Xuechong and Xin Hui were checking out in front, blocking Manager Qin's sight. They probably didn't notice what he had just said, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, not bad. He didn't dare say anything else. He sat down on the sofa with his tail between his legs and started eating. What is different from the Miz? They had been killing zombies all night and were tired and hungry, so they naturally bought food first. However, Shun Hui picked out clothes first. Even though the clothes couldn't be taken out to look at, they were all neatly folded and only the different colors could be seen. She still spent a long time choosing. But this did not stop Sun Xuechong from happily accompanying the selection despite being hungry. At this moment, Shun Hui was placing all the items on the cash register. Manager Qin, how many points do these cost? Qin Mo glanced at it, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. 1,022. As he was the customer who spent the most money in the past few days, he was naturally in a good mood. Why is it so expensive? Xin Hui exclaimed in shock. She had no idea it would be so expensive. The things that others had chosen before were the scarcest foods, which were so cheap that not even a single crystal core could be used. Why did she need 10 crystal cores just to choose a few clothes? Are you sure you're not robbing? Where did she get the crystal core? It was only because of Sun Xuechong that she dared to come and buy things. Although he just told her to pick whatever she wanted, using more than 10 crystal cores at once. Qin Mo replied calmly, "You get what you pay for. This is a first-level equipment with strong defense and convenience." Those clothes were all first-level equipment, each set costing 200 points. She chose 5 sets, and the rest were food. Xin Hui was surprised and asked, "Is this true?" Qin Mo, "Yeah." Xin Hui then looked at Sun Xuechong. "Brother Sun?" Sun Xuechong smiled and said, "Buy it if you like it. I got a total of 45 crystal cores last night, plus the ones I already have, a total of 50. I can still afford this." The main thing is that Shun Hui looks very happy, her eyes full of joy. How could he bear to reject her? Xin Hui glanced at the clothes on the cashier counter, pondered for a moment, then bit her lip and said considerately, "No need for so many. I'll just take 2 sets. You still have to save the crystal cores. Brother Sun, it's hard work for you to kill zombies. Even though they were able to kill as many zombies as they wanted yesterday, they will be tired and need rest. Besides, not all zombies can be killed with one blow, so naturally a lot of effort is wasted." The woman was so considerate that Sun Xuechong couldn't help but reach out and touch her head. "It's okay. Your safety is more important." He was stunned for a moment. A trace of disgust flashed across her eyes, and then she calmly grabbed Sun Xuechong's arm and shook it. "Brother Sun, you are so good to me." Lin Jialin, who was not far away, couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Pa, White Lotus, if I don't treat you well, who else can I treat well?" As he spoke, Sun Xuechong took out 13 crystal cores from the backpack behind him and picked out a set of clothes for himself. It is said to be a set, but in fact it is just a jacket and trousers. Finally, after paying 1,222 points, Sun Xuechong packed all his clothes into his backpack and prepared to go out for dinner. But Shunhui did not rush to leave. Instead, she stood there and asked curiously, "Manager Qin, you are so powerful. Why don't you go and save people? I think with your ability, you will definitely become a great hero admired by everyone." She thought that if Manager Qin was willing to go with them, then they would be completely safe, and Manager Qin also had so many good things that they could use. I have to say that her ability to daydream is quite good. Qin Imo saw through her plan at a glance, and he didn't even bother to pay attention to her, so he just closed his eyes and rested. Besides, not everyone wants to be a so-called hero. In Qin Mo's opinion, being bad at the same time while upgrading is more comfortable. Besides, he was just a stranger from another world, and he didn't have the time to meddle in other people's business. Seeing that the other party ignored her, he curled her lips slightly, but Qin Imo was too strong after all. She didn't dare to say anything more, let alone express her dissatisfaction. She could only turn around reluctantly and follow Sun Xuechong away. At 11 o'clock, Qin Imo regained 1,000 sunlight points. He first exchanged them for 5 pea shooters, and then exchanged the rest for 10 nuts. Lin Jianan and the others came here mainly for this thing, and they didn't leave. They kept staring at the counter. After seeing more nuts, they all stood up and walked over. The first floor of this bamboo building is connected, and the space is not small. The display cabinets are all glass type, some large and some small, but they are arranged neatly and the items are placed according to categories. 1 piece for equipment, 1 piece for food, and 1 piece for special items. Special items are used to place plants, cards, and other things, and are also placed in the most conspicuous position in the bamboo building. The sofa and long table are on the right side of the door, and the cashier counter is on the left side of the door. The stairs leading to the second floor are horizontal, and there is a very small room under the stairs. Anyway, Qin Imo will not live there. The space is well utilized by the system, with no vacant space at all. Qin Imo saw that the time was almost up, so he shouted, "First, order 2 dishes." The automatic cooking machine was located against the wall near the cash register, only 3 or 5 steps away, but Qin Imo didn't want to get up. "First, yes." Then he happily ran from behind the door to the cooker, raised his furry cloth paws, and started operating the cooker. After a moment, it obediently walked to Qin Imo with 2 plates of food in its hands and placed them respectfully on the table. "You said 2. Just 2? The first one tilted its head, and the black eyeballs in its plastic eyes rolled around, as if it didn't understand why its owner was looking at it with disgust. Chapter 12 So Rich. Qin Imo glanced at the plate of sweet and sour pork ribs and the dish of shredded pork with green peppers on the table and didn't bother with it. "Bring 2 more steamed buns." As a store manager, apart from the points required to initially unlock items, you don't need to pay for the food you eat. Soon, he took the steamed bun and started eating the pork ribs. I have to admit that the food produced by the system is indeed delicious, at least better than what he makes himself. This scene happened to be seen by Lin Jianan and others who had just finished reading the store rules outside the door and were preparing to check out in the store. The aroma of meat filled their noses, making them sniff and swallow. Since the end of the world, not only humans have turned into zombies, but even animals have not been spared. They have not tasted meat for half a month. Facing the envious gazes of the crowd, Qin Imo turned a blind eye. At this time, Bai Fong walked quickly towards the automatic cooking machine and saw the name on it, as well as the densely packed food that he could choose from. The plate of ribs that Qin Imo had just eaten was only worth 15 points. Isn't this too cheap? Almost without any hesitation, he followed the prompts on the screen and ordered a portion of sweet and sour pork ribs and a plate of kung pao chicken, then placed the card on the card swiping area below. A total of 25 points were used, leaving 63 points. 3 hours ago he bought some water, 3 steamed buns, pickles, and spicy and sour potato shreds, for a total of 14 points. Except for Sun Xuechong, everyone else spent about the same amount as him, except Lin Jialin, who only ate 2 steamed buns. After seeing his actions, how could others hold back? Eat meat. There's no rush to buy nuts or anything like that. Seeing that they were all busy ordering food, the few people who had just come in couldn't help but get in front of the cooking machine. They just don't have a card. "Captain, we Heisey looked at everyone eating happily and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. What a paradise on earth this is. There is meat. They rushed over early in the morning without even having breakfast, but they didn't know how to sell it. The other two also looked at the young man in the lead. The man called the captain walked towards Chinamo and said politely, "Hello." Those people were like quails in the store. He was not a fool, so of course he couldn't be stupid enough to make others angry. Chinamo looked up in his busy schedule and said, "Welcome, team leader. There is no need to be so perfunctory." He exhaled, "Excuse me, how do I buy these things?" Chinamo pointed to the machine on the cash register. "Put the crystal core in and you will get the card." The captain glanced at Heisey, a man with shifty eyes standing beside him. At his signal, the other party immediately handed him the backpack. The captain poured out all the crystal cores inside and put them into the machine. Soon, the crystal core inside disappeared, and a card with the 3 numbers 002 on it appeared where the crystal core had been placed. The captain took out the card and frowned slightly. "This store manager. Just call me Manager Chin." "Manager Chin, what is this card?" Someone had already been here yesterday, and this group of people came today. Even if each group of them only uses one card, it shouldn't be 002, right? And when he looked at those people just now, except for the woman with pigtails, everyone had a card. Chinamo had already finished eating. He placed the remaining food on the ground with the plate and fed it to Dowdu, who was struggling and wagging his tail happily. He wiped his mouth with a tissue and said, "This is a membership card. You can get a 10% discount on the goods in the store. This is your second card." The captain nodded and asked, "How can I get this card?" After hearing this, Lin Jianan and his companions pricked up their ears and eavesdropped. "Oh, the first one is for reaching 1,000 points, and yours is for reaching 5,000 points." As he said this, he glanced at the captain. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, and was dressed neatly and elegantly. Well, at least they seemed to be living a much better life than Lin Jianan and his group. Of course, in just half a month, 4 people were able to save up 5,000 points. They are really rich. Chinamo was quite interested in him. He silently glanced at the backpack behind the captain, wondering how many crystal cores were hidden in his bag. No one will take out all their inventory at once. As for these cards, in fact, this is one of the benefits he gives to the store. The first customer to enter the store and spend or deposit 1,000 points will receive a gold card. This depends on luck. But for the silver card, the first guest to accumulate 1,000 points can get the first one, which does not conflict with the gold card. If you accumulate 5,000 points or more, you can get a second silver card. This was the first time that all 3 conditions were met and all 3 cards were obtained. The conditions are there. This is a free card. If someone asks him, he naturally won't say more. If you can get it, it's luck. If you can't get it, you can only blame your bad luck. "I see." The captain nodded thoughtfully. "Then how can I get the silver card?" "Chinamo, 50,000 points can get you a silver card." The captain wanted to ask something, but the person behind him was obviously a little anxious. He thanked them reluctantly, and then took the 3 of them to the automatic cooking machine to order food. The 3 of them squatted aside with disposable boxes to eat. Although he was hungry, he was not in a hurry to eat. Instead, he walked around the display cabinets. Finally, it stopped in front of the nut and pea shooter. Lin Jianan had almost finished eating and hurried over when he saw this. At the same time, the captain took out a nut with one hand. When Lin Jianan saw this, he was shocked. "Hurry up and reach out to take it." He picked up 4 of them directly, and he couldn't take the remaining 4. The captain tilted his head to look at him. Lin Jianan smiled at him and was about to call for someone to grab them, but he saw that the young man had already put the 2 in his pockets and then took the remaining 4 in his hands. Lin Jianan. However, this was not the end. The other party put the things in his hand into his pocket, collected the 5 gently shaking pea shooters, and finally the card with a black shadow drawn on the side. Lin Jianan was stunned. This is really plucking feathers from a passing goose. So what? Before he could say anything, Sun Shuaichong and others finished their meal and came over, directly blocking the young man's way. The young man looked up and smiled politely. "Are you planning to cause trouble in the store?" When Heisey and the other 2 heard this, they looked at their captain, then silently lowered their heads to eat. Zhang Kaiguang was a little angry. "Everything should be based on first come first served, right? You just took everything away like this. What should we do?" The young man shrugged, his brown eyes full of smiles. "Who knows? I only saw you busy eating, but I didn't see you caring about this." Chapter 13. It is indeed a great opportunity. This time, he came mainly to buy these nuts, and although he didn't know what the green ones were, since they were put together, they must have something in the same way, so he took them all. As for this card, who asked this person to steal things from him? He holds a grudge and won't leave any for them. And there is no way he would give up something that he has already got. If they want to rob it, it depends on whether they have the ability to do so. We've been waiting here for 3 whole fucking hours. The captain narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. In other words, there was nothing like this 3 hours ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited. Thinking of this, his eyebrows curved slightly. Then you can wait another 3 hours. Zhang Kaiguang was furious and was about to say something else, but Lin Jianan glanced at Chinamo, who was silent not far away, and spoke first. Let's go. Zhang Kaiguang looked at Lin Jianan in disbelief. Why? Lin Jianan didn't want to cause trouble in the store and upset Manager Qin. The other party obviously wanted them to take action first in order to test Manager Qin. When the time comes and they are found to be the first to take action, the other party will not only be able to shirk responsibility, but also confirm Manager Qin's ability. But Lin Jianan, who had witnessed the power of Manager Qin with his own eyes, was not a fool, and he did not want to be taken advantage of. Facing Zhang Kaiguang's question, Lin Jianan's face turned cold. Why so many whys? After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the cashier. When he left, several people followed him. Zhang Kaiguang was very unhappy and wanted to say something, but Chundiang next to him bumped his shoulder. He followed his gesture and looked at the cashier counter. He couldn't help trembling and dared not speak anymore. He followed Chundiang dejectedly. It was really because Chinamo had given them too much of a deterrent effect. Whenever he thought of the other person, he didn't dare to act rashly. Seeing that everyone had left, the young man paused for a moment and narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed like there was something he didn't see, otherwise he wouldn't be so scared. After taking a look at the things in his hand, he walked towards where Lin Jianan and others were. Over there are clothes and a lot of cold weapons neatly arranged. Clothes are needed, and weapons are naturally needed as well. Under normal circumstances, it is better not to use superpowers if possible. After all, although superpowers are powerful, they consume a lot of human energy, and if you are not careful, you will collapse. At that time, they will die immediately, which is why they all like to form a team. Because having a good teammate may help you live longer. This time he didn't compete with others for the things because there were a lot of things, and he wasn't worried that these people would buy them all. What surprised him was that after each person chose a set of clothes and a weapon, they all turned around and left. This is rare. Logically speaking, clothes are necessities. It is rare to find such clean and tidy ones, and they should be very cheap. Girls, in particular, will definitely have a few extra pieces. But after thinking about it, he understood. This little shop is so magical. Could it be that the clothes are not as simple as they seem? The checkout has already been done there. Except for Lin Jianan, who bought 4 extra nuts, everyone else only bought 1 set of clothes. They didn't dare to disturb Chinamo and took out their cards to pay. Chinamo didn't care. He was just playing with Daodu on the ground out of boredom. When they finished paying, the young man came over and said, "Manager Qin." Chinamo raised his head. The other party put something on the table. I want to ask, what are these? What are they used for? Chinamo flicked Daodu's soft ears. It seemed that these people were not introduced by the previous group, otherwise they would not know what they were doing. That means they were probably seen using the items. Thinking of this, Chinamo sat up straight and introduced, Pea Shooter, Strength Level 1, can attack enemies within 100 meters in a straight line, not. Form a 2-meter protective shield in front to prevent enemies from approaching. As for this card, Shred can summon a Sword Shadow, who only obeys the orders of the card summoner and has a strength of level 2. After hearing about the Pea Shooter's abilities, Lin Jianan and his companions looked at the young man with resentment. That should have been theirs. Then, when he heard that the card could actually summon a second-level being, his eyes widened. The young man was also surprised and had no time to pay the bill. Bai Fong asked anxiously, Manager Qin, do you still have this card? A few people who were eating like starving ghosts also came over. Chinamo, of course enough. After unlocking it, he can obtain this Sword Shadow card infinitely. The reason why he only took out one as a decoration is because his current task is to sell plants, and he doesn't want other things to steal the limelight. But now all 16 plants had been taken away by them and had been discovered, so there was no need for him to hide it. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Jianan and the others quickly turned around and went back to get the cards without even asking the price. No matter what the price is, a second-level mutant is not just about killing a few zombies for them. They will be able to make their money back soon. Nia Ruffeng lowered his head and looked at the cards on the table and smiled gently. If he had guessed it right, this was indeed a great opportunity. However, since Manager Qin had already said that there was enough food, he did not rush to grab things from others, but went to choose the food. 7 nuts are 350 points. 5 pea shooters are 500 points. A set of clothes is 200 points. A dagger is 100 points. A plate of mouth-watering chicken and 2 steamed buns are 32 points, which makes 1064 points after discount, plus the 71 points I spent on buying food for other people. In just a moment, 1135 points were gone. However, he did not stay for long. Instead, he took the plate to the table to eat and handed the card to Lao Chun, allowing them to choose what they wanted. At the same time, Chinamo also received a notification that the task had been completed. Selling 10 plants is complete. Obtain 5 level 1 seeds. Experience points. Current task, serving a total of 30 customers. Mission reward, juicer, 10 level 1 seeds. Currently accommodating 17 people. Chinamo gently stroked his chin. The juicer is a good thing. He didn't have such a good opportunity to open a store in other worlds before. It has been many years since he tasted juice. However, if there is a machine but no fruit, the machine is useless. 30 customers, only 13 are left. If these people go out and do proper publicity, the goal can be reached quickly. Unfortunately, the system does not allow him to actively promote it, because this is called cheating for the system. Even if someone really comes, it will not be counted in the task by the system. So we can only let it be. Hopefully these guys can do something good and get him some juice sooner rather than later. Chapter 14. There's nothing wrong in helping each other, right? After a while, Lao Chen and the other two came back after selecting their items. Each person gets a set of clothes, a weapon, and a sword shadow card, a total of 2,400. A 10% discount makes it 2,160, plus 1,128. In the blink of an eye, the 5,000 is gone and only 1,712 is left. That's more than 30 crystal cores. It's hard not to feel a little sad when I think about it. After all, how can we use so much at once in a day? This is the crystal core they have been saving for a long time. Next time I come to buy, I must select everything at once and then check out. The more I can save, the better. Because he felt that at this price, their wealth was not enough for them to squander. So next we have to work harder to kill zombies. As he thought about it, he wiped his mouth, stacked the plastic bowls used to hold the food, motioned for others to take the food out and throw it away, and then he walked towards the cashier. Chinamo was sitting behind the cashier counter, his pupils unfocused in midair, as if in a daze. In fact, he was looking at the store information. Name, Chinamo. Age, 21. Points, 9,488. Current store level, 1. Store manager level, 6. Experience, 16,100 inch. The points directly reached more than 9,000, not far from 10,000. Among them, Nie Rufeng, Sun Shuaichong, and Lin Jianan, who came later, were the major contributors of points this time. Just the 3 of them have already reached nearly 6,000 points, and the rest was contributed by the other 4 people. Only Bai Feng and Lin Jialan bought sword shadow cards, while Chen Diang and Zhang Kaiguang only bought clothes and weapons. Even so, it was not a small amount. As a girl, Lin Jialan even bought 2 sets of these clothes for changing. It is indeed the first time that I have earned so many points on the second day of opening, but there is still a long way to go before upgrading the store. Crossing out this panel, he called out the personal information panel. Name, Chinamo. Gender, male. Age, 21. Position, store manager. Cultivation, not yet unlocked. Spiritual pets, Daodu, Xuanxua, Lele. Power, telekinesis. Level, first level. Points, 9,488 inch. He is familiar with this, which has not been unlocked yet. Every time he changes to a new world, his cultivation will be temporarily sealed. Only after completing a specific task will it be slowly unlocked. However, he is not in a hurry. It doesn't matter when the specific task is completed. He is invincible in the store. Among the pets, only Daodu's name is normal white, the other 2 are gray. He is familiar with this one, and it is also in an unlocked state. Every time a new store opens, one of them is randomly unlocked in the gift package. The rest depends on the task. In the words of the system, the energy consumed in bringing them from another world is enormous, and not asking him for money is already a sign of pity for him. Just when I was about to ask the system when there would be a task to bring Xuanxua and Lele back, I heard a voice coming from the front. Manager Qin. Chinamo looked up. What's wrong? Nie Rufeng tilted his head toward the door and said with a smile, We'll leave first. See you tomorrow? It's the middle of nowhere here. They can't come at night. The best they can do is come early tomorrow. Chinamo was a little surprised. When he was confronting Lin Jianan and others just now, he didn't seem like such a polite person. But he just nodded, See you tomorrow. Nia Ruffing then bought some steamed buns and pickles and left. Obtained 58 points again. This person cannot have money in his hands, otherwise he will want to spend it. Chinamo opened the store without hesitation and found the mobile phone in the electronic products category. Can this phone watch TV and play games? Looking at the phone with a price tag of 2,000 points, Chinamo asked the system. The system said arrogantly, "Of course, don't underestimate my ability. I bought it, and then upgraded my ability to the second level." System, okay. Host, 5,000 points have been deducted. Feeling a stream of air coming over his body, which then disappeared, Chinamo took out his phone from the system space, leaned back in his chair, and started playing the game. When he was not in the modern world, he could only rely on sleeping to get through the day, and he didn't even have a way to pass the time. Next time he goes somewhere else, no matter how many points are required, he has to keep his cell phone from the system. Otherwise, if this goes on for too long, he will go crazy. After all, you can improve your strength just by lying down. So why bother practicing hard? Wouldn't that be making things difficult for yourself? However, upgrading from level 1 to level 2 requires 3,000 points. Upgrading from level 2 to level 3 requires 30,000 points. Upgrading from level 3 to level 4 requires 300,000 points, and so on. The road ahead is long and difficult. You were still sighing with emotion 1 second ago, and the next second the person on the phone screen fell to the ground with a thud. Chinmo's face darkened. Damn, I was careless and didn't dodge. Can he tolerate this? A few seconds later, the character was resurrected, and he controlled himself to seek revenge. Lin Jianan and his group had already walked away from the shop. They didn't encounter any zombies along the way, but except for Bai Fong and Lin Jianan's siblings, the expressions of the other people were not very good. Lin Jianan's silver card. It's hard not to be moved. Especially Sun Xuechong. Taking out nearly 20 crystal cores at once was a real pain for him. Chen Diyang and the other person who did not have superpowers were fine. It was not easy for them to kill zombies, and they did not have as many crystal cores as the others, so they did not dare to spend too much. They only bought weapons and clothes. For them, eating was more important. So he gave Zhang Kaiguang a wink. Zhang Kaiguang then spoke up, "Brother Lin, I saw that the captain's silver card was shared by those people. 10% off may seem like a small amount, but it's actually not a small amount at all. 1,000 points can save 100, which is a crystal core. And it's not like they're just buying things from the store once, they'll be buying from it every day in the future." Before Lin Jianan could say anything, Lin Jialan rolled her eyes and said, "You also know that he is the captain? My brother is not your captain, and we have always taken our own crystal cores. Besides, do you keep your crystal cores together in the team?" Without waiting for Zhang Kaiguang to speak, Lin Jialan asked herself and answered, "No. They were together at the beginning because it would be safer to act together. Plus, Sun Xuechong was afraid that someone would take advantage of him, so he said that whoever killed the zombie would own the crystal core. Now when I see the benefits, I treat my words as fart." Isn't Zhang Kaiguang speaking for him again now? Zhang Kaiguang glanced at Sun Xuechong and continued, "That being said, but aren't we in the same group? It's okay to help each other, right?" Chen Diyang on the side couldn't help but say, "What he said makes sense." Shinhe smiled slightly, "Yes, we are all in the same group. At most, we can just add points to your card if we need anything. It just takes some time, but what we have the most right now is time, right, brother Sun?" The words were already in front of Sun Xuechong, and it was in his favor, so of course he nodded and said to Lin Jianan, "And if we save more, we can live a few more days." Chapter 15. You are wrong. I have a bad heart. Bai Fong couldn't help cursing at the shameless words of these people. You are really like dogs. You can't bear to let go after you smell the meat. Who the hell said that we should divide it among ourselves? Aren't you afraid of being at a disadvantage and have to agree? In fact, you don't even think about what use the crystal core is to you. And did you kill the zombies at that time? Before Sun Xuechong came, these two men were more timid than the other. When they encountered zombies, they didn't dare to go forward and just padded behind. If it weren't for their protection, the two of them would have died long ago. Later I heard that everyone took their own crystal cores, and they actively participated in the battle as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Now that you've seen the benefits, you want to get something for free. You can do whatever you want? Bah, you still have the nerve to blackmail me here? Are you cheap? The more I thought about him, the angrier I got. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. When Sun Xuechong heard the word idiot, his expression changed immediately. He said coldly, "Bai Fong, keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Bai Fong rolled up his sleeves and sneered, "What's wrong with what I said? Come and fight if you have the guts. Besides, I called you an idiot, and you took it personally. Do you have some self-awareness? I thought you were really shameless. As a fellow user with superpowers, although his own superpowers did not have much killing power, if a fight really came up, Sun Xuechong would not be able to do anything to him for a while. Besides, there was Brother Lin around, so he was not afraid of him at all. Sun Xuechong was originally afraid of Lin Jianan and didn't start the fight at the beginning, but how could he tolerate Bai Feng's provocation? He immediately stepped forward and said angrily, "You are looking for death." Then he took action directly. A ball of fire half the size of his palm appeared from his hand, and he threw it towards Bai Feng. Bai Feng, who was already prepared, moved very quickly and whoosh, just managed to avoid the flame. Then his expression turned completely cold. He reached for his waist and grabbed the dagger behind his waist. At this moment, Lin Jianan finally spoke, "All right." His expression was serious and his voice was tinged with anger. This was the first time in all these days that everyone saw him angry, and they were stunned for a moment. Bai Feng uttered a "huh" at Sun Xuechong, gently touched the dagger with his hand, and looked at him with cold eyes. If Brother Lin hadn't spoken suddenly, he would have hit Sun Xuechong anyway. Once you have the ability, you become arrogant and conceited, without even considering your own capabilities. Lin Jianan felt a little tired. He looked around at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Qin and Zhang Kaiguang and asked, "Do you really think this makes sense? Is this what should be done?" Zhang Kaiguang felt that he and Sun Xuechong were now in the same group, so of course he raised his hand in agreement. "Yes, Brother Lin, we are not blackmailing people morally like Bai Feng said. Isn't this really the only way?" Qin smiled and said, "We all know that Brother Lin is kind-hearted. Even if we don't ask, Brother Lin will help us." Lin Jianan looked at him and laughed, "You are wrong. I have a bad heart." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Sun Xuechong and the others froze. Among them, Sun Xuechong was the most confused. When he was being chased by zombies, it was Lin Jianan and his men who rescued him, and only then did he awaken. The joy of gaining power at that time almost made his whole heart beat. The end of the world has come, and he has superpowers, especially the highly lethal firepower. He is destined to make a name for himself in this apocalypse. But he soon discovered that not only could Lin Jianan's hands transform into beasts, but he also possessed thunder-related abilities, dual system abilities. Although he didn't know how rare dual system abilities were, they were definitely much stronger than his own. He was struck by the shock at once, and thought that if it was according to the novel, wouldn't he be just the protagonist's little brother? But this is not a novel, and he is capable. So of course he doesn't want to stay with someone and be their little brother. So he planned to leave. Out of courtesy to his benefactor, he mentioned his intention to leave to Lin Jianan. However, the other party analyzed the dangerous situation outside for him, and he finally decided to stay. But he didn't want to live under someone else's roof, so he proposed that whoever killed the zombie would get the crystal core. Lin Jianan had no objection to this. At the time, he felt that the other party had abilities, but did not have the slightest bit of arrogance of a psychic. It's such a waste to put this ability on him. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. If he were Lin Jianan, he would definitely not agree to such a request. Not only that, Lin Jianan is also kind-hearted. Sometimes, if someone can't find food, he will share his extra food with them. But now, what did Lin Jianan say? He said he has a bad heart? How is this possible? Sun Xuechong sighed softly, looking helpless. "We have no choice but to make such a request. Don't be angry. If you don't want to, we won't blame you." These words were said with such deep feeling that Lin Jialan and Bai Feng were simply stunned. Won't you blame him? Why should he blame others? What qualifications does he have? You really take yourself seriously, Lin Jialan said angrily. If you want to ask for help, you should have the attitude of asking for help, instead of flattering your face and talking nonsense like this. This is really eye-opening. Lin Jianan rubbed his head. In fact, it's not that he didn't want to give them the crystal cores, but he was not doing charity. Before, since everyone was just hanging out together, he didn't covet their crystal cores. He gave them to them because he didn't want anyone to die. After all, one more person means more strength. Moreover, he would not control them on a daily basis. In the final analysis, he had drawn a boundary in his heart and did not consider them as his own people. He knew his own abilities, and it was enough for him to protect himself and his sister. He did not have the extra energy to care about every detail of what they would do. And you never know when we will separate. But today, with this universal store, he wanted to win people's hearts, and the silver card in his hand was the opportunity. But before he could open his mouth, these people came forward first. He gave it voluntarily, which was different from asking others for it. What's more, These people were very good at moral blackmailing. As long as they asked him for money with a nice attitude instead of comparing themselves with other captains, he would lend it to them and say a few words to win their hearts. But now that things have come to this, there is no need for these people to stay any longer. He is just good-tempered and easy to get along with, but he is not a saint. In these last days, the most important thing is compassion. Sun Xuechong could get angry at Bai Fong and even attack him, but he still didn't dare to touch Lin Jialin. Ms. Lin, I didn't mean that. I just want to live. You big-headed ghost. Why do you think you can care about my brother? I get annoyed just by seeing you. Sun Xuechong ignored her, looked at Lin Jianan with a smile, and threw the words to him, Brother Lin, look at this. Lin Jianan said, Jialin, stop talking. Lin Jialin curled her lips, feeling very unhappy, but she still endured it. The smile on Sun Xuechong's face became more and more obvious, but before he could say anything, Lin Jianan's words brought him back to his original form. He said, I really can't give it to you. After all, I'm not your captain and I have no obligation to care about your life or death. Sun Xuechong's expression was stiff, and he blurted out, What did you say? Chapter 16, Then you swear to marry me. What did you say? Zhang Kaiguang and 3 others also spoke at the same time. They all looked incredulous, as if they had never met Lin Jianan before. Facing the shock of several people, Lin Jianan's expression was unprecedentedly indifferent. I am not your captain. Let's go our separate ways from now on. After saying that, he looked at Lin Jialin and Bai Fong and said, Let's go. Things like today will happen once and for all, and he has always known that Sun Xuechong is a restless person. The reason why he has been kept is just because the other party is quite strong. In fact, he also had the intention of taking advantage of me. Of course, both of them gained something. After all, the danger they faced when acting alone would be greater. Now he doesn't want to stay any longer. There is no need. Especially when there are people like this who are disobedient. Keeping them around will only cause more trouble. Today, the Universal Shop and Silver Card acted as catalysts, but if this hadn't happened, they would have separated sooner or later, and now it's happened ahead of schedule. Lin Jialin immediately smiled brightly and took Lin Jianan's arm. Okay, we should have separated from them a long time ago. They will only hinder us and cause trouble. She had disliked them for a long time, especially that shameless woman Shen Haowei, who not only flirted with Sun Xuechong, but also intentionally or unintentionally approached her brother. Fortunately, her brother doesn't like this woman. Otherwise, if she had a sister-in-law like this in the future, she would be so angry that she would die. So after hearing Lin Jianan's words, she was so happy that she almost jumped up. Bai Fong also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Now with things like the Sword Shadow cards, their safety was much higher and they didn't need to act with them anymore. It's a good thing to take this opportunity to separate, so that they don't do anything stupid again. It's a pity for Chen Deyang. He is a nice person on weekdays, so how could he be so blind as to stand on the wrong side? But this is a personal choice. He wouldn't say anything, and just followed Lin Jianan and his sister forward. Sun Xuechong was completely stunned. He had never expected things to turn out like this, and forgot to speak for a moment. The other two were not much better. Shen Haowei was the first to react. She quickly reached out and pushed Sun Xuechong, anxiously saying, Hurry up and chase them. What should we do if they leave? Sun Xuechong came back to his senses, looked at Shen Haowei's extremely anxious face, and was silent for a moment. Seeing that he didn't move, Shen Haowei gritted her teeth and said, If you don't go, then I will. As he was about to jog after her, Sun Xuechong grabbed Shen Haowei's wrist and said, Why are you in such a hurry? Without him, Lin Jianan, would I be unable to protect you? Shen Haowei was anxious to break free from his grasp and didn't notice the difference in his tone. She said directly, It's safer if we stay together. Let me go, or you won't be able to catch up. Sun Xuechong snorted coldly. At first, he was indeed shocked by Lin Jianan's words, and was indeed a little slow to react. But he soon realized that Lin Jianan had probably been dissatisfied with him for a long time. So after encountering this store, he kicked him away without hesitation. But he also has his own thoughts. With the Universal Shop there, he wouldn't be in any danger even without Lin Jianan and the others. And if used properly, you might be able to become a top psychic in the future. Are you sure you're not attracted to Lin Jianan? You kept asking me to wait a little longer. Are you thinking of me as a sucker? Are you trying to use me as a springboard to get into Lin Jianan's bed and cheat on me? Although he didn't want to admit it, Lin Jianan was indeed much better looking than him. Shen Haowei's anxious look just now made him unable to help but doubt. While the two were talking, the other two had already caught up. Shen Haowei's eyes suddenly turned red after hearing this. She rubbed her eyes with her other free hand and said in a tearful voice, How dare you doubt me so much? If that's the case, why are you still holding me? Let me go so I can go find them. Wow, you're going too far. Although it's the end of the world now, I don't want to follow you without knowing why. I want to have a wedding with you in front of everyone. And then, having said this, she was already sobbing and crying like a pear blossom in the rain. When Sun Xuechong listened to her words, he felt a huge joy in his heart. She wanted to marry him. Okay, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have doubted you. I liked you too much and I was scared. Weiwei, I was wrong. Please stop crying, okay? Sun Xuechong hugged Shenhaowei, patted her on the back with his palm, and had a flattering smile on his face. I will never doubt you again. Your crying made my heart ache. Shenhaowei lay in his arms, raised her red and tearful eyes, and looked at Sun Xuechong. Really? Sun Xuechong raised his hand as a sign of assurance, with a sincere look on his face. Really? I promise. Shenhaowei. Okay, then you swear that you will marry me and there will never be another woman. Sun Xuechong. Sun Xuechong, swear that I will only have Shenhaowei for my whole life and will never look at other women. If you break this oath, I will be struck by lightning. Hey! Shenhaowei was startled and quickly reached out to cover his mouth. She looked into his eyes, her gaze flickered for a moment, and then she pouted. Are you stupid? Why did you swear such a poisonous oath? Sun Xuechong looked at her cute face. Her pouting lips were rosy, as if she was asking for a kiss. He felt itchy and couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her on the lips, then smiled. Are you worried about me? Don't worry, I won't like anyone else. Shenhaowei's body was stiff for a moment. She resisted the urge to wipe her mouth with her hand. She buried her face in Sun Xuechong's arms shyly and punched Sun Xuechong's shoulder lightly. You are so annoying. Don't take advantage of me. Sun Xuechong felt his whole heart go weak, and his whole body seemed to be filled with cells called excitement. However, he still remembered Shenhaowei's words and did not press on further. He just hugged her in his arms again. Shenhaowei's body is soft, and it's so comfortable to hug her like this. This was the scene Zhang Kaiguang and Qindiang saw when they came back. The two looked at each other and saw deep envy in each other's eyes. Shenhaowei is the beauty of the fine arts department of Shida in Shurcheng. She is beautiful and kind-hearted. Is she the goddess in the hearts of many people? Now I am nestling so obediently in someone's arms. Just thinking about it feels like a dream. This is something that was unthinkable before the end of the world. But no matter how envious they are, the most important thing now is that Lin Jianan really doesn't care about them anymore. Brother Sun. When the voice rang out, Shenhaowei immediately pushed Sun Xuechong away with a shy look on her face. A hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes after she passed by the two of them, and then she left quickly, pretending to lower her head to fix her hair. However, although she was very sorry that Lin Jianan and the others actually left, the most urgent task was to maintain good relations with Sun Xuechong first. Chapter 17. Thoughts on creating a base. Sun Xuechong had already suspected her just now, so she didn't ask anything. She is still alive now, but it is all thanks to the silly boy next to her. She certainly can't slow down Sun Xuechong because of Lin Jianan. The warmth in his arms disappeared, and Sun Xuechong's face suddenly turned ugly. He looked at Zhang Kaiguang with dissatisfaction. However, when he saw Shenhaowei's shy look, he couldn't help but giggle, and reached out to pull Shenhaowei into his arms, as if declaring his sovereignty. Why are you back again? Didn't you go to look for Lin Jianan and the others? Qindiang looked bitter. They really don't care about us anymore. He already felt a little regretful in his heart, regretting following them and talking. Especially, he and Sun Xuechong were not very familiar with each other, but he couldn't leave alone now, right? I could only come back together. Zhang Kaiguang said unhappily. I really didn't expect that Lin Jianan would be such a person. We just want to borrow the silver card, and we don't want his. Is it necessary to treasure it so much? I always thought he was a good person. Sun Xuechong sneered, a little disdainful. Who said it wasn't? After all, isn't it because of this universal store that they want to get rid of us so decisively? That's not what he said when he kept me here before. Thinking of this, Sun Xuechong's expression became more disdainful. If he is unkind today, then don't blame me for being unjust. Now that we have the shop, who can say who will be strong and who will be weak in the future? He will definitely regret his decision today. Qindiang knew that Sun Xuechong and Lin Jianan were independent, and neither would listen to the other. But now that things have come to this, there is no turning back, and he can only echo. Now we can all buy things in the small store, and it will definitely get better in the future. Sun Xuechong did not comment. Let's go kill the zombies now. Now, the more zombies you kill, the more things you can buy. For them, time is money now. Where are we going then? To Stone City. They walked all the way without encountering a single zombie, which meant that the zombies here had already been attracted to the front of the store by the fireworks and had been dealt with by Manager Qin. You can only go into the city. Zhang Kaiguang was a little worried, but the fireworks were so loud last night, those zombies might all gather together again, and we are just a few people. As he spoke, he unconsciously glanced at Shen Hawei, who was not far away. Before, they had 3 or 4 psychics, which made them safer when facing zombies. But now there is only Sun Xuechong, a fire psychic, left. He and Xindiang only have some strength and can deal with 1 or 2 zombies. But there is still Shen Hawei who is holding them back, and all the zombies are gathered together. What's the difference between them going over and committing suicide? Sun Xuechong said, didn't you just buy clothes and weapons? Why don't you use them now? How long do you want to wait? Xindiang and Zhang Kaiguang's eyes lit up, and then they hesitated. I just don't know if this thing is really useful. Sun Xuechong, I also bought the Sword Shadow card, which is a 2nd level card. It will definitely keep us safe. Shen Hawei was a sensitive person, so she naturally noticed Zhang Kaiguang's gaze and subconsciously grabbed Sun Xuechong's arm. Sun Xuechong patted her hands and couldn't help but touch her head. We are going to kill zombies. You should find a safe place and wait for me to come back, okay? Shen Hawei nodded obediently. Okay, then you must protect yourself. Seeing her care about him so much, Sun Xuechong was in a good mood. Don't worry, I'm still going to marry you. Nothing will happen. In this way, the 4 of them walked towards the Stone City. Not long after they left, Nie Rufeng and his companions came to the place where they had just stopped, and then a little gray mouse came to Nie Rufeng's feet from not far away. Nie Rufeng looked down at it. The mouse, which was no bigger than a palm, gradually turned into a human form. It was the black guy who was in the store before. Captain, the group just had a quarrel and separated. Heist said. Nie Rufeng smiled and said, it seems that they are just some insignificant guys. Don't worry about them. Our top priority is to gain a firm foothold here. Ah. Old Shin looked puzzled. Why do we need to stand firm? Aren't we going to the Liheng base? The only woman among the 4 glanced at Lao Chun with obvious disdain in her eyes. Now that you have a small shop, why do you still need to go to the Liheng base? Old Shin looked a little silly and scratched his head. That's right. So what should we do next? Nie Rufeng narrowed his eyes, and the smile on his lips deepened a little. Of course, we will build a base in Shicheng. At first they planned to save some food, and then set off to the Liheng base in Xiajiang. Although it has only been half a month since the zombie outbreak and the apocalypse, many bases have been established all over the world. Their radio station had received a signal before and knew about the Liheng base in Xiajiang. So they discussed it and decided to set out to Xiajiang. However, now that this universal store suddenly appeared in Shicheng, Nie Rufeng changed his mind. Old Chen hesitated at first because he didn't react, but now that everything was made clear, he naturally had no objection. Zhou Min and Heist naturally listened to their captain. Then how can we unite others? Nie Rufeng touched his chin and said, Heist, go find the locations of the survivors in the city. Lao Chin and Zhou Min will continue to hunt zombies. Heist and Zhou Min, yes, Captain. Old Chun asked curiously, what does the captain do? He was just simply curious and didn't mean to mock or anything. It is also simple, honest, and simple. After hearing this, Zhou Min rolled his eyes and pointed at his temple helplessly. Can you use your brain? Heist is going to look for the survivors, so the captain must go to them to discuss setting up a base. It is basically impossible for the 4 of us to build a base. This isn't about killing zombies. As long as you have the ability, it's fine. Establishing a base requires talents from all walks of life. Otherwise, it would be difficult to even build a house, let alone such a large base. So, a lot of people are needed at the moment. Especially if there are Earth-type mutants, it should be easier for them to build a base. Lao Chun himself was a little embarrassed. That's true. Let's get started now. The 4 returned to the city and went their separate ways, each following their own mission. Chinamo didn't know how busy they were. He is now holding a mobile phone, operating his fingers on the screen, and then opening his eyes slightly. The word failure flashing on the screen of the mobile phone is indeed a bit ironic. It can be said that he was as fierce as a tiger in his operation, but his record was 0-5. I just don't believe that I can't win. After being single for more than 20 years, how could his hand speed be slower than that of an elementary school student? Chapter 18 Store Rules. Time passed by minute. Since Nie Rufeng and his companions left here, no one was seen until dark. Daodu at his feet started jumping around, obviously very hungry. Awoo-woo. Chinamo looked down and asked, Are you hungry? Daodu, I know. Don't worry. Chinamo was also a little hungry. He frowned and put his phone on the table. He glanced at the sky outside and realized that he had been playing for the entire afternoon. During this time, no guests came. It seems that those people dare not leave the city in the afternoon. He stood up and stretched, then told the first person to close the shop door, ordered a few dishes from the automatic cooking machine, and took Dowdu upstairs. In the past, there was no such high technology and he had to cook all his meals, which really made him feel awkward for a long time, even though his cooking skills have improved a lot now. Now that he has the machine, he feels that the food in the refrigerator in the living room is of no use anymore and can be sold next. After dinner, Chinamo threw Dowdu back into its nest and let it play by itself. After taking a bath, he continued to play games. Perhaps it is because he has not touched the mobile phone for a long time that he has such a strong addiction to it. He feels that he will lose interest in it after this period of time, and he has no intention of restraining himself. I have nothing to do anyway. The next day, the rising sun shone with scorching sunlight. Outside the bamboo building, there was a group of people standing. Judging from the team, they were each gathered in a group, and there were 4 groups in total. Fang Yuan and a few others were a little further away from the bamboo building, looking at others with extreme vigilance. She also didn't expect that other people would know about this place so soon. After escaping from the zombies the day before yesterday, they shared their food with others, explained the adventure, and began to look for lone zombies and find a place to live closer to the edge of the city, so that it would be convenient for them to go out of the city and buy things in the store later. But we didn't get much yesterday. Even though we were saving the food we brought back, there were too many people and the food was just a drop in the bucket. So early this morning, they set out without stopping to buy food. Those people were indeed very happy that they suddenly had food, but when the food was too little to share early this morning, the group began to become a little irritable again. This would not be a good thing, so they had no choice but to rush over early in the morning. But after they arrived, they found that there were a few more people here who they couldn't afford to offend. Brother, look there. Lin Jianan and his group arrived relatively late. Lin Jialan suddenly pointed at the white paper pasted on the bamboo wall next to the wooden door. Bai Feng had already walked over and took a look. Is this the store rule? 1. Do not damage any items in the store. 2. No quarreling or fighting in the store. 3. Don't chat too much with the store manager. 4. No bargaining allowed, no credit allowed, and please don't ask for anything. 5. Anyone who deliberately smears the reputation of a store will be killed without mercy. There were only 5, and Bai Feng read them out one by one. It seems that there were no such rules last night. He was a little curious. In fact, this rule was already in place yesterday, but those people came too early, so they didn't notice it. Lin Jianan glanced thoughtfully at Nia Rufeng, who was waiting against the bamboo wall not far away. The latter noticed his gaze and smiled slightly. Lin Jianan immediately looked away, his eyes flickering slightly. What did Nia Rufeng say yesterday? Ask them if they want to do it in the store? This means that he had already seen these rules yesterday. In fact, he was deliberately competing with them for things to see if they would take action. He also wanted to see what kind of person Manager Qin was from their attitude, right? Thinking of this, he felt a chill in his heart. This guy looks gentle and easy to get along with, but in fact he schemes against people with just a smile. Fortunately, he didn't lose his mind yesterday, otherwise he would have died without knowing how. After all, Manager Qin was too strong. So strong that people had no desire to resist. He walked away from Nia Rufeng and his group without saying a word, feeling a little anxious. If I remember correctly, the store opened around 8 o'clock yesterday. Now it's already past 9 o'clock. Why is it still not open? After waiting for a while, the weather became hotter and hotter, and many people were sweating on their faces. Fang Yuan wiped the sweat from her face, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but walk forward. At this moment, she could sense that the eyes of the people around her were all on her. She was the center of everyone's attention. Fang Yuan felt a little nervous, and Zhang Miao, who was following her, grabbed her hand tightly in fear. Just like that, under the gaze of everyone, she raised her hand and knocked gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Then I fell into a tense wait. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute. There was no movement inside. Zhang Miao was so anxious that she almost cried. She said in a sobbing voice, Sister Yuan, why hasn't Manager Qin opened the door yet? Did he leave? The thought of this made her panic. They had just started to feel happy the day before yesterday, and they had also told those people that they would have food in the future. If Manager Qin really left, what would they do in the future? Fang Yuan was also a little worried, but she still comforted Zhang Miao. Don't worry, there are still things growing in the fields over there. They will definitely not leave. There are a lot more of those things than before. So Manager Qin will definitely not leave. Thinking of this, she raised her hand and knocked on the door again, praying in her heart that Chinamo would open the door quickly. The others were also waiting anxiously. The sun was getting hotter and hotter, so Heisey took out an umbrella from his backpack to shield himself and Nia Ruffung from the sun. But there was still no movement in the store. Fong Yuanyu and bit her lip and knocked on the door again. Sun Xuechong wiped the sweat from his face and cursed in his heart. It's already noon. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? How could something happen to such a powerful person like him? Could it be that he deliberately made them wait? Thinking of this, he gave Chindiang a look. Chindiang's face turned pale. They all witnessed how powerful the pet was yesterday. Although waiting outside in the sun was a bit uncomfortable, it was better than offending Manager Qin. But he knew that Sun Xuechong was not someone to be trifled with. He was now living under someone else's roof, and if he didn't listen to Sun Xuechong, he would not care about him anymore. He regretted more and more that he had followed them in his confused state yesterday, which had caused himself to end up in this situation. He unconsciously looked towards Lin Jianan and the others, then quickly looked away. He made a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted, "Manager Qin!" This made many people change their expressions. The black man holding an umbrella was very angry. "Do you really want to kill all of us?" As he said this, he handed the umbrella to Lao Chen and was about to teach him a lesson. But Nia Ruffing stopped him. Heisey. Heisey stopped and looked a little confused. "Captain?" Nia Ruffing shook his head gently, signaling him not to be impulsive. Lin Jianan and the others looked very calm. They thought that they arrived late yesterday, and there must be something they missed. It is precisely this point that makes them not shy away from such loud shouts. What is it exactly? Chapter 19, You Won't Be Able to Reach Me Tomorrow. Fong Yuan and her group had come to this shop the day before, but they still looked frightened when Qinyang spoke. They had set out early yesterday, but were still much slower than Lin Jianan and his group. Does this mean that the other party had already arrived at the store the night before? Thinking about it a little more, the sound of fireworks the night before must have attracted a lot of zombies. There should be no other reason for them to be so unscrupulous, except that Manager Qin is very strong. So strong that the zombies can't do anything to him. No wonder they were so tolerant yesterday. In this doomsday, most people are in a state of rage. Order is in chaos. The country has become a decoration. And without the constraints of the law, people's bottom line has been infinitely lowered. If things don't go their way, they'll shout for fighting and killing. Not only did he snatch their things one step ahead, he also deliberately smiled and provoked them, but they still did not move at all. Even Lin Jianan, their leader, did not say a single harsh word. SK. He was becoming more and more curious about how powerful Manager Qin was. Of course, at the same time, he also deepened the level of danger Chinamo was classified as. It has become an existence that should never be provoked. I have to say that Nia Ruffung is indeed smart. Based on some clues and details, he was able to guess some results, and they are almost the same as the real ones. Except that Chinamo had no intention of saving anyone, the others were almost the same. While he was thinking, Chindiang, at the signal of Sun Xuechong, was still shouting, "Manager Qin, open the door quickly. We want to buy something." Manager Qin? Unfortunately, there was no movement in the bamboo building, but the figures of zombies appeared faintly not far away. Chindiang had been paying attention to the situation behind him. When he heard the noise, he immediately trotted to the corridor in front of the store. Sun Xuechong and his companions also moved at an incredibly fast speed without any hesitation. Lin Jianan rubbed his head, speechless. These idiots. Even if we call the manager and attract some zombies over, there's no need to do it now. Isn't it eager to tell others about the magic of this store, that not only can you buy good things, but you can also kill zombies safely? Afraid that others won't snatch it from me. Not to mention him, Lin Jialan and Bai Fong were almost pissed off by these people's actions. Wouldn't it be nice to make a fortune in silence? How can there be such a stupid person? Unfortunately, even if they wanted to stop it, it was too late. However, they can choose to stop the zombies in front of the corridor. In this way, no one should doubt the special nature of the corridor, right? There were not many zombies coming, only less than 10. It can also be seen that the number of zombies is far less than before, not to mention outside. Even the number inside the city has dropped sharply. Obviously, it is because of the previous fireworks. Too many of them were killed by Manager Qin's pets. They didn't find many zombies yesterday. Nia Ruffing narrowed his eyes and looked at Sun Xuechong and the others thoughtfully. The three men were on high alert, but the woman was leaning against the wooden door. Not only that, she picked up a small round mirror from somewhere and was fiddling with her hair in front of the mirror, showing her fearlessness and lack of worry to the extreme. A woman like this has no other way to survive except relying on her beauty, right? Thinking of this, A hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. But Heisey next to him was different. He stared at Shunhui a few steps away with his eyes wide open. She also touched Nia Ruffing next to her with her arm, signaling him to look at Shenhui, and said with emotion, "She is so beautiful, Captain. Look." Nia Ruffing, dirty. The sound is not loud, but not small either. Shenhui was just thinking about what to eat she would ask Sun Xuechong to buy for her if China Mo opened the door later, when she suddenly heard these words. But Heisey's voice was very soft and she didn't hear it, so she didn't know the cause and effect. She just subconsciously looked in the direction where the voice came from and found that the other party was also looking at her. She immediately smiled at him, then lowered her head. Only her slightly red face was particularly eye-catching. He suddenly looked at her. Was he attracted to her? She knew that with this face of hers, all men would fall for her. Who said she is pretty? And men all like girls like her who are gentle, strong, and understanding. Humph, that store manager Chin actually ignored her yesterday. Sooner or later, she will make him regret it. You ignore me today, but you won't be able to reach me tomorrow. Nia Ruffeng looked away, feeling that it was a bit irritating to the eyes. At the same time, Lin Jianan and the other two had already stood in front of the zombies. They took out the weapons they had bought yesterday, and with their own strength, they could kill one zombie with one sword. After a while, the three of them were able to kill several zombies. Sun Xuechong's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he angrily asked, "What do you guys mean? These are the zombies we attracted. You?" Lin Jianan was squatting on the ground, wiping the blood from the dagger on the zombie's clothes. Hearing this, he looked up and said, "You led them here, but you didn't kill them, so we have no choice but to help." Sun Xuechong was furious. "Who said we won't kill? I just to ensure safety, I want to lure the zombies to the front of the store and then kill them." But before he finished speaking, Lin Jianan raised his hand to his mouth, "Sure." At the same time, the other hand pointed behind him. Sun Xuechong turned around and found that the door behind him had been opened. The first one stood behind him, holding a broom in his hand, and his pair of eyes, the size of soybeans, were staring at him leisurely. Sun Xuechong was startled and subconsciously took 2 steps back. "You." The first one rolled his eyes and started sweeping the floor. Fortunately, he left quickly, otherwise he would have been swept out. China Mo walked out from behind, stretching lazily. When he saw the people outside, his expression remained unchanged. The second-level seeds that he planted before should have been ripe yesterday, but he forgot about it because he was playing games yesterday, and he didn't know what randomly grew out of it. "Manager Chin, good morning." Everyone greeted him politely. Although it was actually already late, it was already past 9 o'clock, and they had been waiting since 7:30 until now. They couldn't help but feel a little resentful, but they didn't dare show it. Chin Mo nodded casually and walked past several people towards the planting area. After seeing the corpses of the zombies, he frowned slightly and said, "First, clean up the outside of the store." The first sweep froze for a moment. After seeing the corpses, a human-like look of disgust appeared on his furry face. "Yes?" The others looked at each other, wondering what Manager Chin was going to do. "I was in a hurry to eat, but now I am not in a hurry anymore." Under the gaze of everyone, Chin Mo walked into the field. He looked at the new little thing that had grown not far from the sunflower and smiled softly. They were green and somewhat resembled the pea shooters, but there were 5 of them, wrapped in a big green quilt. Pea pods. Chapter 20 Exchange for Level 2 Seeds. Name, Pea pod. Level, 2nd level. Type, Attack. Introduction. What's wrong with being able to grow? Isn't this a necessary ability for every plant? Eventually, 5 peas will be born, and the attack power will be greatly increased. Attack power, 20. Chinamo glanced at the introduction on the panel, then squatted down and planted 5 level 1 seeds. Finally, he returned to the front of the store holding a palm-sized pea pod and found that everyone was looking at him. He raised the pea pod in his hand to signal and walked into the store. Nia Ruffeng took the lead and walked in. Heisey followed behind and whispered, "Is that a new plant? It's so densely packed that I'm going to get claustrophobia." Zhou Min nodded at the right time. "I'm getting goosebumps." It was still okay for the 2 of them. They just expressed their feelings verbally. Lin Jialan, who was not far away, couldn't help but rub her arms, and her body couldn't help but tremble. People with trypophobia do look a bit scary, but if it means dealing with zombies, she can endure it. Chinamo returned to the store and put the pea pods in the display cabinet. After selecting some vegetables from the automatic cooking machine, he went to the cashier to eat. He played games until late at night yesterday and was so sleepy that he got up late. After finishing his meal quickly, he checked the sunlight value. Sunlight value, 40 sunflowers can generate 16,000 sunlight points every 24 hours. I used 1,000 yesterday, and now there are these left. Of course it is enough. He was just thinking about what plants to exchange for these when the system's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Host, 10,000 sunlight points can get a level 2 seed. Do you want it? Chinamo raised his eyebrows. Given the system's nature of not releasing the eagle until it sees the rabbit, how could it possibly remind him with good intentions? Unless it is profitable, it is unlikely to pop up suddenly. System, host, please do not speculate on the system maliciously. The system's purpose is to serve the host, and it will never lie to you. Chinamo was speechless. Come on, how can I not know what you are up to? System, is the host scolding me? Of course, Chinamo couldn't argue with it about whether to curse or not, so he said directly, tell me how much kickback you want to take this time. The system seemed to be silent for a moment, then said, host, please do not doubt the system. The system is all for the host's good. As expected, the topic was changed for this guy who was not thinking straight. Chinamo coughed lightly. 5,000 sunshine points. Unlock a level 2 seed. The system tried to reason with Chinamo. No, host, our purchase price is 8,000. How can it be unlocked for 5,000? We can't be so conscienceless in doing business. With 10,000 sunshine points, you can't lose or be cheated. Chinamo pursed his lips and said, 6,000 then. If you believe the lie that the purchase price is 8,000, you will be completely fooled. This guy's IQ has improved over the years. He has even learned to pretend and deliberately state the original price. Under normal circumstances, when you hear what it says, you will definitely seize the price to hit it, and eventually make the deal when it has no chance to defend itself. But Chinamo would never be fooled again. Seeing that Chinamo was not fooled, the system became anxious. Our purchase price is 8,000 sunshine values. 8,000, not 6,000. Chinamo was very determined, 6,000 at most. The system's tone was somewhat depressed. 6,000 is 6,000? Host, do you want to use 6,000 sunshine points to exchange for new seeds? Chinamo, yes. The biggest use of sunshine value for him is to earn points. It has no other function. The higher the grade of the seeds, the more expensive they are, so he certainly won't be stingy about investing in the business. However, even if it is 6,000 sunshine points, the system still makes some profit, just a little less. Just as he said, proper investment can make the system feel that it has made a profit and will not cause trouble, while he can also spend less money. This is called a win-win situation. Secondly, it can make the system obedient and he can win again. He made no loss at all from this long-term business. As his voice fell, a seed appeared in his palm the next second. He casually put it in the drawer of the cash register, preparing to plant it later when he had time. Exchange for 10 pea pods, 10 pea shooters, and 10 nuts. A total of 3,000 sunlight points were used. After that, he no longer cared about the situation in the store. He yawned again and went straight to take a nap in front of the cash register. I hope these people will know better and pay the bill themselves, otherwise they will have to bear the consequences themselves. After all, the system is not there to do nothing. Anyone who wants to get something for free from it is courting death. He fell asleep quickly, and only Dai was still following his orders and cleaning the shop. The floor of the store was very clean, but it naturally became pitch black after these people stepped on it. The first thing everyone did when they arrived at the store was to buy food. It was a bit awkward to see the first person working so hard to clean the store. It was indeed they who kept the other party busy. They ate with gusto, and soon someone noticed that Chinamo seemed to have fallen asleep. Zhang Kaiguang reached out and touched Sun Xuechong next to him, motioning him to look at the cashier counter. His movements were not big, but there were several people present who possessed superpowers. Although the emphasis of their superpowers was different, apart from that, their own strength and speed were higher than those of ordinary people without superpowers, and their strength would increase as their superpowers improved. Sonia Ruffing noticed his action immediately, and naturally saw Chinamo, who was asleep. When Manager Chin went out before, he had a pair of very light dark circles under his eyes and didn't want to talk at all. Unlike before when he didn't talk nonsense, today he was simply too lazy to pay attention to anyone. It seems that I am really too sleepy. Is it because you were killing zombies last night? He guessed in his mind, but it was just a guess. Lin Jianan was also very curious. According to Manager Chin's ability, killing zombies is effortless, so why does he look so tired? Although everyone had their own thoughts in mind, they ate more and more quietly, for fear of accidentally waking up the sleeping people. After they finished their meal, they went to look at other products. Today, Manager Chin went out and brought back a green thing. I wonder what it is used for? They had tried those plants yesterday afternoon, and found them to be extremely useful. If this small shop could really stay open here, maybe they could continue to survive like they did before the end of the world. This is simply paradise on Earth. Name, Peapod. Level, second level. Type, attack. Introduction. What's wrong with being able to grow? Isn't this a necessary ability for every plant? Eventually, 5 peas will be born, and the attack power will be greatly increased. Attack power, 20. Soon, they saw this line of words. Chapter 21. Can't we get it for free? Not only that, pea shooter and nuts are also introduced. These introductions are all near the plants. There is a small card with each mini image on it. To the right of the image is a text introduction, neatly arranged in rows and columns, making it easy to understand at a glance. The card looked quite textured, and it didn't look like something that could be made casually, not to mention that there were no tools available. Everyone is curious about Qin Mo's special ability. What kind of special ability can achieve this? But they suddenly found that their imagination seemed to be lacking, and they could not think of anything at all. 500 points? Fang Yuanyuan exclaimed and subconsciously glanced at the group of people behind her. Zhang Miao and others were also shocked. This thing is too expensive. The previous pea shooter only had 100 points, and 500 points are equivalent to 5 crystal cores. Because most zombies now live in groups, they have only found 3 or 2 lone zombies in the past 2 days, and all the crystal cores they have are only 9. Just now, when they saw the various foods on the automatic cooking machine, a few of them just ordered a plate of fried meat and a few steamed buns. Crystal cores are so rare that they have to spend them sparingly. Otherwise, not only will they not be able to bring food to others, they themselves will also go hungry. Not to mention the 500 points of Wandujia. There is absolutely no way they can buy it. Seeing Nie Rufeng, Lin Jianan, and Sun Xuechong each taking a pea pod, Fang Yuanyuan couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Although she really wanted to see what this plant was used for, she was short of money, so she could only turn her attention to the pea shooter. This can also help them deal with zombies. It's quick to pick things up and doesn't require any effort at all. Also, because Nie Rufeng and others spent a lot of points yesterday, in addition to eating, they bought a pea pod, and the 10 nuts were divided among the group. Nie Rufeng walked to the cashier counter, looked at Qin Mo, who was sleeping soundly, hesitated for a moment, then placed the things on the cashier counter one by one, and then put the card into the machine. 1 pea pod, 2 pea shooters, and 3 nuts. The meal for 4 people just now cost 100 yuan, a total of 950 yuan, which is 855 yuan after the discount. Looking at the balance displayed on the card, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pain. 50 crystal cores were almost used up in just 2 days. In other words, it is not very difficult for them to kill zombies, otherwise it would be impossible for them to be so lavish. Lin Jianan was right behind him and also paid points. There were only 3 people on his side, Wandujia, 3 nuts, and 60 yuan for the meal, totaling 710 yuan, which cost 639 points after the discount. Because there were not enough points in the card, he took out 10 more crystal cores and put them in. Fang Yuanyu and brought a few people with her. Each of them had a dozen steamed buns and a few bottles of water in their arms. Apart from that, there were only 2 nuts and 3 pea shooters. 500 points were used up at once, and everyone looked distressed. Speaking of it, it is indeed not expensive at all, but when it is really added up, the price is still very high. This is the case when they dare not eat meat and only eat steamed buns. If they are really like those people mentioned above, then they don't have enough crystal cores. At this moment, Sun Peng in the back suddenly muttered, "Manager Qin fell asleep. Can we just take the things out without paying?" Before he could finish his words, Fang Yuanyuan and the others looked at him with looks of horror on their faces. Sun Peng stopped talking abruptly and subconsciously looked at the sleeping Qin Mo. Seeing that he was not awake, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, what he said was not heard. After a few people left in a hurry, only Sun Xuechong and his group were left in the store. Zhang Kaiguang's eyes rolled when he heard what Sun Peng said just now. He tugged at Sun Xuechong's clothes and whispered, "I think what that guy said just now makes sense, but they are just timid. Manager Qin has fallen asleep. Even if we take the things and leave, he won't know, right?" When Sun Xuechong heard this, he thought it made sense. He glanced at the thing in his hand and his heart moved. But after thinking about it, he handed all the things to Zhang Kaiguang and said, "In this case, I will go get some more things. You go out first and come back later. We will empty this store today." Having said that, he turned and walked back. Zhang Kaiguang had no doubt about what was said, and he walked out the door holding the things. In fact, letting Zhang Kaiguang go first was just a test. If possible, he would of course like to get it for free, but when he thought of the strength of Manager Qin, he was a little scared. I don't know if he has any backup plan because he sleeps so recklessly. That was why he asked Zhang Kaiguang to try it out, while he pretended to be picking something in front of the counter. In fact, I have been paying attention to the situation on Zhang Kaiguang's side. Qindiang and Xin Haowei also came to Zhang Kaiguang's side. Although the former was hesitant, he was also very poor. If he continued like this, he might not have enough food to eat someday, so he finally did not speak out to stop him. Zhang Kaiguang was still happy that Sun Xuechong valued him, and he ran to the gate happily. However, just as he was about to step out of the door, he suddenly felt his body lighten, and he was knocked flying. With a loud bang, Zhang Kaiguang hit the door and cried out in pain, "Ah!" The three people inside were stunned by this sudden scene. Manager Qin was still sleeping at the cash register, and the one who started it was the teddy bear who had been cleaning. It ran a few steps to Zhang Kaiguang, who fell to the ground, and fell to the ground with a plop. Bang! The first one rode on Zhang Kaiguang and punched him on the head, and then his fists fell like raindrops. Soon, Zhang Kaiguang's face swelled up like a pig's head. First he got up and picked up the buns scattered on the ground one by one, and finally kicked Zhang Kaiguang's head viciously. Bang! Bright red blood splattered everywhere, and Zhang Kaiguang's face was directly crushed, which shows how great his strength is. Zhang Kaiguang didn't even make a sound. His hands and feet twitched for a long time, and finally there was no movement. The first one returned to the store with the things in his arms. Sun Xuechong and others swallowed their saliva and were unable to speak for a while. As a second-level being, Zhang Kaiguang certainly couldn't withstand its kick. Without even looking at Sun Xuechong and the others, he put all the things back into the display case and went to stare blankly at the wall. At this time, the few people who were cold all over came to their senses. Then he picked out some things again, paid the bill, and ran away in a hurry, as if he was afraid that someone was chasing him. Chapter 22 Cooperation. As Nie Rufeng and his group were walking on the road, Lao Chen asked, "Captain, what should we do next?" Nie Rufeng paused and said, "You and Zhoumin continue to kill zombies, and Hazy should go too." Hazy was stunned when he heard this. Don't we need to continue looking for those survivors? Nie Rufeng smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I still need some time to negotiate with those people I found yesterday. You can take the things to kill zombies and save crystal cores. You can't fall behind in improving your abilities. Maybe the zombies will improve again soon." Originally, he was planning to talk to Manager Qin today about establishing a base near the store, because the distance from Shurching to the store is not only far but also dangerous. But Manager Qin fell asleep, so he could only wait for the next opportunity to talk. Several people took the pea pods, nuts and other things from his hands and nodded heavily. Less than 100 meters ahead was the Stone City. After Nie Rufeng gave his instructions, he parted ways with them. He stayed where he was, waiting quietly. Less than a minute later, Lin Jianan and others appeared in sight. They also saw him, with confusion and wariness in their eyes. When they passed by Nie Rufeng, they wanted to walk away without saying anything. But at this time Nie Rufeng spoke. "Everyone, please wait a moment." Lin Jianan and the other two tensed up as if they were facing a formidable enemy. "What do you want?" Lin Jianan stared at Nie Rufeng, his hands silently on the hilt of the sword. Nie Rufeng smiled gently. "Don't be nervous, I just want to discuss something with you." Lin Jianan. To discuss something? But he had no intention of relaxing. These days, they have seen humans killing each other, and the man in front of him felt too dangerous, so he couldn't help but be nervous. Nie Rufeng ignored his vigilance and said nonchalantly, "Don't you think it's troublesome to run back and forth between Shurching and the store every time?" After these words were spoken, the three of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Of course it's troublesome. Although it is summer with long days and short nights, Shurching is at least 5 kilometers away from the shops at the foot of the mountain, and it takes about an hour to walk there. In this hour, too many accidents can happen. They didn't dare to run and could only be cautious, so this time needed to be extended a little bit. The sound of fireworks attracted all the zombies the past 2 days, and they didn't encounter any accidents on their way back and forth. They set out at 5 o'clock today, just after dawn. They did encounter some zombies on the way, but they were in a hurry to get to the store and didn't want to cause any trouble. But what about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? There will be more and more zombies. By then, their interactions will only become more difficult. The food in the city is limited. Apart from those that are destroyed and inedible, it is now difficult to find food. Their living space is shrinking little by little, unless they can grow their own food and be self-sufficient. The ultimate result of not being able to produce food is death. Now the Universal Store has given them a glimmer of hope, but it also means a huge crisis. They didn't speak, and Nie Rufeng wasn't in a hurry either. He half leaned against the big tree behind him, waiting quietly. After a moment, Lin Jianan said, "What if it's troublesome? This is the only way to survive. In fact, if we want to have a casual chat, this is definitely not the place." But he had a hunch that this person must have found a way to cooperate with them, so he said a few more words. Although he knew in his heart that Nie Rufeng was very dangerous, and he might be led into the ditch if he was not careful. But as long as we can survive, cooperation is not a bad idea. Nie Rufeng said calmly, "Of course there is a way. As long as we build a base near the store, all the dangers will be solved. What do you think?" Lin Jianan and the other two were all stunned. Build a base. If the base is really built, they won't need to run around. They just need to hunt zombies near the base. There will also be a safe shelter, and they won't have to worry about returning to the city after the shops are closed. As for food, as long as the universal shop is there, they won't have to worry about it. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. But his idea is also very bold. Establishing a base cannot be accomplished overnight, and manpower is indispensable. With people like them, it would take a long time to build the base. But despite knowing the difficulty, Lin Jianan was still tempted. At the same time, Bai Feng raised his doubts. How long will it take to complete the construction if we just rely on people like us? Nie Rufeng glanced at Feng Yuanyuan and the others who were not far away and said, "Let's talk while we walk." When looking for someone to cooperate with, you should also consider the other party's strength, not just anyone. People like Feng Yuanyuan are far inferior to Lin Jianan and others. If Chen Diang, Zhang Kaiguang, and Shin Haowei were still with him, Nie Rufeng would not talk to them. Bai Feng looked at Lin Jianan, who nodded slightly. The group then moved forward together. Nie Rufeng said as he walked, "It is not so easy to establish a base, but I think with this small shop here, no one will be unwilling to stay." "You're going to tell everyone where the universal store is? Are you crazy?" His words made Bai Feng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's no wonder that he was so surprised. This store is the foundation of their livelihood. In this doomsday, strength is the only thing that matters. If I tell other people, they will fight over it like crazy. How could those people be obedient by then? Even if the base is established, it would just be a favor to others, right? Nie Rufeng did not comment. "Otherwise, why would I seek cooperation with you? We are strong enough to suppress those people. Otherwise, if the base was built but it was in chaos, he himself would not be able to live in peace." As he said that, he looked at Lin Jianan and smiled. "How about it? Think about it." Lin Jianan, "Don't think about it, I agree." There was no need to refuse such a thing. After all, without them, he would find someone else. At that time, they were in a passive state. If it could be built, it would naturally be a good thing. If it could not be built, there would be no loss, so he agreed. Nie Rufeng was not surprised at all that he agreed. "Then come with me, and the others can do whatever they need to do." Lin Jialan, who had been silent, couldn't help but reach out and pull Lin Jianan's sleeve, feeling a little worried. Lin Jianan gave her a reassuring look, telling her not to worry, and then followed Nie Rufeng. Seeing her worried eyes, Bai Feng comforted her. "Don't worry, Brother Lin is so powerful, he will be fine. Let's go kill the zombies quickly. Once the base is built, there will be more people. If we don't have enough crystal cores, we won't be able to rob those people." Chapter 23. The 4th floor of the mall. "I think given our current situation, we can hunt zombies on a large scale. This is a good opportunity to test the capabilities of a 2nd-level item." After hearing him say this, Lin Jialan thought about it and felt that this was true. If they don't take this opportunity to kill more zombies now, once other people have entered the store and have the same good things, they may not be able to grab them all. Shurching has at least several million permanent residents. Even if half of them turned into zombies when the apocalypse came, and then half of them died at the mouths of zombies, and some starved to death or died at the hands of their own kind, there should still be tens of thousands of people left. If we subtract some people who left Shurching with others and went to other bases, there would still be about 70,000 to 80,000 people. After all, it has been less than a month since the zombies arrived. Some people have food at home and have survived until now by eating sparingly. But there is actually not much difference between being alive and being dead. These 70,000 to 80,000 people, scattered throughout the huge stone city, seemed extremely rare. They had not seen many of them in total over the past few days. But if one day, all of them gather together, there will be too many wolves and too little meat. Then let's go. The two of them quickened their pace back to the city. Feng Yuanyu and her group behind them were a little confused. They didn't look like they were in the same group just now. Why are they together now? When they were puzzled, they did not notice that Sun Xuechong and others had caught up with them. When Sun Xuechong saw Feng Yuanyuan and the others, his eyes narrowed into a straight line. After Zhang Kaiguang died, He took his things, paid the bill, and left. After a while, he found that Chindiang did not follow him, but was still staying in the store. It was obvious what he meant. This is an attempt to separate from him. Chindiang's behavior made him very angry. If he didn't want to go back to the shop for the time being, he would definitely make Chindiang pay the price for his choice. But at the same time, there was one thing he had to admit. That is, without Chindiang and Zhang Kaiguang, he would need to kill zombies while protecting Wei Wei. This was not a good thing for him. What if something goes wrong and Wei Wei is not protected? Therefore, after seeing Fang Yuan and her group, an idea came to his mind. These people look weak, and if you rob them, you should be able to get something. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but licking his lips, but after looking at Shunhui behind him, he restrained his emotions. No, I can't let Wei Wei know that I want to kill someone, otherwise she will definitely be afraid of me. Although I did this to support her and give both of us a better life. He comforted himself in his heart and planned to send Xinhui back to her residence first before taking action. Anyway, she can't see it. Having made up his mind, he pulled Xinhui and quickened his pace. Xinhui didn't know what he was thinking and was a little absent-minded. In less than 2 days, they went from a group of people to 2 people. Did she choose the wrong person from the beginning? No, she had to think of a way. If she kept following him, what if he couldn't protect herself? She doesn't want to become a zombie. The 2 of them had their own thoughts, but they just quickened their pace tacitly and no one spoke. After entering the city, Sun Xuechong took Xinhui back to his residence first, asked her to wait for him there, and then left alone to track Fang Yuan and others. Are you sure there's anyone here? Lin Jianan looked at the empty shopping mall, which was littered with things and had obviously been looted, with a look of suspicion on his face. As the largest shopping mall in Shicheng, when the apocalypse broke out, there were undoubtedly the most zombies here, and it was also the most dangerous place. Who would be so stupid as to stay here and wait to die? Along the way, Nie Rufeng had already told him the specific plans. Their goal is to persuade those who are as strong as themselves to join the team. As for those who are stronger than you will naturally filter them out. They don't have the strength to suppress the other party, and they will only cause trouble for themselves. Nie Rufeng smiled and said, of course, there are 5 people hiding in the staff room on the 4th floor. The sound of fireworks attracted a lot of zombies before, so it's not surprising that someone would come back here. After all, the most dangerous place is the safest place, isn't it? Lin Jianan twitched his lips speechlessly. It was not appropriate at all to use the saying, the most dangerous place is the safest place on zombies. Those guys are brainless. They can't think, they just chase when they hear a sound. But he was curious about how Nie Rufeng knew that there was someone hiding on the 4th floor. But everyone has secrets, so he suppressed his curiosity and didn't ask. As Nie Rufeng went upstairs, he whispered, do you have anything to eat? Lin Jianan nodded. Of course, you have to prepare lunch and dinner for yourself. Just as Nie Rufeng was about to speak, he saw zombies wandering back and forth not far from the elevator entrance on the 2nd floor. The huge supermarket had been unmanned for a long time, so the elevator was naturally unusable. They took the supermarket's usual transmission elevator, which was no longer operational, so they could only walk step by step. The 2nd floor is the women's clothing area. If they want to go around the corner, they have to get rid of the zombie, otherwise they will be easily discovered. Because the zombie was right around the corner, and if you turn there, you would almost be face to face with the zombie. Nie Rufeng took a step forward, took out the dagger from his waist, and moved forward quietly. Lin Jianan, who was a step slower, could only follow behind silently. Nie Rufeng stood 1 meter away from the zombie, quickly raised his hand and stabbed the dagger into the zombie's temple. The zombie didn't even have time to react and became deader than dead. Nie Rufeng dragged the zombie with both hands and gently placed it on the ground without making any noise. Then he skillfully took out a white crystal core from its head. Lin Jianan had already walked over and sighed softly. Weapons of this level are indeed useful. How could ordinary weapons pierce through the zombie's head? Nie Rufeng wiped the crystal core in his hands on the zombie's clothes, then stood up and continued to lead the way. He is determined to capture the people on the 4th floor because one of them has Earth-related abilities. The 2 of them killed all the zombies they encountered along the way, and soon they arrived at the 4th floor. The 4th floor is the electrical appliance area, where shelves have fallen over one after another and many things have been broken. The staff room is actually a place to change into work clothes, and it is also used to store some goods. The space inside is not very large, but it can still accommodate 5 people. Lin Jianan glanced at the closed door, then looked at Nie Rufeng, asking him with his eyes what to do. Then Nie Rufeng walked over confidently and knocked on the door. Lin Jianan's whole body immediately tensed up. Chapter 24. This sword shadow doesn't look very smart. Knock, knock, knock. As the crisp knock on the door sounded, the sound echoed in the quiet fourth floor, appearing particularly clear. Almost at the moment the voice fell, rustling sounds were heard all around, as if something was running towards them in the corner. Lin Jinan's brows twitched wildly, and he cursed Nia Rufeng in his heart. Even if they want to prove their strength to the people inside, there is no need to be so arrogant, right? No one knows how many zombies there are on the fourth floor. If he knocks, not only the ones on the fourth floor, but also the ones on the fifth and third floors will probably turn towards this side. Sure enough, 2 zombies ran over from the left first. Nia Rufeng was still knocking on the door. Lin Jinan gritted his teeth and rushed forward with his sword in hand. Boom, boom, boom. The knock on the door sounded crisp. The people inside felt their scalps go numb the moment the knock on the door sounded. All the muscles in their bodies tensed up, and they were so scared that they dared not breathe. They were angry and scared, and they almost wanted to tear the people outside into pieces. There are so many zombies outside. If you've had enough of living, just go die somewhere else and don't drag them down. But the knocking on the door outside never stopped. Is the person outside crazy? Nia Rufeng took the time to look at Lin Jianan, who was fighting with several zombies behind him and had the upper hand, and nodded slightly. The fighting capacity is pretty good, and that's without even using superpowers. However, there were more zombies surrounding them from behind. He felt that it was almost time, so he raised his voice and said, "I know there are people inside. Don't be afraid. I am here to save you." As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Jianan, who had just chopped off a zombie's head with a sword, staggered and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. You came to rescue people and made such a big fuss. It would be strange if people could believe you. As expected, there was no sound coming from inside. Just as Lin Jianan thought, they didn't believe it at all. After looking at each other, a few people even cursed the ancestors of the people outside. Damn, come and save us? Do you really think we are stupid spores? We should believe whatever you say? He attracted so many zombies, but he still saved us. It's almost like you want to take us to see the king of hell together. The more they thought about it, the angrier the people inside became, but none of them said anything. They just prayed that the madman outside was trying to trick them and would leave if they didn't get a response. As for the zombies that have been attracted, as long as they don't make any noise, they should disperse soon, right? They comforted themselves, but in fact, in this small space, each of them was sweating with nervousness. Nia Rufeng was not surprised at all by this situation. He walked inside slowly and said, "If all the zombies are dealt with and you still don't come out, we will go and rescue others." There were at least 50 zombies rushing over. Lin Jianan fought and retreated, using his special powers, but there were too many of them and he couldn't deal with them all at once. Hearing Nia Rufeng's words, he glared at him angrily. "Why don't you do anything? Are you waiting for me to die?" Nia Rufeng raised his eyebrows and took out a card the size of a playing card from his pocket. Lin Jianan was stunned for a moment, and then saw him tear it into 2 halves without hesitation. In an instant, a white light flashed, and a dark, shadow-like figure appeared in front of Nia Rufeng. It also held a black sword in its hand. Its figure was tall and straight, and it looked very powerful. Then, Jianying clasped his fists in front of Nia Rufeng. He had no mouth, but a voice came out. "What do you want, sir?" Nia Rufeng himself did not expect that the painting on the card would be so lifelike, exactly the same. Not even a shape. He pointed forward and said, "You have a level 2, so it shouldn't be a problem for you to deal with these level 1 zombies, right?" Jianying nodded slightly, raised his sword and rushed towards the group of zombies. Before Lin Jianan could react, the head of a zombie in front of him fell to the ground. The speed of this sword shadow is so fast, it should be twice as fast as his. Not only that, his strength is also very strong. It's like chopping watermelons, one by one, simply. He was stunned. Can the second stage be so powerful? There are 50 zombies. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard a click. When the sword in the sword shadow's hand chopped at the zombie's neck again, it broke. At this moment, the zombie next to him pounced towards Jianying. Jianying kicked the zombie away with a quick kick, then touched his waist and stopped there in a daze. Lin Jianan was stunned. He was originally marveling at Nia Rufeng's wealth, as he actually used the cards bought with 5 crystal cores as he pleased. However, this scene completely confused him. 50 zombies, and at least half of them are still there. The corner of Nia Rufeng's mouth twitched. So, now that he has no sword in his hand, he won't fight anymore? Sure enough, without the sword, Jianying dodged quickly when faced with the zombies, but when there was a gap, he would stop and reach for the place where the long sword was originally slung, and repeat this process repeatedly. Nie Rufeng was speechless and said to Lin Jianan, "Give him the sword." After saying that, he did not forget to shout to Jianying, "Catch the sword." Otherwise, given the sword shadow's unwillingness to fight, it would probably ignore the sword thrown at it. Lin Jianan came back to his senses. Oh, then throw the sword over. When Nie Rufeng opened his mouth, the zombies ran towards him. Fortunately, Jianying jumped up and caught the sword, then recovered his previous strength, rushed forward, and killed several zombies. Nie Rufeng and Lin Jianan both breathed a sigh of relief. They are not afraid of 25 zombies, but there will be many more zombies behind them. If a real fight breaks out, they will not be able to end up in any good situation and will not be able to serve as a deterrent. After a moment, Jianying killed all the zombies, stood among the corpses, and sheathed his sword in a very handsome manner. This deliberate attempt to look cool made Nie Rufeng and the others doubt whether this guy was just pretending to be stupid and dumb just now. Lin Jianan even looked at his empty hands. That's his sword. Nie Rufeng ordered Jianying to dig out all the crystal cores and walk to the door. All the zombies are dead. I give you 2 minutes to think about whether you want to go with us or not. Do you want to live? Then he sat aside. The people inside looked at each other. They heard the fighting outside clearly just now. Now there is indeed no movement, but the person knocking on the door is still alive. In other words, he is indeed very strong. Is he really here to rescue them? But in this end times, are there really such good people? They doubt and they worry. Well, what should we do? We can't go out. The guy outside must be no good. He will kill us. Have you forgotten what you saw yesterday? Chapter 25 Level 1 Pet Egg. Yesterday they saw with their own eyes someone pushing people into a group of zombies in order to buy time to escape. Now that someone suddenly comes to them, it's hard for them not to be suspicious. Since they are already so strong, why do we still need to look for them? Isn't this obviously a scam? Not getting a reply from inside, Nie Rufeng frowned and threatened, "If you don't come out, I will break in." The 5 people inside were stunned when they heard this. Didn't they agree that if they didn't leave in 2 minutes, he would leave? Why did this happen suddenly again? Things had come to this point, and even though they were extremely reluctant, they had no choice but to reluctantly open the door and walk out. More zombies came over there, and when they opened the door, they saw a dark figure holding a sword and killing everyone. However, there were already many zombies lying on the ground, so there were not many zombies left alive. Looking at the zombie corpses all over the ground, several people opened their eyes wide. How long has it been since the knock on the door? And what is that black thing? Is it a superpower? Seeing several people coming out, Nie Rufeng smiled with satisfaction and said directly, "I want to discuss cooperation with you." Several people didn't look very happy, but just the sword shadow was enough to make them not have the heart to resist. Not to mention that there were 2 people who looked difficult to deal with. They dared not move. But this is not a place to talk. Let's go somewhere else to discuss it in detail later. Good. When Chinamo woke up, Dai was wiping the counter with a rag. He was still a little dazed when he first woke up. He was silent for a moment before rubbing his head. He walked to the automatic cooking machine to get some vegetables and 2 steamed buns, thinking about unlocking the rice in the evening. Steamed buns are delicious when eaten occasionally, but for him, rice is still his favorite. On the table was a plate of 3 fresh delicacies, shredded pork with green peppers, and a small bowl of black chicken soup. He ate slowly and leisurely, not caring that there was no one in the store. After eating, he stretched and took out his cell phone from his pocket. Just after starting a game, I heard the system's voice, "Host, you finally woke up?" Chinamo was focused on his phone. Without even looking up, "Well, what's wrong? Did something happen while I was sleeping?" The system said, "Yes, someone wanted to get something for free, but was solved by the first one." Chinamo paused for a moment. He really didn't expect that there would be a brave man who dared to do such a thing. He has been running the shop for so many years, but this is the first time he has encountered such a person. But since he's already dead, there's nothing more to say. "Host, would you like to take a look at the mission?" Chinamo raised his eyebrows. "Oh?" Then he took a moment to glance at the task panel in his busy schedule. The main quest has been activated. Become a God-level store manager. Current task, serving a total of 30 customers. Mission reward, juicer, 10 level 1 seeds. There are no problems with the main quest and the current quest, but there is an additional limited time quest below. Limited time mission. As a future God-level store manager, how can I let others take advantage of me for free? You can't even think about it. Deal with the culprit who encourages customers not to pay their bills within 3 days. Reward, 200 experience points. 200 experience points is quite a lot. It seems that the system is indeed angry. It was still early within 3 days, so he was not in a hurry and continued to put his consciousness into the game. About 2 hours later, a voice of victory came from the phone, and Chinamo raised the corners of his lips. It turns out that the technique still needs more practice to become more proficient. The sky quickly darkened, and no guests came during this period. Chinamo casually put his phone in his pocket and looked back at the person who was hiding in the corner. He had already noticed him, but he was just too lazy to pay attention to him. Now it's closing time, so he has to ask him to leave. Chindiang noticed Chinmo's gaze and couldn't help but flinch. He had personally witnessed how powerful the pets around him were. Even a ragdoll bear could kill people so easily. Zhang Kaiguang's strength is similar to his. It would be a lie to say that he is not afraid. But Zhang Kaiguang had followed Sun Xuechong before and spoke for him, but the latter killed him without hesitation. He was not stupid, so of course he would not follow him anymore. He would probably not even know how he died by then. But if he left like this, he was afraid that Sun Xuechong would be angry and take revenge on him. So he did not follow everyone after they left in the morning, and he has not left the store until now. After all, as long as he did not steal, rob, or cause trouble, Manager Qin would not kill him. But even though he was mentally prepared, he was still startled when he was suddenly looked at by the other party. Manager Qin, Manager Qin. He swallowed and called out carefully. Chinamo said, "It's time to close." The implication is that it's time for him to leave. Qindiang was delighted and nodded quickly, "I'll leave now. Anyway, I can stay in the corridor outside the store, and there is no threat of zombies." He left the shop without stopping. Chinamo told the first one to close the door, took 2 dishes from the automatic cooking machine, and then went upstairs to cook rice. Qindiang outside took out a small flashlight from his backpack. Although he really wanted to rest here, he knew that if Sun Xuechong really attacked him, how many days could he hide here? He doesn't have many crystal cores on him, and Lin Jianan and the others won't care about him anymore, so he has to make his own way. Since he has no special powers, it is naturally impossible for him to fight against those with special powers. But as long as he has enough crystal cores to eat and hides in the store every day, who can do anything to him? So, he's going to kill zombies. After dinner, Chinamo lay on the bed and looked at his points balance. It turns out that the way to get rich quickly is to continuously launch new products. Those people had already contributed a lot of points yesterday, but today they still gritted their teeth and bought Wandujia, contributing a total of nearly 3,000 points to him. It is now a few minutes before 11 o'clock, and the sunshine value is 15,000. Since sunlight points can be exchanged for new plants, the more sunflowers the better. After all, who knows when the seeds that reward you for the task will be delivered? Without saying a word, he waved his hand and exchanged all the sunshine points for sunflowers. 201, 75 plus the previous 40. Now the number has reached 115. By 8 o'clock tomorrow, after 3 rounds of production, the sunlight value will be 18,750, plus the 2,000 contributed by the 40 plants at 11 o'clock. It will be a huge sum of 20,750. He then used 10 points to unlock rice, thought for a moment, and used 30 points to unlock Coke and Sprite. And finally his eyes fell on the first level pet egg. Requires 2,270 points to unlock. Thinking that in the apocalypse, if everyone has a pet, the survival rate should be higher, so I clicked confirm to unlock. After doing all this, looking at the interface with 5,300 points left, he lay back on the bed and went asleep. He didn't sleep well yesterday, and he won the game again today, so he didn't have much addiction, so he had to get a good night's sleep today. Chapter 26: The Plants Mutated. After all, the world is big, and sleeping is the most important thing. The cold moon was like a hook, and the summer wind was a little hot. Qindiang held a flashlight in one hand and a short knife he had bought in the store in the other, with a serious expression on his face. There was silence all around, not even the sound of birds singing. Qindiang took a deep breath unconsciously. He didn't know why, but he felt that something was different from before. Since the end of the world, he has never appeared outside at night again. After all, it is too dangerous. If it were a normal day, he would never come out at night. Now he is alone and must find a way out for himself. Otherwise, even if Sun Xuechong doesn't care about him, it will be difficult for him to survive without the crystal core. Fortunately, the clothes he was wearing were first level, and his weapon was also first level. Not only that, after Zhang Kaiguang died, Sun Xuechong was in a hurry to leave and did not search. Later, he ran out and found 5 crystal cores and an iron rod on Zhang Kaiguang's body. Qindiang even took off his clothes, and there was also a card. He didn't know how many points were left in it. No wonder Zhang Kaiguang wanted to take the things away while Manager Qin was asleep. After all, They don't have much savings, and the things in the store are getting more and more expensive. How can they afford it? 100 meters away from the shop, he saw a zombie standing there in a daze. Under normal circumstances, when there is no one around, these zombies will not make any movement, but will stay where they are without moving. He turned on the flashlight and shone it into the distance. Sure enough, there were zombies under the shade of the trees on both sides. He really didn't understand. Didn't the sound of fireworks from the previous 2 days attract all the zombies? Didn't the store manager deal with all the zombies at that time? Why are there so many zombies here? Although he was very confused, he didn't think too much about it. He clenched the dagger in his hand, clamped the flashlight in his armpit, and took out the sword shadow card. After receiving Zhang Kaiguang's inheritance, he bought a sword shadow card. If there is any danger later, he will tear up the card immediately. Maybe it can save his life. Zombies have no vision. They can't see, but they can hear and smell. As he approached, his whole body was tense. It was not for any other reason, but because there were at least a dozen zombies within a radius of dozens of meters around. If he could not kill the zombies in front of him with one blow, he had to run away quickly. As he was thinking, he had already approached the dazed zombie, and without any hesitation, he stabbed the zombie's head with the dagger in his hand. The zombie had already sensed something was wrong, but before he could make a sound, his head was stabbed by the dagger. After all, it wasn't the first time that Qindyang had killed zombies, so he was quite used to it. However, the atmosphere at night was a little too terrifying, and his heart was beating fast. After looking around and making sure that no zombies were paying attention to this side, he bent down and carefully dug out the crystal core. Then he crouched down and moved towards the lone zombie. It was a female zombie standing in a daze under a tree. Her clothes were tattered. The flesh on her legs had rotted away, not to mention her face. Her face was particularly clear under the moonlight. Qindyang suppressed his nausea and was about to attack with his dagger raised when he suddenly heard a rustling sound. He was stunned for a moment, and before he could react to what was happening, the zombie in front of him suddenly roared and pounced on him with fangs and claws. His eyes widened, and he subconsciously tried to dodge, but he felt his feet tighten and his whole body was hung in the air. The zombies missed, but attracted other zombies around. He didn't have time to think about it and tore up the card in his hand. The pain in his ankle was piercing. The big tree next to him was shaking its branches. He finally realized one thing. The plants had mutated. The next day, 8 o'clock, Chinamo asked Dai to open the door on time, and then he sat on the sofa to eat. There were 2 plates of cold dishes and a plate of spicy and sour potato shreds on the table. Daodu was running around anxiously at his feet, but it only dared to jump around there and didn't dare to go to the table. Awoo-woo. Master, I'm so hungry. Chinamo rolled his eyes at it. What are you hungry for? According to Daodu's strength, he doesn't need to eat at all. He is just greedy. I don't know why, but all 3 of them are foodies. Take whatever you want to eat. Ouch. Thank you, master. Then he ran to the automatic cooking machine without stopping. On the other side, the first one had already opened the door carelessly. With a creaking sound, Qindyang's eyes lit up outside the door, and he stood up quickly. The first black eye rolled around with no expression. Qindyang didn't care about anything else and walked into the store step by step. Blood flowed down his feet, and soon the store was stained with bloody footprints. The first person's expressionless face suddenly wrinkled, and then he turned around to get the mop. Daodu was holding a plate of ribs with his 2 front paws and jumped steadily off the machine. When he smelled the blood, his face immediately frowned. Even the slightest smell of blood is strong and pungent here. It looked disgusted and went upstairs quickly. Manager. Chinamo turned around and took a look. The person who came was the young man who was reluctant to leave his shop last night. Now he seemed to be lame. Not only that, there was a very obvious circle of blood marks on his waist, as if it was caused by something. Huh? You're dying. Chinamo raised his eyebrows. Qindyang's face was already pale, and the corners of his mouth twitched when he heard that. He was indeed seriously injured and had lost too much blood. He was already numb from the pain. If the bleeding could not be stopped, he would be close to death. But he had managed to run back with great difficulty, and he didn't want to die. Manager Qin, isn't this your universal store? Do you have any medicine? I don't want to die. I killed a lot of zombies yesterday, and I have crystal cores. Huh. He spoke hurriedly, and because he was too anxious, he started to pant at the end. His eyes were bloodshot and wide open, and he looked a little ferocious. Chinamo hasn't unlocked the medicine yet, but it's not too late to unlock it now. Unlocked hemostatics, painkillers, gauze, and bandages with 100 points. Although it is just an ordinary medicine, It is a special life-saving item after all, so the price of unlocking it is not cheap. Hemostatic drugs and analgesics are 35 points each, while gauze and bandages are 15 points each. Then he used 200 points to redeem first-level healing medicine. Name: first-level healing medicine. Grade: first grade. Type: treatment. Function: it can restore half of the chi and blood value of first-level psychics, including ordinary people, treat minor injuries, and speed up wound healing. Directions: take as directed. After unlocking it, he pointed in one direction and said, "Yes, go and see for yourself." Then he continued eating. Chen Diyang's tense heart suddenly relaxed, and he hurried to get the medicine. Seeing the first-level healing medicine, he looked even more ecstatic and took one without hesitation, as well as all the healing supplies inside. After paying the bill, he sat in a corner and took some healing medicine and painkillers before starting to bandage his wounds. Chapter 27: Accelerate Action. The marks on his ankles were so deep that the bones were visible. He didn't care about anything else and just sprinkled hemostatic medicine on them, wrapped them with bandages, and finally lifted up his shirt. Because the marks were too deep, the clothes were already stuck to his flesh and blood. Fortunately, he had the painkillers, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to tear them off directly. There was a sound of ripping, and at the same time as the clothes were lifted up, a large piece of flesh was also lifted up. The bloody and mangled appearance was painful just looking at it. Chinamo, who had just finished his meal, heard the voice. He turned his head and glanced in his direction with a bit of confusion in his eyes. This injury was not caused by zombies, which means something went wrong outside. What could it be? But he wasn't very curious. Whatever it was, it had little to do with him. After picking up the garbage, Chinamo turned around and walked out, planting the second-level seeds he had exchanged yesterday. Looking at the fields of sunflowers standing facing the sun, he smiled. 200 sunflowers are enough. After all, there are not many customers now. That's right, it was 200 flowers. He spent 15,000 sunshine points to exchange for another 75 flowers early this morning, bringing the total to 200. He still has 5,750 sunlight points, which is enough for today. When it is almost 10 o'clock, the first-level plants planted yesterday will grow out. He doesn't know what will randomly appear, but it will take a while, so he naturally can't wait outside. After returning to the cashier counter and sitting down, he took out his cell phone from his pocket. Soon the others arrived. At this time, Chindiang had finished applying the medicine and was doing the final bandaging. Although he was in a corner, these people were now very sensitive to the smell of blood, so they quickly discovered where Chindiang was. As soon as they saw each other, they were all stunned. This injury was obviously not caused by zombies. They just didn't come for one day. What happened? Bai Fong was very surprised. Wasn't he with Sun Xuechong and the others? How did it become like this? He couldn't help but walk over and asked, "What are you doing?" Chen Diyang put down his clothes, looked up in the direction of the voice, and smiled bitterly. "I went to kill zombies last night, but who knew that the plants had mutated and I was completely unprepared? So?" He didn't hide it. "If it wasn't for the Sword Shadow card saving me in time, I would have, but that tree must be level 2, and the Sword Shadow was entangled. I have already offended Lin Jianan and others because I sided with Sun Xuechong and them. They will know this news sooner or later, so it would be better to tell them directly and sell it in a better way." After these words were spoken, several people looked at each other in surprise. They had never encountered mutated plants before, and now that they knew about it, they needed to be more vigilant when passing by plants in the future. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you might end up like him. So that's how it is. But we're lucky that no one is hurt. Bai Fong sighed, feeling a little helpless. In this apocalypse, it is already good enough to be able to save your life, especially to save a life under a second-level mutant tree. You know, Chen Diyang is a person without special powers. Chen Diyang nodded. "Can you please get me some food?" He was able to hold on just now because of his strong will to survive. Now that he is out of danger, he really doesn't have any strength left. But he was hungry. Bai Fong didn't refuse and asked him what he needed. Chen Diyang randomly named 2 dishes to him. Jinying killed more than a dozen zombies yesterday, so he still has enough crystal cores on him. Especially since he has injuries on his body, he needs to be healed, and he can't save money at this time. Nia Ruffin glanced at Lin Jianan and raised his chin slightly towards where Chindiang was, pointing at the gauze and bandages at Chindiang's feet. "There are new products in the store." Lin Jianan nodded. Nia Ruffin said nothing and walked towards the cashier counter. Chinamo was playing with his phone. Nia Ruffin waited patiently beside him until the game on his phone ended. Then he spoke softly, "Manager Chin?" Chinamo raised his eyes. What's the matter?" Why do we come to this rich customer for help if he doesn't want to buy anything? Nia Ruffing smiled and said, I have something I want to discuss with you. Chinamo turned off his phone, put it aside, and raised his chin slightly. Speak. Nia Ruffing, I think the store is too far from our Shurcheng, and it's a bit inconvenient to go there, so I plan to build a base nearby. I wonder if Manager Chin can give me some advice? Chinamo raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy is exactly what he wants. Building a base means more people will come to his store, and there will be more and more customers. Then he will upgrade faster, which is a good thing. He clasped his hands together and placed them on the table, his face calm. Just follow your own ideas. I don't have any advice to give. He didn't want to get involved in such troublesome matters. Unlike the system where building a house only takes a moment, a base, no matter how small, is still a small city and cannot be built overnight. Moreover, he didn't feel that this person really came to ask for his opinion. Nia Ruffing hesitated for 2 seconds and smiled. Thank you, Manager Chin. His main purpose was not to ask for opinions, but to see Manager Chin's attitude towards his plan to establish a base. Now it seems that he doesn't care about any of this. This also means that his all-purpose shop will continue to operate here, right? After getting the answer he wanted, Nia Ruffing thanked him and went to see the new products in the store. Chinamo didn't care. This time he didn't play games, but instead found a TV series to watch. Because of the world he lives in, he watches movies with apocalyptic themes. What did Manager Chin say? Lin Jianan saw Nia Ruffing coming over and moved closer to him and asked in a low voice. Nia Ruffing replied, let us do as we please. Lin Jianan breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually a little worried. After all, by opening this store here, they have already acknowledged that this mountain belongs to Chinamo. Of course, he is worried that Manager Chin will not agree. Now that they have agreed, and since there are no problems here, they can just go ahead and do it. That's good. There are indeed some extra things here, Coke, Sprite, not only gauze and bandages, but also medicine. This is the most joyful thing. Maybe it was really useless in the world that was full of zombies before. After all, if you're scratched by a zombie, you will mutate and medicine will be useless. But now it's different. The plants have also mutated. Judging from Chindiang's performance just now, being injured by mutated plants will not cause mutations yourself. Prepare some medicine and food. We need to expedite our actions. We won't be coming here for the next few days. They visited several places yesterday and negotiated with people based on their strength and the food they brought out. But Shurcheng is very big, and there are many places he needs to visit. He wants to get things done quickly so that he can stay there permanently and won't have to run back and forth. Chapter 28. When in doubt, ask the system first. Lin Jianan had no objection to this. Yesterday, because Nia Ruffing played the Sword Shadow card to demonstrate his strength, the food he showed and fed to those people were all his things, so he didn't even have enough to eat yesterday. No wonder I asked him if he had anything to eat at the beginning. I have never seen such a dog. Obviously, he also wanted to know the power of the Sword Shadow card, and it was not a consumable. But there is no point in saying this now. Because it was prepared for other people to eat, it would naturally be mainly steamed buns. Even if it was the cheapest steamed buns, 50 of them would cost 1 crystal core. By the time they were given a share to those people, there would be nothing left. Besides, they will have to find more people to work. Not paying them wages will be fine, but they can't just not give them food, right? Thinking of this, Lin Jianan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. While preparing food for them, they also had to make sure they could keep up with the speed at which the store released new products. Otherwise, if this store was discovered by a powerful outsider one day, they would be left behind sooner or later. They just bought 1,000 steamed buns and 1,000 plates of pickles. The cheapest of these requires a full 4,000 points, and you don't even need to think about the more expensive ones. In addition to this, water is also essential, and 300 bottles are prepared. They packed all their belongings into several large sacks and filled the backpacks behind them as well, just waiting to leave so they could take everything away later. Only then can I prepare my own food. 7 people sat around the sofa. Bai Feng's face was a little wrinkled because they had just prepared a lot of things and felt that they were suddenly poor. I just saw a level 1 pet egg. I wonder if it's a small pet like Manager Chin's? He looked in Chin Mo's direction with envy on his face, but didn't see Daodu there. In other words, Daodu went upstairs because of the smell of blood. If he heard this, he would definitely be unhappy. In fact, they can also bring people over and let them buy things themselves. But if that's the case, how could we possibly listen to them and build a base? Everyone will want to be in charge of their own affairs by then, so they plan to provide them with food before the base is built. Lin Jialan said with joy, level 1 pet egg? I originally felt that the bun in my mouth didn't taste as good anymore. I've been eating delicious food these days. How can I adapt to eating these? Now when she heard the word pet egg, she was overjoyed. Who hasn't read a few novels? Who doesn't like a furry little pet? What's more, the pets sold in this store must have other uses. The others also looked at Bai Fong. Bai Fong nodded and pointed in a direction, holding up a palm. It's over there, and it requires 500 points. A pet only needs 5 crystal cores, not too much. But they still need to ensure food supply later, and they are really poor now. Lin Jialan looked at Lin Jianan with anticipation on her face. Lin Jianan spread his hands, somewhat helplessly. Now the crystal core needs to be kept for backup. Come and buy it yourself in a couple of days. Now the crystal cores from the 3 of them were pooled together and invested jointly with Nie Rufeng and the others, leaving only a few for their own food. There really isn't any extra pet eggs to buy. Lin Jialan lowered her head to eat in frustration, secretly planning that she must work very hard to kill zombies after returning and get the pet. At this time, Zhou Min took the silver card handed over by Nie Rufeng, stood up and walked towards the place where Bai Fonging pointed. She quickly took a pet egg, paid the bill, and came back, handing everything to Nie Rufeng. I saw the description above says, just open it. A pure white egg, about 30 centimeters long. When he heard the word open, Nie Rufeng reached out and hammered on it. It's probably just like the sword shadow card, where a little guy appears when you open it. With a crisp crack sound, a tiny crack appeared on the pet egg in his hand, and then it broke into 2 halves. A few people stared at it intently and saw a little furry head. It was a gray bird about the size of 2 palms. I didn't know what species it was, but I had never seen one before. But as soon as the little guy came out, he pecked at the pure white eggshell next to him with his pointed beak. Crack, crack. The little head also nodded down following the movement. Its feathers were full. After it finished eating the eggshell, it stood in Nie Rufeng's palm, raised its head and stared at him with its black eyes. Huh? Everyone. Aren't you a bird? Why are you quacking like a duck? The appearance is seriously inconsistent with the voice. At that time, Chinamo also looked over here. Of course you need to understand what you are selling. However, he didn't see anything special about this bird. When in doubt, ask the system first. What breed is this pet? System, dear, this is just a level 1 pet egg. There is no such thing as a different variety. It is just the most common type. In fact, it is just a small animal in this world. Of course, they also have special abilities. In other words, garbage. Chinamo understood the meaning of its words very well and looked away with a lack of interest. System. It seems like the host has seen through the rhetoric. Huh. The bird called at Nie Rufeng again. Nie Rufeng couldn't help it and stretched out his hand to pinch its mouth. Stop barking. From now on you can be called Dahui. Ah, Captain. Isn't this name too ugly? It's so cute. Zhou Min on the side reached out and touched the bird's feathers, saying with some dissatisfaction. Nie Rufeng looked at her. What's your name then? Zhou Min, Little Gray sounds much better than Big Gray, right? As she spoke, she touched Xiao Hui's feathers again. Just at this moment, Xiao Hui broke free from Nie Rufeng's hand, turned around and pecked Zhou Min's hand with a pop. Hiss! Zhou Min gasped in pain, and when he looked closely he saw a small hole in his hand, and it was bleeding. Before she could get angry, Little Gray had already flapped its wings and flew onto Nie Rufeng's shoulder. Gee! This voice sounds a lot heavier than the previous one, with a sense of sarcasm. Zhou Min, you? At the same time, Lin Jialan said, this guy seems to recognize his master. Just now, Brother Nie pinched its beak, but it didn't even peck him. Zhou Min looked surprised. Nie Rufeng raised his hand and reached out to Xiao Hui, touching its feathers. Xiao Hui immediately tilted his head and gently touched Nie Rufeng's hand with his mouth, seeming to be confused about something. Huh? This also confirms what Lin Jialan said just now. Indeed, acknowledge the Lord. Even Nie Rufeng couldn't help but show his joy at this realization. This is just level 1. What about level 2 and level 3 that will come out later? Like a beast tamer, with a group of pets around, when a fight occurs, it can be a group fight. Who wouldn't want to? Chapter 29. Let me teach you a lesson before I die. They are still a group of absolutely loyal companions who will never betray you. He fiddled with the bird on his shoulder, thinking something in his mind. Only Lin Jialan looked at Lin Jianan with a bitter face. Lin Jianan pretended not to notice her gaze. There's nothing we can do. Who told them that the 3 of them are poorer than those 4? But Lin Jialan wasn't really angry with him. After eating and drinking, she asked in confusion, strange, why didn't Shin Haowei and the others come today? As she spoke, she glanced at Shindiang who was already asleep in the corner. Isn't he with them? Did something happen to Shinhaoei and the others? Speaking of this, Bai Fong couldn't help but ask, there's another group of people who didn't come today? They arrived at about the same time yesterday, so the store was very busy. It's particularly quiet now. Chinamo was actually curious too. With so many fewer customers in the store, the number of points I earned would be much less. There is a saying that is also true. Speak of Chow Chow and Chow Chow will appear. As soon as Bai Fong finished speaking, a person ran in from outside the door. Zhang Miao ran in crying. Her hair was disheveled. Her face was tear-stained, and she looked very sad. Wow. Chinamo frowned slightly. Crying in his shop? Manager Qin. Zhang Miao ran over regardless of anything, and seeing Chinamo was like seeing a life-saving straw. Chinamo, what's the matter? Zhang Miao sniffed. Someone followed us yesterday and killed many people. I managed to escape and hid in the city for a whole day. Before she finished speaking, Chinamo raised his hand to interrupt her. So? He had no time for her sob stories. This is the end of the world. People die every day. What does it have to do with him? Zhang Miao's crying paused for a moment, as if she had not expected Chinamo to be so cold. Thinking about all the people who died last night, she felt cold and shivering all over. How could he say such a thing in such a cold-blooded way? The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. She didn't know if she was angry or because of something else. She suddenly raised her head and glared at Chinamo. That was done by a customer of your store. He used the things in your store to kill people. A total of 45 lives. If it wasn't for the sword shadow card, if it wasn't for you, those people wouldn't have died at all. As soon as these words came out, the whole store fell silent. Nie Rufeng and his companions couldn't help but worry for Zhang Miao. The girl's clothes were tattered. She stood very straight, and her back was shaking unconsciously. Chinamo chuckled, as if he was amused by her words. You mean, I killed them? Zhang Miao, isn't it? Sister Yuanyu and is dead, brother Qin is dead, brother Sun and the others are all dead? She was the only one left, and she was the one protected by all of them. Perhaps as a water-based mutant, he is the most likely to avenge them? But she was too weak. She ran here desperately, hoping that Manager Qin would avenge them, but Manager Qin's attitude made her feel heartbroken. Daodu came to Qin Mo's feet at some point and started circling around him. As his spirit beast, he knows best that every time his master seems nonchalant and smiling, he actually has murderous intentions. Qin Mo disagreed. His expression was indifferent. You are not strong enough and cannot afford something more powerful than what others have. You should accept your weakness instead of blaming the heavens and the earth. In the final analysis, it is just that you are too weak. If you are like this, even if you don't encounter such a thing, you will die in the hands of others sooner or later. Zhang Miao, you are talking nonsense. You are the one who killed them. How could he say such a thing? In order for everyone to survive, they must help each other to go further. Otherwise, the zombies will become stronger and stronger. How can they survive? The next second, she felt her throat tighten and the pain suddenly hit her, making it hard for her to breathe. Zhang Miao opened his eyes wide and struggled wildly in the air with his hands, trying to break free from the feeling of suffocation. But there was nothing in front of her, as if she was controlled by invisible air. She opened her mouth with great effort, wanting to say something, but no sound came out. She suddenly thought of something. When they first came to this store, 2 people died at the hands of Chinamo. She never thought that she would come to this point. Chinamo half closed his eyes, with a slight arc at the corner of his lips. Before I die, I will teach you a lesson. The strong prey on the weak, especially in the end times. If you die, you can only blame yourself for being blind. After saying that, he chuckled. Zhang Miao. She was ultimately unable to speak and died of suffocation. As she stopped breathing, the invisible grip also disappeared, and the next second she fell to the ground, motionless. The 7 people sitting beside the sofa were silent as a cicada, not daring to breathe. Lin Jianan and the others knew that Chinamo was very strong, but they did not expect that he would kill someone if he disagreed with someone. Although, it is indeed unpleasant to be accused of something, Nie Rufeng and the other 3 were filled with pure shock and fear. At this moment, Chinamo suddenly raised his eyes and looked over. Noticing his gaze, Nie Rufeng and others subconsciously shrank back. His eyes were so cold, filled with hostility and murderous intent that people felt uneasy and dared not look directly at him. They even had the illusion that they would die in the next second. Qin, Manager Qin. Bai Fong swallowed and called out stutteringly. Qin Mo's eyes fell on him dimly. You think so too? Bai Fong was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He shook his head repeatedly. No, 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 no. I didn't. The strong prey on the weak. You sell things to help us better deal with zombies. They were killed because they were not as skilled as others. How could it have anything to do with Manager Chin? I see. Yes, yes. Everyone nodded, like chicks pecking at rice, and it was obvious that they were very scared. Chin Mo retracted his gaze and glanced at Dowdu, who was spinning at his feet. He picked it up, rubbed its head gently, and ordered in a calm voice, "Throw the body out." The first one immediately ran over and rushed out, dragging Zhang Miao's body. After doing all this, Chin Mo yawned and lowered his eyes to look at Do in his arms. The guests here are really troublesome, and there are many who don't know what's good for them. He was originally planning to go to sleep, but when he thought of this, he suddenly remembered something. He still has a limited time mission to complete. System, replay the video of someone trying to take away something without paying yesterday. In this store, everything is under control. If anything happens, the video footage can be retrieved at any time. System, okay, host. Then he saw the whole process of what happened yesterday. Then he looked at the 7 people who were about to leave. Very good. That warrior was tactful and didn't come today. Chapter 30 Dowdu's Pressure. Wait a moment. Just as they were about to leave, Chin Mo shouted. Several people immediately stopped reflexively, and Bai Fong couldn't help but shiver. He tried hard to recall what he had just said. There shouldn't be anything wrong, right? Chin Mo noticed their nervousness and said calmly, "Don't be nervous. Anyone who doesn't violate the store rules is absolutely safe in the store." His words really gave them a great sense of security. After all, they really had nothing to do these days, and the store manager usually didn't pay much attention to them. As for the death of that little girl, she really can only blame herself. The store rules have long stated that you should not talk too much with the store manager. Talking too much is not allowed, let alone blaming or expressing resentment. There are so many good things in this store, and any price could obviously not be too high, but Manager Chin sold them to them at super low prices. Who among the people present would not be grateful to him? Moreover, this kind of store should have some rules, otherwise it would be a mess. Moreover, it can be seen from the store rules that Manager Chin is a hermit who dislikes noise and trouble. This can be seen from the second rule that prohibits noise and fighting, and the third rule that prohibits talking to him too much. As a hermit, it is not surprising that he has many quirks. But even though he obviously doesn't like noise, he still opened this store. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel awe in their hearts. Chin Mo didn't know what they were thinking, and he didn't care. Nia Rufeng turned around and said, "I wonder what instructions Manager Chin has? As long as we can do it, we will definitely do our best to help. It's a great thing to be able to make friends with the store manager. Of course not to be missed." Chin Mo waved his hand. Suddenly, a transparent screen appeared in the air, and the screen showed the scene of Sun Xuechong handing things to Zhang Kaiguang yesterday and asking him to go out first while he went back into the store to continue choosing things. Lin Jianan and the other 2 were stunned. This guy is really bold. After seeing how powerful Manager Chin is, he still dares to make such a decision. But he is not stupid. He knows how to let someone be a scapegoat. The scene where Zhang Kaiguang was beaten to death by the first one was deliberately magnified. The bloody and screaming scene was really unbearable to watch. Although the sound of this picture is not very loud, it is very clear in this quiet store. Chen Diyang, who was originally asleep, was woken up. He stared at the picture above with wide eyes and was suddenly frightened. How could Manager Chin have these scenes? Is there surveillance here? In fact, others were also hesitant. It didn't look like there was any surveillance here, and the internet had been out of service for a long time. But then I thought about it again. Manager Chin's phone can also play games, so it seems that this kind of thing is not uncommon. After the picture was finished, it disappeared. Chen Diyang was so frightened that he was silent. Although he was just an outsider in the video, he was in the same group as Sun Xuechong and the others. What would he do if Manager Chin got angry with him? Chin Mo stroked the hair on Dowdu's back and said, "Sun Xuechong instigated the theft of items from the store. Does anyone know where he lives? Today is the second day of the limited time mission, and he has to take action. You can't just wait for the other party to come to you." To be honest, he was sleeping yesterday, and the system didn't dare to wake him up. First of all, it only protects the items in the store, so it won't take action against people who pay money. There are not so many twists and turns in its mind. Nia Rufeng and Lin Jianan looked at each other and said, "We don't know, but Manager Chin wants to know. We will go back and do our best to adjust." Before they could finish their words, Chen Diyang interrupted them loudly. I know. I was with them before. Because I was too excited. The wounds on my body began to hurt. But he didn't care about that. In today's world, There are many people who have no connection with the relationship but are implicated, let alone him who has connections. He now just wants to redeem himself with meritorious service. His words immediately attracted the attention of Lin Jianan and others. Chundiang didn't want to offend them, so he stuttered, I wasn't with him yesterday, and I don't know if we'll move places. This is also true. Sun Shuechong didn't come today, and he even want to rob other people. It's hard to say whether he left his previous residence. China Mo seemed to be thinking about something, and patted Daodu in his arms. In that case, you go with him? Daodu was snoring comfortably when he was suddenly patted. He woofed and jumped out of his arms in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he came to Chen Diyang's side. Chen Diyang was so frightened that he trembled and backed away repeatedly. But the other person was already in a corner, with nowhere to retreat. Although it is small, he has seen the shocking scene of it killing groups of zombies. Deep in his heart, the fear that Daodu gives him exceeds that of Qin and Mo. Daodu shrugged his nose in disgust. Not only was the smell of blood on this man extremely unpleasant, but he was also as timid as a mouse. It raised its neck proudly, tilted its head toward the door, and then walked out with graceful steps. This is keeping him up. Chen Diyang did not dare to delay. He endured the pain of salt being added to his wounds and slowly stood up with the help of the wall. The painkillers did work, but now the effect has worn off, otherwise he wouldn't be in so much pain. After all, they were once partners, so Bai Fong felt reluctant. Brother Lin, Lin Jianan, go ahead. Just now, Chen Diyang did not hide anything from them, allowing them to know about the plant mutation in advance, instead of becoming alert only after they were hurt. This can be considered a help. Bai Fong quickly ran over and carefully supported Chen Diyang. Chen Diyang showed gratitude. Thank you. He was moved and regretted more and more that he had been blinded by their kindness and had become estranged from them just for a few points. He saw that they used the same card these 2 days. It's a pity that there is no such thing as regret medicine in this world. The group walked out and Daodu was waiting outside. It didn't follow until Chen Diyang and his group walked ahead. Are you kidding? It's just an animal. How could it know the way? Nia Rufeng fell behind, looking at the nervous Lin Jianan and others. Even Lin Jialan, who loved pets so much just now, walked in the front, far away from Daodu. He couldn't help but look back. Daodu walked at the back with his head held high, turning his head from time to time to look around, looking quite relaxed and contented. He actually saw human curiosity in a small animal. So obvious. And after taking another look, he suddenly felt panic for no reason. After leaving the arrangements to Daodu, Qin and Mo no longer cared about these things. He glanced at the time and thought that there would be no more guests. After all, Fang Yuan and her group were already dead, and Sun Shuechong might not dare to come again in a short time. So he directly told everyone to close the door and went upstairs to watch TV series on his mobile phone. Chapter 31 Zombie Swarm. He was watching a doomsday drama, which was a way for him to understand the situation at the end of the world. Everyone in the play looks malnourished and skinny, and they really look pitiful. Compared to now, it is like heaven and earth. However, the world has probably already ended many years ago in the drama, and it is just beginning now. Without this little shop, the end result here would have been even worse. While he was watching the show leisurely, Daodu had already followed Lin Jianan and his group away from the store, facing the bright sunshine, and was also happy and comfortable. It's different for other people. Bai Fong wiped the sweat from his forehead and said irritably, "Why does it feel so hot this summer?" Lin Jialan was walking in the front, fanning herself in front of him. Hearing this, she couldn't help but complain. Could it be because of the end of the world? I feel like it's over 20 degrees out here. Heisey was a little incredulous. No way. It's only April. The date is calculated according to the lunar calendar. Lin Jianan sighed. It's only summer now. It will only get hotter in the future. Life will be hard. If it's cold, you can put on more clothes. But if it's too hot, there's nothing you can do. The power outage in Shurching had already happened 10 days ago. There's no air conditioning, but you can't just skin yourself alive, right? At this point, several people were not optimistic. Daodu looked up at the sky with some disgust. As a hellhound, it is of the fire element and loves hot places. And this is just the beginning. Compared to hellfire, it's so cool. If I had ice powers, I would have had a pleasant summer. After Bai Fong finished speaking, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Among the 7 of them, Bai Fong and Lao Chun have speed and strength abilities respectively, which are the most common and also the most common compared to elemental and special abilities. Heisey can transform himself into a little mouse, which is considered a special ability, but it can only be used for reconnaissance and cannot exert much attack power. To put it bluntly, His power after transforming into a beast is not as good as his original power. Lin Jialan is a water type. Zhou Min is a wind blade, which is also considered a wind type, and both of them have elemental abilities. The last ones are Lin Jianan and Nie Rufeng. Both of these are dual system abilities. The former is thunder and alienated hands, and the latter is invisibility and sharpening. The sharpening can be used as a weapon, including the body, but it must be something he himself is touching. Once isolated, it will be useless. But no matter which one it is, it means that Nie Rufeng is powerful. Invisibility is the best way to save your life at a critical moment, and it can also have an unexpected effect. Heist and the other two were very confident in Nie Rufeng's strength. Otherwise, they would not be willing to listen to him. In addition to his intelligence, he also has the ability to convince others. Otherwise, why was it that when the captain almost had a conflict with Lin Jianan and others in the store, they just took a look and did nothing? Isn't it because of the confidence in the captain? Hurry up and go back. Those people must be waiting anxiously. At this time, Nie Rufeng spoke. Jianying was left behind by him to protect those people, mainly to monitor them. Otherwise, how could those people be willing to let them leave? Who doesn't want to know where they get their food? No one refuted his words because no one wanted to be exposed to the scorching sun. Nie Rufeng ordered Lao Chan to carry Qindiang on his back and walk at the same speed as Bai Feng was supporting Qindiang. By the time they returned to the city, it would probably be dark. In this way, they sped up, but unfortunately the good times did not last long. After walking for a while, a zombie walked out from the thorns not far away. It was a zombie that was less than 1.4 meters tall, and it didn't look like a child but more like an adult. When it came out, it looked directly towards them. It seems to be different from the other zombies. It seems to have known that they were here. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Nie Rufeng couldn't help but shook his head. Impossible. If this is true, then this zombie is too outrageous, right? Even though he denied it in his heart, he still silently touched the dagger on his body and secretly used his ability to sharpen it. Lin Jianan, who was standing next to him, frowned and whispered, "There seems to be something wrong with this zombie." The next second, Nie Rufeng felt his scalp tingling, and without thinking, he shouted softly, "Use the sword shadow card." Without any hesitation, Heist and the other two took out the sword shadow cards they had been carrying with them and tore them into pieces. Swish, swish, swish. 3 white lights flashed in succession, and 3 pitch-black sword shadows appeared in front of them. Nie Rufeng continued, "Give them the weapons." While Lin Jianan and the other two hesitated for a moment, the swords in the hands of the 3 sword shadows were replaced with new weapons. Looking closely, I saw a few zombies staggering out from the thorns on the right side of the road ahead. Their skin and flesh had been scratched, but they didn't care. Even if they were missing limbs, it didn't have much impact on them. The lack of pain means that apart from headshots, they are like emotionless machines, fearless of life or death. This time, Nie Rufeng didn't need to say anything. Lin Jianan and the other two used the sword shadow card immediately. But no one expected something like this to happen today, so Lin Jianan did not buy any weapons in the store. Fortunately, Qindiang still had an iron rod in his hand that he could use. And so they were fully armed. In fact, it's not that they don't want to leave and have to fight these zombies, but they have to go back to the city. They have nowhere to hide outside, and they are just sitting ducks. Moreover, zombies appeared behind him and were slowly surrounding him. The total number of zombies before and after is at least more than 200. It would be impossible for them to win by their own strength. So after the sword shadows came out, they let the 6 sword shadows guard 3 in front and 3 in back, and kept some distance from them, and then planted all the pea shooters and nuts without hesitation. At this time, the most important thing is to save their lives, and they can't think about anything else. What's even worse is that they have no idea why these zombies are surrounding here in a regular pattern. Apart from being attracted by sound, when have the zombies ever appeared in such a large scale and in such an orderly manner before? And it's in a state of encirclement, surrounding them? They also used some of the nuts they had on them, and now both sides had 6 nuts together. These 6 formed a protective circle of moderate size, with tiny cracks between them, so that they could observe the battle situation outside and provide remote support at the same time. It's a pity that there are no long-range weapons and only a few people can help. The pea shooter outside the nut has already started working, and only the light puff sound is particularly clear here. Chapter 32: Strange Zombies. The zombies rushed up like crazy, like wolves seeing meat. Under the orders of their respective masters, 6 sword shadows joined the battlefield, carrying weapons of different shapes. There were nearly 300 zombies in groups, and the number seemed large only at first glance. In contrast, there were only 6 sword shadows, and they were submerged in the group of zombies as soon as they met. Under normal circumstances, if there is a sound nearby, zombies will not go far away, but this group of zombies today is different. At first, they were worried about Jianying. With so many zombies surrounding him, they didn't know if anyone who was caught or bitten would be infected. There weren't many of them to begin with, and if the second-level beings were infected and turned into enemies, the consequences could be imagined. But now they began to worry about themselves, because there were only dozens of zombies left to hold back the sword shadows, and the rest all headed towards the direction where the pea shooter made the sound, which was where they were. There are dozens of them in front and behind, adding up to more than 100. Fuck, why are they coming towards us? Do these zombies have eyes? Bai Fong widened his eyes and cried out in shock. Heisi hid behind Nia Rufeng with a trembling body. Captain, what should we do? He can just turn into a rat. What can a rat do? It's just that small and can't cause any harm at all. Each sword shadow was entangled by a dozen zombies and could not escape for a while. Old Chin's eyes widened and he swallowed. We should still be in time if Jianying comes to rescue us? Nia Rufeng shook his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. No, it's too late. We can only rely on ourselves from now on. Although the sword shadows are very strong, according to the current situation, even if the sword shadows break free and come to rescue them, they will most likely be surrounded by zombies again. But they cannot bet on this possibility. What if they lose the bet, and the zombies are very close to them, surrounding them in this small space? They will have no choice but to wait for death. There was something wrong with this group of zombies from the beginning. He guessed it must be related to the dwarf zombie that had been standing still in the back. Yes, ever since the dwarf zombie appeared, other zombies have appeared in an endless stream. I'm going to deal with that weird guy. You guys hold on. No. We don't even know what kind of guy he is, nor do we know what rank he is. We'd better be safe. Team leader. As soon as he said this, Zhou Min and the other two shook their heads to express their disagreement. Among them, the black guys reached out and grabbed his arm. As the team leader, Nia Rufeng was the backbone of the group. When they heard that he was going to take a risk, none of them were willing to go. Heisi couldn't help but grab his arm. Lin Jianan also said, in fact, it's still not too late for us to join the battlefield now. It just takes a little longer. But we can't guarantee that we won't attract other zombies. If everything continues like this, we won't even be able to save ourselves. Nia Rufeng said. He would not entrust his life to some illusory possibility. Heisi, tell Jianying to ignore the zombies and cover me while I attack it. Heisi silently let go, feeling a little depressed. Yes? Nia Rufeng didn't say anything else. He handed Xiao Hui and the backpack behind him to them, and then disappeared in front of everyone. Lin Jianan and the others had never seen Nia Rufeng in action, and only then did they discover that his special ability was invisibility. This is simply a life-saving skill. A nut in front was dug up. They couldn't see the person, but they could see the small nut rise up, fall down again, and become huge again. At the same time, Heisi shouted loudly, abandon all the zombies around you and attack the one at the back. The sword shadow that received the order gave up defense without any hesitation, tore a path with the sharpest attack, and rushed towards the zombies behind. However, halfway through, Jianying's body suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, the zombies behind him pounced over one after another. In the eyes of all of them, Jianying was overwhelmed by a dozen zombies without any counterattack. Everyone gasped. Jianying was already strong enough, but this zombie was actually so powerful that he could kill him without even moving a blade. How is this possible? Could it be that it has already reached the 3rd or 4th level? Then they are dead. Nia Rufeng had already come to the side of the zombie and naturally saw what happened just now. He couldn't help but sweat in his heart. Thanks to his invisibility ability, his speed will be improved when he is invisible, but at the same time, he cannot remain invisible all the time. Reason told him that for safety reasons, he should turn around and leave. It was easy for him to escape back to the city alone, but they were about to start building the base, and he had spent a lot of effort to get these teammates together. If he just left like this, everything would be gone. Thinking of this, he decided to take action. If he failed and was discovered, it would not be too late for him to consider escaping. After his thoughts came to an end, he no longer hesitated and moved forward a little. At the same time, he used his supernatural powers to make the dagger in his hand sharper, and then stabbed it out with a swoosh. Just heard a bang. This zombie's head was like a balloon, much more fragile than he imagined, and it burst with just one poke. As he made this move, the other zombies that were rushing towards the nut wall with their fangs and claws stopped as if they had lost their target. Then came the sounds of zombies and sword shadows fighting and roaring in the back. They quickly joined the battle. Is the crisis resolved just like that? Several people seemed to be dreaming. Nia Rufeng was silent for a moment, pulled out a dagger, and dug out a second-level crystal core from the zombie's head. Just the second stage. Then how did it manage to make the sword shadow powerless to resist? How do you make these zombies obedient? Could it be that zombies also form gangs like humans? There were sword shadows dragging many zombies. Lin Jianan and the others quickly put away the nuts and pea shooters and moved towards Nia Rufeng. They never want to encounter this kind of thing again. It's really weird. It means this zombie is a squishy one. Otherwise, they would all be finished. As for the sword shadow and the crystal core, they couldn't take care of them for the time being. They would go out of the city to take a look after a while. Now they just wanted to go back. This time, Heist directly transformed into the appearance of a mouse, running in front and starting to act as a scout. After this lesson, he dared not show himself in human form whenever he went out. It's too dangerous. Dowdu stood up from the ground, and in front of it there were a lot of melon seed shells. It covered its mouth with its paws, yawned gracefully, and followed the crowd slowly. Chapter 33, Finding Sun, Shuechong. The group did not dare to stop for even a second, and they hurried all the way until they finally arrived at Shuechong safely. Despite this, I still feel a little scared. It is indeed very dangerous outside. 2 days ago, the zombies outside were attracted by the sound of fireworks and were then dealt with by Manager Qin. Just 2 days after the fireworks stopped, they encountered such a great danger. If it weren't for the sword shadow card, it would have been difficult for them to escape. In the Stone City, the zombies roaming on both sides of the road have long disappeared. They were also a little tired, so they stopped to rest for a while. Bai Fong sat on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. I think we need to prepare a car so that it won't be so dangerous. Qin Diyang covered his abdomen with his hands, looking quite painful. The white gauze was faintly seeping with bright red, because the wound had been torn open by the shock of being carried away by the man just now. Without painkillers, he could only bear it. Qin Diyang said bitterly, "It is very likely that my injury attracted so many zombies. I have implicated you. Those medicines can only make him recover faster, but they can't heal him instantly. He still needs some time to rest." And the smell of blood on his body could not be concealed. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have. The more he thought about it, the more he blamed himself. Bai Fong opened his mouth and felt that what he said made sense. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should comfort him or not. The others didn't say anything either. After all, they didn't know him well, and they had been bringing him along because they wanted to show Dowdu the way, etc. Where is the store manager's pet? It was at this time that they suddenly realized something. They seemed to have forgotten about Manager Qin's pet. For a moment, everyone looked around, and when they lowered their heads, they saw the puppy looking at them sideways. Dowdu felt that his stupidity was about to set in. How did these stupid people survive to this day? They are almost killed by so few zombies, and they still dare to rest here? If its mission had not been completed, it would not care about their life or death. After looking at them, Dowdu tilted his head slightly forward and then walked forward. Several people looked at each other, and Lin Jianan was the first to react. Hurry up and follow, since letting them go will definitely not harm them. Dowdu led them through twists and turns for about 10 minutes and stopped in front of a small alley. Along the way, they didn't encounter any zombies. Let's take a rest before setting off. Qin Diyang will show us the way later. After stopping, Lin Jianan spoke. Nia Rufeng nodded without objection, and Heist and the other two sat down to rest. They are just partners, so if there is anything, they will naturally discuss it together. What they didn't know was that after they left, a 3-meter-tall zombie appeared where they had been. He was tall, with a pair of arms hanging at his sides like long swords. He walked back and forth as if he was patrolling his territory, and after a moment he walked away. If Lin Jianan and his group stayed where they were a little longer, they would have been caught by the zombie. "This is it, put me down." Qin Diyang uttered a word with some effort. He started to get a little worried. How is he going to get back to the store later? With his physique, he had to gasp after taking 2 steps, and there were so many zombies outside. Before leaving, he didn't have time to prepare some food. Once Sun Shuechong is found and they are separated, he will probably be close to death. Bai Fong was indeed a little tired, so he put him down and supported him with his hands. While they were on their way, Nia Rufeng asked Lao Chun and Zhou Min to take a few sword shadows and several large sacks of food back first. There are a lot fewer of them now. Qin Diyang looked at Dowdu and said, "It's room 202, second floor, unit 1, building 3 in the community in front. Shall we go there now?" There were only a few zombies on the road ahead, and there were also a few zombies wandering around in the gate downstairs of the community. Who would have thought that the once bustling and prosperous city is now as deserted as a city with no one in it? Dowda glanced at Chindayang. It felt that this man was about to die, but he was still forcing himself to show it the way. He was also trying so hard. It didn't know what he was trying to do. It nodded and said nothing, running straight forward at such a fast speed that Nia Ruffing and others only saw a residual shadow. When they came to their senses, all the zombies walking on the side of the road had fallen to the ground. Wherever it passed, there was not a single zombie standing intact. Bai Fong was so shocked that he smacked his lips. Even if a dog passing by would get kicked? Before he could finish his word, Lin Jianan covered his mouth with his hand. It's already this time, and you're still talking nonsense. It kicks itself? Let's go and see it together. Nia Ruffing said something and followed. Bai Fong didn't dare to show off this time and followed behind obediently. However, looking at the zombies on the ground, he felt a little itchy, so he looked around unconsciously and then met Lao He, who also had a shifty look. The two saw the same idea in each other's eyes, and their eyes met. They nodded at the same time and walked towards the zombie corpse. They are simply used to it and can't help but touch the zombie corpses when they see them. Unknowingly, the two of them fell behind. Not only did they fail to touch a single crystal core, they were also covered in a fishy stench. When they caught up with Lin Jianan and the others, they attracted a group of disgusted looks from the crowd. If they didn't know what these two people were doing, they would definitely suspect that they were secretly eating shit without telling them. As soon as they arrived in front of room 202 on the second floor, they saw Daodu standing in front of the door. We're already there. Why don't you go in? Daodu glanced at them, then moved closer to the door, with his ears perked up as if he was listening to something. Several people looked surprised and quietly moved towards the door. Then they heard faint sounds coming from inside. I'm kind enough to let you stay here for one night. How dare you seduce my woman? I'm going to kill you. Is this Sun Xuechong's voice? Then came a strange male voice. You're talking nonsense. You're as ugly as a flower. How could Wei Wei like you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Sun Xuechong was furious. Damn it, I'm going to beat you to death today. Oh huh? Such an interesting thing happened after not seeing each other for a few days? No wonder Daodu is interested. They are interested too. Especially Lin Jialan. The fire of gossip was burning in her eyes, and she was particularly curious about what would happen next. Did the two of them fight? Who wins and who loses? Sure enough, there was a sound of a struggle inside, and after a while there was a bang sound. After a while, smoke suddenly began to come out from the crack in the door. The people outside were stunned. They really didn't expect the fight to turn out like this. And there was a fire inside. But those two guys didn't come out and were still fighting? Chapter 34 Healing Power. A few seconds later, a woman's cry was heard from inside. Stop fighting. Ahem. Stop fighting. The house is on fire. Wei Wei, are you okay? They both asked in unison. Everyone. My goodness, how much of a dog is this? Even after it has come to this, he still has the mood to care about her? Just wait for me. I'll settle the score with you after we get out. Who's afraid of who? Put Wei Wei down. Are you worthy of touching her with your dirty hands? It sounded like the fight would start again at any moment. Bai Fong just kept shouting, good guy. These two people are having fun. Shinhaowei is indeed very pretty, but this is not the end of the world. What's the point of being pretty? Can it be used to make a living? Maybe there was one thing he hadn't expected. Precisely because it was impossible to obtain it before the end of the world. After the end of the world, when they have gained strength, they will become arrogant and feel that they have defied fate and changed their destiny. And this is indeed the case, except for some brave women who dare to face the zombies at the beginning. Those women who failed to awaken were too timid to face the situation and believed that the country would send people to rescue them, survive the early stages, but later found that there was no rescue, they could not defeat the zombies, and they had no food. What should they do? They can only rely on men to survive. Of course, the same goes for men. The prerequisite is that they are good-looking and someone is interested in them. And this is the reality. It's just that the zombie outbreak has only occurred for more than half a month, so this situation is not yet obvious. The two people inside quarreled for a few more sentences, both started coughing, and then finally ran out. If you don't leave now, the house will burn down. Sun Xuechong only has the ability to control fire. He can't put out the fire. The door was opened, and Sun Xuechong walked out first, holding the drowsy Shinhaowei, followed by a boy who looked about 18 or 19 years old. He looks a little feminine, but it is undeniable that he is indeed good-looking. He and Sun Xuechong walked one after the other. I saw Sun Xuechong's ugly face first and then his face. It was really a shocking feeling. It is true that the difference between the two is too big. No wonder Shin Haoei fell in love with this young man. Who are you? The young man frowned slightly, his face full of vigilance. Anyone would be alert if so many people suddenly appeared in front of their door, let alone this is the end of the world. Sun Xuechong had a cold face and asked unwelcomingly, "What are you doing here?" Then he looked at the seriously injured Qindiang and said, "You are so good, Qindiang. I knew you were not a good person. You are exactly like that ungrateful person who repays kindness with enmity." The room was filled with thick smoke, but he was able to stay calm and stand by the door talking nonsense. The boy was slightly relieved to see that they knew each other, but he soon became nervous again. It seems that they don't seem to get along. But he still sneered, "Some people really have no self-awareness and are annoying for no reason." Because Daodu was so small and was right next to the door, neither of them noticed it, otherwise Sun Xuechong would have panicked. Shin He coughed twice. "Ahem. Stop arguing." As she said that, she hugged Sun Xuechong and said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. There's really nothing wrong between us. He just bumped into me by accident. He's young and arrogant. What he said just now was just angry words. Don't take it seriously." She said this from the bottom of her heart, and after listening to her explanation, Sun Xuechong's anger subsided a lot. But he didn't know that Sui Bing behind him didn't think so. When Shen Haoei spoke, she looked at him with pleading eyes and shook her head gently at him. Clearly she was helpless. This Sun Xuechong must have threatened her, otherwise why would she let him go and follow Sun Xuechong instead? "Sun Xuechong, forget it this time, but don't blame me for being rude next time." Even if it was a misunderstanding, he still had to give a warning. So many people were watching, and he didn't want to be laughed at by so many people. Shin Haoei patted his shoulder and said, "Okay, put me down first. He is injured. I will heal him." This sentence really surprised Lin Jianan and others. Healing? Has she awakened her superpowers? Seeing Lin Jianan's reaction, Sun Xuechong said with some pride, Wei Wei just awakened her healing ability last night. Why did they dislike them before? Healing ability. Now they knew why the two men were arguing so hard, but were unwilling to let go. If it were a different situation, if it happened to them, they would also fight. That's a healing power. Sun Xuechong had no intention of letting Shin Haoei go. He carried her forward and said, "Why save him? He left us yesterday without saying goodbye. Saving a man like him would be a waste of your abilities." Shin Haoei patted him and said unhappily, "What are you talking about? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Besides, he is our friend. He left without saying goodbye before, so there must be a reason. Put me down now." Sun Xuechong turned to look at Lin Jianan. Saving people can't be in vain, right? Chen Diyang clenched his fists and felt his face burning. Don't they know why he left yesterday? Why did it sound like he had betrayed them? "No need," he said through gritted teeth. He has nothing to do with Lin Jianan and the others now. Besides, with Manager Qin's Universal Shop still around, he doesn't want to have anything to do with them anymore. Apart from the pain from his wound, he is still some distance away from death. Besides, Daodu was here to catch him. Sun Xuechong never expected that Qindiang would refuse. In his opinion, this was saving his life. "You." Shin Haoei struggled to get down from Sun Xuechong's arms. All right, I don't need any reward. I just hope everyone can live well." Then he walked towards Qindiang. Qindiang looked up at her and saw Shin Haoei walking towards him with a smile on her face. "Can you let me take a look at your wound?" "Don't worry, although I have just awakened for a day, the effect of the treatment is still very good." Qindiang gritted his teeth. Although she was somewhat repulsed by what the two people had just said, her gentle smile now still made people unconsciously relax their guard. She is indeed very kind and probably really wants to save him. The injuries on his body would still affect his movements. If they could really be cured, how could he want to die when he could live? So he took out a crystal core and handed it to her. "Just think of it as me asking you to heal my wounds." Shin Haoei pretended to refuse, but finally accepted it under Qindiang's insistence. She originally just wanted to show off her strength in front of everyone, but she didn't expect to get an unexpected gain. Other superpowers are common, but treatment is different. It can save lives. Although the Universal Store has food and drinks, it cannot provide treatment for those with special abilities. But she can. Chapter 35. I've been disliking you for a long time. She just didn't know that the store now had medicines for sale. If she knew that the ability she treasured so much could actually be easily achieved in the store, what would she feel? Wei Wei is just too kind. Sui Bing glanced at Chen Diyang with dissatisfaction. Sun Xuechong sneered subconsciously and replied, "Oh, if Wei Wei was not kind, would you be able to stand here and be so arrogant today?" What a ungrateful bastard. Although Wei Wei had explained it, he still disliked him. Sui Bing rolled her eyes at him and walked forward silently. The fire in the house at the back was getting bigger, but it wouldn't affect the corridor for a while. Xin Hui was eager to demonstrate her strength, so she began to treat Qindiang on the spot. There was a reason why she was so eager. When she encounters such a suitable opportunity and is able to perfectly demonstrate her abilities, these people will definitely find ways to win her over and give her considerable benefits. By then, she will be able to get rid of Sun Xuechong. It's not safe at all to follow him. He actually left her here alone last night. She couldn't stay around him anymore. Seeing that the two had stopped arguing and fighting, Daodu felt bored and raised his little paw and waved it towards where Sun Xuechong was. An invisible airflow rushed straight towards where Sun Xuechong was. Caught off guard, he felt a pain in his calf, stumbled, and nearly fell to the ground. Sun Xuechong, who was already in a bad mood because he was laughed at, suddenly exploded and glared at Lin Jianan and his group angrily. Damn it! You want to fight, right? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you have more people. But no one took action. His sudden temper made everyone understand. Bai Fong immediately rushed forward with a roar. Fuck him! With a thump, Sun Xuechong was thrown to the ground. Then a barrage of slaps rained down on him. Bai Fong rode on him and said, Bang! I've been fed up with you for a long time. You act like a big shot all day long. At the same time, Heist, who was also disliked by everyone because of his bad smell, also rushed forward. Heist was timid when seeing the large number of zombies. After all, he could only transform into a rat. But when facing Sun Xuechong, he attacked with heavy punches. He is just one person. He is the criminal designated by Manager Qin. He is doing things for Manager Qin. And with the captain's support, he was not afraid at all. The two of them punched Sun Xuechong so hard that he was stunned. Coming back to his senses, he was filled with anger. You are looking for death. I will kill you. Ugh. As he spoke these harsh words, he began to dry heave, wishing he could vomit out his heart and liver. Bai Fong and the other man were stunned for a moment, and then fought even more happily. They just dug out the zombie's brain with their hands. How could it not stink? I didn't expect that this biochemical attack was so effective that it smoked a mutant into this state. Of course, this was also because Sun Xuechong didn't react in time, so he was hit directly, but the two of them didn't panic at all. Bai Fong even put his hand in his mouth. Seeing this scene, Heist suddenly jumped up as if he had seen the devil. Grass. This clean-looking man is actually a pervert with such heavy tastes. Vomit. When he thought of that scene, he felt like vomiting. It was so damn disgusting. People cannot, or at least should not. Everyone. Sun Xuechong completely collapsed and started vomiting violently. Don't kill him. Just then, a young man's voice was heard. This sound comes from... Everyone looked at Daodu on the ground. It actually spoke. Did they hear it right? How is this possible? Only the legendary beasts can speak human language. Bai Fong stood up slowly like a primary school student and took 2 steps back. Hee, brother hey? Daodu rolled his eyes. He didn't want to talk to them, but if he beat this guy to death, what would he say to his master? But his name makes it very unhappy. It is just black, but it is cute. Okay. Shut up. Bai Fong stepped back again, put his hand to his mouth and made a zipper gesture, completely shutting his mouth. Nia Ruffeng glanced at Sun Xuechong, who was wailing on the ground, and said, Does this guy need our help to get him back to the store? Sun Xuechong just came back to his senses. He was completely shocked after hearing what Nia Ruffeng said. Send it to the store? Send it to what store? What do you want to do? I have never provoked you. This time he was completely scared. Nia Ruffeng had a smile on his face. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao Hui, who had been very quiet on his shoulder, suddenly screamed, Ga! Although no one could understand the bird language, the sound clearly sounded extremely terrified. And its owner, Nia Ruffeng, inexplicably realized what it meant. It's telling him to run away. He looked around and saw a figure standing at the corner of the stairs. It was a fat man who was only about 1.6 meters tall. He was so fat that his belly was nearly 2 meters wide at its widest part. Its face was covered in rotten flesh, and even its eyeballs had burst out, making one wonder what the condition of its body underneath the clothes would be like. But Nia Ruffeng didn't have time to think about it at this moment, and ran towards the staircase first. Run? The others didn't hesitate at all and ran away. If this thing is at the stairwell, it will block the entire road. If I don't run now, what if I can't run away later? What is going on in this world? Before, there were only first-order zombies and second-order zombies, But now these strange zombies appear one after another. The one outside the city before was it, and this one is it now too. It looks scary. If it rushes straight towards you, it might kill someone. Sui Bing's face turned pale. He was very familiar with this thing. He was injured yesterday because of this guy, so he even ran away before Nia Rufeng. In an instant, the only people left at the scene were Sun Xuechong, who was lying on the ground and trying to get up, and Dodo. Even Chen Deyong was not abandoned and was taken away. Dang dang. The zombie didn't walk very fast. With every step it took, the ground shook slightly and made a heavy sound. It is precisely because of this that it puts people under greater pressure. Sun Xuechong was shocked and terrified, and without thinking, he threw a fireball at the other party. With a light pop sound, the guy didn't even try to dodge and let the fireball hit him without causing any damage. But he quickly fluttered his hands to put out the fire. When he saw a hole in his clothes, he suddenly became furious and ran straight towards Sun Xuechong. He ran and shouted in fear, "No! Don't! Help!" Chapter 36 Sister, I will protect you well. Even if he has superpowers, how can he not be afraid when facing a powerless enemy, and even the superpowers he is proud of are useless? After all, before the end of the world, he was just an ordinary poor student. Daodu stopped where he was, opened his mouth and spit out a small ball of flame. The fat zombie's clothes had just been burned and he wanted to dodge, but the flames came too fast and he didn't have time at all and was hit directly. In an instant, the flames grew as if oil was poured on them, and in just a moment the zombie was burned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. The sound of something heavy falling suddenly disappeared, and the people downstairs listened quietly to the noise above. Although they ran away, they did not leave completely. After all, Daodu hasn't come down yet. If they lose Manager Qin's pet, they will probably be in big trouble. After doing all this, Daodu looked at his front paws, then looked at Sun Xuechong who had already run down the stairs, and sighed like a little adult. So we have to let the group of people below tie this guy up first. When they went downstairs, Nia Rufeng and others were not surprised to see Sun Xuechong alive. Just now, Daodu asked Bai Fong and the others not to beat the man to death, which meant that they would take the man to see the store manager and would definitely not let anything happen to him now. On the contrary, both Shenhui and Sui Bing felt a little strange. They knew his strength, especially Sui Bing. Judging from his previous fight with Sun Xuechong, he would never be a match for that fat zombie. So, how did he get here? Before they could say anything, they heard Daodu's familiar voice. Tie him up. Bai Fong was eager to try, but he had no rope, so he simply took off his coat and tried to tie someone up. When Sun Xuechong saw Bai Fong, he thought of the scene just now and wanted to kill him immediately. But Daodu was there, so he didn't dare to hesitate at all and wanted to leave here quickly. At this moment, he couldn't even care about his favorite Shenhui. After all, is it important to like someone and have a life? When it comes to your own life, everything else has to take a back seat. Just like when they met that fat zombie just now, Shenhui ran faster than anyone else, but she didn't even turn back to help him. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Sun Xuechong yelled at Bai Fong and tried to leave past him. But it would have been better if he didn't roar, because after he roared, Nia Rufeng and several others blocked his way. Sun Xuechong's eyes turned red. Do you have to kill me to be happy? Bai Fong had already arrived in front of him. Just as he was about to take action, he found that he was unable to move and could only watch himself being tied up. He finally couldn't help but burst into curses. Fuck! The scolding was unbearable to hear. Bai Fong was not tired of it and punched him in the face. What are you barking like a dog, cat? What are you barking like a cat? He repeated it subconsciously, feeling guilty. I almost said the wrong thing just now. I'm really used to it. The matter was settled. Daodu didn't want to stay any longer. He raised his paw and pointed at Chen Deyong. Take him and follow me. Then he went downstairs without looking back. This is the plan to go back. Chen Deyong did not dare to delay. He walked over, tied up Sun Xuechong's clothes, and followed him. Just now, Shenhui was distracted while treating him because of Sun Xuechong and the fat zombie that suddenly appeared. Although the injury was not healed, it was a little better. At least the bleeding stopped. Seeing this, Lin Jianan and others couldn't help but follow. The previous sword shadow should have almost dealt with the zombies, and they just happened to go back, so they had to let the sword shadow come back with them. Following Daodu is naturally the safest. Seeing that they all left, Shenhui felt a little aggrieved. Why did they still not react even though she had just demonstrated her abilities? Shouldn't she be included in the team? Without her, who would they turn to for treatment if they got injured? If they had known her abilities before seeing the medicines in the store, both Lin Jianan and Nia Rufeng would have spared no effort to win her over. Now, it is absolutely impossible to win them over. She can only heal and has no attack power at all. She is just a useless thing to them. Not only that, but they have to support an extra person to eat for free. They would be stupid to offer huge benefits to win her over. Sui Bing, however, looked at the group of people going away. His eyes narrowed into slits. That puppy is awesome. There was no movement upstairs a long time ago, and the zombie was most likely killed by it. Although that zombie was also a level 2 zombie, it was different from other level 2 zombies. Its defense and attack power far exceeded those of other zombies, and it could obviously see them. Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing. If you have a little pet like this around you, the more he thought about it, the more jealous he became. Shinhao glanced at him, and Sui Bing immediately returned to his normal expression. He looked a little confused. Sister Weiwei, who are those people? And that black puppy is? Shinhao didn't want to share the information about the Universal Store with others. When she heard this, her eyelashes trembled slightly. I knew them all before, but there were some misunderstandings between brother-son and them, so? As for the black puppy, I don't know either. Sui Bing lowered her head slightly after hearing this, with a thoughtful look on her face. Is that so? That's what he said, but no one knew how much he believed Shinhao's words. Shinhao nodded naturally. Yes, let's follow and take a look now. Maybe we can find something. Sui Bing grabbed her hand. Sister. Shinhe was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? Sui Bing looked at her and said seriously, those people are not easy to deal with. Brother's son will probably not come back, but don't worry, I will protect you well. Shinhao's eyes turned red, and she rubbed her eyes with her hands. How could things turn out like this? If you weren't here, I'm afraid. As she spoke, tears were already falling. Those people ignored her now, and she had no other choice but to stay with Sui Bing. Although it was still dangerous with only 2 of them, it was much better than her being alone. As an ice-type mutant, he should be able to protect her, right? Sui Bing's eyes sparkled when she heard that. Then let's make a deal from now on. Sister is mine. I've never been in a relationship before, so you can't let me down. Shinhao's eyes were blurred with tears, and she whispered, This? We just met. This is not good. Sui Bing. But I like you. I fell in love with you at first sight, and you even saved me. Is it because I am not good looking? He touched his face a little aggrieved and said bitterly, In this case, I'd better stay away from you, so as not to annoy my sister. After saying this, he pretended to leave. Don't go. Sui Bing turned around and looked at her eagerly. Sister? Shinhao gritted her teeth, knowing that she had no other choice. If he left, her safety would be completely at risk. It's a pity that useless guy Sun Shuechong was arrested. She had no other way out. I promise you. She allowed herself a bright smile. Sui Bing immediately grabbed her hand and said with a smile on her face, I knew that my sister must like me too. Don't be shy to say it. I will be very happy. Shinhao was held by his hand, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. Her face flushed. Don't say any more. Sui Bing nodded. Okay, then let's go find them now and see what they're going to do. Turning his head, the young man curled the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Chapter 37 Human Reality. The 2 of them wasted some time here, and after leaving the community, although they hurried, they were still a little slow. Far behind by 1 section, the 2 of them saw the corpses on the road outside and the people digging for crystal cores. When they rushed over, everything was over. Nia Rufeng didn't even look at them and divided the crystal cores among them. There were 270 in total, because he was the one who killed the strange zombie, and they lost a sword shadow in the effort to restrain the zombie, so they took the biggest ones, a total of 145. The remaining 125 belonged to Lin Jianan and the other 2. They had no objection to this division. Even though one of the 5 sword shadows was lost later, the other sword shadows looked less solid. But they got more than 100 crystal cores, which was a huge sum of money for any of them. After cleaning up the battlefield, they didn't care how surprised Shinhao and Sui Bing were. After dividing the things, they prepared to leave together. When Shinhao passed by them, she opened her mouth and said, You guys. Before she could finish her words, Lin Jialan rolled her eyes at her unhappily. Stay away from us and don't talk to us. Shinhao's eyes turned red. She clenched her teeth tightly. Her heart was filled with anger, and she subconsciously looked at Sui Bing beside her. The latter lowered his head, looking thoughtful, not knowing what he was thinking about, and seemed not to notice her gaze. Shinhao secretly clenched her fists, but they were outnumbered, so how could she dare to say anything? And no one around her helped her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel sad. The road ahead is simply bleak. She seemed to have entered a wolf's den. It's a pity that by the time she realized this, it was already too late. Now that Sun Xuechong is gone, no one can help her, and she can only save herself. She gritted her teeth and said, don't you need someone to heal you? Although I don't have much combat power, I can still heal you. And there's Ah Bing. He's an ice element and very strong. She couldn't offend Sui Bing. She was afraid that these people would not accept her joining, which would make Sui Bing dissatisfied with her. So she tied the two of them together. She was thinking about both of them. Lin Jianan looked at Nie Rufeng. The latter glanced at Sui Bing, and Shen Hui's clasped hands calmly, and a decent smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'm really sorry. We already have a healing department. 2 healing departments in one team may cause some conflicts. Miss, you should find another job. He spoke very politely. Shen Hui had been following Sun Xuechong before, but it had only been a few days and she didn't even worry about him getting caught, and now she was so close to other men. He asked her to join because he was worried that she would mess up the team he had worked so hard to build. Didn't you see that Heisey next to her was almost drooling at the pitiful Shen Hui? There is a sword above your head when it comes to lust. He sighed in his heart, then took his people away after he finished speaking. Heisey's face was filled with regret. There was clearly no healing type in their team. Moreover, they had Manager Chen's all-purpose shop, but the others didn't. Those people should be able to use the healing type. He didn't know why the captain refused, but he understood that the captain must have his reasons for doing so, and he just had to believe it and do as he was told. Sister, are you in a bad mood? At the original place, Sui Bing just came back to his senses and saw Shen Hui with red eyes, a look of worry and distress. Shen Hui felt even sadder when she heard this. What were you doing just now? Why didn't you care about me? Sui Bing seemed to be stunned for a moment, then seeing her tearful appearance, he gently held her in his arms and patted her on the back. I'm sorry. I was lost in thought just now. It's all my fault. Did those people bully you? Shen He sniffed slightly. They? I was about to cry as I said this. Sui Bing quickly comforted her. All right. Don't cry anymore. Don't worry. I will definitely help you get revenge. Shen Hui, no. Nothing. Just said a few words to me. It's not a big deal. The young man said in a very serious tone. That won't do. Bullying you is bullying me. You can tolerate this, but I can't. Shen Hui buried her face in his arms and felt relieved. It seemed that he was really thinking about the problem and was not deliberately ignoring her. This way, she felt a little more at ease. Wherever she couldn't see, Sui Bing curled the corners of his mouth. It's so easy to fool. If she didn't have the healing ability, why would he be so hypocritical with her here? Even though she was beautiful, she had other men, so of course he looked down on her. Just can't show it. Not only that, he also has to work hard to show his love and satisfaction for her, preferably to make her fall in love with him, so that he can keep her by his side. Thanks to his face, he can get girls just by waving his hand. In these last days, there is obviously no exception. Otherwise, why did Shen Hui insist on saving him yesterday? He is very realistic. But what he didn't know was that Shen Hui was actually very realistic. The reason why we have to save him is not only because he is young and good-looking, but more importantly because of his powerful supernatural powers. And Shen Hui just wanted to get rid of Sun Xuechong, this unreliable guy. In the room, Chinamo put down his phone, rubbed his sore shoulders, and looked outside through the window. It's getting dark. He watched most of the TV series by skipping around, but Daodu hadn't come back yet. Considering Daodu's ability, the only reason he didn't come back was that he was having fun outside, so he was not worried. He got up and went downstairs to get some food and a bottle of Coke, then went upstairs to watch the finale. After a while, there was a slight noise downstairs, and then the door was pushed open from the outside. Woof! Then a black mass came to his side. Chinamo raised his eyes. You still remember to come back? Woof woof. Daodu barked twice, rubbed his arm gently, and rolled over with his little body. His tail left a trail behind him. Woo woo. There was a slight sound coming from her throat, and she looked like she was acting cute and coquettish. Chinamo flicked its forehead with his hand in amusement. I knew you didn't come back because you were hungry. You're having too much fun. Daodu was bounced away, but he kept rubbing against him unwillingly. Chinamo, all right, I know you've done a great job. Take whatever you want to eat. Ouch. After getting the answer he wanted, Daodu let out a roar and rushed out again. Chinamo shook his head and continued to look at his phone. By the time he finished watching the ending, more than 10 minutes had passed. Then the next step is to meet that warrior. Chapter 38. Just a deal. Downstairs, the lights in the store were on. Daodu was curled up on the sofa. Sun Xuechong was standing in the store with his hands tied, and Dizi was guarding the closed door. Hearing the sound of people coming down the stairs, Daodu immediately flew over. Woof! Chinamo bent down and picked up Daodu, and his white fingers with distinct joints gently touched Daodu's hair. He walked over to the cashier counter and sat down. When Sun Xuechong saw him, he couldn't help but start a step back. Thinking of Zhang Kaiguang's miserable condition yesterday, his face turned pale. Qin? Manager Qin. Chinamo raised his eyes slightly. His expression was calm and his eyes were as deep as ink, making it impossible to see through his emotions. Is there anything you want to say? Sun Xuechong immediately said hurriedly. I didn't do anything. Why are you arresting me? Chinamo raised his eyebrows slightly and said faintly, It seems that you are not honest. Sun Xuechong had been trying to fool people at first, but now he had completely lost his confidence. He collapsed to the ground. The theft was done by that idiot Zhang Kaiguang. It has nothing to do with me. I paid the points. Yes, I have the crystal core. I'm a customer of your store. Don't kill me. I didn't do anything wrong. At the end, he kept repeating it as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Chinamo looked away, somewhat uninterested. He is so timid that he even dares to discuss stealing things from the store with others. After fiddling with Daoda's ear, he said calmly, You want to buy something? When Sun Xuechong heard this, he seemed to see hope for life and nodded repeatedly, I'll buy it. I'll buy it. In his opinion, since Chinamo said this, it meant that as long as he spent money, he would let him go. Chinamo waved his hand and untied him. Go. Killing him directly and getting the crystal core would only be a way to add some snacks to Daodu. Only when he made purchases in the store would he actually get points. Since Sun Xuechong was so considerate, he certainly couldn't refuse his kindness. Anyway, the person is dead and the things are still his. Sun Xuechong, yes. I'll go right away. He ran to the display cabinet and started picking things. He still had dozens of crystal cores on him, enough for him to buy things. Medicines, pea pods, sword shadow cards, whatever is expensive, he will take it. Afterwards, he came to the cashier counter with a bunch of things in his arms and put all the cards and crystal cores on his body into the cashier counter. All these things used up a total of 3,300 points, leaving less than 10 points on the card. Although all his points were used up, he felt that as long as he could survive, everything was worth it. When he gets out, he will go and settle accounts with those people, especially by Fong and Haizi. He will definitely make them pay the price. Manager Qin. I'll leave first then? Qin Mo's lips curved slightly, and he said in a good mood, I never said I would let you go. Sun Xuechong was shocked and angry. You? Unfortunately, I found myself speechless as soon as I opened my mouth. Chinamo stroked his chin and thought for a few seconds, then handed the torture to the system. System, pull out his tendons and peel off his skin. Let him die slowly and suffer a little. System, okay. Help. Please forgive me. I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I gave you all my crystal cores, and I still have sword shadows. I'll fuck you. Screams rang out one after another, so shrill that people couldn't help but tremble when they heard them. How miserable is this? Chen Deyong, who was sitting outside in the corridor, listened to the screams from inside. His heart was in turmoil, and he curled himself up into a ball unconsciously. So scary. From now on, even if I die, I will never attract the attention of this store. About half an hour later, the wooden door behind him suddenly opened. He was startled and stood up quickly. Standing by the door was the number one who looked like a bear. He saw that the lights were on inside and a pool of bright red blood on the ground. Qin, Manager Qin. He spoke tremblingly. Chinamo glanced at him, bent his finger, and flicked it at him. A flash of white light flew towards him. Chen Deyong resisted the urge to dodge. The moment the white light penetrated his body, he felt the pain in his body disappear in an instant. His injury healed? Chen Deyong almost jumped up with joy, tears welling up in his eyes, and said incoherently, Thank you, Manager Qin. Chinamo disagreed. It's just a deal. He led the way to find Sun Xuechong and helped him recover from his injuries. This was the bargaining chip that had been planned from the beginning. His injury would heal in 2 days at most, and it only took up 50 points. After saying that, he carried Daodu upstairs and closed the shop door with a click. His dark eyes rolled around, and he turned to get a mop to clean the blood on the floor. After taking a shower, Chinamo returned to the room and checked today's harvest while listening to Daodu telling him about what he saw and heard today. The temporary task has been completed and the experience points have been credited. This is what his shop panel looks like now. Name, Chinamo. Age, 21. Points, 15,568. Current store level, 1. Store manager level, 6. Experience, 16,300 inch. The points have exceeded 10,000. Today, Nie Rufeng and his team contributed 6,968 points. The total amount of food they bought before was 4,642, including 20 portions of hemostatic medicine and painkiller for 1,600 each, and 5 portions of first-level healing medicine for 1,000, which is 6,518 after discount. Later, they bought a pet egg separately for 450 after discount. The second is the 3,300 points contributed by Gangsun Shuechong. After that, Qindiang had to pay for food, medicine, bandages, etc., a total of 350. The price of an unlocked item is not necessarily the selling price. Take the painkillers and hemostatic drugs he unlocked today, for example. It only cost 35 points to unlock them, but the selling price is 40. A level 1 pet egg unlocks over 2,000 points, but is sold for 500. He didn't understand the pricing pattern either. Anyway, he only unlocked it once, so the rest of the profits were his. These points may seem like a lot, but they are not enough to upgrade superpowers. However, they should be enough to upgrade the store. Just as I finished my thoughts, the system popped up. Host, do you want to upgrade the store? It will unlock new ways to play. How many points? Chinamo asked. The system voice was somewhat cheerful. It's on sale, not 998, not 998, only 99.98, take them all home. Where did you learn that advertising slogan? Well learned, don't learn it next time. The system complained, oh, but I spent a long time looking for it online, and they all said it was useful. Upgrade. Hearing these two words, the system nodded happily as if it had heard heavenly music. Okay. Points have been deducted. The store has been upgraded successfully. The current store level is level 2, and the supernatural training room has been unlocked. Please check it yourself, host. Chinamo showed no joy or sadness on his face. Got it, leave now. System, yes. My dear master. Chapter 39. Although there are few guests, they die quickly. He knew Xiao Tongzi's two faces very well and had long been accustomed to them. The newly unlocked training room had little to do with him, so he was not in a hurry to see it. Instead, he was more concerned about what Daodu had just mentioned to him. There are some new alien zombies outside, which pose a great threat to the guests. It will be more difficult for them to build a base, or perhaps they will not have the chance to do so at all. In just a few days, the number of customers has shrunk. Speaking of which, this end of the world is indeed not a place for humans to stay. Although there are few guests, they die quickly. Although he is too lazy to meddle in other people's business, catering to the market and selling whatever customers need is the qualified accomplishment of a businessman. He thought he had done a pretty good job in this regard. So, he decided to unlock more second-level items so that they could use more points to buy security. The reason why I didn't unlock it before was, firstly, that I didn't have many points, and secondly, when there is no great danger, people will indeed prepare trump cards to ensure safety, but not too many, so it is difficult to popularize the second level. Now is the right time. I still have 5,570 points in hand, so I have to put the Superpower Awakening Agent aside for a while. At 5,000 points per stick, it may not be sold out in a short period of time. Name, Dolly Teddy Bear. Level, second level. Introduction, a teddy bear known for his strength, who can kill any kid with one punch. Price, 350 points. Name, Speedy Teddy Bear. Level, second level. Introduction, a furry bear known for its speed, an agile fat man. Price, 350 points. Name, Teddy Bear Treatment. Level, second level. Introduction, your best partner, can save your life at critical moments. Price, 600 points. Name, Flame Sword. Level, second level. Introduction, every swing will be accompanied by a flash of fire, making you more powerful than superpowers even if you don't have any. Price, 600 points. Name, Protective Shield. Level, second level. Introduction, it can generate a protective shield with a range of 50 meters to protect everyone inside, which is essential for saving lives. Price, 2,000 inch. Name, Alarm Bell. Level, second level. Introduction, it can detect whether there is a crisis within a mile radius. Are you sure there won't be one before you go out? Price, 1,000 inch. In a blink of an eye, the points were reduced to 670. Chinamo waved his hand to close the gold-eating maw, and his eyes fell on the sunshine value. Sunshine value, 55750. It is now 11 o'clock in the evening. From 8 o'clock in the morning till now, I have harvested 5 sunlight points in total. It does seem like a lot, and he currently cannot sell all of them to exchange for plants, So he exchanged them all for level 2 seeds. 9 pieces for 54,000. It was already late, and he was too lazy to go out. So he called out, "System, here I am. Your most lovely system is here to serve you. What can I do for you, host?" It is in a good mood now. The host didn't bargain with it when it upgraded just now. It doesn't mind pampering him. Chinamo said, "Please help me plant these seeds. I need to sleep." System. The body is the capital of revolution. Host, take a good rest. I'm good at this. A matter of waving a claw. The seeds in the space were gone. Chinamo yawned and touched Dowda's head next to him. "Okay, you should go and have a rest too." Dowdu woofed and quickly ran out to find his own nest. Chinamo used his telekinesis to control the door to close and the lights to turn off. Before closing his eyes to sleep, he was still thinking that using telekinesis to do things was indeed as convenient as he thought. It was late at night and everyone was asleep, but Chendiang, who was standing at the door, couldn't sleep. It wasn't that he was worried about danger, but it was too hot. It was so hot that he fanned himself in front of his face with his hands, but the effect was actually very small. Breathing softly, he couldn't help but recall his life before the end of the world. Turning on the air conditioner and eating watermelon. It was so comfortable. But now there is nothing. Just when he was feeling upset, he suddenly heard footsteps in the front. He immediately sat up and looked forward. Are there zombies? There was only darkness in front of him, and he couldn't see anything. Without time to think, Chindiang subconsciously touched his bag and remembered that his flashlight had been broken because he was in a hurry to escape last night. Just then, a voice came from the front. "Sir." Chindiang recognized it. It was the voice of Jianying. Looking closely, perhaps because it was too close, he saw the pitch-black sword shadow, which was holding 5 crystal cores in its hand and handing them to him. Chindiang took it and muttered, "I'm glad you're back." If it hadn't been for it yesterday, he would have been dead. It was fine, so he was naturally happy. But just as he finished speaking, the hand of the sword shadow in front of him fell down, and he realized that although its body was all black, it was missing a lot of pieces, and it looked like an irregular pattern. He was stunned when he saw the sword shadow that disappeared completely in a flash of white light just as it appeared. Dead. But before it died, it only remembered his order and forced itself to send the crystal core over. Last night he was entangled by vines, and a dozen zombies were attracted from below. As soon as the sword shadow came out, he ordered it to deal with the zombies first and dig out the crystal core. Because he knew very well that without the crystal core, he would die even if he returned alive. Later it cut the vines and caught him, but just as it pushed him away, it was restrained by the vines that entangled him. Chendiang was seriously injured and could not help, so he could only leave with the crystal core on the ground. He originally thought that Jianying had died a long time ago, but he never expected that it would come back just to bring him a few crystal cores. The end of the world is coming, and everyone is trying their best to survive, and he is no exception. To them, the sword shadow is actually a dead object, just a trump card to save their lives. But it used its life to give him a ray of light in this dark and bleak apocalypse. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt very uncomfortable. If he had bought something to save it after returning today, it might not have been in any danger. He stared at the crystal core in his hand for a long time without coming back to his senses. The next morning, Subai walked along the road at the foot of the mountain and saw the peach trees growing well in the field on the left. The flowers had already fallen to the ground, and they should be ripe soon. However, this thing belongs to Manager Chin, and you can only look at it, not think about it. He walked quickly and soon arrived in front of the store. Just now, I saw from a distance a person sitting in front of the door, staring at the crystal core in his hand in a daze. I don't know what he was thinking about. He glanced at Chendiyang. He had never seen this person before. He should be a new guest in the past 2 days. The store door wasn't open yet, so he simply waited by the side. Then he saw the store rules posted next to the door. Subai took 2 steps closer and took a closer look. After a while, the door was opened, but the person at the door still didn't respond. Subai said, "Move aside. You're blocking the way." Chendiyang finally came back to his senses. He rubbed his sore eyes, moved to the side, and began to daydream again. Subai didn't care and walked in. Chapter 40. Are you here to buy things or to purchase goods? The first person behind the door who saw Subai actually said something that was rare. "Welcome to you." Subai looked at it with some surprise. Even the dazed Chendiyang had a change of mood. He turned his head away, somewhat unable to believe it. Will it welcome you? They had come so many times and it had never welcomed them. So why was this person so welcome the first time he came? Were they different? Chinamo was eating and looked over when he heard the voice. Subai took the opportunity to greet him. Manager Chin, good morning. Good morning. It's not surprising that the gold card owner would be the first to speak. After all, there will only be 10 gold card owners in the entire store. Subai didn't say anything more. He glanced at the display cabinets around him, most of which were filled with things. It seems that during the days when he was not here, there were a lot of new products here. But when I came in from outside, the room became much cooler. I don't know where the cool air came from. It would be nice to live here. Of course, the store is so small, so he just thought about it. There were 2 plates of side dishes placed in front of the store manager, and the aroma of the dishes wafting through the store was so delicious that one could not help but drool. Subai hadn't eaten or slept well these past few days, so the first thing he did was go to the food area. After taking a look, he found that there was no change here, but the food the manager ate clearly did not belong here. Not wanting to disturb Chin Mo's meal, he set his eyes on the first one. As their eyes met, Subai waved at it. The first one tilted his head, a little confused and hesitant, but still walked over. Subai asked, "Where is the food in front of the manager?" He knew it understood. As expected, the first one turned around and pointed at the automatic cooking machine near the cash register. Subai nodded, "Thank you." Leaving behind a word, he strode towards the automatic cooking machine. Now the items were all described, so he didn't need to ask. He quickly ordered 5 dishes, 4 vegetables and 1 soup, 2 vegetarian dishes, and 2 meat dishes. After paying the bill, he went to the sofa. In fact, the food in the morning is usually light, and there is rarely any big fish or meat. It's just that Subai hasn't tasted any minced meat for more than half a month. This is because he is under control, otherwise he could order a whole table of food. Perhaps because he exercised a lot every day and consumed a lot of energy, he found that his appetite had increased a lot. Of course, it is also possible that the superpowers require more nutrition. But this is not a good thing for everyone right now. If you don't eat enough, you won't have the strength to kill zombies, and you will be killed by zombies. He squinted his eyes and ate his meal with enjoyment. That small machine could store so many things, and no one knew how it did it. Moreover, the food was better than any he had ever eaten in a 5-star hotel. Before he knew it, he had quickly finished his meal without feeling greasy at all. After eating and drinking enough, people will feel sleepy. But this was not a place to sleep after all, so he rubbed his eyes and went inside to pick something. He was a little sleepy and walked slowly, but after seeing the introduction of each item, he soon woke up. Name: Dolly Teddy Bear. Type: Attack. Level: 2nd level. Introduction: a teddy bear known for his strength, who can kill any kid with 1 punch. Price: 350 points. Name: Flame Sword. Type: Attack. Level: 2nd level. Introduction: every swing will be accompanied by a flash of fire, making you more powerful than superpowers even if you don't have any. Price: 600 points. Name: Protective Shield. Type: Defense. Level: 2nd level. Introduction: it can generate a protective shield with a range of 50 meters to protect everyone inside, which is essential for saving lives. Price: 1,000 inch. Name: Alarm Bell. Type: Support. Level: 2nd level. Introduction: it can detect whether there is a crisis within a mile radius. Are you sure there won't be one before you go out? Price: 600. There are so many 2nd level items. Moreover, it has everything, which can be said to be complete. He was alone outside these few days and encountered a lot of troubles, but also gained a lot. It was because he encountered a 2nd level zombie that was different from the norm that he wanted to see if there were any new products that could be used. Even though he killed that zombie, it was only one. What if he encountered 2, 3, or even a group of them in the future? The reason why he didn't come these days was that he knew that this store would be discovered by many people sooner or later. By then, what everyone would compete on would not only be supernatural powers, but more on financial resources. In order to ensure that he would have no worries about food and clothing in the future, he had to save up as many crystal cores as possible before anyone discovered this place. Since I'm far away, I can't come here every day. Subai started picking up the goods. Level 1 Pet Egg. Flaming Sword. Alert Bell. Protective Cover. Treat the Fuzzy Bear. 1st level Healing Medicine. Hemostatics and Painkillers. Bandage Gauze. Because he was worried that there might be any problems in treating the teddy bear, he specially prepared medicine. He went back and forth several times, and soon the cashier counter was full. Chen Diang was originally feeling very uncomfortable, but now he is shocked by the generosity of this young man. Are you here to buy things, or to purchase goods? After placing the water and bread on the cashier counter, he asked Chinamo, "Manager, why didn't I see the little plant from before? There are only 3 new plants, two of them and one of them. Chinamo had a blank expression on his face. The first thing he did when he came down was to eat. The plants had not been replaced yet. Then he pointed inside the store. Now we have it. Now Sunflower can obtain 10,000 sunshine points every 3 hours. From 11 o'clock last night to 8 o'clock this morning, the balance of sunshine points is 35750. As he spoke, he replaced the existing plants with 20 each. Name, Croton. Level, first level. Type, poison. Introduction, releases poisonous gas, which will make the person lose combat effectiveness upon smelling it. Don't worry, it will not have the same effect on the owner. Note, disposable product. Price, 50. Name, Peanut Shooter. Level, first level. Type, offense and defense. Introduction, it will send harmful peanuts to the enemies in front and slow down the enemy's approach. Attack and defense value, 20. Price, 300. Name, Potato Mine. Level, first level. Type, attack. Introduction. Oh, growth takes time. Don't worry, it will be soon. It takes 10 seconds to wait, and then the explosion will occur. Attack, 200. Price, 100. Note, single-use item. Here are the new plant introductions I got yesterday. After exchanging 20 for each of the 6 plants, there are still 13,750 sunlight points left. It can never be used up. On the other side, Subai quickly selected what he needed based on the introduction. There are 5 potato mines, 3 crotons, 3 nuts, 5 pea shooters, and 3 peanut shooters. Chapter 41. Supernatural Power Training. When checking out, Subai directly took out a large pile of crystal cores and put them into the machine. Chen Deyong was stunned. Isn't this too rich? How strong is this person to have so many crystal cores? There are so many, at least 100 of them, right? The final price was 7,100. In addition to these, Subai only prepared 10 portions of bread and water, which is enough for almost 3 days. Other things cannot be stored in such a hot day. It would be a waste to buy them. The total cost after discount was 5,680. Subai put all the things into the space, leaving only a healing bear, and then took out a small bag of things and put it on the cash register. I picked them from the mountain yesterday and brought them here especially for you to try. There was a small plastic bag of mulberries, dark red in color, and looked very sweet. He had just observed that there was no fruit for sale in the store, otherwise they would not have taken it out. Chinamo glanced at him. Fruit is really what he is lacking at the moment. Anything used by the system as a task reward cannot be found in the store. Take this mission for example. The reward was a juicer, but not only was there no juicer in the store, there wasn't even any fruit. It had indeed been a long time since he had eaten real fruit, so he did not refuse. However, he waved his hand and the refrigerator on the second floor was opened, and the things inside flew downstairs one by one. Milk, sandwiches, ham, various vegetables. Things soon appeared before my eyes one by one. Chinamo asked, "Is there anything you want?" Subai nodded, and his eyes fell on the milk. He hadn't thought about what he would get, but since the other party chose to give it, there was no need for him to refuse. Chinamo waved his hand again, and except for the 3 bottles of milk, everything else flew back the same way. "If you have any fruit these days, you can exchange it with me." Subai accepted the milk and smiled. "Okay, thank you, manager." It's obvious that the store manager is losing money by exchanging mulberries for these. It's obvious that the store manager doesn't want to have anything to do with the customers. After all, where there are human relationships, there will be interactions. But if it's a deal, then it's a deal. At least if it's beneficial, then there won't be any enmity. Although he just wanted to thank him at first. If it weren't for this small shop, he would probably have a hard time staying afloat. But now, he is very motivated just thinking about saving more crystal cores so that he can play badly in the future. Moreover, my abilities have also improved in the past 2 days. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to deal with that alien zombie by himself. By the way, manager, I see there is a small room over there. What is it used for? Chinamo looked in the direction he pointed. After the upgrade last night, the store was noticeably cooler and the space was slightly expanded. And this expansion is the new facility unlocked by the system, the supernatural training room. However, he has not yet inspected this new facility, so there is no introduction in front of the door. That's the supernatural training room. Subai was just about to leave after asking this question, but when he heard this, he stopped abruptly. Supernatural training room? This name is really easy to understand. As the name suggests, that is the place where supernatural powers are trained. Can it be used now? Chinamo said noncommittally, "Follow me." Subai naturally did not refuse and followed him. The room is not big. From the outside, it looks like a room of about 10 square meters. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Does the host need to change the facility location? Chinamo, no need. System, please confirm the location of the verification facility and indicate whether you are satisfied. Chinamo, satisfied. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the supernatural training room. It can now be used normally. Chinamo glanced at the introduction of the supernatural training room and pointed to the door. Level 1 training costs 100 points, Level 2 training costs 200 points, Level 3 training costs 400 points, and so on. To use it, put the card on the door lock and the door will open. Subai nodded and put the card on the door lock as Chinamo reminded. The next second, there was a click sound, and the door opened automatically. Subai felt a suction force coming and sucked him in directly. The next second, with a click, the door closed again. At the same time, a sign appeared at the top of the door, Superpower Training Room. There is a larger card in the middle of the door, which introduces the function and usage of this training room. Another 160 points were credited to his account, and Chinamo nodded in satisfaction. If every customer worked as hard as this one, he would have no shortage of points to spend. Qin Deyong had been listening outside the door. He was naturally curious about the training room, but because he had been sitting on the ground for too long, his legs were a little stiff and his feet were numb. It took him a long time to relax before he walked into the store. However, by then, Chinamo had already sat back behind the cashier counter. Qin Deyong didn't care too much about it. After all, he didn't have any special abilities and was just a little curious. Of course, he wouldn't bother Chinamo again because of such a small matter. He would know it in the future. His goal was clear, and he directly used the 5 crystal cores in his hand to buy a sword shadow card. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar black shadow above, I secretly swore in my heart that the same thing must never happen again. He tore the card open. A white light flashed, and a black shadow appeared in front of him. He clasped his hands together and said, "Sir." Qin Deyong looked at it silently and asked, "Do you need to eat?" Sword shadow. Not getting an answer, he simply went to buy 2 meals and invited Jianying to eat together. If other people saw this scene, they would definitely think that he was under too much pressure and went crazy. Jianying just sat down next to him. "I can't eat it." Qin Deyong nodded. "Then do you have a name?" Sword shadow, sword shadow. Is it called Jianying? Qin Deyong frowned. He was nice to the sword shadow not only because of what happened yesterday, but also because he realized that these sword shadows, like humans, also had independent consciousness, so he treated it as a human being. After dinner, he thought about the incident when Nie Rufeng and the others replaced weapons for Jianying. He couldn't afford the fiery sword, but he could still equip Jianying with a first-level weapon. So he bought a sword and gave it to Jianying. Jianying took the sword from him and gently stroked the sword with his palm. Although it had no face or facial features, he must have liked it. Qin Deyong breathed a sigh of relief and used 3.5 crystal cores to buy a powerful teddy bear. It was a bear of the same size as the first one, but the first one was all green, while this one was gray and looked much dumber than the first one. After paying the bill, he left the store with Jianying and Dali Mao Mao Xiong and headed straight to the place where the incident happened last night. That mutant tree almost killed him, so of course he had to settle the score when he got the chance. He just didn't believe that 2 second-level players couldn't deal with that tree. After the guests left, Chinamo glanced at the hairy number 1, sighed softly, and took the mulberries to the kitchen on the 2nd floor. When he came out, he held the plate in one hand and took a mulberry in the other and put it in his mouth. The sweet taste in his mouth made him squint his eyes slightly. Sweeter than I expected. After eating a few more, he did not forget to go downstairs. During this short while, there were 2 more people in the store. They are Nie Rufeng and Lin Jianan. Hearing the sound, they looked up at the same time. When they saw the mulberries in Qin Mo's hand, they both couldn't help swallowing. They did see a lot of new products just now, but they didn't see any fruits. "Manager Qin, are these mulberries new products?" Lin Jianan asked. Chinamo ate another one and said, "I won't sell it for the time being." Although they were a little disappointed, they were not discouraged. With so many good things, there must be plenty of other things too. Didn't you see that Manager Qin said that it's not for sale for the time being? Chapter 42. Twice the speed of time. Then start choosing what you need. Originally, Nie Rufeng had not planned to come today, but the appearance of alien zombies one after another yesterday made him alert. There are only 5 sword shadow cards in my hand, which is still too few. Yesterday they were few in number and could barely hold out, but what if there were more people? Among so many zombies, it would be like a sheep among wolves. However, It is worth mentioning that we gained a lot yesterday. Both sides obtained more than 100 crystal cores, so they could come to the store to buy things, clean up the zombies around them, and then bring people to build it. But this time, only the two of them came. The main reason why others don't come is to avoid danger. Both of them possess dual superpowers, so they have the ability to protect their lives no matter what. They did encounter some zombies on the way, and today was the latest day they arrived at the store in the past few days. Now that there is enough money and there is no need to save, the first thing Lin Jianan did was to buy a pet egg for Lin Jialan. There's nothing he can do about it. Who told his sister to like it? Although he likes it very much, he feels that things have not been finalized yet, and raising a pet also requires supplies. Yesterday, Niarufing's bird ate a first-level crystal core. He wanted to wait until things were stable before talking about pets. After all, who would have known that this pet not only eats food, but also crystal cores? Among the new products, the protective shield and the alarm clock are exactly what they need now. Although the price is a little higher than other things, it is definitely worth the money for the items themselves. They took 3 of these 2 items at once, and of course the healing bear was also necessary, followed by 15 pea shooters and potato mines, 17 nuts, peanut shooters, and crotons. Except Wandujia, all others are on the list. It's not that pea pods are bad, but they are expensive. Moreover, the sword shadow card, which is also a second-tier item and of the same price, can act flexibly. Except for the weapon, everything is good. There are also the powerful bear and the speedy bear, which are also at the second level, and they only need 350 points. There is no harm without comparison. With this comparison, the first choice is naturally sword shadow card and teddy bear. They each ordered 5. The teddy bear was strange. It was only the size of a palm in the display case, but it became the size of a human once it was taken out. Could that display cabinet also be some special treasure? When checking out, Lin Jianan wanted to pay for the pet eggs separately, but was rejected by Nia Ruffeng. The total price of these things alone was as high as 21,700, not to mention that they bought a lot of food afterwards. Of course, this trip won't be in vain since Teddy Bear can help carry things. The total is 24,000, and after the discount, it costs 21,600 points, which is converted into crystal cores, that's 216 pieces. They had spent nearly 300 crystal cores in the past 2 days, and the crystal cores that both parties had previously pooled together as funds for the operation had been used up. Fortunately, they will clear the road next and will soon receive crystal cores. By the time they left the shop, Chinamo had finished eating the mulberries. He looked at the number on his points balance and the corners of his mouth raised. You see, this is the profit brought by catering to the market. The points have reached 29,390. Just one step away from upgrading the supernatural power to the 3rd level. The points I have are almost doubled compared to yesterday. However, after the 2 men left, there were no other customers for the time being. He asked Dai to go upstairs to wash the dishes, and he turned around and went to the supernatural training room. How can you sell something you don't understand? You still have to go in and see it yourself. I reached out and opened the door, and it was pitch black inside. The store was brightly lit, but not a single light could get in. After I stepped in, the door closed with a creaky sound. Then the darkness completely dissipated, and suddenly a large number of zombies appeared around. Looking around, there were crowds of people. A rough estimate was that there were at least several thousand of them. Chinmo's expression didn't change at all, and he said calmly, "System, don't force me to slap you." The system said, "Oh," in a wrong tone. Isn't it just being naughty and increasing the number of zombies that should have appeared by several times? As its voice fell, 99% of the zombies around it disappeared, leaving only 10. The flow of time in the supernatural training room is twice as fast as that in the outside world. In other words, 1 day outside is equivalent to 2 days inside. To train superpowers, one naturally needs to use them to fight. Superpowers are meant to stimulate one's own potential in times of crisis. If one wants to grow better, one must reach a critical point when danger comes, and then one will naturally improve. This training room is currently level 1, and can accommodate 10 people for training at the same time. Each person is in a different space, so they don't disturb each other, and their personal safety won't be endangered. After that, there will definitely be people rushing to use it every day. Chinamo pinched his fingers. He had been in this world for a week and had never fought against zombies. Now he could have some fun. Before the zombies pounced on him, he asked, "Is there a reward for killing these zombies?" The system is speechless. If you want to get it for free, just say so. What reward or no reward? Bah. No, dear host. Chinamo was not surprised. How could such a stingy and stupid system know what it meant to give a slap and a candy? With a wave of his hand, All the zombies rushing over were fixed in place. It was like being trapped by something, with only the eyeballs able to move, but the person was unable to struggle free. The second level still has absolute suppressive power over the first level. He folded his hands together and gently pulled them outwards. The necks of all 10 zombies were twisted off by an invisible force, and they fell to the ground with a thud. The scene was quiet, and the bodies quickly disappeared. Chinamo, continue. System, good host. Lin Jianan and his companion returned to their residence with the 11 teddy bears. It was a fairly large underground warehouse, and it was also a relatively safe place they had just found the day before yesterday. The zombies around have been cleared, and all the people gathered together are here. Excluding their own people, there were only more than 20 people, including 2 people with Earth-related abilities. Because building a base is not a trivial matter, but it needs to be done as quickly as possible, Nyarufeng's plan is to first use the Earth-type ability of the mutant to build a circle of Earth wall for protection, and then slowly build inside to be safer. If we can find an iron mutant, it would be safer to surround the place with a steel wall. There is a steel mill in the city, so steel is not difficult to find. When they came back, some of them were not there. Those who left naturally went to kill zombies. After being guaranteed that they would not be short of food until the base was built, some people began to be content with the status quo, while others, unwilling to fall behind, worked even harder to kill zombies. But those people don't know that in today's world, giving up means being abandoned by the whole world. Chapter 43 Separate Actions. Seeing them coming back, the others immediately stood up and came to greet them. You're back, brother. Lin Jialan ran directly to Lin Jianan, reached out and pulled his clothes, her face full of anticipation. Lin Jianan nodded slightly in response and was not in a hurry to give her the pet egg. At the same time, Nia Ruffing beside him said, well, we're back. Don't worry, we will clear the road later. It would be best if we set out for the city tomorrow. You guys should have a good rest today. If anyone slacks off during work tomorrow, don't blame me for being rude. Although he always looked gentle, no one present dared to ignore his words. Captain Ye, don't worry. We are able to eat thanks to you. We will never be lazy. That's right. There are so many zombies in this city. As long as we have a base, we will be safe. How can we be lazy? We will definitely build it as soon as possible. Everyone in the group was talking one after another, expressing their own attitude. As for building a base, ordinary people like them are absolutely 100% supportive. They believe that with a base, there would be no zombies inside and they would be safe. Seeing that they were quite positive, Nia Ruffing nodded gently. We have things to do. You guys should do what you need to do. The others actually didn't have anything to do. If they had anything to do, they would definitely just sit against the wall and wait for noon or evening meals. So after receiving the order to expel them, they all returned to the wall. Nia Ruffing waved his hand and gathered the 7 people together. He did not directly tell them what he had decided to do, but asked, what do you think we should do next? Heisey raised his hand and said seriously, I will listen to the captain. Oldshin scratched his head and said, I don't have any ideas. It's all up to the captain. Zhoumin didn't say anything, but his meaning was very clear. However, Nia Ruffing was not mainly asking them, but Lin Jianan and his group. After all, it is a cooperation between 2 parties, not his own decision. As expected, Bai Feng and Lin Jialan both turned their eyes to Lin Jianan. Lin Jianan hesitated for a few seconds and said, we can split into 2 groups. One group will continue to contact other people in the city, and the other group will go out to clear the roads. Have you decided where to build the base? Nia Ruffing nodded. I have checked before and have already determined the place. Then your sister and I will continue to search for people. Lao Chun will stay here with the 2 sword shadows, and you will take the others to clear the route. Heisey can help lead the way. What do you think of this? His words were clear and logical, and every aspect was well considered. First of all, he must be responsible for the affairs within the city. But there were only him and Lin Jianan who made the decision, so they naturally couldn't all stay in the city, so he kept Lin Jialan. Secondly, Lao Chen stayed behind with 2 sword shadows to guard the things in the warehouse. Without the ability of space, the things could only be kept here temporarily. If everyone left, those people might abscond with the money. Going out also comes with certain dangers, so it is reasonable that most people are placed here. Lin Jianan glanced at Lin Jialan and replied, okay. As he said this, he handed the pet egg from his backpack to Lin Jialan. You must listen to Brother Nier in the city and don't act willfully. Lin Jialan happily took the pet egg from him and said dissatisfiedly, I know, I'm not a child anymore. I won't cause any trouble to Big Brother Nier, but you should be more careful outside. Lin Jianan reached out and touched her head and said gently, don't worry, there are a lot of good things in the store today. we are all safe. The two sides exchanged a few words. Nie Rufeng told Haizi and Zhou Min to follow Lin Jianan's orders after they went out. Then he gave most of the things he had just bought today to Lin Jialan, keeping only a small part for himself. Lin Jianan packed up his things and left with the only healing bear, the powerful bear, and the fast bear. The remaining two stayed. After they left, Nie Rufeng did not stay and left the underground warehouse with the two teddy bears and two sword shadows. Soon, Lao Chun was the only one left here. He asked two sword shadows to guard the things piled in the corner, and he simply sat down next to them. These things were the result of their savings over many days, and were also the basis for all their subsequent actions, so nothing could go wrong. The room was dim, and the curtains were drawn. There were only two people in the room. The woman sat on the edge of the bed with her legs hugged, her eyes dull, and her face full of despair. The man sat on the edge of the bed, his brows revealing annoyance. He was twirling a cigarette between his fingers, and in his other hand he held a lighter, occasionally lighting it with a click, but in the end, he ended up putting the lighter down again and again. The last cigarette. This is his spiritual food. At least he has something to hold on to as long as he has it in his hand. But once it's taken away, it's really gone. I don't know how long it had been, but a gurgling sound suddenly came from the room. He subconsciously touched his pocket. There is only one chocolate left. Putting the lighter into his pocket, he handed over the chocolate and smiled. Eat something first to fill your stomach? The woman looked over with red eyes, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. You should eat it. I'm not hungry. The man exhaled a breath of turbid air, sat down next to her, held her in his arms, stroked her belly with his palm, and said softly, Dear, you still have a baby in your belly. Don't think about you and me at this time. As he said that, he tore open the bag and handed the chocolate directly to her mouth. Eat it quickly. The woman could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes, and they fell with a click. She opened her mouth, took a bite, and cried even more sadly. Why did the world suddenly change? Why were all the food and drinks snapped up all of a sudden? Why did they encounter this kind of thing? The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. Tears fell on the back of her hand. The man's palm froze for a moment, and he carefully wiped her tears. It's my fault. I shouldn't have quarreled with you and made you angry. Honey, don't cry. The woman sniffed and choked up. I know you're under a lot of pressure, but I'm just sad. Food is so hard to find right now, and we don't know how long we can survive. It's been half a month. Why hasn't anyone come to save us? Even when she cried, she didn't dare cry loudly, for fear of attracting the attention of the zombies. The man looked reluctant. In fact, he had never dared to tell her that the world was probably in chaos and no one would come to save them. But ever since she became pregnant, his wife's mood has been very unstable, and he really couldn't say such cruel words. In the past few moments, he had regretted countless times in his heart that he should not have argued with her impulsively. It should be soon, right? There are so many people who want to save us. All we have to do is wait quietly. Don't worry, our family will be fine. He smiled and comforted her. Eat your food quickly and have a good sleep. I'll be out for a while. I found a place a few days ago that has a lot of food, but there are a few zombies. It will take some effort. The woman's eyes lit up when she heard that, and she looked up at him. Really? The man nodded and pinched her nose lovingly. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? The woman nodded and pushed back the chocolate he was offering. Then eat it. How can you have the energy if you're hungry? Anyway, bring the food back and we can all have enough to eat. The man wanted to say something else, but the woman suddenly looked at him intently. You don't want to eat because you are lying to me? Because there is a high possibility that there will be no food in the future, I am afraid that she will not eat. The man laughed. How could that be? Then we can each take half, otherwise I won't be at ease with you when I go out. The woman nodded reluctantly. Okay. After they finished eating and the woman fell asleep, the man carefully left the house. Chapter 44 Blame Mom. Not long after the man left, the woman who was originally sleeping on the bed opened her eyes. She sat up, touched her belly gently, and smiled bitterly. Baby, you came at a wrong time. Daddy and Mommy can't survive any longer. How can we support you? Speaking of which, when they found out they were pregnant a few months ago, the couple were as happy as they could be. For this purpose, both sets of parents sent a lot of supplements, and she herself started preparing clothes for the child a month ago. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Who could have thought that the end of the world would come so suddenly and zombies would break out without any warning? That day happened to be Sunday. After the prenatal checkup, they returned home. They did not go out that afternoon, and that was why they escaped the disaster. The next day, they discovered the tragic situation outside. Many people had turned into monsters that were neither human nor ghost, the legendary zombies. The phone was still working that day, so they panicked and quickly contacted their parents. He got in touch with the old couple and told them to stay at home and be safe, and he would go find them soon. His parents told him not to worry about them and to take good care of her. After hanging up the phone, the man wanted to leave immediately to reunite with his family, but there were too many zombies outside. He could hardly protect himself, so how could he get through the wall built by zombies? What's more, he has a wife and children to protect, and she was unable to contact her parents until the internet was disconnected and the phone could no longer be reached. It's probably a bad situation. At that time, she cried all day long. If he had not been by her side during this period, she would probably have died long ago. Your father lied to me that someone would come to rescue us. Now we are all in trouble. Where will the rescue come from? This idiot. She couldn't help but raised her hand and rubbed her eyes. Baby, don't blame your father. He is trying very hard to protect us. If you want to blame someone, blame Mom. It's Mom who is useless. As she said this, her hand touching her belly became softer and softer, with a hint of a smile on her face. Even if she couldn't raise the child after giving birth, as long as the mother and child were gone, he could live better alone and could go find his parents. He will survive, taking both of us with him. Be good and don't move around. She seemed to be talking to the child in a low voice. She couldn't die here. She had to go as far away as possible, making him think that she had left with someone else, making him hate her and blame her. Only then could he survive. She rubbed her legs, got up from the bed and walked into the living room. After confirming through the peephole that there was nothing outside, he walked out carefully. Within the community, Lin Jialin was holding a gray and white tabby cat in her arms. She gently stroked its back and asked the person next to her, Brother Nya, which building are we going to? The kitten looks like it is only 3 or 4 months old, but its appearance is beyond reproach. Lin Jialin was so happy when she opened the pet egg and saw the cat inside. Because it's so cute, and it was very well behaved. It was very obedient throughout the whole journey and didn't bark at all. Nya Ruffing raised his head and looked ahead, then pointed in a certain direction. That's it. After we recruit this Earth-type supernatural being, we just need to find some young and strong ordinary people. The addresses were found out by Heisey during the past 2 days, in addition to going to the Universal store day and night. Perhaps because transforming into a mouse did not consume much energy, he could maintain the beast transformation for 6 hours in a row. It was several times longer than the time Lin Jianan's arm had been transformed into a beast before. This is probably his only advantage. However, the Stone City is still too big, so Heisey only explored the area within a dozen miles and found a total of 3 people with Earth-related abilities. Lin Jialin nodded. Then let's go over there quickly. There weren't many zombies in this neighborhood. They only encountered 2 or 3 along the way, and they were all dealt with by the powerful Mau Mau bear. It was true that he killed every kid with one punch, the kind that blew his head off. The scene was very bloody. The 2 of them quickened their pace. Just as they were approaching the entrance of the building and were about to go in, the cat in his arms suddenly stood up, and all the hair on its body exploded. Meow. The sound is not very loud, but very clear. Lin Jialin was stunned for a moment. Hua Hua? What's wrong? Nya Rufeng frowned, and after a moment, Xiao Hui Hui on his shoulder also made a click sound. It is said that animals' perception of danger is higher than that of humans. These 2 pets are so human-like, which means there must be some tough guys in this building. However, he felt a little relieved when he touched the bottle-capsized alarm clock in his shirt pocket. The function of the warning bell is to sound an alert when there is a being with strength beyond that of the wearer within a radius of 1 mile. It can be used 3 times in total. Of course, if the opponent is too strong, being vigilant once may be useless. Now the alarm bell has not sounded, and Xiao Hui Hui and Hua Hua suddenly made noises, which might indeed be dangerous, but it is still within the controllable range. After all, not counting himself, they have 4 second-level psychics. To be on the safe side, he asked one of the sword shadows to go upstairs and investigate first. Jianying is able to communicate, except that he is a little dumb. But these 2 furry bears, no matter how powerful or fast they are really stupid. It can only execute some simple instructions and cannot communicate. Let's wait here for a while. As he spoke, he touched the little gray cat on his shoulder and signaled it to be quiet. Lin Jialin gently stroked the cat's fur and followed Nya Rufeng to hide aside. At the same time, Jianying had already walked in, and they could only wait quietly for Jianying to come back. After a while, Lin Jialin squatted down and put Hua Hua on the ground. It was not that she didn't like it, but it was too hot and both she and the cat couldn't stand it anymore. She gently tugged at the sleeve of the person next to her. Nie Rufeng tilted his head to look at her and asked with his eyes, "What's wrong?" Lin Jialin asked quietly, "Isn't it a little too quiet here?" They didn't encounter many zombies along the way. You have to know that before coming to this community, they killed their way here with sword shadows. Nie Rufeng noticed this problem from the beginning, but he didn't say anything, just shook his head slightly. Lin Jialin stopped talking. After a while, Jianying came back. "Someone is coming." "Anyone?" Nie Rufeng asked Jianying and Mao Moxing to hide first, while he and Lin Jialin pretended to have just arrived and were about to go upstairs. As soon as I reached the first floor, I saw a woman holding her belly and slowly walking down the stairs. The moment the three people's eyes met, the woman shuddered with fear and only felt slightly relieved when she noticed that there was a woman opposite her. A few days ago, she and her husband met other survivors in the city. Those people were not welcoming to her as a pregnant woman, even though her husband was a rare psychic. Chapter 45. Living is everything. Because a pregnant woman needs at least twice as much food as an ordinary person, those people promised her a lot of things, and the only requirement was to give up on her. But her husband rejected it. It was just that in the first few days, because there was food at home and she was in a bad mood and needed someone to take care of her, she missed the initial opportunity to search for supplies. In addition, her superpowers had just awakened a few days ago, and the zombies were growing fast. So he had to deal with the zombies alone. One or two was fine, but if there were more, he would be a little stretched. It was also because of her previous experience and the unfriendly nature of those people that she was subconsciously a little scared when she saw the survivors. So she also missed the flash of pity in Lin Jialin's eyes. She's actually a pregnant woman, and there seems to be no man around her? What a pity. In today's world, the elderly and the young have the hardest time surviving, not to mention pregnant women. Only Nie Rufeng raised his eyebrows. As the two passed each other in the corridor, the man suddenly asked, "Are you hungry?" Lin Jialin looked curious. "Why did you suddenly ask this?" But he still shook his head honestly. "I'm not too hungry for now, but I still miss the taste of sweet and sour pork ribs." As she spoke, she couldn't help but sniff. "I haven't eaten meat for almost 2 days. This life is really not a human life." Sweet and sour spare ribs? The pregnant woman couldn't help but slow down her pace. Can these two people still eat meat? I finished half a bar of chocolate in just 2 bites. It didn't satisfy my hunger at all. Now that food was mentioned, she subconsciously touched her stomach. But soon she shook her head. Impossible. In this kind of weather, even if there is meat, it would have been rotten long ago. How can it be eaten? Maybe he is reminiscing about the sweet and sour spare ribs before the end of the world. Then she heard the man's voice again. "Well, I'll take you to eat after we rescue everyone here." Lin Jialin looked up with a confused look on her face. Isn't it a bit wrong to take her out to eat? The tone was a little too gentle, and if anyone was to take her, it should be her brother who would take her, not him. Nie Rufeng winked at her and looked back. Lin Jialin understood immediately and nodded repeatedly. Okay. It turns out that the person they were looking for this time was this pregnant woman. Although she didn't know the reason, she was still very happy as long as it was useful and could save the mother and child at the same time. But she didn't quite understand why Brother Nye didn't say it directly, but instead hinted at it like now. "Goo goo." This voice was particularly clear in the corridor. Lin Jialin turned around suddenly and said, "Sister, are you hungry?" The woman was startled when she heard this and tried to run away, but Lin Jialin grabbed her first and took out a piece of bread from her bag and put it in her hand. "Here, we will stay in this building for the time being. If you need any help, you can come to me." After she said that, she let go, and the moment she let go, the woman ran out. Lin Jialin was helpless. Is it because she looks too scary? Even though she is not considered the school belle or anything like that, she still has people pursuing her. She turned around to look at the man leaning against the stair railing in the corridor and asked, "Brother Nye, shouldn't we catch up with him?" Nye Rufeng curled his lips and smiled gently. "No, the bait has been thrown out. We just need to wait for her to come to us." There was a warm smile on the young man's clean face, as if everything was under control. People who are confident and intelligent are naturally dazzling. Lin Jialin was slightly distracted, then quickly lowered her head and simply sat down on the steps. No wonder Zhou Min and the others all admire him so much. Some people are born to be in high positions. Who wouldn't like someone with talent? After all, both men and women admire the strong. But Lin Jialin knew very well that everything she talked about now was empty talk, and only being alive was everything. So, her thoughts, which had not yet had time to sprout, were quickly suppressed by her. She held her face in her hands, staring at the flowers at her feet in a daze. After a while, she asked. What did Brother Nye do before the end of the world? Nye Rufeng's expression darkened. He turned his head and glanced at Lin Jialin. He said calmly, I opened a small company, but now I have nothing. Lin Jialin, is that so? We all have nothing now, there's nothing special about it. But when she was facing an internship in her junior year, she seemed to have never heard of any boss named Nye. She couldn't figure it out, so she just stopped thinking about it. She hugged Huahua again and said, after we build the base with Manager Qin here, we will be able to survive, right? Yes. Qin Weilon ran for a long time, but her body could not support her high-intensity running. As soon as she came downstairs and outside, she couldn't help but stop and gasp, hoo-hoo. Then she realized that there was something extra in her hand, a piece of well-packaged bread. She looked at the thing in her hand, her whole body a little dazed. She was in a hurry to run before, and when Lin Jialin grabbed her wrist, she was extremely scared. Wanting to die and being afraid of death are not contradictory. What's more, she didn't want to let her husband know that she was dead. She was so scared at the time that she didn't realize what he said. Now that I have calmed down, her voice replays very clearly in my mind. I will help her. I will help her. She gave her the food. So what she said couldn't be false, right? She sat down against the wall to rest, not knowing what to do for a moment. If they really were here to help those in need, then would she and her child not have to die? Even though she thought so, she couldn't bear to eat the bread in her hand. After resting for a while, she got up from the ground and finally decided to go and ask. When she came back, Lin Jialin and the other girl were eating. Seeing that they had water and bread, and that Lin Jialin even fed the kitten at her feet, she swallowed her saliva repeatedly and held the bread in her hand even tighter. Even cats have food. This also made her believe even more that what Lin Jialin said just now was true. Lin Jialin also saw her, smiled at her, and then stood up to make way for her. Qin Weilon didn't leave. She stood there and licked her lips nervously. Are you really here to save people? Lin Jialin nodded. Of course. Strictly speaking, they are people who are useful and needed. But this is not important. What is important is that this pregnant woman is among them, and to her, they are here to save people. Seeing how nervous and defensive she was, it seemed that she had suffered a lot during these days. No wonder Brother Nye didn't directly negotiate terms with her. Even if I tell her, I'm afraid it will be misunderstood. She's a pregnant woman, and who knows what she might do if she gets excited. To be honest, we want to build a base. Before the base is built, we will provide meals every day. After it is built, everyone won't have to worry about zombies all day long. Will you come with us? Qin Weilon touched her belly, feeling insecure. My husband has gone out to look for food and hasn't come back yet. Can you wait for a while? Lin Jialin looked at Nye Rufeng. The latter nodded gently. Yes, Jialin. You accompany her back to rest and eat something. Lin Jialin, okay. Asking her to take the people back was also for their safety. There should be other people in the building who could be taken back together, so he planned to go upstairs to look for them. Chapter 46b Swarm. However, since Qin Weilon has already dealt with it, there is no need for any problem. They just need to wait for her husband to come back and then they can go back. Now that the main characters in the plan have gathered, the next step is the hard labor. In addition, we need to find some vehicles to carry things. Otherwise, how can we transport the bricks? You can't use people, right? Then when do we have to wait? At the same time, a group of people led by Lin Jianan rushed directly from the city to the outside of the city, and they could be said to have swept all the way. They didn't even need to take action, as they could kill all the zombies with just sword shadows and a few furry bears. However, Lin Jianan still joined the battle with his group. Power belongs to you only when it is in your hands. As zombies become stronger and stronger, you can rely on the universal store, but what about other people? What if the other party also possesses these magical and powerful items, but is far stronger than you? We should always be prepared for danger in times of peace and never underestimate human nature. After leaving the city, they consciously avoided grass and trees. Chen Diang's words are still ringing in my ears, and no one can ignore them. If I encounter the same thing and get entangled in it, I will suffer. But the grass and trees cannot be seriously damaged, otherwise they can just be burned to the ground. Lin Jianan asked a few fast furry bears to walk close to the trees. They were fast, so if there was any danger, they could dodge it in time. Heizi has turned into a little mouse and is leading the way. Because his beast form is not eye-catching and does not make any noise, even if there are zombies, they will not attack him. The road ahead is not flat. After all, there is a mountain in the distance. But they did not go to the shop, but deliberately took a detour. This is understandable. Before the base is built, we can't let those people know about the existence of the universal shop. Fortunately, there were not many trees along the way, and they did not encounter any mutated plants. However, when they were still a few hundred meters away from their destination, they encountered some troubles. A dozen wolves appeared in front of us at some point. Seeing these wolves, Heist turned into a little mouse, trembling with fear, and crawled back. Fortunately, they didn't notice him, otherwise, if they pawed at him, his small body would be in danger. These were not ordinary wolves, as most of their fur was stained with blood and their flesh was rotten. Clearly they were infected. Zombie wolf. As soon as the two sides met, a dozen zombie wolves rushed up with roars like dogs smelling meat. The two sword shadows and several furry bears automatically went forward without any instructions. It's a pity that there are 5 second-level zombie wolves in the pack. Except for the 4 super-speed hairy bears that can keep up with their speed, the remaining one went straight over the sword shadow and rushed towards Lin Jianan and his group. Jianying wanted to come over to help, but was stopped by the remaining 10 or so first-level zombie wolves. This was not the time to save time, so Lin Jianan quickly tore open 2 sword shadow cards. If speed is not enough, make up for it with quantity. There is nothing that can be done about it. This zombie wolf is not as stupid as those zombies. It has strong speed, sense of smell, and attack power. So its target is very clear, which is these few people. Although Jianying was powerful, his speed was indeed a weakness, so it took the 2 of them to stop the zombie wolf from approaching. It's not that he can't beat them, but that he can't beat them fast enough. The zombie wolves are too fast and are not interested in the sword shadows. They only want to eat people, so it takes some effort to stop them. Lin Jianan had just been promoted to the 2nd level of supernatural power not long ago. If he were to fight this zombie wolf alone, it would be difficult for him to get away with it. It's not that his lightning ability is not strong, but no matter how strong you are, what can you do if you can't hit the target? Now he can take action at any time while they are fighting fiercely and kill them with one blow. However, he was not only observing the battle over there, he also asked the other 3 to plant plants around them. The area closest to them was surrounded by 2 circles of nut walls. The noise of fighting here might attract something, so it's better to be careful. During this time, he suddenly raised his hand and released a bolt of lightning. With a swish sound, lightning struck the 2nd-level zombie wolf that was entangled with 2 sword shadows. It had jumped up in the air, but suddenly fell to the ground. The 2 sword shadows were well trained, and with their quick eyes and hands they stabbed the zombie wolf's head with their swords. Everything was fine at the beginning, and the zombie wolf died. But when the sword was pulled out, there was a click sound. The swords in the hands of the 2 sword shadows were broken. Lin Jianan's mouth twitched, still as unreliable as ever. But they consumed too many crystal cores today and were unable to prepare weapons for Jianying. After thinking about it, he asked Bai Feng and Zhou Min to give away their weapons. Although the weapons they're using now are ordinary weapons, they are much stronger than the swords that these sword shadows carry with them. The 1st-level zombie wolf has been eliminated, and 4 sword shadows have joined the battlefield of the hairy bear. The stalemate battle there also ended quickly. However, during this period, a lot of zombies were indeed attracted. They planted plants according to their functions. Among them, the croton and potato mines are arranged in the front, the peanut shooter and the pea shooter are in the middle, and the nut wall is nearly 10 meters back. If Chinamo saw this, he would definitely say, this real-life game really made them understand it. There were hundreds of zombies, but they couldn't get close to them. Just at this moment, bite! The crisp sound was sudden and shocking. Lin Jianan subconsciously touched the alarm clock in his pocket, and alarm bells rang in his heart. Not good. The alarm bell rang, which meant that the person coming was at least level 3, or a large number of 2nd-level people came. Thinking of this, he did not keep the remaining 3 sword shadow cards, but tore them all up, and then exchanged their own weapons with those of the other party. There is no other way but to change it. Once the sword of this sword shadow is broken, its combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced, which is astonishing. In addition to him, the other 3 also looked nervous. This was the first time the alarm bell rang during this journey, which meant that this would be the biggest crisis they had ever encountered. Just as the 1st-level zombies here were dealt with, they saw a dense swarm of bird egg-sized creatures over there, flapping their wings and swarming towards them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Is that a bee? Heist shuddered. Not long after he turned into a human, he turned into a mouse again. Looking around, the swarms of bees are so scary. Moreover, the bees are the size of bird eggs. Whose good bees look like this? Zhou Min and Bai Feng widened their eyes and swallowed at the same time. Gudong. Bai Feng even moved closer to Lin Jianan. Lin, brother Lin. Aren't these bees all level 2? There must be hundreds of them. Chapter 47 Honey. Before the end of the world, They had never heard of or seen bees this big. No one knows what use this thing will be. Is it the same as before the end of the world? If you get stung, will it be fatal? The most important thing is that their pea shooters and other things are only used to deal with things on the ground and can't cause any harm to those flying bees at all. Following the mutation of plants, animals also mutated. I'm afraid that the living space for humans will only get smaller and smaller. Lin Jianan looked a little serious. Let Jianying and the others lead these bees away later. Since there are so many bees, there must be honey. Hearing this, Bai Fong, who was originally nervous, brightened his eyes slightly. The little mouse on the ground jumped up and down. I'll go look for it now. Honey. This is something that Manager Qin doesn't have. I'm afraid that everyone present would be greedy for it. But it is the only one that can find it. Bai Fong looked at the little mouse walking away with some envy, feeling envious. Why isn't the superpower I awakened beast transformation? Only Zhou Min silently took off his coat, squatted on the ground and covered his head and arms. Her actions made Bai Fong curious. What are you doing? Zhou Min's voice came from under his clothes, a little muffled. In the past, when we poked a hornet's nest, my brother and his friends would cover their heads with clothes and squat down without moving. It seemed that they said that the hornets would treat people as cow dung and would not sting them. Bai Fong's mouth twitched. For a moment, I didn't know whether I should say she was smart. You also know that it refers to wasps? But it's a bee, okay? There is still some difference between the two. Lin Jianan turned his head away and almost couldn't help laughing out loud. I didn't expect that Zhou Min, who is usually quiet and calm, actually has such a childish side. He asked Jianying and the others to take the initiative to attack the swarm of bees and then lead them to other places. Those teddy bears are made of fur and cotton, and Jianying is just a black shadow, so he should not be afraid of bee stings. Normally speaking, as long as you don't disturb the bees and don't move around in front of them, you won't be attacked by them. But these guys don't look normal at all now, so they have to make a decision before the bees get too close. The sword shadow's attacks were still very powerful, and the bees' bodies were very fragile, so several of them were killed with just one sword. It's just that there are too many of them, and a few of them are just a drop in the bucket compared to the hundreds of them. At the same time, it also caused a riot among the bees. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sounds were getting louder and louder, and they attacked Jianying and the others madly. Faced with such a dense crowd, the sword shadows did not dare to confront them head-on and simply turned around and ran away. They fought back hard against the wolves, but when they encountered the bees, which were more than twice as weak as the wolves, they could only flee in embarrassment. Soon, most of the bees were led away, leaving only a dozen or so bees wandering around like headless flies. Lin Jianan raised his hand and released a few thunders, and several bees were charred and fell directly to the ground. A few more heard the noise and rushed over. Bai Fong quickly pulled Zhou Min up and said, "Help me." Fortunately, the two of them, one with thunder and the other with wind blade, were long-range attacks, and they worked together to solve all the problems before the bees flew over. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. After collecting all the plants on the ground, Bai Fong sighed helplessly, "Hey, forget about the plants. At least they can't be moved. As long as we don't get too close, there won't be any danger." But now, animals are joining in the fun. A bee has become so outrageous. Are we going to be allowed to live? Zhou Min pursed her lips tightly. Let's quickly resolve the matter here and go back to tell the captain. She could only feel at ease if she went back as soon as possible and told the captain about the matter. Lin Jianan nodded. Well, we will go back when Heist and Jianying come back. The loud noise just now has attracted almost all the zombies around, and their mission is almost completed. As for those bees, when they return and find that their nest is gone, they should rebuild a new one. Besides, the other zombies here have been cleared out, so they won't make any big noise and won't attract their attention in a short time. But at the same time, we must find a way to deal with these bees. Otherwise, they will become a nuisance sooner or later. They will be the ones who suffer then. Unless they left Stone City, but that was impossible. Several people were digging crystal cores while waiting for Heisegang to come back. 5 second-order crystal cores and more than 100 first-order crystal cores, another great harvest. They gained much more than that along the way. After a long while, Heise came running over from a distance, holding a half-remaining beehive in his arms, and waved at them happily. Zhou Min freed up his backpack to store the honey, and the 4 of them were very happy. After all, honey is a good thing, and they are considered lucky. After waiting for a while, the 7 sword shadows and 8 furry bears came back. Looking at the sword shadows alone, nothing could be seen. It only made people feel that their original black color seemed to have faded. The furry bears were in a more miserable state, and the most miserable one among them was the strong furry bear, whose fur was a mess. But fortunately, the quantity is still complete. At Lin Jinan's command, they began to return along the same route. This time, they also cleared the weeds on the roadside. In this way, a road was created. When we returned to the underground warehouse, it was already getting dark, around 7 o'clock. The others gathered together to eat and talk. During the day's absence, a dozen more people came here, and the previous number reached more than 40. They didn't go over to say anything to the others, but instead asked the sword shadows to guard the food first, and then began to look for Nia Rufeng. At that time, the man was sitting aside and playing with Little Gray. He handed the crystal core in his hand to it, and when it pecked at it, he quickly moved away, causing Little Gray to jump around beside him. There was a smile on his face, and he seemed to be in a good mood. Next to him, Lin Jialin was holding Hua Hua, patting her on the back with a soothing look on her face. She said helplessly, "Brother Nia, you scared my Hua Hua." Nia Rufeng laughed. "Don't you think it's interesting? And you, Hua Hua, are you afraid that you won't get any food, so you're so scared?" Lin Jialin. She had nothing to say. This is indeed the emotion Hua Hua expressed. As he spoke, he had already seen Lin Jianan and the others, then glanced at the half-dead Xiao Hui Hui and put his hand towards its mouth again. This time, Xiao Hui Hui not only did not move forward, but instead stepped back. Nia Rufeng patted its head and said with a smile, "What a promising future." Then he put the crystal core on the ground, stood up and walked towards Lin Jianan and others. Chapter 48 Crazy Ideas. Gah! Xiao Hui Hui cried out in dissatisfaction, jumped over and grabbed the crystal core, then quickly followed Nia Rufeng's back. Lin Jialin also followed with Hua Hua in her arms and asked worriedly, "Brother, are you guys in any danger?" Lin Jianan spread out his hands and turned them in front of her. "Hey, do you think I look like I'm in trouble?" As he spoke, he rubbed Lin Jialin's head and said, "Okay, stop frowning. You're almost like an old woman." Lin Jialin pushed his hand away angrily and complained in a low voice, "You messed up my hair." After saying this, he glanced at Nia Rufeng beside him unnaturally, then felt like he was trying to hide something, so he lowered his head and said nothing. Lin Jianan stopped teasing her and straightened his expression. "But when we go out this time, we have some bad news." Nia Rufeng then spoke. "Animals have also mutated?" Heist immediately asked anxiously, "Boss, have you also encountered mutant animals?" Nia Rufeng did not comment, a first-level mutant dog. After hearing this, Heist told them their experiences like pouring out beans. "In the beginning, we were invincible with Sword Shadow and Mau Mau Bear. There was no danger at all. But when we were close to the finish line, we encountered a group of zombie wolves, and then..." After he finished speaking, the usually gentle Nia Rufeng looked serious for a rare time. If it were any other mutated animal, it wouldn't be too troublesome. But it is the animals that are born to fly that are the ones that cause us headaches. Team leader. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Heist became a little worried. Nia Rufeng came back to his senses. "Yes, I understand. The most urgent thing is to build a base. You and Lao Chun will take people to dismantle some bricks and load them into trucks. We will set off early tomorrow morning." Heist, yes. The zombies around had been cleared out by them early in the morning. There were no tall buildings nearby, and Lao Chun was a person with special powers, so it was not difficult for him to tear down some bricks. "Zhou Min, you and Bai Fong take a few teddy bears and prepare some cement." Zhou Min, yes. Bai Fong didn't say anything and left with them. Lin Jialin. Before she finished speaking, Lin Jialin moved closer to Lin Jianan and said, "Brother Nia, don't send me away." Lin Jianan knew that she was worried, but she still nodded when she met the man's inquiring gaze. Nia Rufeng continued, "You go and guard the food." Lin Jialin said, "Oh," in frustration, and looked back every few steps, as if she was expecting them to change their minds. When everyone left, only the two of them, some sword shadows and a few furry bears were left. "What are you going to do?" Lin Jianan asked. Nia Rufeng half closed his eyes, still smiling, but his voice was unusually cold. "Destroy them overnight? Every day you wait means one more day of uncertainty. They must not be allowed to grow." Lin Jianan really didn't expect that he would make a decision so quickly. If he were the leader, he would never make such a choice. But he had to admit that he was really courageous. There are at least 200 to 300 bees. The plants we have can do little harm to them. It may be difficult to deal with them. Now that the decision has been made, the next step is naturally to discuss countermeasures. The problems he mentioned must be solved. If we had known this would happen, we would have prepared 2 flaming swords and wouldn't be so passive. They don't have any fire system here now, But how can any wild animal not be afraid of fire? Unfortunately, even money can't buy early knowledge. Nia Rufeng was slightly thoughtful. Don't we have the protective shield we just bought? Prepare some torches. Lin Jianan was surprised. You mean? The protective shield is used to protect them from external harm. People within a radius of 50 will be protected within the protective shield, and other things cannot enter. Of course, it might not be that effective against something higher than the second level. After all, this is a second level item. But Nia Rufeng wanted to do the opposite and trap the bees and themselves together. This idea is really too crazy. If they're not careful, they might end up getting pecked instead of hunting down the geese. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Nia Rufeng, it's not a big problem. You are a Thunder Master, so why are you afraid of a few bees? Lin Jianan. The tone of his words was somewhat nonchalant and did not suit him very well. But he knew what he meant, so he nodded and said, yes, the first to strike is the strongest, the last to strike will suffer. We can't wait for them to come to us. By then it will probably be too late. Then get ready to go. The two of them took all the ordinary clothes they had changed out of earlier, and without leaving any words, they set off in the night. They didn't bring any teddy bears with them. Those things are afraid of fire. Let's not talk about whether they can cause any harm to the bees. It would be a big loss if they were accidentally burned by them. After all, the bees can't leave any crystal cores for them. Nearing 8 o'clock, Chinamo lay lazily on the sofa, as if he had no bones. Dowdu was lying under the sofa, glancing at his owner from time to time. It didn't know what happened to its owner. After coming out of the supernatural training room, it lay down on the sofa without making a sound. What had upset it? Its little head was filled with big doubts, and it couldn't help but touch its little belly with its little paws. I'm so hungry. But the owner didn't seem to be in a good mood. It's still hungry. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard the sound of a door closing deep inside the store. Subai had a pale face, lowered head, drooping eyelids, and his arms hanging naturally. He walked out listlessly. Chinamo heard the voice, opened his eyes, and turned his head to look over. Subai immediately stood up straight and smiled at Chinamo. Manager, this supernatural training room is quite useful. I didn't see you when I came out before, so I went back in. He gritted his teeth secretly. It is useful indeed. Apart from anything else, the fact that time flows twice as fast is enough to attract all those with special abilities. But it is indeed a bit tiring. No matter what kind of injuries you get, you will be fine, and you won't die in there, but the pain in your body, it really won't be relieved at all. Chinamo glanced at him expressionlessly. In the superpower training room, the number of zombies increases exponentially. The most important thing is that they can only use superpowers and cannot even use ordinary attack moves. When Subai was beaten out, he was still in the supernatural power training room. However, there were too many zombies later, and he had used his supernatural powers too many times, so he was a little exhausted, which led to the scene that Dowdu saw. Subai was looked at like this by him and silently looked away. I'll go back first. In fact, he really wanted to ask if he could stay in the hotel for one night. He could pay with points because his situation was very bad now. But the other person's gaze was a little scary, and the words on the tip of his tongue could not come out. After saying this, he quickly left the shop. As soon as he went out, the first person who had been guarding the door immediately closed it with a bang. Chinamo withdrew his gaze and lay back down. He would never enter the supernatural training room again. Now he was too tired and sleepy to even take a step. He waved at Dowdu. Dowdu looked at him in confusion. Woof? Take me back to my room. Dowdu, ouch. Then the small one turned into a giant dog 1 meter tall. Then he carried his master upstairs. Outside the door, Subai heard the sound of the door closing behind him. His legs went weak and he fell to the ground. He simply didn't get up and just sat down against the door. Chen DeYoung staggered over covered in blood, and before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he saw this scene. The two looked at each other and fell silent for a rare moment. After a while, Subai looked away as if nothing had happened. Chen DeYoung was stiff and slowly moved to the other side of the door and sat down. The sword Shadow and the furry bear behind him stood guard to one side. When Subai saw these two things, he suddenly remembered to treat the furry bear. Not sure if this will relieve the pain? Thinking about it, he opened his mouth and said, treatment? But the healing Mau Mau bear looked at him blankly, then raised his hand, and a white light flew towards Chen DeYoung. Feeling that the wounds on his body were healing faster, he looked at Subai in surprise. It turns out that this guy is actually a good person. Thank you. He thanked Subai sincerely. Subai, you're welcome. Subai looked away and held his forehead with his hand, with a look of helplessness between his brows. This therapy bear seems a bit stupid. Chapter 49, Mutated Fruit. But it seems that it can only heal injuries and cannot relieve pain. Otherwise, no matter how stupid this stupid bear is, he would not use his healing power on others. It was precisely because he was not injured that the healing bear thought he was asking it to treat the person next to him. Besides, the person has already said thank you. You can't ask him to treat you again, right? Besides, there's no point in shouting. There's no need. He was so tired that he closed his eyes and planned to rest in front of the store for the night. Just then, the person next to him spoke again. Boss, can you help me treat Jinying? He understood the meaning of each word separately, but why couldn't he understand them when they were put together? Subai looked at him, his eyes inadvertently glancing at the sword shadow not far away. Heal Jinying's wounds? Is this guy's brain stuck in the door? He didn't say anything. Chen Deyang gritted his teeth and took out a green fruit from his arms. This is the fruit I got from the mutant plant. I'll exchange it with you, okay? He didn't want to give away such a good thing, but apart from this, he really didn't have anything else to show off. Subai looked at him deeply, reached out to take the fruit, and asked the healing bear to treat Jinying. Thinking that he had already helped once by accident, and it wouldn't matter this time, he naturally did not refuse. Moreover, he had encountered several mutated plants in the past 2 days, but did not obtain such fruits. Maybe they would be really useful. He casually put the fruit into his pocket, leaned towards the door, raised his head slightly, and looked at the sword shadow in front of him in the faint moonlight. Use a fruit to exchange for Jinying's treatment. What's so special about this Jinying? And the healing bear actually walked over. A white light flashed in the healing bear's paw, and then it stuck directly to the body of the sword shadow. After a moment, it turned around and shook its head blankly. It seems not possible, but he had already helped, so it was impossible for him to give back what he had obtained. Chen Deyang lowered his head with a look of disappointment and frustration. Today he took Jinying and Dali Mao Moxing to find the mutated tree yesterday and took some effort to solve it. In addition, some zombies were killed. Later he saw a small tree half a man's height with 3 green fruits on it. It looked unusual. Thinking it must be a good thing, he naturally wanted to get it. The 3 of them began to test the surrounding trees, but found nothing unusual. They originally thought they were lucky, but who knew that when they were less than 1 meter away from the small tree, the roots of the tree buried underground suddenly started to attack. However, they were always on guard. Except for him who was hit a few times and had to retreat because his strength was not enough to keep up with his reaction, Jinying and Mao Moxing started fighting with each other. The tree looked small, but it had countless roots. It took the sword shadow a long time to chop it all down. The tree without roots was like a dog without teeth, without any power to resist. After getting the 3 fruits, he didn't dare to stay outside any longer and started to head back. Just because of the injuries on his body, he still encountered a lot of zombies. Fortunately, those zombies were all first level, otherwise he would have died there. But he had no special powers and had to take the risk. Although the 3 of them returned safely, he could clearly feel that Jinying's originally black body had faded a lot as if it had been washed by water. That's why I said that just now, thinking that the things in the store might be useful. I'm afraid this sword shadow won't last long. In front, the black sword shadow moved slightly after the healer Mao Mao Bear walked away. It tilted its head, and it was clear that it had no facial features, but if it had eyes, from this angle, the person it was looking at was Chen Deyang. He just turned his head back again, as if what had just happened had never happened. But if Chen Deyang looked closely, he would find that Jinying's body had returned to its dark black color, even slightly darker than when it first came out of the card. The night is particularly hot and humid today. Nie Rufeng and his companion came all the way from Shicheng, one in front and one behind. Since the zombies on the road had been cleared, they arrived at the place where they encountered the swarm of bees smoothly. At the same time, each of the 9 sword shadows behind had a torch in his hand. This is the torch they made along the way, stained with gasoline. All these preparations are made just to deal with those abnormal bees. Is this the place? Lin Jinan nodded and pointed in a direction. The bees flew from that direction at that time. I asked Jinying and Mao Moxing to lead them away. Maybe they have gone back now? Nie Rufeng said nothing more and took out the honey he had brought from the backpack behind him. Those bees must have been mad to death after losing their hive, and now someone comes back with honey, which is a direct provocation. Of course, they don't know what provocation is, but they definitely want to get the honey back, and they will definitely come when they smell the familiar scent. Lin Jianan stepped back silently, thinking of the swarm of bees before. If one of them really stung him, even a 3rd-level cultivator would probably suffer the consequences. The two of them are like the ungrateful fellow who touched the tiger's butt. He held the torch tighter in his hand and held a lighter in his other hand, ready to light the torch at any time. After a long while, a buzzing sound was heard not far away. Looking up, they saw a group of bees the size of bird eggs flying towards them. The scene was so scary that it gave people goosebumps. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Nia Ruffung also stepped back gently and took out a lighter. The first target of those bees was still the honey on the ground, but they soon realized that their nest was destroyed by these two people, and they immediately became angry. Without waiting for them to attack, I just heard a click. Nia Ruffung silently waved the torch towards the bees. Lin Jianan helped to light the torches in the hands of the sword shadows, and then joined the battlefield unwillingly. For a moment, the buzzing sound of bees was endless, and a dozen people holding torches were dancing like a group of demons. Don't mention it, it's really useful to be so disorganized and not know how to use your supernatural powers. Those bees are afraid of fire. At first they wanted to run, but Nia Ruffung used a protective shield before they reached the honey, so they couldn't run out at all, as if they had hit a transparent wall. Many of them flew too fast and with too much force, and knocked themselves unconscious and fell directly from the air. Later, when they realized they couldn't run away, they simply turned around and prepared to fight them. No one realized that when the little gray cat on Nia Ruffung's shoulder saw the swarm of bees, its eyes rolled around, but it never looked away. Instead, it seemed eager to try. After these bees dispersed, most of them headed towards Nia Ruffung and Lin Jianan. There are quite a lot of them, and the most important thing is, they stick their butts out and actually shoot out poison needles. Seeing this scene, Lin Jianan couldn't help but swear, fuck. Chapter 50, Level 3 Zombie. Isn't it said that if the stinger of a bee is pulled out, its internal organs will be damaged and it will not live long? What is the situation now? After the mutation, can we no longer view it with common sense? It's outrageous. It's outrageous to open the door. It's outrageous to the extreme. Fortunately, he was also at the second level, so he was still able to dodge them. While dodging the poisonous needles, he did not forget to wave the torch in his hand to prevent the bees from getting too close. Even so, he still felt a pain in his back. Hiss. These bees aren't just outrageous, they can sneak attack. On the other side, Nia Ruffung was in a better situation, because before he was attacked, the little gray on his shoulder suddenly flew out, "Gah!" As soon as it opened its mouth, it quickly pecked the bee that wanted to attack its owner. Then it ate the bee with a smacking sound. Lin Jianan, who witnessed this scene, almost shed tears. It hurts so much. It's many times more painful than those ordinary wasp stings before the apocalypse. He suddenly felt a little regretful. It would be great if he had a bird like this. He won't get stung. But he is a mutant after all, and his physical fitness is much stronger than before. He will not lose his combat effectiveness because of this sudden attack. It just hurts a little. About half an hour later, all the bees were finally dealt with. Lin Jianan was stung several times, and half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. In contrast, Nia Ruffung was fine. Because Xiao Huihui ate a few more bees later, the bees realized that Nia Ruffung was not easy to mess with, so except for the ones targeting Jianying, the others all came towards him. Facing Lin Jianan's resentful gaze and half of his face that was unrecognizable, Nia Ruffung felt a little embarrassed. He coughed lightly, cough. Just as I was about to say something, I saw Lin Jianan's figure flash by. He paused, then took 2 steps forward to help him. Lin Jianan felt that everything in front of him was blurry. He only saw Nia Ruffung approaching. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's poisonous." Then he fainted. Nia Ruffung checked and was relieved to be sure that nothing serious happened. It should be that the bee sting had some slight anesthetic effect, but Lin Jianan was quite strong, so he didn't faint so early. He glanced at the little gray boy on his shoulder who was full, sleeping with his eyes closed and his wings folded. This time it was thanks to it. Otherwise, if both of them were unconscious here, their bodies might have disappeared after a night. However, this also reminded him that the mutation abilities of animals would also undergo many changes. Next time he encountered a similar situation, he would not be so radical. He was indeed a little anxious because matters at the base had been delayed for several days. Looking at the sword shadows again, there were only 3 left. After all, they shared most of the danger for the 2 of them and also blocked many of the bees' stings for them. There are still too many bees, and they are all level 2. However, Xiao Huihui, as a first-level bee, can eat second-level bees. It is either because of the natural bloodline suppression, or the pets in the store are inherently special. The matter here has been resolved. He put Lin Jianan on the ground, and together with several sword shadows, He gathered all the dead bees together and burned them. Then he left with Lin Jianan on his back. Although they suffered a lot of losses, it is still worth being happy that they will be able to establish a base tomorrow. Chinamo was woken up by hunger before dawn that day. He had only had breakfast yesterday and hadn't eaten anything since then, but despite this, he still lay in bed until the sun rose high before lazily getting up from the bed. After washing up and taking a shower, he threw his changed clothes into the washing machine, then he went downstairs yawning. The feeling of mental exhaustion is much more torturous than physical fatigue. After breakfast, he turned around and went upstairs again. System, host, what are you doing? Chinamo replied calmly, catch up on some sleep. If he wasn't too hungry, he wouldn't bother to get up. The system's tone was somewhat annoyed. The sun is shining on your butt? Chin Morin had already laid back on the bed and closed his eyes. Don't make noise. System, house. The system swallowed the words back when they were about to come out of its mouth. The host is a bit grumpy when he wakes up, so let's wait until he wakes up. Hurry up, hurry up. In front of the underground warehouse, Lao Chun and Bai Fong were guarding the stairs outside, where two large convertible mountain bikes were parked. One of them was filled with neatly stacked bricks, and the other was half full, with the remaining space left for other people to sit. Everyone got on the bus quickly. This kind of tricycle is easy to drive, and you can get started with it if you have a little basic knowledge. After everyone got in the car, Lao Chin and Heisey started the car. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the car started, it made a loud noise. The sound traveled very far, and everyone in the car couldn't help but break into a sweat. But the speed was quite fast, so even though hundreds of zombies heard the sound and chased after it in groups, they were still left behind and couldn't catch up at all. Seeing this scene, everyone felt relieved. When passing the wide road outside Shurching, not long after the first car left the city, Zhou Min, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the second tricycle, suddenly said, "Look." She didn't need to shout. Others had already noticed it. A 3-meter-tall slender zombie appeared in the city at some point. Both of its arms were like long swords, almost touching the ground. It's running very fast. Old Chun subconsciously stepped on the accelerator. He had the illusion that if they didn't run faster, they would probably be caught up. What kind of zombie is this? It runs so fast. The others were even more nervous. They had never seen this kind of zombie before, and even though the car was driving so fast, it was still following closely behind, and they couldn't get rid of it at all. Lin Jialan sat by the side of the car, holding the unconscious Lin Jianan, her face tense. When they came back last night, they found her brother being carried back unconscious. She was almost scared to death, fearing that he had been bitten by a zombie. Fortunately, he was just unconscious and nothing serious happened. But her brother didn't wake up for the whole night. She was a little confused now, and this kind of thing happened. Just when everyone was worried, Nie Rufeng had already asked Mao Mao Xiong and Jianying to go down and stop the zombie. When he saw the slender zombie, he thought of the time when Daodu took them away. Maybe by then, the zombie was already there. They had never met each other before, so they were really lucky. Because the moment this zombie appeared, the alarm bell on his body rang. This is at least a 3rd-level zombie. These zombies are growing too fast. With their current strength, it is impossible to solve it. The 3 sword shadows were very faint, as if they would disappear at any time. They can also be injured, and when they are injured to a certain extent they will die, and their strength will be greatly reduced. Although the teddy bears were in a better condition, they were too stupid and could not cooperate at all. Now Lin Jianan is in a coma, and he is the only 2nd-level person in the entire team. Since we can't defeat it, and we can't let it follow us, we can only delay it. If you come to Shurching again in the future, you will have to take a longer detour, but you can't get close to this place. Chapter 51. She's the only one I have now. Of course, if it is not absolutely necessary, it is best not to get close to Shurching. It is still unknown how many similar zombies exist in other parts of the city. In fact, it was he who made the prompt decision to build a base early on. If they had stayed in the Stone City without a place to live, they would have died in the city sooner or later. After all, this kind of alien zombie is not the first time it has appeared. Thump, thump, thump. The ostentatious sound of the tricycle could be heard all the way. In other words, the surroundings had been cleaned up and not attracted too many zombies, but it still attracted attention. In the city, Sui Bing waved his hand quickly, and several sharp ice blades flew out from his palm, directly piercing through the heads of 2 zombies not far away. Then he pulled Shen Haowei back into the corridor, frowned slightly, and muttered to himself, "They're gone?" Shen Haowei nodded slightly. "It should be." Sui Bing smiled brightly. "Then let's not kill the zombies now. Let's go back and tell Big Sister and the others about this." Shen Haowei hesitated a little. They have already left Shurching. There is no need for us to follow them, right? Those people have a small shop like that behind them. What can they use to fight them? It's not that she didn't want to tell these people about the existence of the shop, but she had already said out of selfish motives that she didn't know where Daodu came from. If she said now that she knew about the shop, wouldn't that be telling Sui Bing clearly that she had been lying before? She feels very good now. Next, she just needs to let Sui Bing discover the shop by accident when she goes out. Then she can get whatever she wants. Sui Bing looked a little worried and tilted his head to look at her. But they killed our people. My elder sister specifically asked me to pay attention to the situation here. If I don't notify them and they find out, then… Shinhue sighed. Worried and helpless. I am worried too. Haven't you seen those strange things they have? Although we have more people, but… Sui Bing stretched out her hand and pinched her face and said gently, It's okay. We just need to convey the matter back, and we don't need to worry about the rest. Didn't the eldest sister say that we can do whatever we want? Shinhue seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Finally, she nodded and said nothing. Ever since he brought her back, the team leader was very happy to have her as a healing psychic and even asked her what she wanted. She didn't have much to ask for, after all. What could be better than the things in the Universal Store? So she just said that she didn't like too many restrictions. The other party said very nicely that he would not care about her in the future, as long as she treated her brother's injuries. Similarly, Sui Bing would not be forced to perform dangerous tasks. This was the promise made by the girl everyone called Big Sister, but Sui Bing was still a little naive to trust her so much. Seeing that she was in a low mood, Sui Bing gently comforted her. And I also want to know where they got those things. Aren't you curious? If we can get the same things, the inner city will develop better and better. Maybe after a while, it will be able to return to the prosperity before the disaster. And that little black dog, it should be a mutant, right? Shinhee nodded. Well, let's go back. Good. Compared with other cities, Shurching is neither big nor small. But few people know that the innermost circle of the city was quickly occupied by a group of people after the end of the world. The two of them are now in the same group with this group of people. The two quickly returned to a place in the inner city. Sui Bing walked in and touched Shinhue's hair. Go to Lao Chi's place to take a shower first. I'll be back soon. Shinhue didn't want to see young Qinyu at first, but nodded immediately when she heard this. The seventh brother is a water-related mutant, so it is certainly not easy for other people to use water on a normal day. But Shinhue is different. She may not have a high status here, but she still has some position and she can take a bath every day. Besides, after going out, I felt tired and hot, and my body was splashed with a lot of the zombies' rotten flesh and brains, which stank to death. Then I'm going, come back soon. Sui Bing hugged her waist and bent down to kiss her on the face, grinning. I haven't left yet, and you're already missing me? Shunhee blushed slightly and quickly reached out to hit him. Ouch! Let me go quickly, or someone will see us. Okay, Sui Bing said and bit her lips again. Wait for me. Then he let her go, turned around and strode away. Shinhue also changed direction and went to the residence of Lao Chi mentioned by Sui Bing. In the building at the deepest part of the villa, Sui Bing's expression had long since returned to normal. He went up to the second floor and raised his hand to knock on one of the doors. Come in. He pushed the door open and walked in. This is a temporarily converted office. Yang Qinyu was sitting in the boss chair with a desk in front of her, looking down at something. She waited until he came in and closed the door before looking up at me, then raised her eyebrows slightly. If you're not flirting with your new girlfriend, how do you have time to come to me? Sui Bing spread her hands and refuted back bluntly. I am different from you. If you want to find a man who is as outstanding as you and has also been single, you might as well stay single for the rest of your life. Yang Qinyu's face turned cold, and she suddenly waved her hand. A lightning snake flashing with purple light flew towards him. I think you are itching for trouble. Sui Bing quickly dodged, looking innocent and aggrieved. Cousin, I was wrong. I will never be naughty again. Yang Qinyu snorted coldly. Tell me, what do you want to see me about? This guy is always pretending to be innocent, and she doesn't believe he is really that kind of person. Sui Bing explained his purpose. Those people left and drove away from Shurcheng. Yang Qinyu, it's a good thing that they left. Next, let the people below speed up and gather the other survivors in the city. 2 days ago, when he brought Shinhue back, he mentioned those people to her. She also sent people to keep an eye on them secretly, but the people she sent died. Those people are not at all less vigilant. That's why she asked Sui Bing to pay attention to the situation over there. Leaving now would not have any impact on her plans. After all, a strong force would be an unstable factor for her to occupy the entire city. Sui Bing's eyes gradually darkened, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Cousin, they have a lot of magical things in their hands. Magic? Well, there are shadows that can talk to people, bear pillows that are like living creatures, and a group of magical plants that can attack zombies. As for the clothes on Weiwei, I have tested them and found that it is difficult for a single first-level zombie to break through them. If we also have these things, would we still have to worry about surviving in this apocalypse? Young Chinyu walked out from behind the desk with a serious look on her face. Go and inform Lao Lu to track them down. I'll go talk to my dad about it. Sui Bing nodded and said, okay. Young Chinyu walked to the door and turned back. You should restrain your temper and keep a distance from other women. If Shinhoi runs away because of this, I will not forgive you. Sui Bing smiled brightly. Don't worry, she is the only one I have now. Yang Chinyu didn't say anything else, just opened the door and left. As soon as she left, the office fell into silence. Sui Bing lowered her head, and a smile gradually appeared in her eyes. He didn't tell her about the puppy. After all, this is what he wants most. Even if she is his cousin, she can't compete with him. Chapter 52 Opening Time. Outside the shop, Qindiang glanced at Su Bai, who was eating next to him and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He thought to himself, it's almost noon. Why hasn't manager Qin opened the store yet? He is almost starving to death. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard a strange thumping sound. Boss, did you hear that? Someone is crazy and driving around in this broken tricycle that makes so much noise. The sound is obviously the noise made by a three-wheeled vehicle. Su Bai drank a sip of milk. His expression didn't change at all. Yeah. Obviously, he is not curious about this matter at all. Seeing that he had no interest, Qindiang tactfully shut up and stopped talking. It was so unbearable that when the sun was high in the sky and it was getting too hot, the wooden door at the back suddenly opened with a creaky sound. Qindiang immediately climbed up, his happy face wrinkled. The first one to open the door was Qindiang, who ran in like a hungry wolf to get food. Ah, it's still cool in the store. I'm almost dying of heat outside. If it keeps going like this, I'm going to die of heat. Su Bai was much calmer than him and walked in slowly. Qin Mo sat behind the cashier counter. There was a bottle of Coke on the table, and he was propping up his phone with the Coke. After looking at it for a while, he shook his head, somewhat dissatisfied. System, next time the store is upgraded, please replace this chair with a recliner for me. It's so tiring to sit. The system complained helplessly. Okay. I can't even sit still, bah. Are you cursing me in your heart again? Qin Mo didn't even need to guess. He knew what the system was thinking. The system quickly denied. No. The host can ask for anything he wants, but the host must open the store on time in the future. Qin Mo raised his eyebrows. Okay, I will open the store on time every day. The system was satisfied. That's right. Manager. Su Bai came over at some point. Qin Mo didn't even raise his head. What's the matter? Su Bai took out the fruit from last night. I want to ask, does the store manager know what kind of fruit this is? Qin Mo finally looked up and said, 20 points. Su Bai took out the card and swiped it on the machine. Qin Mo then spoke. Second-level mutant tree fruit. It improves superpowers and can be eaten directly. Su Bai asked, does the store manager need this? Anyway, they are all fruits, and they are second-level ones. The manager said yesterday that he needed fruits. If we want to exchange them, we should be able to exchange them for more things. Qindiang, who was wolfing down his food over there, also looked over here. He is not a psychic, so it would be a waste for him to keep this thing. Qin Mo looked down at his phone screen. No need, it's bitter. Hearing this, Su Bai didn't think anything of it. Qindiang had already withdrawn his gaze with disappointment. I spent so much effort to get something that is useless to me, and I can't even exchange it for something else. How can I not be sad? Why can so many people awaken their superpowers, but he can't? He was very unwilling. I am unwilling to go on like this, because I will die sooner or later. While eating, he reached out to wipe his eyes and took a deep breath. Su Bai glanced at the fruit and stopped disturbing Qin Mo from watching TV. He turned and walked towards the supernatural training room. Spending a day in the superpower training room can help you grow much faster than killing zombies outside, and there is no risk to your life. He still has a lot of points now, enough for him to train for a while. It's not too late to kill zombies after the points are used up. After finishing his meal, Qindiang also looked to the back, and when he found that it was the superpower training room, he looked even more depressed. It seems that everything in the store is prepared for people with special abilities. The zombies are getting stronger and stronger. Without abilities, you can't kill high-level zombies. Without crystal cores, you won't have points, so you can't afford to buy things in the store. This is a vicious cycle. How can he compete with those powerful psychics? There's no comparison. The The more I thought about it, the more desperate I felt. As there were no customers, Chinamo was too lazy to exchange plants. When an episode of a TV series was over and the ending song played, he took out a black pin from the drawer and walked towards the store door. Chin followed him curiously and saw him add a line of words on the paper with the store rules written on it. Opening hours, 10 to 17. The time has been changed. The system was dumbfounded when it saw this scene. Host? What do you mean? Chinamo said calmly, well, open the store on time. The system tried to dissuade him, but the store used to open at 8 o'clock, and you don't have to do anything, so there's no need to change it like this. It didn't expect that this would happen just after it had agreed with others to open the store on time. It's necessary. I'm lazy and I have my own things to do. I often can't get up. System. If what you mean is sleeping in, playing games, watching anime, chasing dramas. Chinamo, do you have any objection? System. No. I have nothing to say, really. It has never seen such a mean person. It regrets it very much now. I regret getting this cell phone. Chinamo didn't care about its thoughts. After writing, he put the pen away and looked at the sunshine value again. If he had so many points, he would be able to upgrade his ability to the 3rd level. After thinking about it, he used 20,000 sunshine points to stock up some goods for the store, then used another 60,000 to exchange for 10 second-level seeds and planted them before turning back. Now Subai is obsessed with the supernatural training room, so it is impossible to expect him to bring fruits. When he has time, he can go to the mountain by himself. Just as he was about to go back to the store, the system's voice came up again. Dear host, something great is about to land on your head. Not only that, he also specially added a sound effect to its words in his mind, which really sounded like winning the lottery. Chinamo smiled silently. Here we go again. As long as it feels that it has suffered a loss, it will find ways to make up for it. I don't know who he learned this stingy character from. Tell me about it. You still have to let your hair go. The system voice was very cheerful. Now the sunflower can be upgraded. Not only will it reduce the time it takes to produce sunlight, it will also increase the yield. It only requires 20,000 sunlight to upgrade. This is a conscience price. After listening to this, Chinamo said, 10,000. System, oh fuck, oh my baby. You are really trying to bargain like hell. Who would bargain in half? Chinamo narrowed his eyes slightly. The system sensed the danger and shrank its neck silently. 10,000 is 10,000. I think this price is still very good. This is not cowardice, but following the heart. If the host gets angry, he might just close the shop down. The consequence is something a little boy like him cannot afford. Host, are you sure you want to upgrade Sunflower? Sunflower has been upgraded. Chinamo took a look at the introduction. The production of 50 sunlight points every 3 hours has increased to 100 sunlight points every 2 hours. Not bad. This way, production can be done 12 times a day, totaling 240,000. Chapter 53. The wool comes from the sheep. He is satisfied with this. The system made me lose so much that I almost cried. It swore that it would never dare to speak bad words in front of its host again. Chinamo glanced at Chindiang, who was in a daze beside him, and reached out to touch his chin. There are not many customers coming to his place these days, so it is difficult to make a comparison, but I guess ordinary people still account for a larger proportion in this world. There are superpower awakening agents in the mall, and there must be a systematic reason for that. Although it is a bit expensive, it can motivate ordinary people to do things actively and play a motivating role. After all, if they don't work hard, how can he get points to upgrade? Wool comes from sheep. Where would the wool come from without sheep? You still have to cast a wide net. Thinking of this, he exchanged 5,000 points for a bottle of superpower awakening agent and then returned to the store. Although ordinary people cannot afford it, it does not prevent them from having greater hope for life after seeing it. It's like hanging a carrot in front of a donkey if you want it to run. If it wants to eat, it has to keep running. This ability awakening agent may not be sold in a short period of time, but in the long run, the gains will outweigh the costs. Well, he didn't pay anything, just sat and waited. But at the same time, what he lacks the least is time. Chindiang had no idea that he had become a lamb. After knowing that the opening time of the store had been changed, he planned to prepare some food and then find a place to stay. He couldn't stay in front of the store forever. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. He might die of the heat one day and not even know how. Although he was prepared, he still subconsciously walked around the store to see if there were any new products. After a while, he stopped and stared at the things in the display case. There was a potion in a glass tube, and the potion inside was blue. But this is not the point. The point is that the card introduction next to it reads 5 big words, Superpower Awakening Agent. Isn't this what he needs most? Name: Ability Awakening Agent. Level: None. Type: Special. Introduction: Ordinary people will have 100% chance of awakening their superpowers when taking it, while superpower users can enhance their superpowers when taking it, and there is a 1 in 1,000 chance of awakening a second superpower. Directions: Take. Price: 10,000 inch. Gudong. After reading all this carefully, Qindyang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Superpower Awakening Agent. Superpower Awakening Agent. This is a superpower awakening agent. He was so excited that his whole body couldn't help shaking. It's still 100% awakening ability. If he had superpowers, he wouldn't be so passive anymore. 10,000 points may seem very expensive, and it is a lot for him, but in fact, awakening superpowers was originally a matter of luck. But now he can obtain it through his own efforts, and this is the ability that truly belongs to him. Even a few more points would be justified, but Manager Qin has such a conscience price. Chen Deyong immediately poured all the crystal cores in his backpack onto the ground and counted them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 15. There are a total of 18 crystal cores, and there are more than 200 points in the card, which makes a total of more than 2,000 points. He clenched his fists and didn't relax for a long time. Put together a bicycle to turn it into a motorcycle. Take a gamble. Thinking of this, Chen Deyong no longer hesitated. He took 2 more sword shadow cards, 3 first-level long swords, a super speed teddy bear, a first-level healing medicine, 2 painkillers and hemostatic medicine, 4 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water, and spent all the 2022 points in total. He also prepared a sword for himself and planned to hunt zombies with 3 sword shadows and 2 furry bears in the next few days. If the points can be accumulated more and more and used to buy the superpower awakening agent, then it will be like a slave rising up and singing. All my savings have been spent. If I don't succeed, I will die. He had intended to check how many points were on the card that Zhang had blessed, but when he put the card on the cash register, it showed not points but a line of words. The current cardholder is not the original owner and cannot be used without consent. This is no longer useful. He looked at Chinamo with some regret. Manager, can the things here be exchanged for other things? Can we only use crystal cores? Yesterday Subai exchanged mulberries for milk. Maybe the manager also needs something else? Chinamo looked up. Oh, he forgot one thing. In addition to crystal cores, gold can also be exchanged for points. Hearing this, a surprised smile immediately appeared on Chen Deyong's face. Gold. Nowadays, gold is worthless. People can't even get enough to eat. So why would they care about gold? There must be a lot of gold in those gold shops in the city. Originally, he was just trying to take a gamble, but now he is full of hope and feels that supernatural powers are already beckoning to him ahead. Thank you, manager. After saying thank you, he left in a hurry. After he left, Chinamo asked the system to put a sign next to the cash register, on which was written the ratio of crystal cores and gold to points. This way, next time other guests come, they will know it themselves without having to ask him. The system silently fixed the problem, and I couldn't help but secretly complain. Are you sure you are not too lazy to forget such an important thing? Qindyang ran very fast, followed by Jianying and 2 pillow bears. As soon as he went out, he saw a person looking around. He didn't even look at him for a second before passing by the other person. Qian Laolu was originally observing the sunflowers in the field that were swaying gently in the morning sun. Because he had seen mutated plants before, he didn't dare to get close and just observed from nearby. When he saw Qindyang and the teddy bear and the black shadow running behind him, he was stunned for a moment and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Is this the magical item that Sui Bing mentioned? Are you sure this isn't a living thing? His surname is Qian, and his given name is Lu. The awakened ability is Beast Transformation, but currently only the head can be transformed into a big yellow dog. Because of this, even when facing zombies, he was unwilling to transform into a beast. After all, there was no use in transforming into a beast. But his nose is very sensitive, and he is extremely aware of zombies and can avoid danger in advance. His position in their team is irreplaceable. He is ranked 6th, so he is called Qian Laolu. When it comes to saving lives, he is definitely the most reliable. He was extremely reluctant to run so far alone this time, but Sui Bing gave him too much, 10 crystal cores. So here he comes. At first, he did follow the scent and traces left by the car, but the weather was hot and it didn't rain in the past 2 days, so he vaguely smelled a familiar scent. It's Shunhui's breath. Shinhui has been here. So he changed his direction and decided to come here to find out what was going on. She is a healer and is weak, so what is she doing outside the city? What was she hiding from them? Chapter 54 Qian Laolu. However, he never expected to see such a bamboo house at the foot of the mountain. The name is outrageous. A universal store? If there really is a universal store in this world, how could there be this fucking doomsday? Hey, brother, wait a minute. Qin Diyang paused and looked back hesitantly. This guy is not going to the store to eat or buy anything. Why are you calling him? What's the matter with you calling me? Qian Laolu asked. Brother, did you buy all this in the store? What do you need to buy it? How is the store manager here? Because he was alone, for safety reasons, he planned to find out the situation from the customers in the store first. The end of Shun Hui's breath was at the door of the bamboo building. She must have been in there, otherwise she would not have come here. But she clearly knew where those things came from, but she never told them in the past few days. Qin Diyang looked hesitant. It turned out that this person didn't know what was sold in this store, but he didn't dare to say bad things about manager Qin in front of the store. After all, the store rules stated that it was not allowed to discredit the store, so he could only tell the truth. This is a jack-of-all-trades store. The store manager is a very nice person. There are many magical things in it. You can go and see for yourself. Qian Laolu glanced at Qin Diyang hesitantly. Is it really that good? Seeing that he didn't believe it, Qin Diyang was a little unhappy. Believe it or not, he was already in a hurry and was quite annoyed when he was suddenly stopped by him. But he ended up doubting what he said. After saying that, he turned around and left without paying any more attention to Qian Laolu. Qian Laolu touched his nose uncomfortably. Why is everyone so bad-tempered now? He's just being cautious. What's wrong with that? As he was thinking about it, he unconsciously glanced at the sunflowers and peach trees in the field. There were many peaches on the peach trees. Although they were not ripe yet, they were eye-catching. He looked away and tiptoed towards the bamboo house, sniffing his nose as he walked and not forgetting to be alert to his surroundings. Just kidding. He is still alive today thanks to his dog nose. When he walked to the corridor, he didn't rush in, but checked around and then saw the store rules posted. 1. Do not damage any items in the store. 2. No quarreling or fighting in the store. 3. Don't chat too much with the store manager. 4. No bargaining allowed, no credit allowed, and please don't ask for anything. 5. Anyone who deliberately smears the reputation of a store will be killed without mercy. Opening hours, 10 to 17 inch. It seems that the store manager here is not easy to get along with. Moreover, this opening time is much more enjoyable than the life of a corporate slave before the apocalypse. He craned his neck to look inside. The display cabinets inside are neatly arranged, and the store is clean and tidy without a speck of dust. There was a young man sitting in front of the cashier counter. He had his head lowered so his face couldn't be seen clearly, but there was a bottle of Coke on the counter in front of him. There was a blue stuffed bear mopping the floor in the store. Most importantly, he felt a slight cool breeze. This is simply paradise on Earth. He was sweating all over during the journey and was almost getting prickly heat. The temperature now may have reached 30 degrees Celsius. When he goes out, he wants to take off all his clothes, but in fact he dare not even wear a short-sleeved shirt and can only cover himself tightly. After all, if you are accidentally scratched by a zombie, you will die. Compared with life, the heat seems less important, but it is still very uncomfortable. Now, these gusts of cool breeze blew directly into his heart. Without having time to think about it, he slapped himself in the face. Bang! He didn't save any strength in this slap. As the pain came, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! It's not a dream. It's not a dream. This is real. After muttering a few words, he decided to go in. No matter if there was what he needed here or not, he would be happy as long as he could stay in there for a while and cool down. When he looked up, he was stunned. Hu Xiong and the young man were looking at him. The former looked at him as if he was a fool, while the latter had a calm look with no emotion visible. Qian Laolu immediately remembered the store rules he had just seen, and hurriedly nodded and bowed to the other party. Sorry, I was a little too excited. As a social animal who has been in the workplace for 6 years, his greatest advantage is his adaptability. As long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Qin Mo withdrew his gaze and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Here comes the sheep, a visitor. Don't be blind, otherwise he won't know when he can get the juicer. Qian Laolu entered the store and began to walk around aimlessly. Compared to the outside world, this store is like two completely different worlds. If the outside world is hell, then this place is heaven on earth. At first, he really didn't believe what Qin Diyang said, but when he came in, he had changed his mind. When he saw the various items displayed in the display cabinet, he opened his eyes wide and wondered if he was blind. There is so much food and water here. Pea shooter, potato mine, sword shadow card, furry bear, alert clock, protective shield. There is actually a superpower awakening potion. Was he really not hallucinating because of the heat? Otherwise, how could he return to this paradise on Earth? He stood there for a long time without coming back to his senses. After a long while, he finally remembered what Shindiang had said just now. As if waking up from a dream, he strode towards Chinamo, store manager. Are all these true? Can they really be exchanged with crystal cores? He stuttered several times and tremblingly shouted out the word, store manager. Chinamo did not comment and pointed at the machine next to him. Qian Laolu looked in the direction he pointed. A first-level crystal core has 100 points. A second-level crystal core has 200 points. A third-level crystal core has 500 points. And a fourth-level crystal core has 1,000 points. In addition to these, there is also an exchange rate of 1 gram of gold to 1 point. A piece of bread only costs 2 points. One crystal core can be exchanged for 50, which is enough for him to eat for half a month. Without any hesitation, he immediately threw a crystal core in. After getting the card, he immediately took the bread and water, then sat on the ground and started eating. So delicious. The bread looked like it had just come out of the oven, still steaming, and it was so delicious that he almost bit his tongue. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he had eaten such delicious food. He ate 3 loaves of bread in one go, but couldn't eat any more. He drank half a bottle of water and raised his head in satisfaction. Great! Chapter 55. Think about your sister. Being able to eat so much until he was full was something he had never dared to dream of, but he did not expect that it would come true today. It's incredible. But if that's the case, he could make more use of the goods in this store. In addition to the 10 crystal cores Sui Bing gave him, he also had 13 crystal cores in his hands, which were enough to buy some things. He took 3 sword shadow cards and 2 first-level healing potions, plus the food he had just eaten, a total of 1908. The only reason I chose the sword shadow card is that it is easy to carry. After paying the bill, he noticed the automatic cooking machine next to the cash register and was silent for a moment. It's a pity that he can't even drink water now, let alone eat. He can only wait until next time. Before leaving, he couldn't help but ask, will the store manager keep the store here? Chinamo nodded, yes. Qian Laolu immediately showed a smile as bright as a flower. He put the card and his own points card close to him before turning and leaving. After walking around inside and coming out, he already knew clearly that Shinhaowei must know about this place, but he did not intend to tell young Qinyu and the others about this. After leaving the store, he had no intention of going back. Instead, he walked to the other side, sniffing his nose. The goal of this trip was to track down those who drove away. He couldn't go back without any results. There was no danger around, and he was moving very fast. After a while, he saw 2 tricycles with people moving bricks on them. In front of the tricycles, several people were concentrating on building a wall with soil. He looked a little dazed. Are these people building houses? No, this should be considered a small base, right? The earth wall formed a square, covering an area of at least several thousand square meters. These people are really bold, but isn't this his chance? Hiding behind a tree, he tried to calm himself down, then slowly backed away and started rushing back. He avoided places with zombies along the way. When he was about to approach the stone city, he hurriedly hid behind a big tree and saw a 3-meter-tall zombie from a distance. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and felt like his heart was about to jump out. This zombie is too oppressive. Even at a distance of more than 50 meters, he actually had the illusion that he was shrouded in death. Another strange zombie like this? Qian Lu stood there motionless, and only after the other party disappeared did he cautiously enter the city. Thinking that he could redeem points with gold in the store, he decided to look around. There is a gold shop a few hundred meters ahead. He skillfully bypassed the zombies around him and soon discovered that the glass door of the store had been smashed open. Several female zombies in work clothes were lying inside, and the jewelry in the store was gone. Qian Lu's face didn't look good. He remembered that when he passed by here when leaving the city, the door here was still in good condition. How come? After a careful sniff, he understood. The brother who got there before got there first. Then it would be difficult for him to find gold nearby, so he could only go back and make plans. Inside the villa, Yang Qinyu and her group were waiting in a room on the 2nd floor. At this moment, someone pointed out the window and said, "Old Six is back." The others looked in the direction he pointed, and one of them snorted, "Finally they're here. They've kept us waiting for so long. Didn't you tell him to go out and get information? So you're taking so long to get the news? With so many of us gathered together, if it weren't for Sui Bing, we don't know how hot it would be." Sui Bing smiled at the person who was speaking. In this room, there is a basin on each side, filled with ice cubes. If it weren't for this, these people wouldn't be able to stay here. Since 2 days ago, they have started to ask Sui Bing to exchange ice cubes from time to time. His abilities are really useless, and he is a coward. The name Lao Lu is really unworthy of his reputation. Qin Lu seems to be ranked 6th, but in fact, everyone looks down on him. They think that such cowards are not qualified to be on an equal footing with them. Just as everyone in the group was expressing their dissatisfaction, Yang Qinyu slapped the table lightly and said, "Shut up, everyone." Everyone looked at each other and calmed down. After a while, there was a knock on the door. "Yang Qinyu, come in." Qin Lu pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he came in, he bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Big sister." Yang Qinyu waved her hand. "How is it going? Have you found those people?" Qin Lu whispered, "Found it, but it was too hot outside, and they just stopped to rest. I couldn't stand it any longer, so I came back." Before he could finish his words, someone suddenly slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "What did you say? We've been waiting here for so long, and you brought us such useless news?" Qin Lu was frightened by the sound and trembled. He stammered in fear, There are so many of them. If they are discovered, I will be dead. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die." Seeing how frightened he was, the person who spoke looked at him coldly. "Coward." Qin Lu was irritated by his words. His eyes suddenly turned red and he shouted, "Yes, I'm a coward. I'm useless. If I'm so useless, why don't you go after those people? Why are you enjoying the cool air in this room? Is it because you're even more useless?" He has always known that these people look down on him, but although his strength is not strong, his ability is irreplaceable. No matter how much they looked down on him, they couldn't kill him. So even though he was very afraid of death, he couldn't stand the bullying of these guys. "You're looking for death. If you have the guts, come and kill me?" The other party was already furious, but Qin Lu was not scared at all. Instead, he straightened up and yelled at him. This wasn't the first time this had happened, and he was used to it. All right, stop arguing. It's really tiring to go out. Don't be angry, third brother. They do have a lot of people and are very powerful." At this moment, Sui Bing stood up and tried to smooth things over with a smile. Everyone knows that Qin Laolu has been afraid of death for a long time. The third brother glared at Qin Laolu fiercely. He thought that when the day came when this guy was no longer useful, he would definitely make him regret it. "What should we do now?" the fourth brother asked immediately. "Sui Bing, then I will go out with Lao Lu again." He didn't ask everyone to go to the place where those people were currently staying, not only because those people were only staying temporarily, but also because they might have left before they arrived, which would be a waste of manpower and resources. The bigger reason is that he has his own selfish motives. Yang Qinyu, who had been silent, looked at Sui Bing. Before she could say anything, Qin Lu hurriedly shook his head and refused. "No, I won't go. I just came back and haven't had time to rest." He was clearly reluctant to go out. Sui Bing said helplessly, "I'm here this time, so I won't make you feel hot again." Qin Lu said without hesitation, "No, I won't go." "Sui Bing, is it okay to give you 10 more crystal cores?" Qin Lu hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. "This is not a crystal core or not?" Yang Qinyu was a little impatient. "It's settled. You two can go together." Qin Lu wanted to say something, but Yang Qinyu glanced at him and said, "Think about your sister." Qin Lu's expression suddenly became depressed. "I know." Chapter 56, Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. That's how it's settled. Although Qin Lu looked reluctant, he had no choice but to follow Sui Bing and leave again. It was a pity that he came back, but he didn't even have a chance to sit down and rest for a while, let alone drink a sip of water. After going downstairs, Sui Bing took out a bottle of water from her bag and handed it to him. "You also know that the eldest sister has a bad temper. So many people are watching, but you didn't do this well. It's only right that you should make up for your crime and make meritorious contributions. Otherwise, you won't be able to explain yourself. But don't worry, I won't touch your sister." Qin Lu unscrewed the water and took a sip. After a while, he said, "Thank you. I know." Sui Bing patted his shoulder gently. "I'm glad to know. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll take you to eat, and then we'll set off." He was very confident in Qin Lu's ability to keep the money, so he was not in a hurry and had to appease the person first. Otherwise, it would be bad if you lose your heart. "Qin Lu, yeah. This villa is very large and has a separate large yard." On the third day after the apocalypse, after Yang Qinyu awakened her supernatural powers, The Yang family immediately occupied a small area of the inner city. The city had long been in chaos, the country had become a decoration, and the army and police were naturally not spared. So they occupied the granary in the stone city and transported all the food to the villa. Although there is no food, at least in the short term, the more than 100 people will not starve to death. In addition to food, they have also been looking for other food these days. There is strength in numbers, and this sentence also applies in the end times, especially under the suppression of firepower. So what about zombies? Don't you have to lie on the ground obediently when you are hit by bullets? After hearing Sui Bing's words, Qian Luqing couldn't help but lick his lips. I remembered what I had eaten in the store at noon. You won't starve to death just because you won't starve to death. The amount of food each person eats every day is fixed. Others who had made contributions could eat as much as they wanted, but he had to share half of his food with his sister, which meant he couldn't eat to his heart's content. He is like a mascot, indispensable but unable to perform meritorious deeds all the time. Sui Bingren is the only good person here. He will share some food with him when he doesn't have enough to eat, and will also comfort him when he is in a bad mood. He was the only one who never looked down upon him because of his ability. Thinking of this, he felt a little hesitant. Should I tell him about the store? The two walked side by side and walked out of the living room door. Feeling the heat blowing in their faces, Qian Lu gritted his teeth secretly. No, can't tell him. He is Yang Qinyu's cousin, and he will definitely tell others if anything happens. If Yang Qinyu knew about this, the affairs of the universal shop would be made public, and wouldn't everything he had done in secret be in vain? Not only that, it will also kill him and his sister. Those people only know how to bully him all day long, and don't take him seriously. He can't give them the opportunity to grow, otherwise he will be completely useless. According to his previous experience of taking advantage of others' power to go against those high-ranking guys, they would definitely get rid of him first. After all, there is an alarm clock in that store. Sui Bing, who was standing next to him, asked, "Where did they stop?" Qian Lu came back to his senses and pointed outside the city. Don't be fooled by the fact that their car is heading towards the mountain. In fact, they did it on purpose for others to see. They went around in a big circle and abandoned the car and went in the opposite direction. Sui Bing was happy. Sure enough, none of them are simple to survive until now. If we didn't have you, we really wouldn't be able to find where they are. Qian Lu said bluntly. Of course, I may not be good at other things, but I have an absolutely amazing nose. You will have to work hard next. It's not hard. By the way, the crystal core you just mentioned? Sui Bing took out 10 crystal cores from her bag and gave them to him with amusement. Here, I promised you something. When have I ever broken my promise? Thanks. As they talked, the two went to the warehouse in the villa. Sui Bing even specially picked out a can of meat for Qian Lu, saying it would help him calm down. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they left the villa. Qian stayed in front to lead the way, and unconsciously glanced back, praying in his heart, I must succeed. Yes. Before he returned to the villa, he tore open a Sword Shadow card. On the way, he deliberately looked for zombies to test the strength of Sword Shadow. Then he showed it a photo of himself and his sister, so that when he left the villa again, he could sneak in and rescue his sister. He also told Jinying where his sister was. Because his abilities are rather special and he is not a member of the Qian family, the Qian family had been on guard from the beginning against his escape. Although the precautions were not obvious, it was just to let my sister live with other ordinary people. But he had long been unhappy about Yang Qinyu using his sister to threaten him from time to time. But he did not have the strength and did not dare to overturn the table. But the situation is different now. If he doesn't leave, he will not be able to leave when these guys find the universal shop. Because he had wasted a lot of time on the road, it was now almost evening and the sun was not as scorching. Despite this, Qian Lu still felt a little hot. Sui Bing was much better, but as an ice type, he hated this kind of hot weather the most. He melted 2 pieces of ice, handed one to Qian Lu, and kept the other in his own hand. But he didn't know that not long after he and Qian Lu left, a dark shadow climbed over the courtyard wall and entered the villa. If there had been surveillance in the past, it would have been discovered immediately. But now not only is there no surveillance, it is also very hot and no one wants to go out unless necessary. So Jinying entered the villa easily and headed towards his destination with ease. On the way, Qian Lu tugged at Sui Bing's clothes and said, When I came back, I found a big guy outside that I had never seen before. Sui Bing paused and said, Well, I'll tell my cousin when I get back. It's better not to get close to that place in the future. This time they went the other way, in the opposite direction of the shop. Qian Lu's original intention was actually to remind Sui Bing that he didn't want him to accidentally run into that big guy, and lose his life in the future. He didn't expect to have this unexpected gain, and he was extremely happy. If they don't get closer, they won't be able to find the universal store. Isn't this a good thing? In that case, he will have enough time to develop. At 5 o'clock, Chinamo closed the door on time. When Subai came out of the supernatural training room for the first time, he was told that the room would close at 5 o'clock. Then he was released from the supernatural training room on time at almost 5 o'clock. However, Subai was a little hesitant while drinking the milk. Close the door. Why do you lock yourself outside? That's right. Although it was still the door of the first level, the manager was standing outside the door holding Dowdu. Manager, what are you doing? Chinamo, don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. Then he walked straight towards the back of the bamboo building, holding Dowdu in his arms. Chapter 57. This silly dog is quite easy to deceive. Subai spread his hands and didn't care. I was indeed a little surprised, so I hesitated for a moment. After all, Manager Chin doesn't seem like the kind of person who would go out and kill zombies. But now he should worry about where he should go. I can't continue training in the store, but in fact, there is still some time between 5 p.m. and dark around 7 or 8 p.m. In that case, let's go to the woods over there and kill zombies. After Chinamo arrived at the bamboo building, he put Dowdu on the ground. Dowdu grew a lot bigger as soon as he was born and became as big as a giant tiger. It lay on the ground and waited for its owner to sit on its back before it stood up and walked forward. Woof? Master, shall we go up the mountain? Chinamo, well, go find some fruit. Apart from not going hungry, he didn't enjoy anything other than food while staying in the store. Since there are mulberries on the mountain, there may be other wild fruits as well. Moreover, he has never left the house since he opened the store here. By the way, he can understand the situation of the zombies here and unlock products for customers accordingly. This is the only way to maximize the points you can gain. Woof woof. Dowdu was so happy that he almost jumped up. I want to eat too. Chinamo, no. Dowdu, woof woof woof. Why? Fruits are cheap. Can't you just give me one? Master, am I not your favorite companion? It keeps asking questions nonstop. Woof woof. Chinamo interrupted it. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Dowdu lowered his furry head in frustration. Woof. Chinamo stroked its head and said, when the system unlocks the fruit, you can eat as much as you want. Dowdu immediately ran forward. Woof woof woof. I know that my master is the best to me. System. Make a 6 with one hand. Even after being cheated, he still helped others count money. Your host doesn't want to give you fruit to take out, and he wants to get more from me for free. After all, after unlocking, the host does not need to spend points anymore. This silly dog is so easy to fool. Unlike it, it is so smart that it won't be fooled. Chinamo lay on Dowdu's back, with one arm behind his head and the other arm covering half of his face. The sun is really strong outside. A leaf fell from the tree next to him, covering the other half of his face. Then a melodious song rang out from the phone in his pocket. Chinamo said in a faint voice, pay attention to the sun. I'll take a nap. Call me when you see mulberries. Dowdu, woof. Yes, master. No problem, master. Dowdu slowed down his pace and started walking in the shade. The music was melodious and Dowdu shook his head gently, seeming to be in a good mood. It has been several days since the last time it went out. It doesn't know if its owner will feel bored staying in the store alone every day, but it will feel bored anyway. Going out for a walk naturally makes you feel good. It looked around as it walked, not because it was on the lookout for danger, but because it was full of curiosity about its surroundings. Walking up the mountain from the shop, there is actually an open space between the two, and then the mountain road. There are a lot of weeds and trees on both sides of the mountain road, which makes it cooler than other places. Although the sound of this mobile phone is neither loud nor soft, it can still be heard if you are close. Not long after Dowdu left, a faint rustling sound was heard. Dowdu looked curiously in the direction where the sound came from. Then I saw several vines slowly approaching it. It tilted its head, its little eyes filled with confusion. Is this the mutated plant that the guest mentioned before? Why do I seem a little silly? Anyone who has some consciousness should pick on the weak ones, right? It's quite brave to be so weak yet still dare to wave its claws at it. Just as it was thinking about it, the vine suddenly sped up, but it still seemed too slow to it, and it even felt a little regretful. If the owner is not on its back, it can still play for a while, but it has to be more steady when the owner is on its back, lest it get carried away and throw the person off its back. It waved its claws impatiently, and several claw marks flew out, cutting several vines into several pieces that fell to the ground. In an instant, the remaining vines froze in place, and then shrank back, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dowdu took a careful look, and when all the vines retracted under the tree, it waved its claws again. With a crisp crack sound, the tree broke and fell heavily to the ground with a bang. Dowdu's face changed, and he quickly turned his head to look. After making sure that he had not disturbed his owner, he breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest with his paws. It's okay. It's okay. After that, he didn't think about anything else. He used all four paws to run towards the mountain, leaving all the noise far behind. It avoided zombies and the like it encountered along the way. When it reached the middle of the mountain, it saw a field full of big, red mulberries from afar, and it immediately began to drool. There are a few zombies nearby, though. Before it could call for help, the music attracted the attention of several zombies, and they rushed over roaring. Dowdu quickly waved his claws and killed several zombies. Before it could observe the movement on its back, Chin Imo had already sat up. The leaves fell to the ground. Dowdu felt a little guilty. Master. Chin Imo looked at the zombies in front of him. Huh? We encountered a lot of zombies on the road? Dowdu, not a lot. Maybe a few dozen? Chin Imo nodded, jumped off its back, and walked towards the mulberry tree. What else did you encounter? Dowdu then told him what happened on the road. Normally, no one lives on this mountain, so there shouldn't be any zombies. The fact that fireworks were set off during the first 2 days of the store opening attracted many zombies every day is something worth pondering. It seems that it is not so easy for this world to solve these problems. While listening to Dowdu's story, he took out a plastic bag. With a thought, all the mulberries on the tree flew towards him and fell into the plastic bag one by one. Soon, it was full. Looking at Dowdu, who was looking anxious, he waved his hand with amusement. The next second, Dowdu rushed out with a whoosh. It disappeared immediately, and when it reappeared, it was already on the tree and started eating mulberries happily. It just says that its owner is the best to it. Chin Imo sat there for a while, waiting for Dowdu to finish picking all the remaining mulberries on the tree, and then he lay on its back again. Go back? It's hot. He can't stand this horrible weather. Let's go back and eat and sleep. Dowdu heard the unhappiness in his tone, nodded, and flew out with Chin Imo. But in just a moment, he returned to the front of the store. It pushed the wooden door with its head and went into the store. Then he wagged his tail and turned to look at Chin Imo as if to seek credit. Chin Imo touched its head and smiled. Go and have a rest. Woof. The shop door was closed again. Chin Imo went upstairs, took a shower and changed his clothes, then went to the kitchen to wash a plate of mulberries before returning to the room. Chapter 58 Escape. Sitting on the edge of the bed with a plate on the table, he would take a mulberry and put it in his mouth from time to time, but his eyes were on the system panel. Points, 29044. Not much was gained today. However, there seemed to be quite a few cases of plant mutation at present. Currently, the only fire-related item in the store is the flaming sword, but you can unlock the others. Name, flamethrower. Type, melee. Level, 2nd level. Introduction, a fire-breathing pistol that can produce flames with just a light press. It is a must-have item for your home. Price, 500. Name, Molotov cocktail. Type, support. Level, 2nd level. Introduction. Yes, it is the Molotov cocktail you imagined, but don't underestimate the power of this Molotov cocktail. Price, 300. Name, Fire Element Doll. Type, attack. Level 3. Introduction. A humanoid fire doll. Just give it some food and it will protect you. It is an absolutely reliable bodyguard. Trip is at your service. Price, 2,500. The price of the 3rd level is exponentially higher than that of the 2nd level. Except for the special auxiliary protective shield, which is almost as expensive as this 3rd level fire elemental doll, the others are far behind. However, after all, it is a range-based auxiliary tool, so it is understandable that the price is a bit higher. After exchanging these 3 items, Chin Imo lay on the bed with his back against the pillow, playing with his mobile phone in one hand and eating a mulberry with the other hand from time to time. After a while, he shouted downstairs, "First, bring 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of Coke." He is now concentrating on playing the game and doesn't even want to use his telekinesis. The first person guarding the door slowly turned his head to look upstairs, his eyes rolling around. Is the owner calling it? After hesitating for a moment, it walked to the display case, took something, and went upstairs. The owner never let it go upstairs. It's obviously a bear cub, and not only does it have to guard the door, it also has to clean the house. If it was really smart and had its own unique thoughts, it would have already cursed Chin Imo in its heart for being a human being. Night. Quiet and hot. Subai was holding a very straight long stick in his hand, which he had picked up from somewhere. He was walking aimlessly in the jungle, looking around casually. It was already very late, and the moon was hanging in the sky, casting a little light. But it cannot illuminate the darkness of this world. He had only found 3 or 2 zombies in the jungle before, which was not even enough for him to warm up. Even though he only stayed in the supernatural training room for 2 days, he discovered many of his shortcomings. In the training room, he can experiment without restraint, without any worries. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds. This time, there were only 3 zombies in one night, which was a piece of cake. Of course, he now plans to find a place where he can rest and entertain others. Although he was already very strong, he was not complacent nor did he let his guard down. Night is very dangerous. After walking for a while, he sighed softly, found a big tree, and climbed up. Of course, he did this only after he had tested and confirmed that the tree had not mutated. If we search aimlessly like this, we might not find a good place until the next morning. So he decided to rest in the tree for one night. However, after reaching the top, the view suddenly became wider. He glanced around and saw 2 3-wheeled vehicles not far away. In the faint moonlight, he could also see the earthen wall surrounding it. He raised his eyebrows slightly. These people had a good idea to build a shelter near the store. Subai took out the last bottle of milk, opened it, took a sip, and pondered for a moment. It's worth observing. If this base is good, it is not impossible for him to rent a house in it. Of course, this was just a temporary consideration. He had no intention of getting close to that place. Instead, he finished drinking the milk and then threw all the plants on his body to the ground. It was not thrown under the tree, but a little further away. Soon, they formed a circle around the tree. If someone, a zombie, or something approaches, he will be able to discover it immediately. After doing all this, he closed his eyes. At that time, Qianlu was walking in the woods with a woman who looked 3/4 like him. Along the way, they perfectly avoided all the zombies and did not encounter any danger. There are also sword shadows leading the way in front, so if there are any plant mutations, they will not be harmed. Qianlu experienced the joy of killing zombies for the first time today. The sword shadow is so powerful that he can kill one zombie with one sword, just like chopping a watermelon. However, after killing only about 20 of them, the sword in Jianying's hand broke. This sudden change caught him off guard, but fortunately he still had 2 sword shadow cards in his hand as trump cards, so he left the city with the money. Of course, he doesn't dare to provoke zombies now. Qian Yuan followed behind him, pursing his lips tightly, without saying a word. All she knew was that she had originally been resting in the house. It was not a separate room, but a large dormitory with more than a dozen girls living in it. Because they don't get much food, they usually reduce their exercise to avoid wasting their energy. Many girls have been taken away by the big shots in the villa. She was pretty, and thanks to Qianlu's help, she was not bullied by those people. But after this rest, when she woke up again, she found that she had left the villa. At first, they thought that other people with special abilities were attacking them, and young Qinyu and the others were no match for them. So all the ordinary women like them were robbed. Yes, in this world, people are like commodities. Those who have strength are the bosses, and those who have no strength are just playthings. Among those supernatural beings in the villa, which room doesn't have 1 or 2 women hidden in it? When she saw her brother and heard him tell her why he took her away, she was still in shock. A versatile little shop that has everything you need. They can leave the villa and no longer live under someone else's roof? Jianying's strength is indeed daunting. Although he is stronger than Qianlu, he protects both of them wholeheartedly. This also gave Qian Yuan a glimmer of hope. They had wasted a lot of time in the city before, and most of the time was actually spent avoiding pursuit from the villa. After those people knew that she had been taken away, they went out to look for her. If they were found, they would be dead for sure. But who can blame Qianlu for having such special abilities? Able to perfectly avoid the pursuit of young Qianyu and others. Now Qianlu plans to seek refuge with the people he saw during the day. After all, he had nowhere else to go except here. Chapter 59, Not Good News. Led by Qianlu, the two walked slowly in the woods. They were lucky enough not to encounter any emergencies. When we got closer to where the car was, someone came over and asked, "What are you doing here?" The person who spoke was Lao Chen. Everyone has been busy all day today and has not stopped until now. However, the gate needs someone to guard it. So the people guarding the gate now are Lao Chen and Bai Fong. Qianlu whispered, "We too are refugees from the city. We saw some people here, so we were wondering if we could come together." Old Chen frowned and was about to refuse, but Bai Fong beside him pulled his arm and said to Qianlu, "Wait a moment, I'll go ask our boss." Having said that, the man turned around and walked back. Old Chen followed him in confusion. Where are you going? Strangeness. The captain never said that he would take in other people, and now he is just building a house. It was already good enough that he didn't drive away the person directly when someone approached, so why did he have to report to the captain? Isn't this a waste of time? Bai Feng asked. Look what's behind him. Only then did Old Chen notice the sword shadow following the two men. Bai Feng continued, they are also customers of the store. If this is the case, there should be no problem for everyone to come together. The store has everything, so you don't have to worry about not being able to buy it, and you don't have to rush to buy it. It seems like zombies are endless. The base needs to be maintained, and naturally people are needed. It is better to take in the customers in the store than to take in other people. That's why he thought of asking. Old Chen nodded, stayed where he was, and didn't follow any further. Inside the earth wall, a group of people were still busy. Today, the 3 Earth-type ability users have exhausted all their strength, and they all sat on the ground with pale faces to rest. But their gains today were also huge. Not only the outer walls were formed, but also many roofless houses were formed with earth walls inside. The door is made of wood, and although it may be a little irregular, it still looks like the right thing. In addition, while several psychics were busy, other ordinary people, under the leadership of Heist and Lin Jianan, built walls with bricks and cement inside the earth wall. Although the water outside is not drinkable, it can still be used to mix cement and sand. Because there were a lot of people, the speed was quite fast. Lin Jianan drew a plan for the entire area. As a graduate of civil engineering design, drawing a diagram was not a problem for him. He also didn't expect that his first major project after graduation would be a design base. It was quite unexpected. Now it's down to the final stage. The bricks are about to run out, and we have to go to the city to get more bricks. If only they had spatial abilities, they would be able to build the base in no time. Unfortunately, they have not seen any spatial abilities so far. Just at this time, Bai Feng came over with Qianlu and the other two. Brother Lin. Lin Jianan looked at the people next to him and put down the wooden stick he was using as a ruler. You guys continue. Then he took Bai Feng and the others away. This is. Lin Jianan's gaze fell on Qianlu and the other man, with a questioning look in his eyes. Bai Feng looked at where the sword shadows were and moved closer to Lin Jianan. He shielded his face with the back of his hand and whispered, I saw sword shadows behind them. They should be customers in the store. Aren't there only 3 of us now? I was thinking. As he spoke, he glanced vaguely in the direction of Nia Rufeng. Over there, Heist, Nia Rufeng, and Lin Jialan were dividing the food into more than 40 equal portions on a wooden board. They would start eating as soon as everyone was done. Because we were all working today, we were all given an extra steamed bun. After all, if you eat enough and get a good night's sleep, you will have more energy to work tomorrow. What Bai Feng was thinking was that although the two sides were currently in a cooperative state, his side had fewer people after all. If he could attract a customer from the same store, it would be a good thing. At least you won't be too disadvantaged. What I just said to Lao Chan was just an excuse. Lin Jianan glanced at Qianlu, who was pretending to be calm. The latter exhaled slowly. I have special abilities, although they may not be of much use to you now. His special ability is beast transformation. But the only thing that is manifested now is his sense of smell. It will definitely be useful in the future, and he is not completely powerless. What kind of superpower? Bai Feng asked. Qianlu felt a little embarrassed. After all, turning into a dog was not something to brag about at any time. Beast transformation. I can't fully transform yet, but my nose is very sensitive. I can smell the scent within 50 meters. It's no problem for me to track and avoid zombies. He still knows his own strengths. Even though there is an alarm clock in the store, doesn't it cost crystal cores? Hearing this, Bai Feng felt helpless. It's not that I look down on it, but this ability really doesn't sound like it has much use. Lin Jianan nodded slightly and looked at Qian Yuan again. Qian Yuan pursed his lips tightly, feeling a little nervous. Just as he was about to say something, Qianlu spoke first. She is my sister. I am already saving crystal cores. I will buy a power awakening agent from the store when the time comes. I will never hold you back. Ability awakening agent? They both showed surprise at the same time. There are new products in the store? Or is it something used to awaken superpowers? I already thought this store was great, but I didn't expect it to be even better. Once this thing appears, it will directly go against the current state of the world, right? Bai Feng even had some doubts. Could the coming of the end of the world be related to Manager Qin? If he can even sell supernatural powers, what else can he sell? Brother Lin? Bai Feng looked at Lin Jianan. Lin Jianan nodded gently. Take them over and have a meal together later. I'm going to discuss something with Brother Nia. Bai Feng, okay. Lin Jianan didn't say anything else and turned to walk towards where Nie Rufeng was. Lin Jialin was still placing food in front of the wooden board. Nie Rufeng was sitting on a tree stump nearby. Heisi beside him whispered in his ear, "Captain, did you see that Bai Fong brought 2 people just now? Are they trying to get someone to fight with us?" Nie Rufeng tilted his head slightly with a smile on his face. "Isn't she coming?" Heisi followed his gaze and saw Lin Jianan approaching. He curled his lips slightly and took 2 steps back. "Brother Nie." Lin Jianan stopped beside him and called out. Nie Rufeng nodded. "Well, you don't look very well. What happened?" Lin Jianan sighed softly. "There is some bad news. The store has released a superpower awakening agent. Although we don't know the specific effect yet, but this name is very easy to understand. If everyone had superpowers, then their so-called advantages would no longer exist." Chapter 60. Inform, Sincerity. People with special powers are different from those powerful but stupid things sold in stores. They are human beings who can think and have ideas. Ambushes, plots, and defeating the minority with superior numbers are all normal. The greatest advantage of human beings is that they can think. If they continue like this, someone will overtake them sooner or later if they fail to expand their power. The only way is to nip this possibility in the bud, that is, to get rid of those people before they become mutants. But if he did this, there would be too many people to kill. It would be fine if he could just kill a few of those who had no grudges against him, but he couldn't bring himself to kill them all. He is not a murderer who enjoys killing. Hearing this, Nie Rufeng's expression changed. He didn't even need to say anything more for him to understand what he meant. This is not really good news. He glanced at the group of people who had already started queuing up for food and narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Jianan's voice continued to ring in his ears. "I think we can appropriately recruit some people into the team." Nie Rufeng nodded thoughtfully. "Well, but do you know the price of the superpower awakening agent?" When he said this, Lin Jianan was stunned for a moment. He just thought about the trouble that the appearance of the superpower awakening agent would cause, and for a moment he actually forgot to ask the price. If it's cheap, they will act faster. If it's expensive, they can still proceed step by step. "We'll talk more tomorrow." Nie Rufeng stood up and said, "Go to bed early after eating." As he said this, he was ready to leave. Lin Jianan nodded. "Okay." The others had been waiting to eat for a long time, and when they saw the food being distributed, they all came forward. By the time they finished eating, it was already very late. They all returned to their own residences. In fact, they are just a few mud houses near the gate of the base. They don't even have a roof and can't block the rain, but they can block the wind and isolate the zombies. But this is still not safe. After all, it is in the suburbs and these earth walls alone are not enough. There are not many mud houses at present. Apart from the one occupied by Lin Jianan and his friends, there are only 3 left. One of these 3 places is given to the people with special powers among the others, and the remaining 2 are for ordinary people, one for men and the other for women. When I didn't have the conditions, I naturally wouldn't care about these things. But now that I have enough houses, it doesn't matter if I have the conditions to do so. Lin Jianan asked Qian Lu to stay in Bai Feng's house for one night, while Qian Yuan stayed with Lin Jialin. When everyone went back to rest, Lin Jianan did not go back either. After a while, Nie Rufeng and Heisi also came out fully armed. The 2 sides looked at each other, and Nie Rufeng waved his hand. "Let's act together?" Lin Jianan nodded without hesitation. "Yes." He is waiting here for this very purpose. Although this person gives people a dangerous feeling, he is still quite reliable when we work together these days. At least he will not attack his own people. When choosing teammates, you naturally choose people you trust the most. He had this idea when he learned about the superpower awakening agent. Moreover, he was also convinced that Nie Rufeng was the boss. "Nie Rufeng, let's go. Take the healing bear with you." In order to get rid of the 3rd-level zombie today, except for the healing bear, the hairy bear and the sword shadow were unable to come back. All they had left was this therapy bear. They were busy with the base's affairs during the day and had not been able to kill zombies. Now they can take a look around and not go far. Pick up as many as you can and clean up the surrounding area at the same time. At this point, everyone who is still alive has probably discovered that these zombies are impossible to kill and seem to appear out of nowhere. They left the base, which was only in its infancy, and only Lao Chun was guarding outside, while everyone else was sleeping. They had just walked a short distance and hadn't encountered any zombies yet when Lin Jianan spoke up. "There's something I want to talk about now." Nie Rufeng raised his eyebrows. "What's the matter?" He had always known that these people were hiding something from him, but he also knew that they would not tell him even if he asked. So he had to either rely on his own observations or guess some possibilities from the clues, or just wait for him to say it himself. Now it seems that the emergence of this superpower awakening agent is not entirely a bad thing. Lin Jianan, I never told you what happened when we arrived at the store before you because I did have selfish motives. There's nothing embarrassing about saying this. They were not in the same group from the beginning, so it was normal for them to be wary of each other. Nie Rufeng did not comment. He understood his approach very well. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. In this era, death is a possibility at any time, so everyone would be on guard. Kuriko opened his eyes wide, seeming a little bit unbelieving. Are they hiding something from them? Lin Jianan smiled and said, We arrived at the store in the evening. The store manager hadn't opened the door yet. We were all outside and fireworks were being set off at the same time. It was the first time I saw such a magical shop. Even though that day was as quiet as any other day, it was still unforgettable. Heist immediately asked, Then how did you survive? Did the store manager come out to save you? Bai Fong saw his anxious face and jokingly asked, Guess? Heist was already scratching his head in anxiety, and when he saw Bai Fong still joking at this time, he glared at him unhappily and cast his inquiring eyes on Lin Jianan. Lin Jianan, the zombies can't enter the store corridor. We can attack the zombies surrounding outside from inside. In fact, Lin Jianan planned to lure all the zombies to the store door tonight as living targets and kill them however he wanted. We didn't do this before because after we reached a cooperation with Nie Rufeng and others, we all acted together and there was really no opportunity. At that time, he didn't want this to be known to others. This sentence has a huge impact on people. Heist shouted in disbelief. Really? Did I hear it wrong? Those zombies in the corridor outside the store can't get close at all? Not to mention him, even Nie Rufeng's heart was filled with tremendous fear. Everyone knew that Chinamo was very strong, but who would have known that such a small bamboo building had such powerful abilities? If they also had a treasure like this, why would they be afraid of zombie attacks? I really don't know where Manager Chin got these strange yet very useful items. It was as if it was a civilization that was clearly one level higher than theirs, which was hard to imagine. But at the same time, no one would dare to ask. Everyone has secrets. Trying to find out the secrets of store manager Chin and asking so many nonsense questions is simply courting death. Nie Rufeng stayed there for a long time. When Heist, who was standing next to them, heard the two people's affirmative answers, he opened his eyes wide, as if he was hit by a huge surprise. Nie Rufeng also slowly curled up the corners of his mouth, with a tiny, barely perceptible smile in his eyes. Chapter 61 I am willing to accept punishment. Shicheng, inside the villa. There were more than a dozen people sitting in the huge house. Sitting at the first seat was Yang Qinyu. Next to her sat a middle-aged man. Behind him were a dozen bodyguards holding guns. It looked very intimidating. Yang Qinyu suppressed her anger and said, So what you mean is that you didn't catch the person? Without waiting for anyone to speak, she suddenly slammed her palm on the table. There was only a crisp, crack sound, and she angrily shouted, What a bunch of rubbish! With so many people, they couldn't even catch up with two people, and they were allowed to escape? Big sister, you know his dog knows. He is so familiar with our scent, he must have known it in advance. Yang Qinyu's eyes quickly fell on the third brother who was speaking. What do you mean in advance? Haven't you always looked down on Qin Laoyu's ability and felt that he was not worthy of being on the same level as you? If you were so powerful, how could you let someone slip away right under your nose? The third brother shrank his neck. I. The others looked at the third brother with a little pity, then lowered their heads silently. This elder sister dares to make excuses when she is angry. Doesn't she know that the bird that sticks its head out gets shot? He deserved to be reprimanded. However, they were happy and at ease because someone attracted their attention. Yang Qinyu ignored the stammering third brother and looked at Sui Bing, who was silent beside her. Bing, what about you? Qin Lu left you, and you didn't notice it at all? Sui Bing lowered his head, looking gloomy. He really didn't expect Qian Lu to run away. After all, it was difficult for him, a mutant with little offensive power, to gain a foothold now. At least he could have enough meals every day here, and his sister was still in their hands. But the other party suddenly created a black shadow, which not only stopped him, escaped himself, but also rescued Qian Yuan from here. Although he was discovered quickly, he still failed to catch up with the shadow. Now that the question was coming to him, he immediately restrained his expression, raised his head, and smiled bitterly. I was indeed negligent in this matter, and I am willing to accept the punishment. Of course he could explain this matter, but he knew very well that explaining it this time would be tantamount to quibbling, and it would be better to just admit his mistake directly. Besides, Yang Qinyu was very angry now, and he didn't want to walk into the trap. How can you be blamed for this? It's Qian Laolu who is ungrateful and repays kindness with hatred. He doesn't know what's good for him. Old 9, you were so good to him, but he still put you in an unjust situation. You must not let him go next time you see him. Yeah, don't blame yourself too much. Don't be angry, big sister. Searching is so small. We will find the person sooner or later. Bing usually has a good relationship with them and has said many good things to them. What's more, he is Yang Qinyu's cousin. So how could he really receive any severe punishment? That is why the people present spoke out to comfort and plead for mercy. The man in black leather sitting on Yang Qinyu's left sneered disdainfully. Ha? See him again? Why do you think you can't find him now? Isn't it because that guy has a dog nose? He can avoid it in advance at any time? The third brother said, unconvinced. The man in black leather laughed out loud. You know that too? Then what are you going to use to find someone? With your mouth? His words were indeed too blunt and impolite. This made the third brother look a little embarrassed. He looked at the person who spoke, feeling extremely dissatisfied, but he did not dare to show it on his face. Then, what do you think we should do? What he said was true. If this problem was not solved, they really would not be able to find the person. Hearing what the third brother said, the other party looked at him and spread his hands indifferently. I don't know. You don't even know. How dare you scold me? The third brother was very angry. He gritted his teeth secretly and said nothing in the end. At this time, the man in black leather jacket stood up with an impatient expression. Don't bother me with such uncertain things in the future. After leaving a word, he turned and left. The door opened and then closed again. Everyone looked at each other, not daring to speak. Yang Qinyu frowned and pressed her head, looking a little unhappy. Father Yang beside her was even more displeased. Has he always been so disrespectful and arrogant? Before Yang Qinyu could say anything, Boss Yang continued, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have superpowers? He waved his hand behind him. You guys, go and get him. Yang Qinyu quickly held down her father's arm. Dad, he didn't mean anything else. Nothing else? Father Yang looked at Yang Qinyu suspiciously and patted her arm. Don't be afraid, daughter. If someone bullies you, tell Dad. Dad will definitely stand up for you. No, really not. Yang Qinyu was a little helpless. She couldn't say that his guns were useless against Jiangmu, and that even if all the people behind him joined forces to deal with Jiangmu, they would not be able to do anything to him, right? As the leader of this group, she still has to save face. Don't worry about it. Let's continue to discuss what to do next. Outside the door, Jiangmu closed the door, turned his head to look back, and then sneered. A bunch of idiots. Qin Lu was so timid that he suddenly chose to leave here. Naturally, he must have found a better place. What's more, with his own strength, it is basically impossible for him to take an ordinary person away. Then what Bing said before was not credible. The group of people who left Shurqing yesterday deliberately made a feint to the east and attacked in the west, heading in the opposite direction? In his opinion, that was not credible at all. As he walked downstairs, he took off his leather jacket, leaving only a black shirt. The temperature has risen rapidly in the past few days, roughly estimated to be over 40 degrees Celsius, so he has to find a place. These people are very ambitious, and their goal is not only the entire Stone City, but also other places outside. But Jiangmu just wanted to go back and find his elder brother as soon as possible. At the beginning of the zombie outbreak, he left Xuanqing, next to Shurqing, and rode across the river alone, and almost died because of the danger he encountered. Fortunately, he awakened his special powers at the critical moment and saved his life. After finally arriving in Stone City, he found that the zombies had also grown, and at a very fast pace. It was because of this that he was forced to stay in Stone City for a few days. The original plan was to collect some supplies and make some adjustments before leaving here. Just a few days ago, he met Yang Qinyu and her group, and after a fight, he was temporarily won over. But now he felt that the magical item that Bing had always talked about was the opportunity for him to quickly reach his destination and find his elder brother. He wanted to give it a try. He rode the motorcycle in the villa yard and rushed straight out of the villa. Chapter 62, Jiangmu. After leaving the villa, he went out of the city. After a while, more than a dozen zombies followed the car, and their number was still gradually increasing. But he was not panicked at all. Anyway, he will leave these zombies far behind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound attracted many survivors around to secretly lie down by the windows and look out. When they saw a group of zombies running wildly behind them, they were scared and quickly hid back. Chen Deyong was in a gold shop, holding a cloth bag in his hand, which was filled with his gains of the day. What made him angry was that it was the end of the world. Why would there still be people who were against gold? He went to several shops and found that there was much less gold in the shops. If this were not the case, he would have gained more. With a sigh, he came out of the store. At present, he doesn't know how much gold is in it and how many points it can be exchanged for. But he still wanted to find as much as possible before those people started looking for gold. If they started, there would be no place for him. As he walked, thinking about going further into the city, he heard the sound of a motorcycle in the distance. The most speechless thing is that the voice was coming towards him. Which madman doesn't want to live anymore? Without thinking, he turned around and walked back, intending to get away from this madman as soon as possible. The voice behind me was like a shadow, getting closer and closer. Chen Deyong gritted his teeth and let the speedy furry bear carry him. At the beginning, he specially bought a speedy turquoise bear with the original intention of letting the speedy turquoise bear carry him if he couldn't run fast enough. I didn't expect it would come in handy so soon. Although the teddy bear was fast, the guy behind it was even faster. If he continued like this, he might be caught up. Seeing a long alley ahead, he quickly let the teddy bear turn a corner. This way, he shouldn't be caught up, right? Before I could breathe a sigh of relief, the sound behind me got closer. The guy actually caught up with me on a motorcycle. Not only that, he also shouted in his direction, "Hey, brother, why are you running?" Chun Deyong was stunned for a moment, his hair standing on end, and he shouted at the speedy bear without thinking, "Run, run, as fast as you can." Speedy furry bear. He ran wildly with a grunt. This alley led to another street. After running for a while, he discovered a problem. This is not a dead end. The noise here is so loud. So what about the zombies on that street? They should also start to gather here, right? Then he would become food for the zombies if he went out. Thinking of this, his face turned grim. He didn't expect that after enduring so many days, he would fall into the hands of a fool. Grass. Fight him. If he can't run away, then forget about it. Seeing his indignant expression, Jiangmu smiled instead. "Brother, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you." Chun Deyong, save you? Oh my God. Before he could finish his words, the guy suddenly accelerated and grabbed his shoulder with one hand. Flying and thrilling. Chen Deyong was so frightened that he almost screamed. The sword shadow and speedy turquoise bear behind him were about to take action, but now they were forced to chase after him. Jiang Mu's mouth curled up slightly. When he was still dozens of meters away from the alley, he suddenly turned a corner and at the same time, he used his arms to throw Chen Deyong to the other side of the wall. Then his motorcycle drove to the top of the wall as if it was flat ground. When it reached the top, its two wheels got stuck on the wall one after the other. He had already let go of the handle of the motorcycle and let the zombies under the wall roar as he slowly jumped down. Afterwards, he helped Chen Deyong up from the ground and kindly asked, "Are you okay?" Chen Deyong. Isn't it all because of him that he has become what he is now? How on earth did he have the nerve to ask him this question? Sorry, it was too dangerous just now. I was a little anxious, so? Chen Deyong. Damn it, do you believe what you said? While Jiang Mu was talking, Jianying and Speedy Turquoise also climbed over the wall. He looked at the two guys and changed the subject. "So I saved you. Can you tell me what these two are? Where did they come from?" The corners of Chen Deyong's mouth twitched speechlessly. Fuck. If you want to know this, why don't you just ask directly? Why go through so much trouble? I lost a lot of gold. He was running in a hurry just now and didn't pay much attention to the bag in his hand. Especially when this guy picked him up with one hand. He was completely frightened. That motorcycle running at top speed is fine. But the important thing is that the guy driving the car was holding him with one hand and driving with the other hand. If he accidentally hit the wall, he didn't know whether the other guy would be finished. But he himself is definitely dead. As he spoke, he squatted down and picked up the gold that was scattered on the ground due to the fall one by one. Jiang Mu spread his hands disapprovingly and said calmly, "For no reason, would you tell me? But it's different now. I can't repay the life-saving grace. You just need to tell them where they came from, and that's considered repaying the life-saving grace. How about it?" Chen Deyong had never been so speechless. This act of forced buying and selling and unreasonable arguments left people speechless, and some even wanted to slap him twice. However, even though he had the sword in his hand, he did not want to cause trouble. Moreover, he didn't know the other party's strength. Since he dared to bring so many zombies for a ride, he must be strong. The fact that he deliberately performed this act of saving someone's life also showed that he was sure that both of them would be fine. Although this behavior made him a little annoyed and speechless. "It's the Universal Store," he said softly. "Universal Store? Can you take me there?" Jiang Mu asked. Chundiang immediately shook his head. No, I have things to do. As he spoke, he subconsciously held the small bag tightly in his arms. Jiang Mu looked at him with a slightly hesitant look. For this gold? Chundiang kept silent. Of course he couldn't tell him what gold was for. Jiang Mu was speechless. This broken gold is not worth a dime. The currency in circulation in today's society is crystal cores. I'll give you a crystal core, and you take me to the universal shop. Is that okay? When Chundiang heard this, he looked up immediately. The look in his eyes was like a wolf seeing mutton, only it was almost glowing green. Jiang Mu, is this a money grubber? He handed him 5 crystal cores and said, Here, here, here. The extra ones are compensation for the gold you lost. 5 crystal cores are too many. Unexpectedly, Chundiang withdrew his gaze with a lack of interest, turned around and went somewhere else. As long as the opportunity is right, it will be easy for his sword shadow to take care of 5 zombies. Seeing that he was about to leave, Jiang Mu followed him and said, 10. Chundiang looked at him and said reluctantly, Okay then. It's a waste if you don't take free stuff. Anyway, the gold harvest is getting less and less now. The deal was done, and Jiang Mu directly gave him 10 crystal cores without any fear that he would cheat. Chapter 63, Find an opportunity to solve it. He is so casual, but Chundiang doesn't think he is naive at all. He was able to give the item of the transaction without any warning, and it was not something he asked for on his own initiative. What does this mean? This shows that this person is very confident in his own abilities. Chundiang put the crystal core into his backpack and walked in front to lead the way. Let's go. Jiang Mu followed behind and looked around. After walking a few steps, Chundiang felt someone touching his arm. He thought Jiang Mu wanted to say something, but when he turned around, he found that Jianing had come to his side without him noticing. Its entire face was facing him. It had no facial features, so naturally it was impossible to tell what emotion it was feeling. But Chundiang suddenly had an epiphany and hesitated. Was it caring about him? Thinking of this, he smiled and shook his head. I'm fine. Jianing tilted his head and took 2 steps back. He turned around and wanted to say something, but met Jiang Mu's inquiring gaze. He paused and immediately turned back. Jiang Mu withdrew his gaze and pondered for a few seconds. So, this black shadow has thoughts? Of course, we will know the answer to this question after we go to the store. He followed casually, paying attention to the situation around him. They are now in a family's backyard, so they haven't encountered any zombies yet. The sound of the motorcycle has stopped. As long as they don't make any more noise, these zombies will soon disperse. However, the zombies outside were still roaring and flapping their wings against the wall, and the zombies nearby must be rushing over as well. They had to quickly climb over the wall and leave from the other side. Otherwise, they would be surrounded by zombies. 2 people, one Jianing and one Buxiang, were walking in the yard. During this period, they encountered several zombies, all of which were dealt with by Jianing. Jiang Mu didn't compete with others for it, but his look became more and more curious. This universal store, what kind of magical place is it that has so many good things? Of course, Chundiang didn't know what he was thinking, but he was still quite happy that no one was trying to snatch the crystal core from him. After collecting the crystal cores that Jianing had dug out one by one, Chundiang looked at the small bag that had become heavier and smiled. It seemed as if he had already seen the superpower awakening agent waving at him. They walked around the zombies all the way. As soon as he left the building complex, Jiang Mu seemed to sense something and his expression changed slightly. Run. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran out first. Chundiang even started running away the moment his voice fell. After they ran for a distance, they looked back. This sight shocked Chundiang so much that he shouted to Speedy Bear without thinking, Quick, take me away from here. To the store. The guy behind is 3 meters tall. One of its steps is equal to 2 or 3 of mine. It's fast, but the bottom of its arms look like knives, which makes it look like someone is not easy to mess with. So his first reaction was to moisten it quickly. However, just after he ran 2 steps on the back of the speedy furry bear, Jiang Mu in front of him suddenly stopped and grabbed him with his backhand. No, I can't run away. The opponent's speed was too fast. In just a few seconds, the distance between them was reduced from more than 100 meters to less than 100 meters. This was when they were running. If not, they would have been caught up. He immediately grabbed Chundiang, who was trying to escape, and said directly, Let them hold it back first and find a chance to deal with it. Chundiang was so angry that he really wanted to give him a sliding tackle. Your mother? But when he turned around and saw the huge zombie that was very close, he swallowed the curse that was about to come out of his mouth. Don't waste time. Without any hesitation, He quickly tore open the other two sword shadow cards. A white light flashed, and two identical sword shadows appeared out of thin air. This scene was indeed very strange, but the situation was urgent and Jiang Mu didn't ask anything. He just opened his 5 fingers and a long knife appeared in his hand. His expression was solemn. He waved his hand forward and the long sword flew out of his hand, spinning towards the zombie with the long sword arm that was running towards him. The blade flashed a cold light under the sunlight. At the same time, 3 sword shadows and the speedy furry bear also rushed forward. The zombie with the long knife arms, which was originally running fast, had no time to stop and naturally had no way to dodge. Seeing the flash of the knife coming, it simply raised its arms to block forward. The two collided with each other and made a clang sound, just like 2 steel knives colliding. The long sword was blocked and fell directly to the ground. Although those arms had a strange shape, they still looked like flesh and blood. How could they be as hard as steel? At the same time, the speedy turquoise bear arrived in front of it and hit it with his fist raised, but the zombie was faster and kicked it out with 1 foot. The speedy turquoise bear was kicked so hard that he was stunned and rolled on the ground several times before he stopped. It quickly got up from the ground and rushed over again. At this time, the sword shadows also followed and stabbed forward with swords raised. The zombie with long knife arms let out a roar, as if it was enraged by the continuous attacks. Without hesitation, it raised its 2 arms and chopped at the guys in front of it who were overconfident. Its speed was obviously faster than the sword shadows, and it arrived first even though it started later. Qin Diyang clenched his fists and didn't dare to breathe nervously. He stared at the sword shadows in front of him without blinking, afraid that he would miss something if he blinked. At this moment, Jiang Mu raised his hand slightly, and the long knife that had fallen on the ground flew up with a swoosh. Under his control, it quickly flew towards the zombie with long knife arms, aiming at its head. The knife was originally at its feet. In addition, the zombie with the long knife arm was focusing on the 3 sword shadows in front of it, and its arms were still moving forward. By the time it realized something was wrong and wanted to dodge, it was already too late. Whoosh! Bang! The long sword pierced its head unexpectedly, and the white brain matter scattered everywhere, with a lot of it dripping on Jinying and speedy furry bear. Most of its head was cut off, and its hands loosened up, so it dodged the sword shadow easily. Before it could attack again, the zombie fell to the ground with a bang. Qian Diyang turned his head and looked at the person next to him in shock. He can actually control objects remotely? Jiang Mu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that they seized the opportunity well, and they escaped from danger. The situation just now seemed simple, but in fact, if Jianying and the others hadn't attracted the zombie's attention, he would not have this opportunity. Because the opponent's speed is faster than his. And if you fail this time, you won't have the chance next time. They might both die here. Most importantly, who would have thought that the inconspicuous knife that had fallen to the ground would fly again? If it weren't for this, but there was someone here, the zombies would never be careless. Every one of these alien zombies can be seen. Jiang Mu waved his hand, and the long sword flew back to his hand quickly and directly merged into his palm. After doing all this, his figure flashed away. Qin Diyang quickly reached out to support him. Are you okay? This is probably a matter of time. How long has it been since he said this? Jiang Mu shook his head in amusement. He stood firm and waved his hand. I'm fine. Let's leave here first. It's just that the supernatural powers are overconsumed. Just now, he used up all the strength in his body to drive the spirit sword to such a speed. Otherwise, the zombie might have avoided it. Chapter 64 Spirit Sword. In fact, his superpower is not remote control. The only thing he can control is that magic sword. And that spiritual sword is his awakened supernatural power. The spirit sword exists in his body and can be controlled by him, and it will bring him improvements as its grade increases. This is his special ability. Through his understanding over the past few days, he has also figured out some things. This spirit sword is in a companion state to him. If it is damaged too badly, he will also suffer a certain degree of damage. Qin Diyang was also worried that the cry of the unknown zombie just now would attract other zombies. So he waved to Mao Mao Bear to carry Jiang Mu and quickly rushed to the store. During this time, he did not forget to ask about the situation of the 3 sword shadows, which attracted Jiang Mu's strange look. I've never seen him so concerned even for a grown man like him. After all, he just saved him reluctantly, right? What is so magical about this sword shadow that makes him so obsessed? Jiang Mu was puzzled. The two of them arrived at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Mu felt much better and had already gotten off the furry bear's back. The bamboo building in front is very conspicuous and occupies a large area. At the same time, there are rectangular planting areas several centimeters higher on both sides of the road. Each of them has at least 500 square meters of land. There were a few people in front who were cleaning up the zombie corpses on the ground. Jiang Mu looked at Qindyang. When Qindyang saw Lin Jianan and Bai Feng, he immediately understood what these people were doing. He suddenly felt annoyed. How could he forget such a big thing? But he didn't show it. After all, he was not familiar with the people around him, and even his name was not shown. Let's go over there. They open at 10, so it should be about time, he said. Jiang Mu nodded and just happened to see the stone tablet standing on the side of the road. The universal shop. He muttered to himself, feeling somewhat expectant. Although Qindyang's behavior does seem like a middle school student with a second-year syndrome. Lin Jianan and 3 others killed a zombie in front of the store in the middle of the night yesterday. At first I was worried that the noise would be too loud and wake up the store manager. Later they let go, with Bai Feng and Hazy going to attract the zombies while the 2 of them stayed here to kill. However, Bai Feng and his companions were discovered halfway through, and someone came along to share a piece of the pie. And this person is now sitting in front of the door, drinking a bottle of milk in his hand. Originally, they planned to finish the hunting before 8 o'clock, so as not to delay Manager Qin from opening the store. But later someone reminded us that the door would not open until 10 o'clock, so we stopped the action at 9 o'clock. What we need to do now is to quickly take away all these bodies and burn them. Subai sat in front of the door with a very calm expression, but there was one thing that made him a little distressed. This is the last bottle of milk. It will be gone once you drink it. The arrival of Jiang Mu and Qindyang made Lin Jianan and others take a few more glances at them. If for no other reason, just because a new face came, they certainly felt a sense of crisis. Moreover, this person's clothes are much neater than those of most people, which shows that he is quite capable. While they were looking at each other, Jiang Mu was also looking at them calmly. There are at least 400 or 500 zombies all over the ground. Are these people so strong? He pondered secretly. Qindyang greeted them, then walked to the door and greeted Subai with a smile. Good morning, boss. Compared to Jiang Mu, Subai was the one who really helped him, so he was naturally very friendly. Subai looked up and saw that it was him. He tilted his head back and drank a sip of milk. His voice was a little unclear, yeah. After getting the response, Qindyang said nothing more and turned around to help Lin Jianan and the others sort out and move the bodies. After a while, Bai Feng was so tired that he could not help but look in the direction of Subai. No, the store manager is about to open the store. Aren't you worried that the dead bodies on the ground will be discovered by the store manager and delay the store opening? Can't you use your money-making hands to help? It would be fine if this person joined them halfway to kill zombies, because there were indeed a lot of zombies, and if they started arguing with others, it would be a waste of their own time. However, when he saw that the shop was about to open, he was still leisurely eating bread and drinking milk there. He was really not in a hurry. Subai had just put the empty milk bottle on the ground. When he heard the voice, his expression paused slightly and glanced in Bai Feng's direction. Bai Feng. This person seems a little scary. Before he could react, he saw the other person stand up and walk towards him. Bai Feng was a little nervous. Don't be impulsive. I admit that my voice was a bit loud just now, but I was also worried, so? The other person was getting closer and closer, and he really wanted to slap himself. Why couldn't your tone be a little gentler just now? Lin, brother Lin. He had a sad face and was about to turn around and ask brother Lin and others for help. Subai had already passed by him. Bai Feng. How fucking embarrassing. Subai ignored him, waved his hand, put the more than 100 zombie corpses remaining on the ground into the space, then turned around and walked back. Kong's spatial power. Haiji and Bai Feng both exclaimed in shock at the same time. He is actually a space-related mutant? But he was very fierce when he killed the zombies just now, right? This space ability is used to store things. They soon figured out the reason. Another dual-system supernatural power owner. Lin Jianan was also a little surprised. It can be said that they have been lacking people with space-related abilities for a long time. A few days after the end of the world, as soon as their superpowers awakened, they began to think about the space system. After all, with the space system, they don't have to carry backpacks around all the time, and any valuables can be placed in the space and carried with them. No more being afraid to go too far because you have too many things to carry. And this idea has become an unprecedented expectation since we started to build the base yesterday. The Stone City is too far away from their base. If they want to successfully build the base, they don't know how many times they will need to transport it. But that broken tricycle makes too much noise, and it's dangerous every time I go there. But if there is a space-related superpower, all of these can be easily solved. Nia Ruffin glanced at Lin Jianan, then his eyes fell on Su Bai, as if he was thinking about something. How can we win him over? He is very powerful, and apart from the spatial ability, he is not sure what Su Bai's second ability is. Just as I was thinking about it, the wooden door in front of me suddenly opened with a creaky sound. The first opened the door. Su Bai and Jiang Mu were closest to the store door, so they naturally stood up first. The first one tilted his head. Welcome to you. Su Bai nodded gently. Yeah. First, move to the side to make room. Su Bai didn't say much and walked in. Chapter 65. He really did it. I cried to death. When they came in, Chinamo had just finished his meal and wiped his mouth with a piece of paper. He looked outside when he heard the sound. New face. A stranger was following Su Bai in, looking around at everything around him. The cool breeze blowing on your face makes you feel refreshed. This place is indeed completely different from the outside world. As soon as I came in, I felt relaxed all over. Su Bai in front skillfully selected a plate of spare ribs, dry pot bacon, and mapo tofu from the automatic cooking machine, and then went to the display cabinet to get rice and cola. Although he had just eaten bread and milk, he was still very hungry. As the strength of the psychics increases, their appetite also increases. Seeing this scene, even Jiang Mu couldn't help swallowing. However, he did not act rashly. Instead, he waited for Chen Diang to come over before asking, were all these things exchanged for crystal cores? Apart from crystal cores, there is probably nothing else that can be used as currency. When Chen Diang heard the question, he nodded hurriedly, yes. Then she ignored him, strode towards the display cabinet, and saw the brand in front of the machine at a glance. Points redemption price. Crystal core. Step. 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 Gold. 1 gram can be exchanged for 1 point. He quickly poured all the gold and crystal cores in the bag onto the cashier counter. Chinamo lowered his eyes and fixed his gaze on the screen of his mobile phone. In the midst of his busy schedule, he glanced at Chindiang putting all the things into the cash register. Soon, a few numbers appeared on it. 6934. Accumulated so many points overnight. Seeing this number, Chindiang couldn't believe it, and then he couldn't help but clench his fist in front of him in ecstasy. Very good. It was very dangerous outside at night. He didn't dare to be careless during that time and tried his best to avoid the zombies. After all, he might be besieged by zombies if he was not careful. During this period, in addition to the 10 crystal cores that Jiangmu gave him for trading, he only obtained more than 20 crystal cores. All in all, there is still a shortfall of more than 7,000 points. I was worried that the gold would be worthless, but I didn't expect to harvest 3,334 gold this time. Almost 7 pounds. With this calculation, we are not far from 10,000 points. If you work harder, you can exchange for the Superpower Awakening Potion tomorrow. Thinking of this, he became full of energy. After telling Jiangmu how to redeem the points card, he bought 2 loaves of bread and went to eat in the corner. Jiangmu had just taken out the crystal core and got the card when Su Bai, Nie Rufeng and others came here. He took 2 steps back with the card, feeling a little strange. What are they going to do? Su Bai raised his hand, and crystal cores appeared on the cash register. Seeing this, Nie Rufeng and others were not willing to be left behind, and took out the crystal cores and piled them on the table. Bai Feng spoke first. Manager. Chinamo tapped the screen of his phone and casually put it aside. What are you doing? Nie Rufeng replied softly. We use the power of the store to obtain these crystal cores, so the store manager should take half. This was a decision they made from the beginning. Su Bai nodded slightly. This is 80%. Please accept it, store manager. As soon as these words came out, the 4 people next to him twitched their lips and looked at Su Bai at the same time. Did this guy do this on purpose? They gave half, but he generously took out 80%. Lin Jianan glanced at Bai Feng, who quickly dug out dozens of crystal cores and looked at Chinamo and laughed awkwardly. He was actually very nervous, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only smile foolishly. Listening to what the others said, Chinamo shook his head gently. No need, I don't need it. It would be better for him to spin the crystal core in the store. After all, apart from Daodu eating this thing, it has no other use. And Daodu prefers to eat meals, not this. As for them killing zombies outside the store, the system told him last night. As long as he was not disturbed, he didn't care about these things. It could even be said that their actions were a little slower than he had imagined. It would be better to get more points so that he can upgrade the store and unlock new ways to play. His words stunned everyone in the group. Can't use it? It's useless, and you still use crystal cores as currency? Even though you can just give it away, You still have to collect something just to make it look like it's of no use to you. How can there be such nice people in this world? He really made me cry. Bai Fong and Hazy were so moved that they almost shed tears. Manager, you are really a good person. Chinamo gave them a strange look. These words didn't sound like a serious compliment. Subai glanced at the crystal core on the table, then looked up at Chinamo, then waved his hand to put the crystal core away. After paying 30 points, he turned around and took the dishes to eat. Perhaps for the store manager, fruits are more important than points. Nia Rufeng and Lin Jianan also quietly put away the crystal core and thanked him sincerely. Thank you, manager. The reason why the store manager still collects points is to let them know that money is not easy to come by, and they should learn to cherish it, right? After all, the world has changed a lot. After saying thank you, everyone turned around to buy food and see if there were any new items. Chinamo shrugged lightly. Sure enough, there are weirdos in every world. The smarter a person is, the more he thinks. But who would have thought that the crystal core is useless, but becomes very useful after being turned into integrals? He ignored the incident, picked up his phone, turned off the TV, and started a game. Jiang Mu watched the entire process and ranked the store manager as someone who should never be provoked. Although he did not see Subai and the other two fighting with his own eyes, he could still feel the aura from their bodies. It should be about the same as my own strength. He turned and went to the display case in the store to look at the merchandise. After walking around in a circle, he fell into silence. He knew this place must be extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to be so extraordinary. And you need points to buy it. Thinking of the 10 crystal cores he had given to Chen Diyang before, he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. No wonder that guy guarded the gold so carefully. But since it has been given out, there is no reason to take it back. He simply started looking for what he needed. Chinamo finished the game, glanced at the victory screen, put his phone aside, and walked out. Seeing this, Daodu immediately pounced on his short legs and followed. Woof woof. Chinamo took 2 steps and then stopped, turned around, picked it up and held it in his arms. He gently stroked the soft fur on its back while talking to the system. Is the automatic replenishment still at the original price? If automatic replenishment is turned on, there will only be 3 of the same product in the display cabinet, and if one is missing, it will be automatically replenished. However, this feature is not cheap, requiring 5,000 points per month. When the system heard this, it rolled its eyes and deliberately dragged out its voice. Of course not. Chinamo, The system laughed. Of course I won't raise the price. I'm a conscientious businessman, unlike the host who keeps bargaining with me. Chinamo lowered his eyes and chuckled. You little guy really holds a grudge. The system was a little unconvinced. I didn't do that. Host, please don't frame me, okay? Chinamo nodded slightly, his tone rising a little. Well, you don't have it, then. How many points do you need to upgrade next time? The system replied, 20,000. Chinamo said calmly, it's not this. Upon hearing this, the system was stunned for a moment, and then a cheerful and surprised voice came, only 10,000. I know the host is the best. If it had a physical body, it would be dancing with joy at this moment. Well, then I'll upgrade you first and enable the automatic replenishment function. Hey, the automatic replenishment function has been turned on, so I'll go upgrade first? He was obviously very happy, but he laughed like a fool. I guess he learned it from the internet. Chinamo shook his head with a smile. Go ahead. Chapter 66 Request. The sound disappeared from his ears, and Chinamo left the store holding Do-Do. His departure attracted the attention of several people who were eating on the sofa on the other side. The sightlines behind were quite obvious, and Chinamo came to the planting site without looking back. 200 sunflowers swayed gently in the wind, and the scene was somewhat spectacular. Behind it, more than a dozen seedlings have grown out, but just looking at the seedlings you can't tell what this thing will look like in the end. Only one had grown, a little brown creature with a garlic-like body and 3 roots digging into the ground. There is a branch above my head, and behind it, there are a few green leaves dotted around. An oval-shaped piece of rosin hangs at the very top. Name, resin pitcher. Level, 2nd level. Type, support. Introduction. Oops, I'm not good at fighting. Please move me back. It can form a resin road to slow down the enemy. Price, 200. The new secondary plants are only of auxiliary type. He hasn't played this game for a long time, and these plants are all improved versions. The effects can only be seen by customers trying them themselves. Pulling the resin pitcher off the ground, he turned and went back into the shop. Once the items were put in, the 3 were automatically filled. His current sunshine value is 143,750. 2 resin pitchers only have 400 sunlight points, which cannot be used up in a short period of time. However, the system is upgrading now. When it wakes up, it will ask how much sunlight points are required to purchase the 3rd level seeds. There is also a channel for rapid growth of water, which is about to be opened. After putting everything in place, he went upstairs to wash the mulberries. After washing, he took one and ate it, then shook his head slightly. When will fruit freedom be achieved? He wants to eat watermelon, grapes, peaches. How about exchanging seeds and letting them plant them? Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze just falling on the group of people who were gathering in front of the display cabinet to look at the new plants, and then he shook his head slightly. Forget it, these workers still have to earn points for him. If I have time, I should go to the mountains more often. Maybe I can find some peaches or something. He returned to the cashier counter, sat down, and turned on his phone again. This time I ate and watched at the same time. He specifically searched for videos of the game Plants vs. Zombies, intending to get a comprehensive understanding of those plants. Others may not have noticed, but he discovered that among the 3 sword shadows around Chendiang, there was something wrong with one of them. Since the sword shadows appear strange, these plants might be the same. That group of people were all looking in front of the Superpower Awakening agent. There was only one Superpower Awakening potion placed there. This is a special product, and each redemption requires 5,000 points, although the selling price is 10,000. But the points are very useful, and they need to be used only if he decides to use them. Lin Jianan and others were quite surprised. Even though they already knew about the Ability Awakening agent last night, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. Awakening your supernatural powers 100% is incredible enough, but you actually have the chance to awaken your second skill. Although the probability is only 1 in 1,000, this probability does not mean that 1,000 bottles will definitely lead to a second awakening. Instead, each time you take it, there is a 1 in 1,000 chance of awakening a second time. If you are unlucky, you may not be able to awaken even 10,000 bottles, let alone 1,000. But what if it's the European Emperor? Maybe they can awaken successfully in one go. Thinking of this, Haizi and Bai Feng's eyes almost glowed green. The opportunity to prove whether you are a European Emperor or a European Emperor has come. But they don't have that many crystal cores. The price of this Superpower Awakening agent is a full 10,000. 100 first-level crystal cores are needed. The 2 of them were drooling with greed, but they were short of money and could only shake their heads regretfully. And even though they think so, if they really have 10,000 points, it is difficult for them to make up their mind to buy it. That's a 1 in 1,000 chance. Who can afford to gamble on this? But for ordinary people, this is definitely a panacea and they are willing to risk their lives for it. Unable to afford it and unable to buy it, Bai Feng and Haizi followed Nie Rufeng and the others in frustration. As for Su Bai and the others, since you already have 2 superpowers, there is no need to buy more. Only Jiang Mu stared at the things in the display case for a long time. Before the apocalypse, the eldest brother was a soldier. After the zombie outbreak, the eldest brother contacted him and asked him to go to the Liheng base in Xiajiang. He would bring people here to pick him up. However, later on, because he suddenly received a mission, he felt relieved after confirming that he had awakened his special powers. He repeatedly reminded him to be careful. What is certain is that before that, the eldest brother had not awakened his superpowers. It would be great if we could bring this Superpower Awakening agent with us. Thinking of this, he rummaged through the backpack behind him. The zombie with long knife arms that was killed before was a level 3 zombie, and its crystal core was dug out by Chendiang and given to him. Now he has 85 crystal cores, plus a 3rd level crystal core. It is exactly 9,000 points. He was almost using up the 100 points he had just earned from eating. It just so happens that all that's missing are the 10 crystal cores that were given away before. Along the way, because he was in a hurry to get on the road, he didn't have many opportunities to use crystal cores to enhance his superpowers. On the contrary, because he kept facing zombies, his superpowers improved significantly. That is why he has accumulated so many crystal cores. Of course, this also has something to do with his eldest brother telling him that everything in the base requires crystal cores and asking him to save as many crystal cores as possible. Just 10 of them. Life is full of coincidences, damn it. Looking at Chendiang, Jiang Mu sighed softly. In any case, the other party brought him here. Otherwise, he wouldn't know there is such a magical place. Let's go kill the zombies. After all, he still needs to save some money to go to Liheng base. Of course, it's only temporary. There are so many good things here. He will definitely come back again. Chendiang did not leave immediately. He watched everyone else go other places. He stood in front of the display case for a long time before hesitantly walking towards Lin Jianan and the others. Seeing him, Bai Fong was a little curious. What do you want to talk to us about? He also looked behind Qindiang, but didn't see the man just now. By the way, who was that man just now? Qindiang. That's someone I met on the road. I don't know him well. He gritted his teeth and said, Brother Lin, I came to see you because I have something. What's the matter? Lin Jianan asked. Qindiang took out 2 fruits from his backpack. These are the fruits I got outside before. The store manager said that they can improve your supernatural powers. Do you want some? Also, can I borrow some crystal cores from you? Speaking of this, he himself felt a little embarrassed. After all, he had taken the wrong path in the first place. But if he can get the superpower awakening agent earlier, he will have more protection. Lin Jianan was silent for a moment and looked at Nie Rufeng. They do intend to train their own people. Chapter 67 Mission, the first event prologue. Seeing that he didn't speak, Qindiang was a little depressed. Sorry? He really didn't want to be nervous every time he went out, so he hesitated and came here to borrow it. Take the zombie we just encountered, for example. It was too oppressive. 3 second-level sword shadows and a super-speed furry bear were unable to do anything to the other party. If it weren't for Jiang Mu, he really would not be able to come back. Moreover, Jianying and the others needed to protect him, and he didn't want to hold them back and distract them during the battle. But also, he chose to work with Sun Xuechong and the others in the first place, so it was normal that others were unwilling to lend him. In fact, there is no need to worry that he will not pay it back. The shop is right here. Anyone who doesn't come is a fool. You can't deny what you borrowed. It's just that it's normal for people to feel uncomfortable and unwilling to lend. He apologized softly and wanted to turn around and leave. At this time, Nie Rufeng asked, how much is left? No matter what happened before, Qindiang still had a clear understanding of the situation, and he already had a lot of crystal cores, which was much less than the capital they had to train other people. Moreover, the fact that he was able to obtain so many points shows his ability, so there is no need to worry that he will not be able to pay them back. Qindiang suddenly turned around, looked at him in surprise, and said incoherently, I still need more than 30. Nie Rufeng looked at Heisey and said, give him 35. Kuriko nodded and started to look through the backpack behind him. Yes? Then Nie Rufeng said to Qindiang, 30 are for you to borrow, and the rest is the price of this fruit. 5 crystal cores, not too many, but not too few either. However, he could not only buy the 2 fruits, but also win over Qindiang appropriately. Even if Qindiang fails to awaken his powerful superpowers in the end, they will not lose out. Thank you, thank you. Qindiang took the crystal core from Heisey and bowed repeatedly to express his gratitude. Nie Rufeng patted his shoulder and said, you're welcome. Go ahead. Thanks. Qindiang rubbed his dry eyes and trotted to exchange all the crystal cores for points. Subai originally planned to buy the fire element doll. After all, it was a 3rd-level one. But when he saw that Qindiang was going to buy the superpower awakening agent, he turned his attention there first. After Qindiang redeemed his points, he bought the superpower awakening agent. It was a bottle of blue liquid, the size of a normal test tube, but only 1/3 full of liquid. If it wasn't something from this shop, no one would believe it even if the world told them it was a superpower awakening agent. Qindiang took a breath, opened the test tube, and drank it in one gulp. The superpower awakening agent has no taste and tastes just like boiled water. Everyone's eyes were on him, but he felt nothing. He himself was stunned for a long while before he came to his senses. Awakened already? It seemed like he was in a lot of pain when he saw Brother Lin and the others awakening. Bai Fong came closer. Have you awakened? He wasn't stupid enough to ask someone directly what superpowers he had awakened. Qindiang nodded somewhat blankly. Yeah, I do feel like there is an extra energy in my body, but I'm not sure what to do with it. Lin Jianan asked, then do you feel anything? Qindiang shook his head. No, I just felt a surge of strength in my body. He didn't know what the current situation was, and the awakening of superpowers was random. It might be strong or not. No one could tell. The others looked at each other. It seemed that it was of no use to them. But Qindiang was still very happy. No matter what, he had superpowers. After thanking Nie Rufeng and his team again, he walked towards the equipment area. The first thing was to buy a set of first-level clothes for each of the 3 sword shadows. Then he bought a first-level long sword and divided it among them. Qindiang looked at Jianying, who had only clothes but no long sword, and sighed, sorry, I don't have that many crystal cores on me now. When I become rich in the future, I will prepare weapons for each of you. There are a total of 10,434 points, but now only 28 are left. He really couldn't afford to buy another sword. And this was all he had gotten after spending all his money and owing a lot of debt. The three sword shadows holding the clothes nodded, and one of them tightened his arm unconsciously. People? Chinamo, who was looking at his phone, raised his head slightly. There are changes again. His thoughts just fell. The system's voice also sounded, ding dong. The upgrade was successful. Host, you have a new task to check. In addition, the channel for purchasing fast-growing water has been unlocked. Chinamo glanced at the task panel. Special mission. Host, please go to the depths of the stone mountain to eliminate the fire and speed zombies and obtain their crystal cores. Mission description. A certain guy has been undergoing changes recently, and it's time to prepare a special sword for him. Reward, Exploding Shadow Sword, 1000 experience points. True Sword Shadow card, temporary. Zombie Carnival mission. In 7 days, zombies will break out on a large scale. Your customers are always preparing. Let's see how strong they are. Let them kill as many zombies as possible. Mission description. Recently, the number of zombies has gradually increased. They seem to be doing something big. It's so suspicious. Are you sure you don't want to go and take a look? Rewards, 10 consecutive draws, 2000 experience points, and a special ability pack. The more zombies the customer kills, the more rewards the host will get. After reading these two tasks, Chinamo smiled slightly. The system indeed noticed something wrong with the sword shadow, and even specifically designated the zombie crystal core to make the explosive shadow sword. Although it is prepared for Jianying, it also depends on whether the other party can afford it. As for the other task, it actually requires him to remind customers and unlock more products. In the past, when a major disaster struck in each world, the system would take some action to a greater or lesser extent. After all, the foundation of a store is its customers. If there are no customers, his store will not be able to continue operating. But in fact, he knew in his heart that the system was essentially helpful. Of course, the premise is that no one has any intention of stealing the store, otherwise the system will go crazy. After thinking for a while, he took out a piece of paper and took a pen to write something on it. After a while, he walked to the door and pasted the piece of paper next to the store rules. While he was writing, Subai happened to take out a fire elemental doll to pay the bill. In addition, Chinamo originally wrote it for them to read, so he happened to see it clearly. Store event, Zombie Carnival Feast. Are you afraid of zombies? Do you crave power? Come to the Universal Shop and experience a different carnival feast. It only costs 20 points to participate in the event. Activity content. After 7 days, zombies will break out on a large scale. Kill as many zombies as possible to get a lot of gifts prepared by the store. First place. Receive a gold card. Can be given as a gift or used by yourself, a third-level equipment, and a second-level pet egg. Third place. Receive a silver card. Can be given as a gift or used by yourself, and a third-level weapon. 4th to 10th place. Will there be a massive zombie outbreak? Subai paused for a moment, then smiled. Putting aside the store rewards, the increase in the number of zombies alone is also an opportunity for him. As long as he has enough crystal cores, he can just let things go and enjoy his retirement. Chapter 68 Fire Element Doll. Thinking of this, he put the fire element doll aside and went inside to pick out other things. Chinamo pasted the paper in place and went to take a look at the planting site. Although the first 9 level 2 seeds would not mature until tomorrow, the last 10 would not mature until the day after tomorrow. However, the system has just opened the supply channel for rapid growth water. In addition to rapid growth water, it can also reduce the growth time of plants of the same level by 1/3. But there is also a kind of instant growth water that can make plants of the same level mature immediately, but the points required are twice as many as those of fast growth water. A small bottle of second-level instant growth water requires 100 points. Just now, Chindian contributed more than 10,000 points, and now the balance is 21,180. He glanced back. Sure enough, the group of people who were originally in the store ran out halfway through their meal and were now standing in front of the store looking at the activity he had just posted. He used 950 points to exchange for 19 bottles of fast growth water. Then take it out and water it on the plants one by one. Almost instantly, 9 of the plants began to change and then grew into their complete form. Name, Olive. Level, second level. Type, support. Introduction. Don't run too fast in front of me, or don't blame me if you fall. It can make speed zombies slip, and the oil produced can be reused, such as burning, for example. Price, 300. Name, Watermelon Pitcher. Level, second level. Type, attack. Introduction. Flying guys, don't even think about escaping from my palm. Throwing watermelons will cause area damage. Price, 400. Attack power, 200. Name, Winter Melon Guard. Level, 2nd level. Type, defense. Introduction. Have you ever seen a 2-meter wide and 2-meter high winter melon? It can block enemies from approaching and occasionally knock them away. Price, 300. Defense value, 6,000 inch. Name, Torchwood. Level, 2nd level. Type, support. Introduction. Hey, how do you know that I have a good relationship with the P brothers? You can strengthen the attacks of the P brothers. Price, 300. A total of 4 plants were randomly selected, of which only the watermelon pitcher had 3 plants, and the others had only 2 plants each. This time he didn't have to do anything. These things automatically appeared in the store, and he spent 900 sunshine points to replenish the other 3 plants to 3 plants each. The other 10 second-level plants will be mature around this time tomorrow, and there are still 7 days before a large-scale zombie outbreak, so there is definitely enough time. Shinamo turned around and walked back, taking the opportunity to look at the map that came with the special mission. Since the system has issued the task, it is impossible for him to go through it blindly by himself. After taking a closer look, I saw that he had already arrived at the store door. When the others saw him, they moved aside to make room for him. Lin Jianan followed him. Let's go and pay the points to register. If he knew about this without these rewards, he might choose to prepare enough food and find a safe hiding place, and would not be willing to confront the large group of zombies. But the reward for first place is too rich. It was a gold card, and there was also a second-level pet egg that did not appear in the store. Nia Ruffing nodded slightly. Let's go. I have also seen the event, and it is impossible not to participate. You must know that their base has not been completely built yet, and is now very fragile. If nothing is done, the base that has finally started to improve will be lost. Most importantly, they had no place to live. Of course, he would not allow such a thing to happen. As soon as they entered, they saw Su by picking up 4 fire element dolls, 4 loaves of bread and 4 bottles of water and checking out. He even muttered to the cash register, "Sign up for the zombie carnival." He had just swiped the card when several fire elemental dolls, which were originally only the size of a palm, jumped to the ground as if alive and became the size of normal people one by one after he paid the bill. They were all wearing fiery red clothes, and they all shouted, "Master! Owner!" 4 consecutive sounds represent 4 fire element puppets. Subai nodded slightly and put the bread and water into their arms respectively. Well, when you go out to kill zombies, remember to dig crystal cores, and then come back to me at night. The 4 fire puppets held the things in their arms and tilted their heads. One of them nodded and said, "Master, don't worry. We will definitely catch it easily. There is nothing that can't be solved by fire. If there is, we can use 2 fires. Everyone." No wonder the card says that this fire elemental doll has a bad temper. This is more than just irritability. Subai nodded with satisfaction. Well, be careful. The 4 fire element puppets said nothing more. They took their food and set off in a heroic and high-spirited manner. Looking at their appearance, they seemed determined to make a name for themselves in the world. Bai Fong was stunned by this momentum. He reached out and asked Haizi next to him, "Hey, this fire element puppet seems to be quite smart?" It's no wonder he was so emotional. The previous sword shadow and the turquoise bear were both a bit silly, and suddenly someone different appeared. He couldn't help but be surprised. "Haizi, what's wrong with being smart? That costs 2,500 points. Are you willing to buy it?" The corner of Bai Fong's mouth twitched. He really couldn't bear to do it. Although he was not unaffordable, he still felt it was a bit expensive. Subai didn't care what they said. He turned around and leaned on the cashier counter, glancing at Nia Rufeng and the others casually. His eyes were calm and no emotion could be seen in them. After just one glance, he took a step forward and prepared to leave. Nia Rufeng, who had been paying attention to his actions, saw him leaving and called out, "Brother?" Subai stopped and did not turn around. "Are you calling me?" Nia Rufeng, "Yes, we have something we would like to ask you for help with." Subai curled his lips slightly, but there was no smile in his eyes. "Oh? Give me a reason to help you." Nia Rufeng said with a gentle expression, "There will be a large-scale zombie outbreak in a few days. The danger is unquestionable. I know you are strong, but I think you should also need a safe place to live." Subai stepped forward. "Let's talk about it after 5 o'clock. He really needed a safe place to live, now and later. This is promised." Nia Rufeng smiled slightly. "Okay. Nowadays, transactions are the greatest sincerity between strangers." He turned his head and looked at the others. "How many crystal cores do we have now?" Haizi and Bai Fong calculated for a while before saying 365 pieces. Nie Rufeng pondered for a moment, then led the way inside. There are only 7 days left, which is not enough time. We have to do two things at the same time. On the one hand, we need to prepare for the next activity, and on the other hand, we need to build the base as soon as possible. The days ahead will not be so easy. Lin Jianan understood what he meant. He was planning to do the same as Subai. Chapter 69. Improving Superpowers Again. Jianying bought dolls and asked them to kill zombies and dig crystal cores, while they went to the supernatural training room at the back for training. 1 day in there is equivalent to 2 days in the outside world. Who wouldn't be envious? Although the store is open from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., that still gives me 7 more hours than others to improve my abilities. Besides, who can really kill zombies all day and all night? Eating, sleeping, traveling, and searching for resources all take time. They have to improve their strength as much as possible before others discover the shop. Moreover, while improving your strength, it will not hinder your acquisition of crystal cores. In short, a new phase came today, and we don't know if other people will come next. Although there is a threat of large-scale zombies, threats of the same kind cannot be ignored. It has to be a two-pronged approach. By a third-level fire element puppet, they are more powerful and can act alone without worrying about others. I will go back later and ask Lao Chun and the others to come and train together. After saying that, Heisey raised his hand and said, Captain, let me go. You go to the supernatural training room first. The captain is far superior to me in both talent and strength. It is a pity to waste time on the road. Anyway, there is nothing much to improve on his ability. He is just a mouse and can't do anything except exploring the way. Nie Rufeng shook his head slightly. It doesn't matter if you go alone, and I'm worried about you going alone. Heisey, but... Lin Jianan beside him opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Nie Rufeng had already said with a smile, okay, it's settled. Seeing his firm attitude, Heisey nodded reluctantly, okay. Then Captain, you must pay attention to safety. Lin Jianan looked at Nie Rufeng's back and was silent for a moment. At this moment, he had to admit that many times he did not do as well as him. Not only in terms of intelligence, but also in terms of how he treats his teammates. Nie Rufeng took 15 fire element dolls in a row before he stopped. Afterwards, we prepared a piece of bread and a bottle of water for each of them, and then ordered 8 dishes and 8 servings of rice from the automatic cooking machine. Finally, 4 people signed up for the event. When I was checking out, I realized why Subai told the cash register that he was participating in an event. Because there are a few more lines of text below the points exchange rate, you just have to say if you want to participate in the event, and the registration fee will be automatically deducted. It also clearly states that you can only use your own card to register. Seeing these lines, Heisey was dumbfounded. He has no card. When they first came, they directly obtained a silver card with 50 crystal cores, and then everyone has been using one card, unlike Lin Jianan and the others, who each had a card. He looked at Nie Rufeng eagerly. Captain. To be honest, the pitiful look on his face was a bit eye-catching. Bai Fong looked away, unable to bear the sight. Nie Rufeng looked straight ahead. It's okay. Fortunately, they haven't exchanged the crystal cores for points yet. Otherwise, Heisey wouldn't be able to sign up today. Nie Rufeng calculated that the total price of his registration and the items he purchased was 37,700, but with a 10% discount it only cost 33,930. He counted 345 crystal cores and rushed into the card, leaving 3 for each person and the extra 2 for the next. Feed the little gray one. After dividing the crystal cores, he would bring the 9 that belonged to Lin Jialan, Lao Chen, and Zhou Min to them later. After paying the bill, the puppets jumped down from the cash register one by one and grew bigger. Soon the cash register was surrounded by people. Owner! Owner! They all spoke in unison. You can imagine how noisy it was when 15 voices sounded at the same time. Nie Rufeng could hardly hold back the smile on his face and raised a finger to silence him. Shoo! A dozen fire element puppets suddenly showed anger on their stern faces. Master! Did someone bully you? Don't be afraid. Tell us who he is, and we will definitely avenge you. Oh, they have such a bad temper. Anyone who dares to bully the master is against them. Chinamo, who was looking at his phone, raised his head and glanced at the many fire element dolls. A dozen puppets were suddenly stunned. They subconsciously shrank their necks and were silent for a moment. Nie Rufeng looked apologetic, then asked Heisey and Bai Fong to distribute the food, and then asked the fire element puppet to go out and kill the zombies. The puppets who received the order rushed out hastily with the food in their arms. They looked like they were vying for the first place. Although these guys have bad tempers, judging from their actions, they are not stupid and they know who they cannot afford to offend. There was nothing else to do. So they all gathered together to eat. Chinamo turned off his phone and said to the system, "Next time, this kind of product should be restored to its original form after it leaves the store." While taking out another piece of paper, he drew something on it with a pen. System, "Okay, host, do you want to upgrade now?" In such a short while, he had already obtained more than 50,000 points, which was enough to upgrade his supernatural power to the 3rd level. Adding what he already had, his points reached the highest point in his history of coming to this world, 62,407. The system looked at it with envy. It would be nice if the host spent all of it. Chin Mo's eyes fell on the paper, and his hands were drawing very quickly. Hearing the words, he did not hesitate at all. "Well, upgrade. There are still things to do later, and it is necessary to improve your strength." "Okay, the points have been deducted." The next second, a stream of air came from his body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Chinamo stopped what he was doing and drew a simple sketch on the paper. It was a simple map from the store to the mission destination. Putting the paper aside, he took out another piece of paper of the same size and started drawing again. "This time I drew the appearance of a fire zombie and a speed zombie." After finishing the painting, he frowned slightly. The zombies were really ugly. Then he overlapped the 2 sheets of paper without wrinkling them at all, opened the drawer and put them inside. After going through many worlds, he would keep the drawings of similar special missions in advance and collect them together after they were completed. Now his album is almost full, so this world can create a new album. It just so happened that Nia Rufeng and his friends had finished their meal, so Lin Jianan and the other 2 went into the store together, while Nia Rufeng left the store. At this moment, the store was suddenly empty. Chinamo leaned back and closed his eyes to rest. "Although I have to complete the task, it can only be done when the store is closed. I promised the system that the store would open on time, so I naturally couldn't leave early." During this time, Nia Rufeng came back with Lao Chuan and the other 2. They did not disturb him, but each of them transferred their points into their cards, aiming for the supernatural training room in the store. As the store was about to close, everyone except Su Bai had a look of despair on their faces. Even Nia Rufeng could no longer maintain the smile on his face. He looked haggard and listless. "I know it's a superpower training room, but who knows that you can only use superpowers there? If you can't use them, you will be bitten by zombies. Although you won't die, it really hurts." Su Bai looked at the 7 people and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Seeing that they were even worse off than him, he was happy. Jiang Mu and Qin Diyang had just come back and were looking at the situation of this group of people with very strange expressions. "What's wrong with them?" Chapter 70. Welcome to the Qingfeng team. "What's wrong with you?" Qin Diyang, who was in a good mood, became a little worried when he saw this scene. "Could it be that we encountered some particularly powerful zombies?" Bai Feng's eyes lit up, and he strode towards Qin Diyang, put his arm around his shoulders, and said with a smile, "Old Qin, you just awakened your superpowers and haven't had time to go to the superpower training room yet, right? Let me tell you, you must not miss this kind of good place. It's very useful, right, Brother Lin? He can't bear this kind of pain alone." Who knew that he would keep using his superpowers, but in the end, he didn't have enough strength to use them at all. As a speed-type athlete, he couldn't use his superpowers, so he couldn't move at all and could only stand there being bitten. Who understands the feeling? Qin Diyang looked at Bai Feng in confusion. Why is this person suddenly so enthusiastic? At this time, Lin Jianan nodded in affirmation. "Yes, we have all made great progress today. Sharing happiness and difficulties is a virtue." Superpower training room? Jiang Mu hesitated for a moment while listening to the conversation between several people. After he saw the superpower awakening agent, his first thought was to get it. Without any hesitation, he left the shop to kill zombies without looking around inside. Bai Feng looked at him and said, "Yes, you probably don't know yet, but there is a small room in the corner of the store, which is used specifically for training superpowers. People will find out whether you say it or not, so there is no need to hide it." Qin Diyang was somewhat skeptical about what Bai Feng said. "It's not that I don't trust the things in the store, but if someone is too nice to me for no reason, he is either a crook or a thief. This guy is so abnormal." He looked at Su Bai for help. "Boss, is what he said true?" Compared with others, he trusted Su Bai more. The young man gave him a strange look. "Ask him what to do. Does he really think that he is a good person? Did he have any misunderstanding about him?" Su Bai put one hand in his pocket, raised his lips in amusement, and said softly, "Yeah, it does work." But what he didn't say was that it would be painful as well. There was a hint of amusement in the young man's eyes. "Since you regard him as a good person, let him learn a lesson. In this world, not everyone can be trusted." Qin Diyang nodded with relief. "Thank you, boss." Su Bai nodded calmly. "Yeah. Chen Diyang didn't say anything else. He went to the store in a good mood, ready to buy a flaming sword for Jianying. Now the store was about to close, and he didn't have time to visit the supernatural training room. I went out and gained a lot. Not only did he get some crystal cores, but he also tested his supernatural powers. The ability he awakened was physical enhancement, but not a single enhancement. Instead, the enhancements in attack, defense, and speed directly doubled his original strength. Perhaps it is because this is an all-round enhancement, so with his current energy he can only maintain it for about 10 minutes. Although he did not awaken any special powers, nor any powerful elemental powers, he was already very satisfied. At least he has some ability to protect himself. He believed that with more practice and development, he would eventually find his talents useful. It was his plan from the beginning to buy the flame sword for Jianying, but he did not have enough crystal cores at that time. Only a second-level sword shadow, paired with a second-level flaming sword, can fully unleash his strength, right? The three sword shadows behind him were no longer pure black shadows, because they were all wearing sportswear and shoes, with only their heads and hands exposed, which looked a little strange. Chen Diyang only bought a flaming sword, and replaced it with the sword shadow that had been with him the longest. Then he couldn't help but smile. With this, you should be safer. Jianying looked up, then lowered his head silently, touching the flaming sword in his hand. Chen Diyang spent another 100 points and bought himself a first-level long sword. When he saw the new lines of words when paying the bill, his face turned very ugly. Without any hesitation, he led the sword shadows and ran towards a group of people who were talking outside the store. A massive zombie outbreak. He had originally thought that he might be able to make a name for himself, but after seeing this he couldn't help but begin to doubt whether he could survive on his own. Zhang Mu did not come to the store with him this time, but met him on the way here. His target is the superpower awakening agent. With his strength, 10 crystal cores are certainly no problem. Just like that, Zhang Mu took the awakening agent that Qin Mo had just bought with 5,000 points. Just as he was about to pay the bill, he found that Chen Diyang ran away in a panic. Zhang Mu frowned, feeling something was wrong. He walked over to take a look and found that something serious had indeed happened. 7 days later. This means that he must reach the Liheng base and come back within these 7 days. It would be really stupid not to participate in this event. The gold card and silver card are obviously good things. In order to have a better chance of convincing his eldest brother, he bought a sword shadow card and filled his backpack with food. After that, he didn't stay any longer and strode out of the shop. It's a pity that he lost his motorcycle, so he could only walk or see if he could find a car in another city. Glancing at Chen Diyang, who was feeling a little awkward in front of the door, he nudged him with his arm and said, "Nowhere to go? How about going down the river with me?" Chen Diyang came to his senses and shook his head to refuse. "It's too far, I won't go." He is a native of Shiqing. His parents died on the first day the zombies appeared. He is alone now, and the only thing he wants is to stay alive. He had no relatives to look for, and leaving Shiqing would be tantamount to seeking death for him. There was no universal shop anywhere else. Zhang Mu spread his hands and said nonchalantly, "It's up to you. You want them to take you in? Just say it directly." His words attracted the attention of Nia Rufeng and others who were a few steps away. Chen Diyang was a little nervous. If the zombie outbreak wasn't about to happen, he wouldn't have come to find them again. But life is more important than face after all. Seeing them talking, he hesitated after all. Zhang Mu winked at him. "Don't thank me too much." Then he turned and left. He could see his nervousness and hesitation, so he went out of his way to help him. It was also a way of thanking him for bringing him to such a magical little shop. Chen Diyang's face flushed, and he unconsciously clenched his hands. Can I go with you?" If Jiang Mu hadn't suddenly spoken and attracted several people's attention, he really didn't have the courage to say these words. Even if he said it now, he lowered his head instantly. "I will follow your orders and will not hold you back." Nia Ruffing nodded slightly. "Of course, we just happen to be short of people." This sentence was like the sound of nature. Chen Diyang's eyes turned red. Thank you. Thank you." This time, he could no longer hold back his tears. He has escaped death several times in the past few days. If it weren't for Jianying, how could he be here now? Now that they were still willing to take him in, he was extremely grateful. Bai Fong came over and said with some amusement, "Why are you crying, you grown man? We are family now. Don't be so hypocritical." Chen Diyang sniffed and wiped away his tears. Bai Fong sighed, "Actually, you are quite amazing. At least if I were alone, I might not be as successful as you." Haizi also came over and patted him on the shoulder. "Welcome to join our Qingfeng team." Chen Diyang, "Thank you." Old Chen also came over I heard from Bai Fong, that kid, that your last name is Chun. Mine is too. We are still a family. Zhou Min, welcome to join the Qingfeng team. Bai Fong was a little surprised to see them like this. Hey, Team Qingfeng? Why don't you welcome me? Zhou Min glanced at him and said disdainfully, you are not from our team. Bai Fong, who said I? The scene was very harmonious for a while. Su Bai looked at this scene and slightly looked away. It's time to go. After the end of the world, such friendly scenes are indeed rare. But no one can say for sure whether they can maintain this relationship. If you have time, you might as well earn more crystal cores. He had no interest in watching them exchange pleasantries. Chapter 71. Serving the most handsome master is the duty of a little boy like me. Nia Ruffing nodded gently. Old Chun, come with me, and everyone else can go about their business. Lao Chun has strength-related abilities and can easily knock down a wall. I took him with me to purchase goods. This purchase was what they had just agreed with Su Bai. He would help bring back bricks from Shiqing, and as a reward, their base would always provide him with a place to live and would not impose any restrictions on him. Apart from this, he did not make any other requests. Lao Chin, yes. It just so happened that the fire elemental puppets that went out to kill zombies came back at this moment. Su Bai glanced at the dozen or so fire element puppets surrounding Nia Rufeng and others, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then returned to normal in an instant. This group of people is quite competitive. It seems that we really can't slack off at all. He had a blank expression on his face, but sighed softly in his heart. So annoying. He walked forward with the 4 fire elemental puppets without stopping. Nia Rufeng made a few casual arrangements and left with Lao Chun, leaving only the fire element puppet behind. As soon as the 3 of them left, everyone else present looked at him. Just now the captain arranged for them to follow Lin Jianan's arrangements. Lin Jianan looked a little serious. Next, let's go kill zombies together. It's only 5 o'clock. It won't be dark until 7 or 8. They still have 2 or 3 hours. The store is closed now, and no one else has signed up for the event. However, the activity will not start until 7 days later, so there is no need to rush. You can always sign up in these few days. Others had no opinion on this. If I don't hurry up and save up more crystal cores to buy more things while there is still time, when will I go? As for establishing a base, that would naturally be left to ordinary people without special powers. In this way, everyone started to get busy. Not long after they left, Chinamo opened the shop door and walked out. He changed into a black casual outfit, and the sunlight made his already slender figure even longer. I don't know where he got the black baseball cap from, but he put it on. Compared to his usual lazy and casual demeanor, he was more restrained at this moment and seemed a little indifferent and unapproachable. Daodu jumped closely at his feet. Seeing that he had no reaction, he couldn't help but look up. Woof? Chinamo lowered his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly, an arc that was almost too small to be seen. Your fur is too thick, it's hot. Daodu stood there in a daze, subconsciously turned his head to look back, and stopped wagging his tail. Is it being rejected by its owner? Then we can't strip off its fur. Chinamo had already reached the edge of the store corridor and turned back. Why aren't you following me? Daodu's tail started shaking again, and he followed with an AO, and did not forget to push aside the first one who was following Chinamo a few steps. The first one's dark eyes rolled around, seeming a little confused, but soon he followed happily again. Woof. Master, where are we going? Chinamo followed the route given by the system and replied, go do the mission. Daodu jumped up with joy and stopped barking. Will there be so many delicious foods? Chinamo glanced at the mission reward and asked softly, have you ever tasted what a zombie tastes like? Daodu was a little disgusted. They are ugly and smelly. How can they be delicious? Chinamo thought for a moment. Probably. Daodu raised his head and licked his lips. Then I'll try it later. Chinamo suppressed his laughter and said, then I don't want you anymore. Daodu was full of questions. Huh? Isn't it delicious? Why don't you want it? So should it eat it or not? The system listened carefully to the conversation between the man and the beast and couldn't help but sigh in its heart. Host, you've really had enough. Don't you feel guilty about teasing the dog like this? No wonder dogs don't play with people. Chinamo really doesn't know how to do that. It's quite interesting to see the human confusion on Daodu's face. The journey is not short. It is to a cave after crossing a mountain. The map provided by the system is a real 3D map, where every tree and even a small stone is restored exactly. With Daodu around to help him pass the time, Chinamo wasn't bored at all. Not long after they left the store, they saw several zombies wandering around. Chinamo didn't even stop for a moment. As he passed by, The zombies suddenly rioted and rushed towards Chinamo with bared fangs and claws. When they were about to get close to Chinamo, they were forcibly held in place, and no matter how hard they struggled, they could not break free. That is, after Chinamo passed by where they were, their heads were twisted by an invisible big hand, making a teeth-grinding, crackling sound, and then one after another their heads fell to the ground with a thump, rolling several times before stopping. Immediately afterwards, the struggling body fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, several zombies were gone. A dagger flew out of thin air and deftly dug out the crystal cores one by one. There were 5 in total, 4 were given to Dowdu, and the remaining 1 flew into First's arms. Chinamo waved his hand, threw the dagger that was already covered with zombie brains aside, and continued to move forward. The journey took a full hour, and we encountered quite a few zombies along the way, but most of them were level 1 and level 2. We didn't even encounter a level 3, so it didn't waste much time. After climbing over a mountain, he saw a group of zombies not far away. A rough estimate is that there are more than 100 of them, surrounding a short zombie. So this is the spiritual zombie that Dowdu encountered before. Can it unite with other zombies to work for itself? Judging from the momentum, it is at most level 3. He didn't care too much, let alone more than 100 ordinary zombies. Even if there were several times more, he wouldn't care. However, the spiritual zombie had already discovered him. It let out a roar, and an invisible force enveloped all the zombies around it. The zombies suddenly seemed to be energized and rushed towards Chinamo one after another. Chinamo shook his head slightly. He was originally rushing to complete a mission and wanted to go back and rest early, but along the way, every zombie was blind and insisted on coming to die. There were indeed a lot of zombies, and they ran very fast as if they were injected with chicken blood, but Chinamo was even faster. He didn't even need to do anything. With a thought, more than 100 long swords appeared out of thin air in front of the zombies. In just a moment, all the zombies died from a head explosion. They fell to the ground one after another. When the mental zombie saw this scene, he was so shocked that he forgot what he was going to do for a moment. By the time it reacted and wanted to attack Chinamo, more than a dozen swords had already pierced its body and head. Chinamo looked at the corpses scattered all over the ground and the long sword stained with a lot of blood, and murmured softly, "What a waste." After thinking for a while, he called the system, "System, clean up these things and sell them later." The system was speechless for a moment. "You just stole the hat from me. Why are you ordering me around again?" "Chinamo, by the way, please collect these crystal cores." The system did not hesitate. Ugly rejection. Chinamo raised his eyebrows. "Huh?" He said he would give it all to you. "Since you don't want it, forget it." The system changed its attitude faster than turning the pages of a book, and said righteously, "Ah, my most beloved master is of course the most handsome in the world. These are all minor issues. Serving the most handsome master is my duty as a little ruler. So please don't move, just leave it to me." Chapter 72 Cave. After the system finished speaking, it happily put away all the crystal cores. Looking at its increasingly fat wallet, it was so happy that it couldn't stop smiling. The host is still as good as always. As Chinamo approached the nearby cave, he casually said, "That's all you can do." "System, I can't hear. I am a happy little deaf person." The destination has been reached. Dowdu rushed to the front and entered the cave first. The system took a quick glance and then looked away. What? Only the host can complete the task alone? It doesn't know. Besides, isn't the host's pet a manifestation of his own strength? Woof woof. Dowdu's voice was heard from inside, and Chinamo also walked in. The cave is very large and does not seem to be formed naturally, but rather was dug out by humans. When you first enter, the space is very small, but the further you go in, the larger the space becomes. And it suddenly became clear, and several paths were branched out. Dowdu stopped at one of the cave entrances, and when he saw Chinamo, he immediately barked towards the cave entrance in front of him and wagged his tail gently. Chinamo nodded. "Go in." Dowdu ran forward with a clattering sound. The first one, who had consumed a crystal core along the way, was stimulated by something and followed closely. Chinamo fell behind. It was just that the two guys ran too fast. In this way, they continued to go deeper and deeper into the cave. It was very quiet inside, and their movements, coupled with the echo, seemed particularly noisy. From far away, soon, similar running sounds were heard from inside. At this time, the person running towards you couldn't be a human, it could only be a zombie. "It's just that it's too dark here, and I can't see the scenes in the distance." Dowdu in front raised his head, opened his mouth and spit out a ball of fire. Wow! The flames illuminated the mountain wall ahead, and two zombies were also seen in the distance. They were all human-shaped creatures, but the exposed head and skin of one of them were not only rotten, but also faintly red. The other one looked a little ordinary, with nothing special about its body, but it was very fast and was far ahead of the one behind it, and was about to reach the first one. At first he stretched out his claws and scratched his head, not knowing what this ugly thing was doing, but he quickly hid aside. As a wind-type bear, its speed is unquestionable. Within the same level, the speed of wind-type ability users is faster than those with speed ability. Moreover, there was already some distance between it and the speed zombie, so it was natural for it to avoid it in advance. But then, the fire zombie behind threw a ball of fire. They cannot distinguish between people and objects, but they will attack anything that is standing and moving. As for Dowdu, it was too small to be discovered. Feeling the hot airflow, the first one's green hair almost exploded, and he tried to dodge quickly. However, just as he landed, another attack came down. How could he dodge it so quickly? Moreover, this fire zombie is not far from the fourth level. Just when the ball of fire was about to fall on the first one, it stopped for no reason. Not only that, it flew towards the fire zombie. Dowdu saw that number one was still standing there in a daze, so he glared at it and said, "Why don't you go to the back? If it gets burned, who will clean the store in the future?" Although its brain was still confused at first, it did not hesitate at all and obediently moved away from here. At the same time, on the other side, two zombies discovered Chinamo, gave up attacking the first one, and ran towards Chinamo. When Dowdu saw this scene, he shook his head helplessly. Why do these guys love to fight the strongest people? Isn't this just forcing it to watch a show? Under Chinmo's control, 10 swords fought fiercely with the two zombies, and they were unable to break free for a while. Dowdu secretly glanced at Chinamo and wandered not far from the two zombies, spitting out a ball of fire from time to harass the enemy, mainly fighting a guerrilla war. Chinamo looked at Dowdu and said happily, "Stop playing." Dowdu paused. Okay. These two zombies are today's target. Although they are both level 3, they can't get close to Chinamo at all, and are even forced to retreat by several swords. Not only are they fast and have tricky angles, they are even not afraid of fire. The key is that the fire zombies can't hit them at all. Even if there is no one holding the sword, each sword is as sharp as a rainbow, making it impossible to defend against. If there were anyone else here, they would not be able to help but praise. What a great swordsmanship! After a while, Chinamo yawned with his eyelids drooping, then raised his head slightly with a slightly fixed gaze. The two zombies were unable to move for a moment, and although they quickly struggled free, the sword had already arrived. With a hiss, it pierced their heads. The zombie's fatal weakness is undoubtedly the head. Chinamo retracted his sword, glanced at Dowdu, who was standing aside and watching the show, raised his hand to take it into his arms, rubbed it, and then put it on the ground. It's so ugly. Dowdu was picked up with a bewildered look on his face, and then put down with a bewildered look on his face. The mission has been completed. Please check the rewards yourself. Experience points are credited directly to your account, as well as a flaming exploding shadow sword and a real sword shadow card. The exploding shadow sword was prepared for Sword Shadow, but he had no interest in it, so he ignored it for the time being and took out the real Sword Shadow card. Dowdu followed behind with a look of resentment. While walking, Chinamo looked down at the card and paused for a moment. So that's how it is. Then he casually put the card into his pocket. He doesn't come out often. Although he came out this time to complete a mission, he also came out for a walk. Otherwise, he would have asked Dowdu to bring him here. Moreover, there are not many opportunities to get free benefits from the system, so you might as well take advantage of it. This baseball cap is called Heat Insulating Hat. It has only one function, which is to block the heat from the sun. It can isolate up to 60 degrees of heat. And how does the saying go? You're here now. Now that we've come this far, there's no reason not to take a look inside the cave. Did you hear any sound? Deep in another passage at the fork in the road, someone asked in a low voice. Here, I heard. Someone died again. Another person stammered. When will this hell end? Why hasn't anyone come to save us? So much time has passed. The group of people who were talking were hiding in a cave entrance that was blocked by a large rock. They have been hiding here for 3 days. They dared not even breathe and listened attentively to the noise outside, for fear of missing the rescue. But during these 3 days, they heard screams outside from time to time. At first they were not sure, but later they had to admit it. People really died. So many people died. Because it was in a cave, there were no zombies here at the beginning. Later, someone went out because there was no electricity or signal, and he couldn't contact the outside world. However, when he came back, everything had changed. These people don't know yet that the situation outside is actually not much better than theirs. Chapter 73 Run. Brother Lu, will we die if we stay here forever? Someone shuddered and spoke, feeling terrified when he thought of the screams from before. The most important thing is that they have no food left. If they stay any longer, they will starve to death. No, someone will definitely come to rescue us. Lu Yang was not confident. Logically speaking, if they can't be contacted, someone should come to look for them. But until such a big incident happened 3 days ago, no one came to rescue them. They weren't abandoned. This thought lingered in his mind for a long time, but he finally denied it. In fact, in the final analysis, I still hold on to a glimmer of hope and don't want to die. At this moment, the young man who was huddled in the corner suddenly raised his head and said, I see those who were bitten are like the zombies described in the novels. What do you think? Is this the end of the world? As soon as this was said, some people shook their heads and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Have you become stupid from reading novels? Can't you tell reality from reality? He must have been infected by some virus. There is no way the world will end. That's right, don't exaggerate here. You have been educated for more than 10 years. How can you still believe this? Everything in the novel is fictional and fake. Everyone was scared and on edge, and then he suddenly talked about the end of the world, which made everyone feel a little uneasy. The young man opened his mouth, somewhat helplessly. I'm just guessing. Maybe you guys are a little too excited. Seeing that others were about to say something, Lu Yang suddenly raised his hand to his mouth and made a gesture of silence. Shit. Okay, stop arguing. Don't wake those guys up. Let's think about how to get out first. If you can't get out, no matter how much you say, it's useless. The others lowered their heads in frustration. If they were asked to do research, they would definitely be able to explain it. But if they go out now, they will die. So who would dare to do it? Those guys who were infected by unknown things seemed to have difficulty in moving, but they were actually very strong. Especially if you get bitten, you're doomed if you're caught. They can't beat them. If you go out, you will die. Seeing them like this, Lu Yang sighed in his heart. He walked over to the young man who had just spoken and sat down and whispered, Are you new here? I don't think I've seen you before. Yes, Director Lu. My name is Yu Lu. I have only been here for a month. The one who supervised me was Director Chiu. She has passed away. Speaking of this, Yu Lu felt a little sad. Although Director Chiu was usually quite strict, he was still very nice to him. Lu Yang sighed. Who could have thought that something like this would happen? It's pure luck that they are still alive. But out of the 200 people in the entire Underground Research Institute, I'm afraid there are only a few left. My old friends and colleagues are leaving one by one. It would be a lie to say I'm not sad. Moreover, before this, they all thought that there was only a problem with them, and they were just afraid. After listening to Yu Li's guess, he began to worry. If there really is a zombie outbreak and everyone is in danger, then how are his wife, children, and parents doing now? Yu Lu nodded, but he was not optimistic. Although he would immerse himself in the books when reading them in the past, and could defeat everything in his life, he had never thought that zombies would appear. If the end of the world really comes, and he doesn't have any awakened superpowers, how can he survive in seconds? It's good enough that he didn't get killed instantly. Lu Yang was silent for a while, and then hesitantly asked, What are those zombies you just mentioned? Can you tell me about them? Lu Yang is nearly 40 years old and spends most of his time on research. He doesn't have much time to read, let alone extracurricular books like novels. But he had heard of zombies, he just didn't know much about them. Yu Lu, of course, zombies are. Deep in the cave, there is a basement. After entering, what you see is a long corridor. At the end of the corridor is a wide horizontal road, and on both sides are rows of research laboratories. Every few steps on the road there was a corpse in a white coat, with blood scattered everywhere, which was a bit choking. Some corpses mutated into zombies, but they couldn't get up because they had no hands or feet. Chinamo used his supernatural powers to break its neck, ending its pain. Bang bang. There was a loud crash coming from a distance. Chinamo moved closer to the wall, avoiding the corpses and bloodstains on the ground. After a while, he came to where the sound came from. The lounge was surrounded by a dozen zombies, who were banging their bodies against the door. All the zombies around are probably here. Chinamo folded his arms, leaned lazily against the wall, and watched the scene quietly. After a while, the door was deformed by the impact. If this continues, it won't last more than 5 minutes. The people inside were also very calm and didn't make a sound. There were hurried footsteps approaching. Although I didn't see anyone, I could feel the urgency of the owner of the footsteps. The person who came was a man in his 30s. He approached Chinamo from behind. When he saw Chinamo, he was stunned for a moment. Even though he was very puzzled by the strange behavior of still carrying Hug Bear at this time, he still walked over quickly, and his voice was almost inaudible. "Brother, run quickly. There are so many zombies. It will be over if you get caught." Chinamo tilted his head to look at him. Seeing that he was unmoved, the man could not help but look towards the lounge anxiously. "Oh, no time to explain. You run first, and then find a place to hide. I will lead these zombies away." The door of the lounge over there was about to collapse, and he didn't care about anything else. He shouted to the front, "Hey, your grandpa is here." As he spoke, his legs were shaking, and it was obvious that he was extremely scared, but he still stood there, with an exceptionally resolute back. As soon as he finished speaking, all the zombies that were banging on the door stopped at the same time, then swarmed around and chased after the man. The man was so frightened that his face turned pale. He hurriedly turned around and ran, only to find that Chinamo had not left yet. He looked sad and wanted to catch him. "Run?" Chinamo glanced at him and slightly turned sideways to avoid the hand he extended. The man missed the opportunity and couldn't help but stop and wanted to call him, but before he could say anything, he saw a scene that he would never forget. The furry bear that was originally leaning against the wall suddenly moved. It rushed in front of a dozen zombies. Its two furry palms were like a fan, blowing all the zombies far away. Not only that, the wind was so strong that it blew the zombies' heads, arms, and legs off their bodies. The man opened his mouth, speechless. Is this Hug Bear? What is going on in this world? Why can't he understand? At this moment, he even felt that his worldview had collapsed. Chapter 74. I have something not so good. He felt like he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could such a terrible thing happen? Not to mention the zombies, even the deformed door frame was blown away. Don't go too far. When he came to his senses, the person who was in front of him and the bear were gone. It was as if he was really having an illusion. With a bang, the door fell to the ground. A woman carefully walked out of the room, supporting an old man in his 70s. What's going on? The woman was shocked by the scene in front of her. The old man coughed a few times and took a deep breath. "Xiao Wang, are those zombies?" Xiao Wang came back to his senses when he heard someone calling him. He spoke incoherently, academicianly. I just saw." Academicianly asked, "What did you see? Tell me slowly, don't be in a hurry." "I saw a man with a huge pillow bear." The bear waved his hands and created strong winds, which directly killed the zombies. "The funny thing is that I actually wanted to take him with me." Academicianly was a little bit unbelievable and blurted out, "How is this possible?" He found it hard to believe, but the facts were before him. It couldn't be that Xiaowang had dealt with all those zombies. He had lived for most of his life, and half of his body was buried in the ground. When he suddenly heard something like this, the shock he felt was definitely far greater than that of Xiaowang. But at the same time, his ability to withstand stress is also very strong. At this moment, the woman next to him had a twinkling look in her eyes and exclaimed softly, "Superpowers! It must be superpowers." Academicianly showed curiosity. "Superpower? Superpowers?" In the cave entrance blocked by stones, Lu Yang looked confused. Yulu nodded solemnly. "Yes, it is superpowers." In the novel, when the end of the world comes and zombies are rampant, many people will emerge and awaken all kinds of strange superpowers to compete with zombies. People with superpowers are the future of mankind. Lu Yang's heart was burning with excitement when he heard this, and he couldn't help rubbing his hands. What specific abilities do they have? The most common ones are speed, strength, defense, and the like. There are also elemental ones, such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and so on. There are many strange ones. As long as you can awaken them, you will be the best. Then how can we awaken? Yulu, I don't know. If he knew, he would have been the first to awaken himself. We don't know, but there is no other way. Now that we know the zombies' weaknesses, we have to leave here quickly. If we don't have food or water, we will starve to death sooner or later. Yulu was a little surprised. You want to leave? He thought that old scholars like them would not believe it. Lu Yang nodded heavily. Well, let's give it a try. Well, he was wrong. He shouldn't have been prejudiced. Yulu felt a little apologetic. Add me in. He didn't want to die here either. On the other side, the two people who had listened to the woman's introduction were somewhat unresponsive. Xiao Wang was silent for a while and muttered to himself, if that's the case, then the guy just now with the strange pillow bear, the pillow bear is also wind type. So doesn't that mean he has awakened a summoning ability? Academicianly touched his nose and thought that young people really have quick brains. He hadn't thought of this before. The woman nodded, a little uncertain. I think so. After all, she also saw it in a novel. Who knows what's going on? At this time, Academicianly suddenly thought of something. Since someone has come in, the zombies outside should have been cleared out. We should take the opportunity to leave here. Xiao Wang and the other man nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. We have to leave quickly. The two men supported the elderly Academicianly and walked out. After Chinamo left, he walked around the research institute again, but didn't gain anything else, so he left. After leaving the underground laboratory, he looked at Daodu, who was flapping his short legs behind him, bent down and patted its head. Let's go back. Ao Daodu's body grew bigger. Chinamo didn't say anything and just fell on its back. Daodu almost fell to the ground. I'm so sad. Then I heard the owner on his back say, go straight back. I'll reward you with a bottle of Coke later. Daodu nodded quickly. Okay, master. Even the fact that I was previously disliked for being ugly was forgotten. After a while, they returned to the shop. Chinamo fell asleep on Daodu's back. Daodu didn't wake him up, but took him upstairs and into the room. An invisible force lifted the person on his back and gently placed him on the bed. Daodu was considerate enough to cover him with a quilt, then left quietly. After the door was closed, it happily went downstairs, got a bottle of Coke and began to taste it carefully. I couldn't remember anything at all, as if I had forgotten something. He stopped at the first corner of the cave and looked around, bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? It only saw Daodu in front of it disappear in a flash, and it couldn't catch up even if it wanted to. The next day, the sun is rising and casting its first rays of sunshine. Subai and the other two returned to the base. They ran many times that night, and now there were piles of bricks everywhere inside the earth wall, enough for them to build the entire base. Not only that, there are also many tools that can be used for cement and wall construction, which can be said to have everything. One can't help but sigh that spatial powers are really great. Because they wasted a lot more time than at the beginning of the negotiation, they compensated him with some crystal cores. Subai calmly took out the last pile of bricks that were as high as a hill, then turned and walked out. The deal has been done, but the base hasn't been built yet and the event will begin soon, so he naturally won't continue wasting time here. Space power. It would be great if I had space power. Bai Fong and Haizi expressed their envy almost in unison. In fact, they were not the only ones who were envious. Not to mention the others present, even Lin Jianan and Nie Rufeng had to admit that spatial abilities were really useful. If Subai hadn't been here this time, they didn't know how long it would take to bring back so many bricks. Not to mention how envious the ordinary people are. They all work without any quality. They are so strong, but they are nothing. If they continue like this, they will probably be inferior to others forever, right? Human desires are difficult to satisfy. Just like these people, first they wanted to survive, and then they wanted to have food and drink. Now that they have enough food and drink, they begin to be dissatisfied with the status quo and have higher aspirations. Who wouldn't be envious when seeing others acquire superpowers and become stronger and stronger? Watching Subai leave, Nie Rufeng looked back with a slightly dim look. He smiled gently and looked at everyone, his eyes full of smiles. By the way, I have something not so good here that I need to tell you. Chapter 75, but it will be hard for you to survive. Bad things? Everyone looked over, looking a little confused. The end of the world has come. What could be worse than this? Besides, they are just ordinary people. What's the point of telling them bad things? Nie Rufeng didn't wait for anyone to ask. When they looked over, he spoke again. There are still 6 days before the zombies break out on a large scale. If the base can't be built before then, I don't know if we will be in trouble, but it will definitely be difficult for you to survive. His expression remained gentle as he spoke. It's like what I just said wasn't something that could kill someone, but something as casual as going out for a walk. Everyone's expressions suddenly became extremely ugly. Massive outbreak? Some people were a little unconvinced. How do you know so much? This is the end of the world. If he knew about the zombies, why didn't he inform the country to find a way to avoid them? At the very least, he should have stocked up on food in advance, right? Now that he said this, the people present firstly couldn't believe it, and secondly, they were actually not willing to believe it. Because they have no special powers, their lives are already very difficult. Nie Rufeng smiled and said, whether you believe it or not, if you don't work hard, leave. We don't keep idle people here. If the base is not built in 6 days, your life and death will be at the mercy of fate. After saying this, he ignored everyone's surprised looks and turned to greet Lin Jianan and others. Having said that, No one of them would be willing to leave. Without food or water, and still having to face the threat of zombies, he went crazy. Of course, it is impossible to build the entire base in 6 days, but it is enough to just build the outer city wall. As for them, of course they go to the small shop. Go kill the zombies first, and then go to the store when the time is right. Heist immediately raised his hand and said with a sad face, "Captain, I think I still shouldn't go to the store for training." He felt that his ability would be useless even if it was improved, so he decided not to suffer that. Although I didn't have any injuries when I came out, I was still very tired and uncomfortable. Mostly physical. He's just a little mouse. He really doesn't deserve it. Nia Rufeng tilted his head to look at him. You're backing down before you even reach the second level? How do you know you won't become stronger in the future? Heist paused with his raised hand and said awkwardly, but if we all leave, who will keep an eye on the others? Nia Rufeng nodded slightly towards the distance. Several people followed his gaze and found that several people were standing in the distance watching them. When they found that they had finished talking and were looking at them, they greeted them happily, "Captain Ye." The people who came were all people with special abilities, not a single ordinary person. However, although those ordinary people were working, they would look over here from time to time. Obviously, they were envious, but they knew their own limitations, so they didn't dare to come over to get close to them or ask to join. Nia Rufeng asked knowingly, "What are you doing?" The middle-aged man in the lead said honestly, "Captain Ye, we know that what you just said is definitely not aimless. Do you think we can help you in any way? After all, he is a person with special abilities, so he may be more useful than other people." They also wanted to follow them to kill zombies. In fact, I want to know where the food comes from, but no one dares to ask. Nia Rufeng hesitated for a moment and said, "Come to think of it, there is something I need your help with." "What's the matter?" "Captain, just tell us. We will definitely do our best to help you." Several people behind him also spoke up to express their opinions. Nia Rufeng glanced at Lin Jin calmly, and the latter understood. "We need to build the base as soon as possible. I need you to watch them here and help. After all, the safety of everyone in the future depends on this base." His words made several people's expressions freeze for a moment. They wanted to kill the zombies. The zombies in this area are cleared every day. By the time they finish their work during the day, they are almost gone when they go there at night. And if you act with them, your safety will be better guaranteed. Besides, they are psychics after all. For all these days, apart from asking the 3 Earth-type psychics to use their powers to build an Earth wall, they have not cared about the remaining 2 people. Asking them to move bricks and build a house with other people made them feel somewhat unwilling. At this moment, a man stood up and said seriously, "I will keep an eye on them." With the leader, the other 4 looked at each other, and finally the middle-aged man who spoke first smiled and nodded, "Yes, don't worry, we will definitely complete the task." Nia Rufeng nodded slightly, "Thank you for your hard work." Then they left. After the figures of several people disappeared, one of them couldn't help but say, "Pooh, isn't it just because he has food? Otherwise, who wants him to suffer this?" The middle-aged man laughed and said, "Do you dare to say this to Captain Ye?" The man turned pale. If he dared, he wouldn't be complaining here. Zheng Yang saw all this and shook his head slightly. After the world lost its order and was no longer bound by law, many people's tempers obviously became worse. Especially now when people don't have enough to eat, they will start fighting over the slightest disagreement. He's actually in a bad temper right now. But Nia Rufeng and Lin Jialin saved the lives of his wife and children, and he was very grateful to them. Even if he was just asked to watch others work, he would be happy to help. Without listening to the argument of several people, he first went to see his wife, and then went outside to move bricks together. Not only did he have to work, he also had to do his wife's share and supervise everyone. This is the goal he set for himself. No one knew that there was a bird circling above their heads. If they saw it, they would find that the bird was exactly the same as the one that had been on Nia Rufeng's shoulder before. Subai did not go through the trouble of luring the zombies to the front of the store to kill them today. The main reason was that he was alone, and it was too troublesome to run back and forth. It would be better to have someone else lead the zombies yesterday, while he was only responsible for killing them and had less time. He sent the 4 fire element puppets elsewhere to kill zombies. Now he can try out the uses of the plants he bought before, and then decide what to buy mainly. He has tried the pea shooter, peanut shooter, and nut. The peanut shooter has greater lethality among the first 2, but both of them can only attack things on the ground. If it is flying or a mutated vine of a plant, they are basically useless. The only mines left to be tried are the croton and potato mines. He deliberately went in a direction farther away from the shop because there would be more zombies in places where no one stayed. Chapter 76 Potato Mine. a magical tool to free your hands. His speed was not slow, and he soon saw a dozen zombies wandering back and forth on the path ahead. Subai took out a croton and gently threw it at a zombie. The palm-sized croton rolled a few times on the ground, making a slight sound. Just this tiny noise caused the zombie next to it to roar and rush over without any pause. Several other zombies followed closely behind. At the same time, the croton had grown to the height of a man, and when a zombie approached, it actually released a poisonous gas, and then the zombie fell limply to the ground. At the same time, croton also disappeared. However, the ones that followed behind were fine and were still running towards him. Subai raised his hand and stroked his chin, as if thinking about something. The range of this poison gas is about 2. If we lure the zombies together and throw croton seeds in, it will probably be quite effective. However, the potato mines need 10 seconds to grow, so I can't try it for now. I can only get rid of these guys first. He just raised his hand and clenched it slightly in front of him. More than a dozen zombies that were rushing towards him fell to the ground one after another as he moved. Obviously dead. His abilities are very simple. One is spatial, the other is said to be mental, which doesn't seem to be the case. But if they are not, they are actually related. Destroy nerves. Zombies rely on brain, nerves to survive. If the nerves are destroyed, they will naturally die. He can kill anyone of the same level who is not on guard in seconds, not to mention a first-level zombie. Although his special ability is long-range attack and cannot be attacked by others at close range, after all, the awakening of special abilities has improved his physical fitness to some extent. Moreover, he had nothing else to do on weekdays, so he was interested in martial arts and trained all year round, and his boxing and kicking skills were quite good. This way, when you encounter other people with superpowers, you will not have no other way to fight back except using your superpowers. Of course, he wouldn't let anyone get close to him. Subai walked over, took out a dagger from the space, and dug out the crystal cores one by one quickly and skillfully. There was no blood or brain matter splattered on his body. The distance is just right. After doing all this, he threw the crystal core directly into the space, took out a bottle of water, unscrewed it and washed his hands, then turned around and left leisurely. There are probably few people who can be as elegant as him, even killing zombies and taking their crystal cores. Continuing forward, he soon found a few more zombies. This time he placed the potato mines on the ground first. Look at the red light on its head flashing, and then it is completely buried in the ground. It wasn't until 10 seconds later that it crawled out of the ground again. It was quite perfunctory, but it's not a big problem. He threw a stone toward where the potato mine was. The zombies not far away heard the sound and stopped wandering around aimlessly. They rushed over howling. Bang! A loud explosion sounded. Several zombies that approached the potato mines were blown into ashes, and only a few crystal cores fell to the ground. Subai looked at this scene and suddenly raised the corners of his lips. Although I don't know why it was blown to ashes, isn't this potato mine a magical tool that can free our hands? After the explosion, only the crystal cores were left. He could just walk by and put all the crystal cores into the space without bending down. With the same range of 2, the potato mine is a bit more expensive, but it is definitely worth the money. It does consume points, but it is different from others. Other people have to waste a lot of time picking up crystal cores, but he doesn't, and instead saves time. This way, more zombies will be killed. Nice one. The effects have been tested, and Subai continued to look for zombies in a good mood. We will kill a few more now, and when the store opens we can buy some more potato mines. Inside the store, Chinamo was sitting behind the cashier counter eating breakfast. I went to bed early last night, so I woke up early today. So he cooked himself 2 eggs and a sandwich. Because there was no milk, he drank boiled water. Drinking Sprite or Coke early in the morning is not a good idea. He planned to go to another place pointed by the system later. Although he doesn't care, it doesn't stop him from taking Dowdu to the theater. After all, Dowdu loves watching shows the most, so as his owner, he should try his best to satisfy his pet's wishes. You can also learn about the situation of zombies, which can unlock products. After dinner, Chinamo took out the exploding shadow sword that he was rewarded with yesterday. Name: Exploding Shadow Sword. Type: Special, Sword Shadow exclusive. Level: Level 3, upgradable. Introduction: A sword can create several sword shadows, no problem. It has extremely strong lethality, explosive power like flames, and light power like shadows. Price: 15,000. The words in brackets at the end are for Chinamo to see. It was just as he thought. Specially customized weapons were of course different from other weapons. He asked the system to put the exploding shadow sword in the display case. He glanced around and then looked down at Dowdu, who was sleeping on the sofa after eating. Who's the first one? Dowdu raised his head with a blank look. The next second, the door of the shop was pushed open, and Dai walked in from outside, tilting his head to look at Chinamo. Master, are you calling me? Chinamo, it's okay. Just do what you need to do. First, yes. It turned around, closed the door, and leaned against the wall. At this moment, Dowdu on the sofa remembered that he had forgotten the first place yesterday, so he quickly ran down from the sofa, came to Chinmo's feet, and rolled around. The main theme is to act cute and coquettish. Chinamo raised his foot and gently touched it. Okay, don't be so clumsy next time. Dowdu nodded his dog head. Woof woof. Chinamo stood up, put away the dishes, and went upstairs to wash them. Then he took Dowdu out. This time he didn't bring the first one, and let it guard the store. The main thing is that Dowdu is heartless and might drop it again. However, he still gave 2 crystal cores from Dowdu's remaining food to the first. Dowdu. It seems to have fallen out of favor again. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, and the sun was already quite hot. Chinamo didn't feel anything when he was wearing a baseball cap. Dowdu followed behind, stealthily absorbing the hot air around him. After walking 2 steps, he turned around, squatted down, and patted Dowdu's head. Dowdu immediately understood what he meant. After growing bigger, it carried Chinamo and ran to the destination as instructed. In the blink of an eye, only the afterimage was left. This time the destination is actually in Shurching. The journey that would normally take about an hour was completed in a short time with Dowdu. This is an office building, more than 30 floors high. He sat on Dowdu's back and looked up. The stuff is on the top floor. It's too high, and there's no elevator. He patted Dowdu's furry neck and said, "Go up." Although he could use telekinesis to control himself to go up, the same thing still applies. It's too high. He will get tired after using his supernatural powers for a long time. Dowdu nodded, and with a light leap he jumped onto the roof of a building more than 30 stories high. In an instant, the scene on the rooftop fell into the eyes of the man and the beast. Chapter 77, Testing the Strength of Zombies. Looking around, the rooftop was densely covered with large numbers of zombies, each of them with strange shapes and looking very abstract. In the middle of them was a black meatball that was 10 meters high. For a moment, Dowdu stopped abruptly in midair and couldn't find a place to land on the roof. After all, it is a hellhound and does not belong to this world, so it can easily catch anything that flies. But the scene below still made it feel a little uncomfortable. What it hates most are these things that look disgusting. The zombies below were eating each other madly, and they didn't care even when the blood splattered on their faces. Can you imagine a zombie opening its bloody mouth dripping with slime, pouncing on another one, then biting straight into the ugly, rotten face, tearing off a piece of flesh and chewing it? And the black flesh ball in the middle suddenly opened a huge hole, as if it was cut out by something. But in fact this thing was a living thing. There was a pool of dark liquid inside the ball of flesh, and when it spit out a pure white cocoon, it spit out. The next second all the zombies swarmed forward with roars. In the blink of an eye, the human-shaped cocoon was torn apart, and blood spilled all over the ground. They were still not satisfied, and began to kill each other more violently. Chinamo lowered his head and glanced at Dowdu. Are you still watching the show? Dowdu has a hard time expressing his pain. I won't watch it anymore. Never again. These guys are so disgusting. Chinamo looked at the black ball of flesh calmly. Alienated Matrix, level 4, can provide alienated energy for zombies. He raised his eyebrows. So these zombies are fighting to get the power given by the alienated matrix? Those guys were so engrossed in killing each other that no one noticed them. Chinamo watched for a while, and when most of the zombies had been eaten, he took out the real sword shadow card and threw it gently upwards. The black shadow on the card suddenly emitted a white light, and then the card disappeared, and a black shadow holding a long sword appeared in midair. Greetings, sir. This is a human-shaped black shadow that looks the same as the other sword shadows. In fact, there is a difference between the two. If the previous sword shadow was 1.7 meters tall, then the current one is about 1.75 meters, about 1.78 meters tall. Not only that, he also has complete facial features. Even though his body is all black, his facial features are still very obvious, except for his eyebrows. The long sword in his hand was exactly the same as the exploding shadow sword that Chinamo obtained when he completed a mission yesterday. Chinamo glanced at him and nodded slightly. Go and test the strength of these guys. The zombies below have been defeated. Several of them were swallowed by the alienated mother body and then spit out, and their appearance has changed greatly. There were too many wreckage and broken arms below, and everywhere was covered with mucus and dirty water sprayed out by the alienated mother body, so he refused to go down. This true sword shadow card is temporary, with a 4th level strength and a validity period of only 2 hours, but it can be put away when not in use. Jinying looked down and the hand holding the sword moved slightly. He just raised his hand and swung it, and a black sword light slashed straight towards the ground below. However, when it was about to hit the ground, the sword light turned into several black sword shadows. As soon as he landed, Jinying started fighting with many zombies. These sword shadows are formed by sword energy, and their strength is far inferior to that of real sword shadows, and they are only at the 1st level. As soon as they met, the numerous sword shadows were beaten back step by step. The real sword shadow that fell to the ground took a look at the zombies, pondered for a moment, and then swung the sword again. Another dozen sword shadows appeared out of thin air, and their strength had already reached the 2nd level. It was just to test the strength of these guys, so there was naturally no need for him to take action personally. After about 10 minutes, the zombies had eliminated all the sword shadows transformed from sword energy and rushed towards the real sword shadows one after another. The real sword shadow smiled, turned around, and jumped from the roof to the downstairs. At the same time, a white light flashed, the sword shadow disappeared, and instead, a card floated down to the ground. And Chinamo also heard his voice. The highest level is level 4, which is not that strong. These 8 short words were Jinying's evaluation of these zombies. The 4th level alienated matrix can give zombies strength and help them reach the 4th level of capabilities. Of course, these zombies devouring each other is actually a preparation for their own improvement. But it may not be a big deal for Jinying, but it is too powerful for those customers. After all, even those people with dual abilities only had a strength of the 2nd level. If Chinamo hadn't opened a store here, among the people in the entire Stone City, Subai is probably the only one who has a chance of survival. After testing the strength of the zombies here, Daodu had already landed on the ground at his command, and he stretched out his hand and took the real sword shadow card into his hand before it even hit the ground. Then he asked Daodu to take him somewhere else. The system has marked more than one place in the city. He came here mainly to test the strength of these zombies, and then unlock the products according to the symptoms. As for whether those customers can afford it or not, that is not my concern. Time passed minute by minute, and before 10 o'clock, Chinamo returned to the store. I had just sat down at the cashier counter, and before I could tell the first person to get the food, someone walked in. It's Subai. He walked in and saw Chinamo nodded slightly. Good morning, manager. Chinamo responded lazily, yeah. First, welcome. Subai looked at the first one with some surprise. This time, its tone was much more coherent, as if the thoughts in its brain were also flowing more smoothly. But he didn't ask anything. He came directly to Chinamo and took out 2 bags. One bag contained mulberries, and the other bag contained a dozen pears. He put it on the table and said, Manager, what can I exchange these for? After trying the effect of the plants in the morning, he not only killed the zombies, but also went close to the mountain. But hard work pays off, and he did find some fruit, including mulberries and a pear tree. Knowing that fruits should be more important to the store manager than crystal cores, he brought these over. Chinamo glanced at him and nodded slightly. What do you want? Although Subai was so busy training in the supernatural training room before, he specially brought some fruits this time. He could guess what he was thinking. It was because he did not accept the crystal core yesterday that he thought of fruit. But because he didn't want him to think he was trying to befriend him, he asked what he could get in exchange. Such a considerate customer is rare even in other worlds. It suits his taste. After all, he didn't want to have anything to do with the customers. He was in a good mood, so he didn't mind giving him the right to choose. Of course, any smart person will not ask for too much. And the person in front of you is a smart person. Chapter 78. Is this thing a plant? Subai said softly, I saw milk candy before. I wonder if I can? Chinamo nodded slightly and waved his hand. The bag of milk candy in the refrigerator flew over and came straight in front of Subai. There is also a bag of brown sugar. Fruit is very precious in the last days. He believed in equality in business, so I gave him an extra bag of brown sugar than he mentioned. After all, he doesn't have any fruit now. Sugar is a rare thing. It is fair that Subai can have it first when others don't have it. Subai took it with a smile on his face. Thank you. Chinamo said, and went upstairs carrying 2 plastic bags. Subai didn't care. He looked at the bag of candy in his hand, peeled a candy and put it in his mouth, smacking his lips slightly, and the smile on his face deepened a lot. Although it is just milk candy, it still has a little bit of milk flavor. After eating a candy, he put away all his things and went to buy something. After a while, Chinamo came down with a plate in one hand. Sitting in front of the cashier counter, He slowly peeled the pear with a paring knife, revealing the white flesh inside. He took a bite, chewed the flesh gently, and nodded slightly. Moisture is pretty good. It seems that after the end of the world, these fruits have benefited to some extent. The only thing that made him a little helpless was that first was covered in hair and couldn't help with washing things. Although the fire element puppet does not have it, it hates water the most. He can also unlock other elemental dolls, but under normal circumstances, he will basically not use the things sold in the store, unless it is a special case. Therefore, he was a little bit looking forward to the reward of the tin pulling mission. It would be best if he could have a helper who could wash the fruits. By the time he finished eating the pear, Subai had already come back several times with a pile of potato mines. The cash register is already full. There are exactly 500 of them. 500 potato mines require 50,000 points, which is a full 500 first-level crystal cores. Without blinking, he waved his hand, took out the crystal core in the space, and put it into the machine. Among these crystal cores, there are not only first-order and second-order crystal cores, but also several third-order crystal cores. This shows how wealthy Subai is. After that, he picked out a few more dishes and then paid the bill. After discount, it is 40,080. Chin Mo lowered his head and ate a mulberry, with the corners of his mouth slightly curved. If the unlocking price of the third-tier goods is only increased exponentially compared to the second-tier goods, then the unlocking price of the fourth-tier goods is increased several times compared to the third-tier goods. With this income, he didn't have to worry about unlocking the fourth-level products anymore. However, Subai is alone, but he can come up with so many crystal cores. No wonder he is lucky enough to become a gold card owner. After all, isn't luck also a form of strength? If he is not strong enough, he will not be able to produce enough crystal cores for 1,000 points at once, and the gold card will naturally not be his. If everyone was like Subai, he would have become rich long ago. Subai finished his meal in the fastest time possible. Before leaving, he walked to the cashier and asked, "Manager, do you still have the fireworks from before?" He didn't see any fireworks in the store. Chin Mo heard the voice, looked up, and put a box of 20-shot fireworks on the table. 1,000 points. Subai looked at him with some surprise. The store manager is also a Space Department member, and this price doesn't seem to be the price of ordinary fireworks. But he didn't ask any more questions and just said, "I want 5. Since the store manager sells it at such a high price, there must be a reason for that. After paying the bill, he didn't hesitate anymore, put away the fireworks and left with the therapeutic bear. Time is running out, and I can't go to the superpower training room to continue my training these few days. The first prize of the event is very generous. Let's not talk about the other 2 things for now, and just talk about the gold card." Because he had it, he knew exactly what the gold card was for. First of all, because of the gold card, he is much more popular than others in the store, which can be seen from his first attitude. The second is 20% off, which means that with the same points, he can be 1/4 ahead of others. Finally, there is the store manager, who will take time to deal with him. Although I know it's perfunctory, but compared to others, there is no... well, it's quite touching. To sum up, the gold card still has some benefits. Besides, this is just the beginning. You never know, you might be treated better than others in the future. No matter what, it's always a good idea to try your best to win if you have the chance. Even if he can't use the extra one, he can still sell it to someone else. The fact that the task was specifically marked as "can be given as a gift" meant that his idea was feasible. The gold card can only be obtained through activities or directly specified by the store manager. However, the latter condition can basically be crossed out, because judging from Chin Mo's personality, it doesn't seem like he would assign a gold card to someone. Then, the only channel is events. Therefore, he must accumulate enough crystal cores to deal with it before the zombie craze comes. In order to have a leisurely life in the future, you must work hard. Subai had just left for a while when Lin Jianan and others walked in. Their goal was also very clear. The first thing they did was to buy 15 more fire element dolls. The points they earned from the fire element crystal cores they purchased yesterday have been earned back. By analogy, they will soon be able to form a third-level team. During this period, except for Lin Jianan and Ye Rufeng, everyone else was looking at the mulberries on the plate on the cash register and swallowing their saliva. If Ye Rufeng hadn't given them a look, they would have probably asked if the fruit was for sale. This is really mouth-watering. After being surprised at least once, Ye Rufeng was just waiting for the store to start selling fruit. He didn't pay much attention to that place at the moment. He first prepared food for the fire elemental puppets and let them go out to kill zombies. Only then did he eat. After eating and drinking, they all went into the supernatural training room. And because their goal was too clear, they didn't pay much attention to other things. so they didn't notice that there were some things piled up in an inconspicuous corner of the store. Name: fireworks to attract enemies. Level: first level. Type: support. Introduction: chirp, bang. Fireworks are meant to be both dazzling and sensational. All first-level enemies within 100 miles will be lured here. Price: 1,000 each. There were no customers in the store. Chinamo finished the washed fruit on the plate, threw his phone aside, stood up, and walked outside. The remaining 10 second-level seeds were also mature at this time. He should go and see what the seeds had randomly produced for him this time. After going out, Chinamo narrowed his eyes when he saw the things in the planting area. Dowdu, who was following behind him, was a little stunned. My goodness, this thing, is it a plant? Chapter 79. Isn't this a surprise? In the planting area, next to the numerous sunflowers, exquisitely crafted mechanical dogs and cats appeared where the seeds were originally planted. It's quite outrageous that a plant turned into this kind of iron lump. Chinamo was amused. System, you upgraded and got this thing? You didn't tell me at the beginning. Are you planning to give me a surprise? The system grumbled in dissatisfaction. What do you mean by upgrading this thing? It can randomly grow any item of the same level. As long as it is not a plant, it is equivalent to unlocking it. You have taken a big advantage. Isn't it surprising enough? Why does the host have this reaction? Chinamo, is it not okay for me to be happy? Although I know that the system can do everything and I am not surprised, I still find it somewhat funny. The system muttered quietly. I always feel like you are making fun of me. Chinamo walked towards the planting area, nodding thoughtfully. Be bold. I always feel that 4 words are gone. System. Although it seems like I'm getting a good deal, in fact, the amount of sunlight required to purchase seeds is huge. The second level requires 6,000 sunlight points, not to mention the other levels. Plus, his luck has never been very good, so if he wants to get something good at random, he doesn't know how much sunshine he should invest. Rather than saying that he took advantage, it would be better to say that the system was bundling promotions. If you want to get good things randomly, you have to keep exchanging seeds. It can be seen that the system has made good calculations. After the upgrade, the system has indeed grown smarter. If it continues like this, it won't be able to be upgraded. Dowdu had no idea what his owner was thinking. He had already run to a mechanical dog that looked similar to him but had uglier fur. Woof. The mechanical dog ignored it. Dowdu returned to Chinamo with a puzzled look in his eyes. Woof woof. This dog is so stupid. Chinamo took a look at it and agreed with it. It is indeed very stupid. Woof woof. Of course not half as smart as me, Dowdu. Dowdu raised his head proudly. It understands Wangpa bragging about her melons. Chinmo's eyes revealed a trace of pity. Dog, it is important to know yourself. Dowdu. Chinamo has already arrived next to the mechanical dog. It looks about the same size as Dowdu, otherwise Dowdu would not have considered it as one of its own species, even though he dislikes its ugliness. Chinamo looked at the things in the farmland. 3 mechanical dogs, 3 mechanical cats, and the remaining 4 were robots. But they are only the size of a palm. If they are purchased by someone, they will return to their original appearance. For example, the same size as a normal adult dog, or the same size as a human. Name: searching for the robot dog. Level: second level. Type: support. Introduction: you can use the flying camera you carry with you to investigate the situation. Price: 700. Name: tracking the robot cat. Level: second level. Type: support. Introduction: it is very fast and can track eyes within a range of 300 meters. The effect will be better when it works with a searching robot dog. Price: 700. Name: first generation robot. Level: second level. Type: auxiliary attack. Introduction: it obeys the master's orders unconditionally and has some life skills. Not only that, the machine gun in its hand is not vegetarian. Price: 1,000 each. This introduction seems good, but these 3 things all have a fatal weakness. That is, it is afraid of water and needs to be charged. The former can be avoided, but the latter will inevitably discourage many people. Although this robot is all black, it has a mechanical feel and is very cool. Put the items away and return to the store to put them in the display cabinet. After that, just wait for the system to replenish the stock. After he finished all this, he just sat down at the table and picked up his phone when the sound of "chi bang" fireworks came from outside. He calmly turned on his phone and started the game as usual. It's far away from the store. A box of fireworks was being set off, and the sound could be heard from far away. All around the fireworks, there were densely packed potato mines. Each one is just a good distance away from each other. In this way, When the zombies arrive, they will directly trigger the potato mines on the periphery. Even after the fireworks are over, the sound of the potato mines outside exploding when they touch the zombies will still attract other zombies to rush over. At the same time, Sue Byron was standing on a branch of a big tree not far away, looking leisurely at the place full of potato mines. Around the big tree under him, there was a layer of pea shooters, peanut shooters, nut walls, and crotons. His safety was guaranteed, and now all that was left was to wait for the harvest. There were only 20 blasts of fireworks, so they should have been finished quickly, but these fireworks only blasted once every 5 minutes, which meant that the 20 blasts would take 1 hour and 35 minutes. After 5 rings, he saw zombies from all directions approaching this side. A rough estimate is about 700 or 800. They bared their teeth and claws, and when they heard the sound, they ran towards me as if they saw their mother. Subai smiled softly. It really works. I made the right choice. He had just spent more than 400 crystal cores. According to the speed of these zombies, they would all rush over in less than half an hour. He would then wait until the potato mines destroyed them before collecting the crystal cores. In just 1 hour, he could not only earn back the flower's crystal cores, but also get double the points. Although these are the lowest priced first-level zombies, they are valuable because of their large quantity. He took out a candy, put it in his mouth, and began to watch quietly the grand explosion feast that was about to happen. Some zombies were already approaching the potato mine. With a loud bang, the zombies were immediately blown to ashes. But the zombies behind them were not afraid at all. Instead, they rushed forward even more frantically, and then they were greeted by a roar of boom, boom, boom. For a moment, dust was flying in front of us, covering the area with dust, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. Soon, the sound of the explosion disappeared, and the sound of fireworks stopped. Everything returned to calm. Subai jumped down from the branch and first collected the unused plants on the ground, and then went to pick up the crystal cores. In fact, it's not called picking up. He only walked half the way and collected all the crystal cores into the space. There are a total of 860 pieces. Without stopping, he took out a candy and turned to rush to the shop. The sound of the fireworks this time once again caused a huge shock to the survivors in the Stone City. It's getting hotter these days, and the zombies are getting stronger. People with strong strength can still protect themselves and have enough food and drink. But for ordinary people who are weak or have not awakened, they are just wasting their own energy and accelerating their own death when they go out. They could not find any food. Of course, they also didn't know that most of the food in the city had been looted by Yang Qinyu and his group. But the long-lost sound of fireworks still dispelled the fog in some people's hearts. Maybe if they find the person who set off the fireworks, they can be saved? Chapter 80 Fireworks Again. Investigation. When Subai returned to the store to buy more potato mines and prepared to go to other places to lure zombies again, the Stone City was not peaceful. After many days, the sound of fireworks was heard again. Not only those people who were struggling to survive felt hot in their hearts, but inside the villa, Yang Qinyu had already summoned all the people with special abilities to gather in the room. Did you hear the sound of the fireworks just now? Yang Qinyu, who was sitting in the first seat, looked at the people on both sides with a serious expression. I heard it. Dozens of people nodded. Yang Qinyu asked, what do you all think? I think the person who set off the fireworks can still live until now. Maybe there are a lot of people with special abilities over there. Someone followed her words. The others nodded as well. If we can get them to join us, won't we be able to capture the entire Stone City faster? They were still completely unaware of the several anomalies in the city, and were also figuring out their plans. If you want to occupy Stone City, you have to clear all the zombies in the city. These days they have been clearing out zombies centered on this villa. While they have reaped a lot of rewards, the zombies in the vicinity have also been cleared out. However, due to the heat, everyone started to cheat and wanted to find a cool place to cool off. Therefore, the speed of outward expansion has slowed down. If there were new people coming, they would be able to achieve their goal faster. By then, they could set up gates inside the Stone City and completely form a small protected area. This would be something that would be difficult for anyone to refuse. So they believed that this matter would not be difficult. Who would like to be in the wilderness and face the constant threat of zombies? And that sound of fireworks, maybe someone is calling for help? Old Seven is right. We can get things done as soon as possible. Lao Chi's words made everyone else nod their heads and indicate that it was feasible. Shen Hewei, who was sitting next to Sui Bing, couldn't help but shake hands. There has been no movement at the store these days. Why did they suddenly start setting off fireworks again today? She couldn't figure out the reason, but she felt that after this time, everyone would know where the store was. Then she can eat meat. She had a very hard time these days, and she kept wondering why she was not with Lin Jianan and the others. I haven't had any hot meals for several days, but it's not all bad here. There is still one good thing. She has saved up a lot of crystal cores in the past few days. Even though she is a healer, she has no attack power and can be said to be powerless. But her ability is very special, unique in this villa with hundreds of people. Not only did young Qinyu promise to give her 3 crystal cores every month, but other people who came to her for treatment also had to pay with crystal cores. Otherwise, how could she improve her supernatural powers? Anyway, she won't help unless you give her the crystal core. Knowing that her abilities are meant to make money, she naturally would not be vague. While everyone was talking, Sui Bing was silent. He didn't know what the fireworks were for, but he felt that direction might be related to those strange things. Lin Jianan and his men drove over there, and after Qian Lu had been there once, he was able to take Qian Yuan away. A Bing. Sui Bing was lost in thought when he suddenly heard someone calling him and came back to his senses. Only then did he realize that after everyone had expressed their opinions, young Qinyu was asking for his thoughts. Sui Bing smiled and nodded. I think what everyone said makes sense. More people do mean more power, but the situation over there. Young Qinyu nodded in agreement. So, who among you is going to go there and find out the reason behind this? In fact, Qian Lu left 2 days ago, and Jiang Mu left too. Young Qinyu did send people out of the city, but those useless guys couldn't even come back. She hadn't considered them defectors because their families were in her hands. After that, things were delayed because of the zombie cleanup. However, those people were her relatives, so she had them thrown out of the villa the next day. Of course, useless things cannot be left behind and waste food. As for where those people would go after leaving the villa, and whether they would die, that had nothing to do with her. Now the sound of fireworks was heard again, which was really too strange, so she planned to ask someone to investigate again. As soon as the words fell, the people who had originally supported winning over others suddenly became quiet. The sound of the fireworks seems to be quite far away, and I don't know how long it will take to go back and forth. It's such a hot day. Whoever wants to go out can go out. In fact, they live a pretty comfortable life. Otherwise, they wouldn't always be thinking about enjoying themselves. Not only that, some people are even living better than before the end of the world. A few days after the end of the world, he awakened his special powers and was taken in by the Yang family. He no longer had to worry about food and clothing, and all the beauties that he didn't have before the end of the world were easily available to him. Even if they encounter zombies that are stronger than them, they can easily deal with them by working together. There is no threat to their lives at all. How can they not be proud of themselves? Some people even think that the end of the world has come at the right time. Otherwise, how could they live such a carefree life in such a high position? Seeing that they didn't speak, young Qinyu's face looked unhappy. These guys are always eating, drinking, gambling, and whoring, and they are not decent people. She has never cared about them. But at this critical moment, she failed miserably. She would be lying if she said she wasn't angry. You don't want to go, right? Well, I'll just order whatever you want. If you can't complete this mission, you don't have to come back. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the others changed, but they still didn't say anything. At this moment, the man sitting on the left closest to young Qinyu spoke up. Qinyu, I'll go. Young Qinyu looked at him and shook her head. No. She pointed at 2 people and said, it's you. Go now, and make sure to investigate this matter thoroughly. If you dare to come back and try to fool me and I find out, you know the consequences. The 2 people who were chosen turned pale and looked at each other, seeing fear in each other's eyes. If they had known they would be so unlucky to be chosen, they might as well have volunteered from the beginning. At least there would be no punishment if they failed the mission. But unless things happen to them, they will always hope for the best. So how can they take the initiative? As for the others, go to the back and train. You are not allowed to eat if you don't train for a full day. Young Qinyu's voice was full of anger. Those who were not selected were just thinking about their good luck, but then they were hit on the head by a piece of pie in the sky. Everyone looked a little gloomy. Seeing that they were still not leaving, young Qinyu slapped the table and shouted angrily, "Why don't you go quickly?" In an instant, everyone stood up and rushed to the door as if fleeing, and some people were almost pushed down.